too easy. Ning himself was shocked at how easy it had felt. It had been as easy as breathing. I'll go straight to 3 types. Ning was brimming with confidence. Logically speaking, he should have first left behind a seed for the dual essence thunder, but he was so confident that he couldn't even be bothered to do so. He went straight to a tri-essence thunder. One of the giant golden hands was gripping the bi-essence thunder, while the other golden hand picked up a strand of earth fiend lightning. The two quickly began to merge together. Completing the tri-essence thunder was more than 10 times as difficult as completing the bi-essence thunder. Still, step by step, Ning managed to use the novessence thunder technique to finalize his tri-essence thunder. The tri-essence thunder was a streak of deep yellow lightning. When the lightning spread out, it contained so much power that it was clearly significantly than the 7 types of Tao lightning and Tao water added together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 42, Quadrescence Water. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 42, Quadrescence Water. A full day passed in the blink of an eye. For now, Ning resided within a side pavilion within the estate. He just sat there, staring past the railing towards the beautiful scene of the Tri-Leaf realm outside. Whoosh! Ning stretched out a finger, causing a strand of deep yellow lightning to jump out from his fingertip. It looked absolutely beautiful, but it contained terrifying amounts of power. Ning then stretched out a second finger. From this finger, a thin stream of water came pouring out, swirling around his fingertip. The water emanated a beautiful, gem-like aura of green light, but its power was on a slightly lower level than that of the lightning. And yet, a powerful Tao Lord of the first step who was touched by this stream of water would be instantly frozen into an ice statue. Even his true soul would be frozen solid, then crumble into tiny bits. This was the quadrescence Tao water Ning had been able to create. Lightning is brutal and wild. To tame and control lightning is more difficult than taming and controlling water. Ning nodded slowly. For now, creating tri-essence thunder is my limit. To master quadrescence thunder is far too difficult. Both the lightning and the water could go up to the novessence level. However, the difficulty level would skyrocket with each additional essence. According to what Tao Lord All God had said, a Tao Lord of the first step would be able to just barely master the tri-essence thunder. A Tao Lord of the second step had a chance to master the pentessence thunder, a Tao Lord of the third step might be able to master the heptessence thunder, while a Tao Lord of the fourth step would be able to master the complete novessence thunder. Ning was still merely at the world level. It was all thanks to the Azure Flower Mist energy in the 7 Leaf Pill chapters that he was able to master the tri-essence thunder. For now, my most powerful killing attack is once more the yin-yang sword domain. Ning couldn't help but let out a laugh. This was clearly a defensive technique, but because of his upgrade powerful multi-essence Tao water and Tao lightning it was now his most powerful killing technique as well. Oh, right. Ning waved his hand, causing a figure to appear out of nowhere. It was World God Pilsaint, and he had a rather blank look on his face. He was dressed in loose red robes. A smear of grease could be seen on his red lips and his white teeth. Oh, Master. World God Pilsaint started to laugh when he saw Ning. I was wondering what was going on. I was in the middle of a meal when the world around me suddenly changed. You might have been having fun stuffing your face with food, but I've been freaking out for quite some time now. Ning laughed. When he had been abducted by the paragon of pills, he truly had felt quite nervous. Thankfully, it had been a good thing in the end. What happened? World God Pilsaint was rather puzzled as he scanned his surroundings. And where are we? And right, where is Yuji? Didn't you have a number of comrades traveling with you, Master? Why are you sitting here by yourself? And it seems as though you have some servants here as well. Ning shook his head. Good Lord, you talk a lot. Just shut your mouth for a moment. World God Pilsaint immediately fell silent. I asked you to come out because I wanted to bestow some good fortune upon you, Ning said. Good fortune? World God Pilsaint was puzzled. Right. Don't fight back. As Ning spoke, he reached out with a finger and tapped Pilsaint on his forehead. Ning directly transmitted the first chapter of the 7 leaf pill chapters directly into Pilsaint's mind. According to what the Paragon of Pills had said, Ning was at most permitted to transmit the first 3 chapters to certain people of his choosing. If Pilsaint was able to learn the first 3 chapters in a fairly short period of time, Ning would be permitted to bring Pilsaint before the Paragon, at which point he might earn a truly great opportunity for himself. Ning had to do this right away. Once they went back to their own universe, it would most likely be close to impossible for them to return to this universe again. A long while later. Wow. TT, this is absolutely inconceivable. Inconceivable. This is true alchemy. Absolutely incredible. Compared to this, the crap I learned in the past can't even be called alchemy. World God Pilsaint began to scream with excitement. Ning couldn't help but start to laugh upon seeing this. This is simply marvelous. You can actually use alchemy like this? A completely new world, a completely new Tao of alchemy, has opened up before my eyes. Pilsaint only grew increasingly excited as he spoke. He stared at Ning, his eyes blazing with excitement. But Master, it seems as though you only transmitted part of a complete technique to me? Yes, this is just the first chapter, Ning said. And the rest? Pilsaint was extremely excited. Alchemy and pill-making was his area of specialty. He was already delirious with joy upon having received the first chapter of the 7 leaf pill chapters, a supreme, sacred manual for the Tao of alchemy. After you fully master the first chapter, I'll naturally transmit the second chapter to you, Ning said. Second chapter? Does that mean there's also a third chapter? And a fourth chapter? Pilsaint was so excited that his face had turned beet red. Who created this alchemy technique? My master was a Tao Lord who was extremely skilled in alchemy and quite famous, but compared to what you just transmitted to me, he is way inferior. I insist on becoming apprentice to the person who created this technique. Ning shook his head. You might want to become that person's apprentice, but that person might not want to accept you. Calm down and focus on learning the technique I just transmitted to you, and you might have a chance in the future. Right. Pilsaint nodded repeatedly. Master. Pilsaint suddenly fell to his knees, intending to kowtow. Ning was stunned. He hurriedly lifted Pilsaint back up to his feet. Pilsaint, what are you doing? Master, you might not understand what this alchemy technique represents. To me, this is a new path, a new Tao that leads to the greatest heights of my profession. This is the true Tao of alchemy. I'll be able to use it to become a Tao Lord, and perhaps rise to even greater heights. Pilsaint said gratefully, I, Pilsaint, have no way of repaying you for your gift of the Tao. Ning nodded. All you have to do is study hard. This Tao of alchemy led all the way to the eternal emperor level. By using this Tao, Pilsaint might very well become an eternal emperor himself. Now that he saw a chance to become a Tao Lord, Pilsaint began to spend all of his time in frenzied study and training. Ning had merely memorized some of the pill-making techniques, but Pilsaint was thoroughly analyzing and studying every aspect of the technique. He even went as far as to try them out in actual pill-making. Pilsaint truly was quite talented in alchemy, but he never had a teacher as good as this. Although his previous master was quite talented, he was still significantly inferior to even the likes of Tao Lord All-God, to say nothing of the Paragon of Pills. Now that this opportunity had come before him, Pilsaint truly had a chance to soar into the heavens. Ning knew very well that his foundation was still the Tao of the Sword. He was mainly going to make use of the 7 leaf pill chapters to learn more about alchemy. Pilsaint was his retainer. It would be of tremendous help to Ning if Pilsaint was to become an incredible grandmaster alchemist. The day after transmitting the first chapter to Pilsaint, Ning departed from his estate and transformed into a streak of light which flew off into the distance. My name is Dark North. Greetings, fellow Dioist. Greetings, fellow Dioist Dark North. Ning encountered quite a few world-level cultivators on his journey. On occasion, he even met a few Dao Lords. The Tri-Leaf Realm was an incredibly vast world, much like how the Brightshore Kingdom itself also contained countless living beings and cultivators. Emperor Gonflame? Ning spent more than 6 hours flying and teleporting at top speed before finally reaching Emperor Gonflame's residence. This is the Emperor's residence. Outsiders are not permitted to enter. 2 novices were guarding the gates to the estate. They immediately barked at Ning upon seeing him fly over. This junior has heard of the Emperor's skill in artificing and thus has come to greet him. I wonder if I might be fortunate enough as to have an audience with him. Ning asked. So you've come to purchase treasures? One of the novices pointed off into the distance. Enter from the side entrance. Someone will help take care of you. Don't you even know which door you are supposed to enter through? This here is the main entrance. Generally speaking, major powers who have come to meet with our emperor will wait here as we send the message to him. Pardon me for my rudeness. Ning didn't really mind. He immediately flew towards the side entrance. As for the 2 novices, they continued to stand there in front of the estate in a smug manner. Their master was the #1 artificer in their entire universe. Quite a few people came to ask to meet him. Even eternal emperors came to request a meeting, to say nothing of Dao Lords. All of them had to first go through the novices. This naturally made them arrogant and dismissive towards a mere world-level cultivator. Gah! Are there so many treasures here that they stack them up in front of the entrance? As Ning flew towards the side entrance, he couldn't help but feel shocked upon moving closer. Although it was just the side entrance, it was still dozens of meters wide. There were quite a few servants there, as well as 3 treasures which hovered above the entrance. One was a pearl that glimmered with fiery light and which emanated faint ripples of might. The second was a white flower that emanated waves of white light, bringing a sense of peace and harmony to those who were bathed in it. The final treasure was a painting depicted a world of mountains and rivers. Fellow Taoist, have you come to purchase treasures? In front of the door stood a female servant with unbound hair who emanated the aura of a Dao Lord. Most likely, she was a Dao Lord of the first step, and she smiled at Ning as she spoke. I am. Ning nodded. Please enter, fellow Taoist. Any of the treasures you see inside are for sale. Although Ning was at the world level, the female servant didn't show discourtesy as a result of it. The treasures they had here were all for sale, and they were all items which Emperor Gonflame made in a casual manner when testing out certain ideas. Despite that, they were still items which would drive Dao Lords in the outside world utterly mad with desire. Ning stepped into the residence, and things immediately changed. As soon as he passed through the doorway, it was as though he entered a vast expanse in outer space, filled with countless twinkling stars. There were cultivators walking through this region of void-like space, as well as servants and attendants who were waiting on them. They strolled through the void, gesturing at the various stars. Every single star was actually a treasure. This treasure costs 3 million? That's a bit too expensive, right? Can you lower the price a bit? I'll buy this one. The Dao Lords here all acted in a very humble manner. Emperor Gonflame's store didn't hold any treasures which were less than 1,000,000 cubes of chaos nectar, but what it did have drove countless cultivators mad with desire. As for the world-level cultivators, almost all of them only came for window shopping. They'd browse through the items but not buy them. They were really here just to expand their horizons. When Ning entered this region of void-like space, the attendants all glanced at him. Although they all had courteous looks on their faces, in their hearts they muttered to themselves, Ugh, another world-level cultivator, here to look but not to buy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 43, Ning's Sword. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 43, Ning's Sword. There were only so many attendants in the store, and the majority of them were busy accompanying the Downlords. As a result, Ning was by himself after entering the place. Damned impressive. Ning stared at the many treasures in the void, all of which gleamed like shining stars. The very first treasure he took a close look at gave him a bad shock. Every single treasure was protected by restrictive spells, which was why they glittered like stars from afar. By sending your senses out, you would be able to gain some detailed information regarding each treasure. As for this first one, it was a shuttle-type magic treasure. Woodfire Azure Sun Shuttle. It takes 3,000 years and 10,000 cubes of chaos nectar for it to be charged up. After it is charged up, it can be used a single time and unleash the power of a Downlord of the fourth step. The cost is 8 million cubes of chaos nectar. It can only be used once each time? Ning was secretly speechless. It seems you really can't predict the power of a Downlord just by looking at him. He might look weak, but have a ridiculous treasure like this. Thank goodness that treasures like this are ridiculously expensive. Ning went through one magic treasure after another. Ordinary eternal weapons filled with sword intent and saber intent were fairly cheap, few of them could breach the million-cube price range. The ones which Emperor Gonflame had put out for display all had certain special properties. All the magic treasures here were special in some way, which was why they exceeded 1 million cubes in price. A Heart Eater Clock. It contains a secret art of a Heart Force cultivator Downlord of the fourth step. When activated, it can attack the enemy's mind and cause weaker enemies to completely lose control. The price is 50 million cubes. This is insane. Ning was truly frightened by this treasure. He knew very well that in a life-and-death battle, to lose focus for even an instant could result in you dying and your Dao vanishing. This item was clearly described as having a secret art of a Downlord of the fourth step who was a Heart Force cultivator. The power of the attack had to be extraordinary. For a non-Heart Force cultivator to be able to suddenly unleash a Heart Force attack of such power, this treasure was truly insane in power. But the price was insane as well. 50 million cubes? Very few Verge-level Downlords would be willing or able to buy such a thing. There were evasive-type magic treasures that would allow you to instantly flee at 100 times the speed of light. There were formation-type treasures which, when used, would trap the opponent so thoroughly that it would be almost impossible for him to escape. There was even a sword formation formed from a total of 216 high-grade eternal swords of extraordinary power. It was perfect for a key refining Downlord of the fourth step, and the more powerful the Downlord was, the more power the sword formation could unleash. There was also a particularly priceless Sin treasure which contained a total of 999 Sinfiends. Every single Sinfiend was comparable to a Downlord of the third step in might, and once this treasure was unleashed it could decimate ordinary Downlords of the fourth step. However, this treasure truly was priceless, in that you could only barter for it with Emperor Gonflame by using incredibly valuable treasures of your own. After Ning saw this treasure, he mumbled to himself, "Once I merge my 9 types of Dao Lightning into my Novescence Thunder, I'll be able to wipe out Downlords of the fourth step as well. Even if thousands of Sinfiends attack me, my lightning will be able to wipe them all out." After finishing his viewings, he felt rather speechless. Still, the majority of these treasures weren't really useful to him, because he already had those 5 powerful golems. In addition, he would quickly become a Downlord upon returning to the Endless Territories. When that happened, his Novescence Thunder and his Novescence Water would rapidly grow in power. There really weren't that many treasures which would attract Ning's interest. The ones that did were way too expensive. The cheapest of evasive treasures, for example, started at 10 million cubes, and those only move 9 times faster than the speed of light. As for the ones which allowed you to flee at 100 times the speed of light, they were similarly priceless and could only be procured through trading treasures of your own. Ning stared at a distant treasure, his gaze rather distant. He murmured to himself, "This is what I really need." It was exactly what he needed, and it was also something he could afford. Off in the distance, a snow-white sword that emanated an aura of endless coldness could be seen hovering in the air. He sent out a slight strand of mental power and was able to immediately know what this sword did. A lifeblood weapon. The cultivator can pour all of his insights regarding his sword Dao into this weapon to charge it with a sword Dao quintessence. When you use a weapon which is perfectly aligned with your own sword Dao, it will be able to unleash the most amount of power. You can use it to continuously perfect and upgrade your sword Dao. In addition, lifeblood weapons are all created from incredibly precious materials and can grow alongside you. If your sword Dao is strong enough and you feed it enough precious materials, then with a bit of luck you might very well give birth to a universe weapon in the future. The price is 30 million cubes. So this is a lifeblood weapon, Ning murmured to himself. He had heard of them long ago, but not even the Sword Palace's armaments valley held any. Lifeblood weapons were simply too rare. Whenever a Grandmaster Artificer managed to finally produce one after an enormous amount of effort, other cultivators would immediately charge forwards to purchase it. Lifeblood weapons were given that name because they truly became one with the cultivators who wielded them, and the quintessence within them would be created and formed by their wielders. But more importantly than that, they could also grow and become increasingly powerful, but they were the perfect weapons for cultivators, the weapons which could truly unleash a cultivator's maximum potential. If Ning used an ordinary weapon, he would probably only be able to unleash 30% to 40% of the amount of power he could unleash if he was using his own lifeblood weapon. This was what made lifeblood weapons so powerful, and they could grow without any limitations. Generally speaking, top-grade eternal swords were the best weapons you could buy. But lifeblood weapons could continuously grow alongside you, growing more powerful as you yourself did. In the hands of others, it would perhaps merely be an ordinary top-grade eternal weapon, but in the hands of its true master, it would be countless times more powerful. Almost all eternal emperors used lifeblood weapons, and if evolved and empowered to a sufficient degree, lifeblood weapons had a chance of transforming into universe weapons. The Palace of the Sword is filled with sword cultivators, and whenever any of them discover a lifeblood weapon they will go crazy for it. Ning's gaze was blazing with eagerness. Who would have thought I'd run into one such weapon here in this alternate universe? Lifeblood weapons could only truly fuse with their very first master. Once that first master perished, they would become nothing more than ordinary weapons. This is what I really need. My sword Dao encompasses all aspects of all sword arts. It is extremely difficult for me to find a sword which suits my Dao, Ning mused. I need a lifeblood sword that will become as powerful as I myself will. Fellow Daoist. Ning glanced at a nearby attendant and sent him a mental message. The Dao Lord attendant glanced back at him, puzzled. What did this world-level cultivator want? I need this lifeblood weapon, Ning sent. Lifeblood weapon? The distant attendant was badly shocked by this request. He hurriedly walked over, stepping through the void of space as he quickly arrived next to Ning. Fellow Daoist. The attendant hurriedly smiled at Ning. Can you lower the price of this lifeblood weapon a bit? Ning asked. If you are friends with the Emperor or perhaps know his senior disciples, they might cut you a deal. I'm just a lowly attendant, I don't have that authority, the attendant said. This sword is a lifeblood weapon that was forged just a short while ago. If you wait just a bit longer, I imagine other sword cultivators would appear and immediately snatch it up. Ning nodded. Sword cultivators were devoted to the sword. All you needed was one sword to be completely devoted to, then use it to destroy all other arts. Foes might use all sorts of strange techniques and spells, but when my sword emerges it shall shatter the heavens and crush the earth, wiping out all in its path. Ning's own sword Dao was already quite terrifying. When matched with a suitable lifeblood weapon, that would be adding strength atop of strength. Any sword cultivator would be willing to sacrifice all of his other treasures for the chance to acquire a lifeblood sword. 30 million cubes. Ning stared at that snow-white sword, emanating that aura of freezing cold. This truly was a painful price, as the deceased hegemon had only given him 50 million cubes. His dark space flamestone hoard was only worth 10 million cubes. I'll buy it. Ning nodded. Please wait a moment. I'll go make a report, the attendant said. I don't have the power to release the restrictive spells binding this lifeblood sword. All right. Ning nodded in understanding. One couldn't be too careful with lifeblood swords. If someone was able to so much as touch them, the sword would be ruined for anyone else and become nothing more than an ordinary weapon. The first binding performed on a lifeblood weapon was critical, as only the first binding could be a true, complete one. The attendant left to make his report. As for Ning, he just stared at the sword, murmuring to himself, it'd be wonderful if I could acquire 6 lifeblood swords. I'd be even stronger. But of course, if anyone heard Ning's secret wish, they would probably laugh themselves to death. A single lifeblood sword was already a treasure of incalculable value. 6 of them? Who would even dare think of such a thing? Just a short while later, the attendant reappeared. Only, he had a rather strange look on his face when he looked at Ning, almost as though he was looking at some sort of monster. Fellow Daoist. The attendant was noticeably more humble and respectful than he was previously. Can you please follow me this way? Ning glanced at him. The attendant said mentally, the Emperor has ordered for you to go meet him. The Emperor? Ning was stunned. My Emperor, of course, which is to say, Emperor Gonflame, the attendant sent back. He was truly puzzled. Normally, it was other major powers who would attempt to request a meeting with Emperor Gonflame. Why was Emperor Gonflame actively inviting this young world-level cultivator? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 44, Emperor Gonflame. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 44, Emperor Gonflame. Emperor Gonflame wished to meet him? Ning hesitated for a moment. He was nothing more than a world-level cultivator. There was probably only one possible reason why Emperor Gonflame wished to meet him in person. The Paragon of Pills. Emperor Gonflame was one of the retainers of the Paragon of Pills, while the Paragon had an extraordinarily close relationship with Ning's deceased hegemon master. Most likely, she could be considered his master's wife, almost like a godmother. Lead the way, Ning said. Follow me. The attendant immediately led the way forwards, but in his heart he couldn't help but feel puzzled at what the relationship was between this young world-level cultivator and his emperor was. The attendant led Ning forwards. A short while later, it was an emperor-level retainer who personally led the way for Ning. A short while later, they reached an enormous, peaceful courtyard. There were 2 lakes within the courtyard, one of which was filled with a blazing, lava-like liquid. As for the second lake, it was filled with a freezing liquid that was so cold as to cause the surrounding area to be blanketed in frost. Between that blazing lake and the freezing lake was an ancient, stunted-looking tree that was nonetheless large in size. Beneath the tree, there was a table, a chair, and a man. The fiery-haired man's upper body was uncovered, and he sat there while weighing Ning with a judging look in his eyes. Emperor, the retainer said respectfully, Dark North has arrived. You may leave, Emperor Gonflame instructed. The retainer immediately withdrew, leaving behind only Ning and Emperor Gonflame. This junior greets you, Emperor. Ning bowed respectfully. No need to stand on ceremony with me, Dark North. Come, sit. Emperor Gonflame smiled and gestured towards the seat opposite him. Seeing this, Ning followed his gesture and sat down. Have a taste. The wine here was delivered to me by the various Tao Lords who have asked me to help them create various treasures. I don't even know the names of half of the wine here, nor do I care. I've already spent countless amounts of effort researching and analyzing the properties of various materials and ingredients. I have no interest in doing the same for my food and wine as well, Emperor Gonflame said. Ning nodded. I can imagine how much effort it took for you to rise to the level of being the #1 artificer of this entire universe. I actually happen to like being an artificer. When I followed Master, I was nothing more than one of her many disciples and retainers. I was a completely unremarkable figure. A reminiscent look was in Emperor Gonflame's eyes. I was fairly slow in improving as a cultivator, but I really did like working as an artificer, and so I poured all of my efforts into this field instead. Who would have thought that I would end up becoming a Tao Lord of the 4th step, and then just naturally break through to become an eternal emperor? Only later did I realize that Master had been paying close attention to me in secret. She had helped guide me and assist me on numerous occasions without me even realizing it. Ning couldn't help but secretly sigh. For Emperor Gonflame to have gained eternity was proof that if you truly devoted yourself to a particular trade or craft, you could make miracles happen. But of course, that was also only if you had a major power like the Paragon of Pills guiding your path. The Paragon was one of the 3 ancient primordial Starkings who had existed since the birth of this universe, after all. Even though she didn't spend much time or effort on artificing, she still ranked as one of the top 3 in this universe. For her to help guide Emperor Gonflame in this was naturally quite simple for her. If he had just blindly studied without having such a wise teacher, it was unlikely that he would have been able to gain eternity. I noticed you as soon as you arrived here. Emperor Gonflame looked at Ning. Huh? Ning was startled. You weren't overwhelmed with desire despite seeing so many treasures placed before you. In the end, you chose a lifeblood weapon. Emperor Gonflame smiled and nodded. Not bad. It seems you understand that in order to become a truly powerful figure, you still have to rely on your own power. To rely on strange curios and ancient artifacts, that path is a path which rarely leads to becoming truly unstoppable. You are a sword cultivator. The sword cultivators who truly were the dominant forces of their era all relied on the nothing more than the sword in their hands, or perhaps the powerful secret arts they might have come up with, Emperor Gonflame said. Ning nodded, understanding what was being imparted. In the ancient library of the Sword Palace, he had seen quite a few secret arts and thus understood that many of the more powerful Tao Lords relied on mighty secrets arts they had developed. This was true for virtually all of the monstrously talented ones. The most terrifyingly powerful Tao Lords and Emperors all have their own unique techniques. Emperor Gonflame sighed. Some Tao Lords have such powerful abilities that even I would rather keep my distance from them. For example, there is a Tao Lord I know named Tao Lord Otherpath who used his own Tao to create a truly unearthly secret art. He managed to completely merge himself into the Wugong Sea of Glass, something which naturally formed from the primordial chaos. After mastering the Wugong glass form, with but a thought he can transform into the vast sea of glass and send it surging towards you. Upon being trapped by it, even someone like me would probably perish. Ning was secretly speechless. Still, it made sense. Shortly after leaving the 3 realms, he had encountered Tao Lord Badlands. Although he was merely a Tao Lord of the 3rd step, his numerancy divination powers were simply too incredible. Whenever he divined that danger was near, he would immediately slink away, making it almost impossible to kill him. Even worse, if you offended him but were unable to kill him, he would be able to divine all sorts of ways to deal with you or act against your interests. This was why Tao Lord Badlands was actually quite a dangerous person. Those unearthly Tao Lords have all trained their own Taos to an absolute apex, giving them inconceivable amounts of power. Even worse, they all but seek out excuses to try and kill an emperor so as to establish their reputations. Emperor Gonflame shook his head and sighed. Gaining eternity is no easy feat, and yet the weaker eternal emperors are hunted down so mercilessly that they don't even dare to show their faces in the world. Ning couldn't help but grin. The same was true in the endless territories. Lord Allgod had chased Emperor Malobo across the entire universe, while Lord Dawnstar of the Saber Palace had once slain an eternal emperor with 3 blows of his saber. This was why there were so few eternal emperors around, with the surviving ones all figures of incredible strength. The 3 hegemons of the endless territories were good examples, as was Emperor Mirrors now, who was extremely skilled at staying alive. Emperor Trisilk was another figure who was also skilled at survival. Magic treasures, bah, 1 or 2 is enough. If you spend all your efforts on collecting magic treasures, you'll never make it too far. Emperor Gonflame looked at Ning. Although I am very wary of those monstrously strong Lords, I have to say that they have chosen the correct path. If they succeed and gain eternity, they shall become hegemons amongst emperors. They'll immediately be granted the position of Starking within the Church of Annihilation, and they'll be incredibly strong ones at that. Ning couldn't help but ask curiously, aren't all the Starkings of the Church of Annihilation at the hegemon level? No way. Impossible. Emperor Gonflame shook his head. They are simply strong eternal emperors who were chosen to become Starkings. If they were hegemons, they wouldn't be chosen as Starkings, they simply would be Starkings. Take Emperor Manasil for example. I heard he's ridiculously powerful in the Tao of Seals, but he's still a ways off from the hegemon level. Or consider the 3 primordial Starkings. They always had transcendent statuses, precisely because all 3 of them were hegemons, Emperor Gonflame said. Oh. Nin nodded. So as he had expected, the Paragon of Pills was indeed a hegemon. The Paragon of Pills is a truly incredible figure, Emperor Gonflame said. According to the legends, she was a monster even back when she was merely a Tao Lord, capable of killing eternal emperors with ease. Only after gaining eternity did she become a hegemon. However, there are no absolutes. The legends supposedly say that a long time ago, she wasn't a hegemon. Only after training for many years as an eternal emperor did she reach the hegemon level of power. Emperor Manasil, in turn, was once an unremarkable emperor who completely focused on his Tao of Seals. By now, he's become incredibly powerful. Emperor Gonflame chuckled. After you become an emperor, you can still slowly train your way up and become increasingly powerful, and you'll even have a shot at the hegemon level. However, actually succeeding in this endeavor is far too difficult. Countless years have gone by, but the only person to succeed in doing so was the Paragon of Pills. Ning was shocked. Back in the Brightshore Kingdom, he had heard that hegemons were only created when the most powerful of Tao Lords gained eternity. He never would have imagined that the Paragon was actually an exception to the rule. It really was an axiom that the path of cultivation was a path where there would always be a final chance given. Emperor Gonflame chatted with Ning for quite some time, broadening Ning's horizons. Now, you want a lifeblood weapon, right? Emperor Gonflame looked at Ning, then laughed. That'll be easy. This is our very first meeting, and so I'll gift you with a lifeblood weapon as my first meeting gift to you. Wonderful. Ning revealed a look of delight. He knew that there were differences amongst freshly forged lifeblood weapons. Some might be incredibly heavy and would be suitable for ferocious stances such as his Heavenbreaker stance. Others might be a better fit for his Blood Drop stance or his Shadowless stance. But of course, lifeblood weapons could be continuously improved and altered. Even if the weapon didn't start off as a good fit, as more time passed it would become a better and better fit for its master. But a lifeblood treasure which started off as a perfect fit would naturally grow powerful even faster. For the number 1 Grandmaster Artificer in this universe to personally forge a lifeblood weapon for himself, this truly was a rare opportunity. Emperor, please take a look at this. Ning immediately began to put his sword arts on display. My sword Dao is composed of 5 separate supreme Daos. As Ning put his sword arts on display, the watching Emperor Gonflame felt a sense of tremendous shock. What? You've even linked them together perfectly? This is something which includes all aspects of the entire Tao of the sword. Emperor Gonflame stared at Ning. If this kid continues to grow and develop, he'll definitely become not just a powerful Tao Lord, but one of the most monstrously powerful Tao Lords. He'll probably be able to kill some weaker eternal emperors with just one blow from his sword. Emperor. After finishing displaying his sword arts, Ning looked towards Emperor Gonflame. Emperor Gonflame rubbed his chin. Your lifeblood weapon would have to reach the apex of perfection in every single aspect. It won't be easy to make, and it'll require a lot of materials. It would only cost him around 10 million cubes of chaos nectar if he wished to make a lifeblood sword for an ordinary sword cultivator, and if he wished to sell it on the open market it would probably go for around 20 or 30 million cubes. But Dark North's sword Tao was a Tao which covered all types of sword arts, a Tao which pursued true perfection. The materials alone would probably cost him 30 million cubes. Ha ha. Well, since I promised I'd forge you one, I'll forge you one. Emperor Gonflame laughed. I won't go broke from just one weapon. Emperor, Ning suddenly said, this junior has a rather outrageous request. An outrageous request? Emperor Gonflame laughed. Don't be shy. Speak. He had just promised to give away 30 million cubes worth of precious materials. Right now, he was feeling quite generous and magnanimous. You've already seen this junior's sword arts. To be honest, it'd be perfect if I had 6 lifeblood swords. In that case, my power would multiply many times over. Ning said hurriedly, but of course, this junior wouldn't dare to ask you to gift me with 6, if there's anything you need, just tell me and I will do my utmost to accomplish it. I also have some precious treasures and some chaos nectar. I definitely would never ask you to operate at a loss. Ning truly did deeply desire 6 lifeblood weapons. He wanted 6, no matter what it had to cost him. Given how much face Emperor Gonflame was giving him, he'd probably offer those 6 weapons at a very low cost. Logically speaking, Ning felt he should be able to afford it. 6? Emperor Gonflame's eyes bulged out. 6 lifeblood weapons? Your request really is outrageous. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 45, Some Interesting Information. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 45, Some Interesting Information. Just tell me how much you need, Emperor, Ning said shamelessly. For a young world-level cultivator like himself to be shameless in front of an eternal emperor didn't really matter that much. If it meant acquiring 6 lifeblood weapons, a bit of thick-skinned shamelessness was nothing. Emperor Gonflame was speechless. 6 lifeblood weapons. Let's put aside the amount of exhausting work that I'd have to put into it. 6 lifeblood weapons, do you even know how much the materials alone would cost? Do you have any idea? You actually dare make the wild claim that you'd cover it? How much would it cost, exactly? Ning asked. To make customized swords for you? Your swords would be different from all other lifeblood weapons. Your sword Tao encompasses all directions, which means that the lifeblood weapon also has to be truly perfect in every single aspect. The materials alone will probably cost at least 3 times as much as the materials needed for an ordinary lifeblood weapon. It would take a total of 30 million cubes of chaos nectar. 6 swords would cost 180 million cubes. Emperor Gonflame suddenly started to laugh uncontrollably as he looked at Ning. Fine, I promise to give you one for free, so you'll only have to compensate me 150 million cubes. As for all of my time, effort, and labor, we'll just consider it as being on the house. Ha! You said you will make sure I'm not operating at a loss, right? Can you give me that much? Ning was speechless. He truly wasn't able to say a single word. 150 million cubes? This was way. Downlord Solsky of Vast Heaven Palace was an extremely powerful Verge-level Downlord. In order to procure the assistance of Downlord Badlands, he had put together a collection of nearly 20 million cubes worth of chaos nectar, which represented virtually his entire treasure hoard. But of course, the treasures and weapons which he used in battle and which was part of his own true strength, he naturally didn't sell. For most major powers, even if they sold off all of their most valuable treasures, they still probably wouldn't be able to come up with 100 million cubes. Wheel? Emperor Gonflame looked at Ning, then said teasingly, "Weren't you talking big, just now, about how you'd make it up to me?" Ning was furiously racking his brain for ideas. What should he do? He had quite a few treasures, but he wasn't even close to 150 million cubes worth of treasure. Emperor Gonflame wished to give the paragon of pills face and so was willing to gift him 30 million cubes of ingredients. This was already beyond generous. It must be remembered that when Emperor Gonflame had made that offer, he had only been planning on making an ordinary lifeblood weapon that would cost him around 10 million cubes. Who would have thought that Ning's sword Dao was this incredible? Emperor Gonflame couldn't go back on his words, and so had been so generous as to promise Ning an appropriate and even more expensive weapon. But 6? Even Ning himself felt that such a request went too far, and the Emperor probably wouldn't agree. Such a sum of wealth would cause even someone like Emperor Gonflame to feel heartache. A thought suddenly flashed through Ning's mind. "Emperor," Ning called out. Emperor Gonflame had been enjoying the intensely awkward look on Ning's face. He couldn't help but feel curious upon hearing Ning call out to him. "What is it? Do you actually have enough treasure to make up for it?" Ning did, of course, have enough treasure. The deceased hegemon's suit of ancient armor alone was worth vastly more than 6 lifeblood weapons. That suit of armor had been labored over by the paragon of pills herself, and it truly was of inestimable value. There was nowhere and no way to buy a treasure like that. As for the 2 Dao seals which the deceased hegemon had given him, the deceased hegemon had poured all of his effort into the creation of each Dao seal. They similarly could not be found anywhere on any market, and they would indeed more than make up for the lifeblood weapons as well. But Ning would never sell them, not unless he truly lost his mind. Ultimate trump cards like this simply were not to be sold. "This junior has a bit of information to trade," Ning said. "I think this bit of information should be worth 150 million cubes of chaos nectar." Information? What sort of information could possibly be worth that much? Emperor Gonflame was intrigued. "Emperor," Ning said, "when this junior first entered the Arceus region, I once accidentally encountered a place where I discovered an enormous, mountain-sized vein of dark space flamestone. This mountain was more than 1,000,000 kilometers in size." Emperor Gonflame had been quite calm, but upon hearing the words "1,000,000 kilometers" he was completely stunned. He shot to his feet, staring at Ning with round eyes. "What did you just say? 1,000,000 kilometers in size? A mountain of dark space flamestone?" "Yes." Ning nodded immediately. "How rich is the vein?" Emperor Gonflame asked. A vein could mean many things. A vein of ore in which 10,000 kilograms of rock held roughly 1 kilogram of pure ore would be considered a vein, but so too would a vein in which 1,000,000,000 kilograms of rock held a kilogram of pure ore. The difference between the two, however, was enormous. "Please take a look, Emperor." Ning waved his hand, causing a piece of ore to appear. This was one of the pieces of ore which the golem Moksha had mined. This ore, Emperor Gonflame was instantly excited when he saw that piece of ore. He was a true grandmaster of artificing, and he could immediately tell right away that it came from an incredibly rich vein. 1,000,000 kilometers of this. I'm not strong enough to own such a mountain. This mountain of ore was so large and valuable that someone like him truly wasn't qualified to claim ownership over it. In fact, Emperor Gonflame didn't even consider trying. He was a retainer of the Paragon of Pills, after all. There was no way he could hide something like this from her. And a mine of this size, if the Paragon of Pills claimed it, there would be no one who would dare to do anything to it. But there is something I must tell you. This mine already has an owner, Ning said. An owner? Emperor Gonflame was stunned. Emperor Trisilk, Ning said. Emperor Gonflame started to roar with laughter. Ah ha ha ha. Him? That poor, stupid bastard? Right now, Emperor Trisilk truly was the most unfortunate eternal emperor in this entire universe. Emperor Manasil was hunting him so relentlessly that he didn't dare to show his face anywhere. Come, follow me. Let us go meet with my master. Emperor Gonflame grabbed Ning, then stepped through the void and teleported out of his estate. This truly was a piece of earth-shaking information. Even the Paragon of Pills was shocked upon hearing it, and she immediately led Ning and Emperor Gonflame away from the Tri-Leaf Realm and towards the Arceus region. Whoosh! The five-colored space bridge continuously soared into the distance. The Paragon, Ning, and Emperor Gonflame all stood there atop the bridge. Since Ning had fled from the sacred Immortal realm after they had destroyed the formation protecting it, he knew exactly where it was located. This made finding it much easier. Rumble! Here we are. The black-garbed Paragon put away her bridge, then stood there in the emptiness of space with Emperor Gonflame and Ji Ning by her side. The blazing flames in this region weren't able to even move close to them. The Paragon, Emperor Gonflame, and Ning all stared through the void towards the towering mountain formed from fiery red rock. What an enormous vein of ore! Emperor Gonflame was truly stunned. Although Dark North told me about how large it is, actually seeing it is, wow. How could there be a mountain of dark space flamestone as large as this? It's too large. There's no way to teleport it away. Our only choice is to slowly mine it for its ore, the Paragon said softly. A mountain of ore like this, in this entire universe, the number of people who would dare claim it for their own could be counted on one hand. The Paragon was one of them. But of course, if someone else had been the first to discover it, she wouldn't have been in a good position to intervene either. Whoever was the first to discover such a fortune would be the one to own it. This was a shared rule which the supreme powers all abided by. But of course, if a puny emperor like Emperor Trisilk was the first to find it, the supreme powers would have been in a position to take it away by force. This was much like how Hydragon Mountain of the Endless Territories had been forcibly occupied by the almighty Brightshore Hegemon. Trisilk, that idiot, he probably wanted to keep this mountain for himself. Emperor Gonflame snickered. He never would have expected that Emperor Manasil would chase after him like this. Poor bastard. Trisilk is a selfish, vicious person by nature. Of course he would want to keep this mountain for himself. The Paragon of Pills slowly shook her head. However, right now, there's no one who can protect him. Manasil has gone completely berserk. Even if the Lord of the Church of Annihilation placed Trisilk under his personal protection, Trisilk would still have to perpetually stay within the Lord's headquarters. He would never be able to leave it ever again. If Trisilk was to ever come out, given how furious Manasil is, he'll definitely kill Trisilk. Trisilk had been able to sense his disciple being killed and knew that the secret of his dark space flamestone mine had been exposed. He was so terrified by this that he hid himself even more deeply. Right now, his nerves were completely frayed. A berserk Manasil truly was a terrifying person to behold. He had reached the true apex in the Tao of Seals. Although he was a bit weaker than the Paragon of Pills or the Lord of the Church of Annihilation, neither of them would wish to make an enemy out of him. This was because neither of them felt confident that they would definitely be able to kill him. What an enormous mountain of ore! The Tri-Leaf Realm will need to make good use of it and work hard to mine it. The Paragon nodded. The value of this ore is truly incalculable. Gonflame, go ahead and help Dark North forge those 6 lifeblood weapons. I'll provide all the materials you need. For us to gain such a mountain of, or at a cost of less than 200 million cubes of chaos nectar, the more often something like this happens, the better. All right. Emperor Gonflame laughed and nodded. As for Ning, he couldn't help but secretly sigh to himself. In truth, neither he nor any of his fellows such as Soulwind or Greatjoy had any designs on this mountain. This was because not even most eternal emperors would dare to lay claim over it. In addition, Emperor Trisilk already knew about this place, which meant others would definitely find out as well. Thus, the number of people in this universe who could fearlessly and openly lay claim to it truly could be counted on just one hand. Ning, Greatjoy, and the others were all from another universe, and were mere world-level cultivators. There was no way they would ever have a chance to meet such supremely powerful figures. Even if they had such a chance, they wouldn't dare to act on it for fear of their true identities being exposed. What's more, for a weak figure like them to try and bargain with such supremely powerful figures might simply result in them being forcibly soul-scoured. Due to their many concerns, none of them had ever dared to reveal this secret to anyone else upon leaving the sacred immortal realm. Ning, however, had a very special relationship with the Paragon of Pills. She had treated him very well, and had even transmitted her 7 leaf pill chapters to him. It could be said that they were family, which was why Ning dared to tell her about this mountain. If it wasn't for their special relationship, Ning would have forever kept this information hidden deep within his memories. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 46, Only Ning remains. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 46, Only Ning remains. The Paragon of Pills, Emperor Gonflame, and Ning all stared at that distant mountain of dark space flamestone. This was one of the many marvels birthed from the primordial chaos in this universe. Dark North. Emperor Gonflame suddenly said, 6 lifeblood weapons will take quite a bit of time. Even if I enter my estate and accelerate time, the smelting will still take tens of thousands of years. You'll have to wait. Alchemy, artificing, sealmaking, and other DAOs all took enormous amounts of time. Major powers would generally carry out the process within estates that had temporal acceleration enchantments. Tens of thousands of years? Ning laughed. Then I'll just wait patiently for those 6 lifeblood weapons. Tens of thousands of years. This could be said to be a long period of time, but it could also be said to be a short period of time. When Ning's group had originally come to this alternate universe, their journey to the Arceus region alone had taken over 10,000 years. Even if he was still in the Genesis lands, it would take well over 10,000 years to depart the Arceus region and then start to head home. Given he was in the Tri-Leaf realm, he wouldn't need to traverse the Arceus region. In that respect, he had saved some time. I wonder when Soulwind, Greatjoy, and the others will leave the Genesis lands, Ning murmured to himself within his residence in the Tri-Leaf realm. As for Su Yuji, she remained at the outer reaches side of the Primessence chains, quietly waiting for Ning to return. Alas, it was guaranteed that she would never see him there, but roughly 6,000 years after Ning's abduction, Heartlord Soulwind emerged from the inner reaches and walked back to the outer reaches via the chains. Brother Soulwind. Fire Surge and the others went to greet him. Master. Immortal Swallowback greeted him as well. Heartlord Soulwind, have you seen my master? Su Yuji immediately asked. Dark North? He entered the inner reaches alongside me. Later on, we separated and didn't meet again. What's wrong? The bald Heartlord Soulwind was still dressed in the same loose, fiery red robes he had been dressed in thousands of years ago. He couldn't help but feel surprised by the question. Su Yuji immediately explained, 6,000 years ago, I suddenly became unable to sense my master's presence, but his message talisman is still intact. You can't sense him? Soulwind's face turned solemn as well. He had experienced many dangers within the world of the inner reaches and had nearly died as a result. In the end, though, he had survived and departed with a great fortune. The inner reaches are very difficult. It's possible that Brother Dark North is trapped within one of its danger zones. Heartlord Soulwind was rather worried as well. But, for there to be no news of him after 6,000 years probably means that he really is in grave danger. Let's wait for a while longer. He might still be alive. Another 5,000 years went by. By now, Prince Greatjoy had also returned from the inner reaches. He hadn't seen Ning either. This made Su Yuji even more disappointed and worried. More than 3,000 years went by. Skyfire Brightshore finally rejoined the others as well. And so, everyone but Ning had returned. Prince Greatjoy, Heartlord Soulwind, Waterlord Firesurge, Skyfire Brightshore, Immortal Swallowback, World Goddess Skywolf, Flame Fairy Su Yuji, they were all present. We were all fairly lucky to make it out in one piece, but Brother Darknorth has gone missing. Prince Greatjoy frowned. He's been missing for quite some time. Firesurge slowly shook his head. My master is definitely alive, Su Yuji said. Skyfire Brightshore said, but we can't just wait for him. He's already been missing for 10,000 years. If we just keep waiting like this, who knows how long we'll be here for? I think we should go back. If he's still alive, he'll go back as well once he comes out and realizes that we aren't here. Soulwind and Greatjoy exchanged glances. Their mission was chiefly to escort and protect Skyfire Brightshore. If Skyfire wished to go back, they really couldn't stop him. Flame Fairy, what Skyfire says makes sense. If Brother Darknorth is still alive, he'll go back on his own. Soulwind looked at Su Yuji. And there's no point to you waiting here by yourself, Greatjoy said. And, given how Darknorth suddenly disappeared, it's also possible that he's already left the Genesis lands. In fact, he might have already gone back. Gone back? Su Yuji stared. That, actually, was possible. The Genesis lands were filled with mysteries. It was entirely possible that some sort of special place might have teleported Ning to another place in the universe. If that had actually happened, it wouldn't make sense for Ning to slowly travel all the way through the Arceus region a second time. The Arceus region was simply too large. Even someone as skilled in the Tao of spacetime as Prince Greatjoy would need nearly 10,000 years to traverse if Ning wished to traverse it, it would take him far longer. Perhaps Brother Darknorth really did encounter a special situation, resulting in him going back to our universe, Soulwind said. Let's go. Let us return together. Darknorth is far stronger than you, he's entirely capable of making it back on his own. Flame Fairy, we just might see Darknorth once we go back. They all urged her to return with them. In all honesty, the many centuries of waiting had taken their toll on the Flame Fairy as well, making her feel increasingly nervous. She also felt that it was entirely possible that Ning really had encountered a special event that resulted in him being thrust out of the Arceus region, and so she immediately nodded. All right. Let's go back. All 7 of them had reaped great rewards within the Genesis lands. This was also the reason why they felt certain that Ning had probably encountered something special as well. In the Genesis lands, everything truly was possible. Prince Greatjoy, Heartlord Soulwind, and the others spent merely 3,000 years before they were able to reach the transversal conduit and return to the endless territories. Clearly, Prince Greatjoy's mastery over the Tao of spacetime had increased dramatically, allowing them to travel much more quickly. But upon returning to the Brightshore Kingdom, they found out that Ning had yet to return. Su Yuji was stunned by this news. She had no choice but to return to the Sword Palace of the 12 Palaces and quietly wait there. The alternate universe. The Tri-Leaf Realm. There was no way for Ning to reach out to Greatjoy and the others. All he could do was patiently wait for those 6 lifeblood weapons to be forged. Only then could he leave the Tri-Leaf Realm and return to the endless territories. In the end, he did have to go back. His family and his friends were all back there, as was the 3 realms. Within Ning's estate world. Whoosh! 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 The waters of the ocean lapped against the sandy beaches, then receded again and again. Ning sat there in the lotus position on the beach, his immortal energy flowing as countless divine runes manifested around him. He was training in the pill-making techniques of the 7th chapter of the 7-leaf pill chapters. Suddenly, a chubby figure flew over, a look of excitement on the man's face. "Master, I've already completely mastered the 2nd chapter you bestowed upon me." World God Pill Saint excitedly went straight towards Ning. Ning dispelled his immortal energy, then looked at Pill Saint. "Then go ahead and produce a 1,000 songs pill for me." The 1,000 songs pill could be made very quickly, but it was a very complicated pill. It required fine control over 1,000 different processes, each of which required tremendous skill and had exacting requirements. The first 5 chapters of the 7-leaf pill chapters all used the 1,000 songs pill as a way to test whether or not someone had successfully mastered a particular chapter. This time, the pill-making process took a total of 2 days. Pill Saint had always been talented in the Tao of alchemy, but he was now at least 10 times better than he had been prior to coming to the Tri-Leaf realm. "Very well. I'll bestow the 3rd chapter upon you. Do your best to master it. If you can master it, a true fortune might very well be awaiting you," Ning said. "A true fortune? What type of fortune?" Pill Saint was quite curious. In recent years, he had been completely focused on training in alchemy within Ning's estate world. He had never wandered the Tri-Leaf realm, and so he had never heard of the paragon of pills. "No point telling you just now." Ning shook his head. Even if Pill Saint did master the 3rd chapter, it was up to the paragon of pills as to whether or not she wished to teach him more. The paragon of pills was an exalted figure with incredibly high expectations. All Ning could do was recommend potential apprentices to her. As to whether or not Pill Saint would be able to grasp this opportunity, that was completely up to him. Swish! Ning waved his finger, tapping Pill Saint on his forehead and imparting the 3rd chapter of the 7-leaf pill chapters to him. Absolutely incredible. The person who created this alchemy method is absolutely incredible. I've only been learning from it for a short period of time, but my improvements in the Tao of alchemy have been ridiculously high. I can sense that if I make just a few more breakthroughs, I can become a Tao Lord whenever I choose. Pill Saint was extremely excited. Ning warned softly, "Remember our oath." Pill Saint was stunned, then immediately nodded. Before returning to the Brightshore Kingdom, they absolutely could not afford to break through into the Tao Lord level. Life in the Tri-Leaf realm was quite relaxed. Ning had never been this relaxed before. In the past, he had been wholly focused on the Tao of the sword, but he had now completely mastered and linked together his 5 different supreme sword Taos. He could now completely relax, and in fact he had the vague feeling that relaxing was the correct decision. This was why he spent all his time within his estate world, where the flow of time was 100 times faster than the normal rate of time. Thus, tens of thousands of years in real time translated into millions of years of accelerated time. 30,000 years of real time went past in the blink of an eye within the Tri-Leaf realm. A wild wind was blowing through the estate world today. The waves of the sea were rolling forwards, with Ning seated leisurely atop the waves, watching as they rose and fell. In the stormy skies, the silhouette of a single sword could be seen flickering through various different sword arts. Ning suddenly frowned. "My sword arts. I feel as though..." Ning had spent over 3 million years relaxing in his estate world after mastering and linking together his 5 supreme Taos. Now, all of a sudden, Ning felt as though his sword arts were still lacking in some manner. This still isn't the ultimate Tao of the sword. This thought suddenly flashed through Ning's mind. After 3 million years of training in sword arts, he suddenly had this premonition. For people who had trained to this level, these premonitions were usually highly accurate. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 47, Kindness and Gratitude. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 47, Kindness and Gratitude. I'm still missing something. Ning frowned as he sat there atop the wave, the sword silhouette in the air continuing to execute sword arts. It doesn't make sense. I've clearly mastered all 5 supreme das and joined them together perfectly. Ning tested his sword arts out repeatedly. So why is it that I feel like I'm lacking something? What exactly am I missing? Again and again and again, Ning used his sword to execute his various sword arts. Bah! He spent 5 nights and 5 days testing things out, only to make no improvements at all. Ning couldn't help but let out a rather frustrated howl, his voice reverberating within the skies of this estate world. The wavy waters of the entire sea suddenly fell flat and turned completely still, almost as if it had been frozen in place. Not a single wave could be seen. Phew! Ning drew a long breath, allowing the frozen seas to return to normal and the waves to arise once more. Perhaps I'm being a bit too impatient, Ning murmured softly. In truth, Ning was not to be blamed. He had felt certain that he had already found his strongest supreme daos, but now he suddenly had the feeling that his sword dao was still lacking in something. This meant his supreme dao wasn't actually supreme. Of course he was irritated by this. To be able to notice flaws in my sword dao is a good thing. It's certainly better than not even realizing my own imperfection. Ning regained his normal calm. I should focus on calmly meditating on my sword arts again. Perhaps when enough time, I'll be able to naturally break through to the next level. My 5 supreme das are already joined together perfectly. If I can make another breakthrough, Ning was puzzled. I've never even heard of something like this, but Birchelu, Eastcult, and the other monstrously talented geniuses all generally mastered multiple supreme daos, then fitted them together perfectly. This represented the utmost apex of power. This was what many major powers all believed to be true. Previously, Ning had believed it to be true as well, but now, he suddenly discovered that it wasn't necessarily the apex. Ning spent even more of the coming years on his sword arts, but of course he spent some time on the pill-making techniques of the 7-leaf pill chapters, as well. Soon, more than 50,000 years had gone past since his initial entry into the tri-leaf realm. I've finally mastered it. How truly inconceivable. At the world level, I've actually managed to master the quadrescence thunder. Ning stood there at the peak of a mountain, his eyes flashing. Instantly, a streak of golden lightning shot out of him. This bolt of golden lightning was filled with an aura of sharpness. This was Ning's newly created quadrescence thunder. When Ning had first started to train in alchemy, he had been able to immediately master the triessence thunder and the quadrescence water. Now that he had spent 5 million years of accelerated time training in alchemy, he had made tremendous strides in this field. In pill-making, Ning was superior to even Pill-Saint. Pill-Saint was still working on the 3rd chapter, after all. Ning was working on the 7th chapter. Daolord Allgod once said that a Daolord of the 1st step would have a chance at mastering the triessence thunder. Ning laughed. I'm at the world level, but I've actually mastered the quadrescence thunder. Ha ha. His azure flower mist energy was comparable to a Daolord's energy, and his pill-making arts were absolutely unearthly as well. This was why he was able to produce such miraculous results. Now, I have quadrescence thunder and quadrescence water. Ning willed them all to come out. Boom! 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 A dazzling bolt of golden lightning and a crystalline stream of jade-green water instantly filled the skies, transforming into an incomparably terrifying domain of sword intent. The yin-yang sword domain was now definitely Ning's most powerful killer attack. The quadrescence thunder and the quadrescence water could unleash ruinously powerful attacks that would heavily injure even Daolords of the 2nd step. When they were used in this domain of sword intent, they could actually wipe those 2nd step Daolords out. For now, Ning truly had reached his limit in terms of controlling lightning and water. He had no chance at all of completing Pentessence Water. Most likely, he would have to first become a Tao Lord. Roughly 1,000 years passed after Ning had mastered his Quadrescence Thunder. Master! Master! I've succeeded! I've succeeded! World God Pilsaint came flying in search of Ning. Follow me. After ascertaining that Pilsaint had indeed completely mastered the third chapter, Ning immediately led Pilsaint out of his estate world, taking him to pay a visit to the Paragon of Pills. Come in. Ning couldn't help but shiver when he saw that dark, icy-cold estate. He couldn't help but sigh as well. Why did the Paragon have to live by herself in a place like this? Why? As Ning lamented silently, he led Pilsaint into the estate. The Paragon of Pills was seated in the lotus position before the enormous pill cauldron, her black gauzy robes spread across her and over the ground. Dark north. The Paragon glanced at Ning, her gaze turning much gentler than before. Greetings, Paragon, Ning said respectfully. As for Pilsaint, he obediently fell to his knees and kowtowed. Sit, the Paragon instructed. Although she told them to sit, in reality they merely sat on the ground in the lotus position as well. Pilsaint snuck a glance at the Paragon, but didn't dare to stare directly at her. He simply felt rather puzzled. He could clearly see her, but why was it that he kept on feeling as though he couldn't make out her features? Paragon, Ning said. If you don't mind, you can simply address me as Mistress, the Paragon of Pills said. Mistress, Ning called out obediently. He already had a vague understanding of what the relationship between the Paragon and the deceased hegemon had been like, and also understood how the Paragon felt about him as a result. The Paragon of Pills nodded. Have you brought this young fellow to me because of the 7-leaf pill chapters? Ning nodded. He is my retainer, World God Pilsaint. I have already transmitted the first 3 chapters to him, and he has mastered them all. That is why I have brought him here. Then refine a cauldron of 1,000 songs pills. The Paragon glanced at Pilsaint, her eyes quite calm. She didn't really care that much about so-called alchemy geniuses. Hegemons rarely were very eager to take on new disciples. They themselves could live for countless years. Why would they have to find people to teach their skills to? Only truly exceptional geniuses that they also took a personal liking to would be accepted as disciples. She treated Ning in a very special manner, and as a result she held a certain fondness for those connected to him. This was why she was willing to give Pilsaint a chance. Yes. Pilsaint understood that this moment was a moment which could change his destiny. In truth, as soon as he saw that enormous lake of chaos nectar he had been rather stunned. He immediately began to work on refining pills. Pilsaint was extremely careful, and his cauldron of pills was quite good. Not bad. Dark North, how long did your retainer need in order to master the 3 chapters? Pilsaint asked. He's been in my estate world this entire time, where time moves 100 times faster than normal. Thus, he should have spent more than 5 million accelerated years, Ning answered honestly. Lying in front of a major power like her would be utterly stupid. The Paragon of Pills frowned slightly. More than 5 million years to just learn 3 chapters? Given her standards, this was fairly slow. She generally only accepted the most elite of disciples, people like Berchalu or Ji Ning. Although Pilsaint was extremely talented in alchemy, he still wasn't quite at her mark. You can become one of my honorary disciples, I suppose. The Paragon said calmly, I shall transmit the first 6 chapters of the 7-leaf pill chapters to you. Swear an oath to never disseminate it to others. Yes. Pilsaint was actually overjoyed. Being able to learn the first 6 chapters was already quite incredible. The Paragon bestowed a golden medallion upon him, and it immediately merged into his body once he touched it, filling his mind with certain memories as well as forcing him to involuntarily swear a lifeblood oath. Clearly, the Paragon wasn't being nearly as gentle with him as she had been with Ning. Thank you, Master. After fully memorizing the technique, Pilsaint was absolutely delighted. He immediately kowtowed respectfully to express his gratitude. The first 6 chapters alone would still allow Pilsaint to vastly outstrip Dowlord Allgod in alchemy. Many of the pill formulas included within the first 6 chapters were actually pills which only eternal emperors could create. As for the 7th chapter, it contained the Paragon's most elite techniques. She wouldn't casually teach it to outsiders. You are Dark Northa's retainer, yes? Make sure you serve him loyally. If you betray him, do not blame me for showing you no mercy, the Paragon said. Your disciple understands, Pilsaint said respectfully. In truth, he could tell that this opportunity was most likely all thanks to the Paragon's relationship with Ning. Thank you, mistress. Ning felt gratitude as well. The Paragon of Pills truly did treat him well. Dawnflame should be able to complete your lifeblood weapons within another 10,000 years. The Paragon looked at Ning. My divinations are whispering to me that you probably leave upon acquiring those weapons. Yes. Ning nodded respectfully. My divinations indicate that once you leave, it will be a long, long time before the two of us ever meet again. The Paragon said. Thus, you must be very careful on your path of cultivation. If you encounter any serious issues, you can use my name to warn those who would harm you. It might be of some use. Also, true major powers have all types of abilities. Don't rely too much on any single type of life-saving measure. For example, my calculations indicate that you have a primal twin. However, certain major powers who wish to kill you can use certain karma techniques to completely annihilate your true soul, be it that of your true body or your primal twin, the Paragon said. Karma techniques are extremely formidable, and have effects similar to that of lifeblood oaths. They can follow those secret, hidden connections and wipe out the true souls of all of your clones and bodies. Ning couldn't help but feel speechless and amazed upon hearing this. Once a lifeblood oath was violated, all bodies would be annihilated, true, but there were actually attack techniques that could achieve the same results? This was utterly terrifying. In the future, you shall understand how powerful the major powers truly are, the Paragon said. Thus, you absolutely must be careful in your path of cultivation. That way, the two of us might have a chance to meet again in the future. You may go now. It won't be necessary for you to come and say farewell to me when you leave. Yes, mistress. Ning respectfully fell to his knees, expressing his gratitude. Although they had only met each other a few times, Ning could sense that the Paragon of Pills truly held nothing back from him and did not plot against him at all. She truly was doing what she thought was best for him. In his mind, Ning viewed her as he would a close friend or a beloved senior. He silently memorized the kindnesses she had shown him. For now, though, he was still very weak. Repay her kindness? That was something for the distant future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 28, Chapter 48, The Return. Book 28, Arceus Region, Chapter 48, The Return. After bidding the Paragon farewell, Ning couldn't help but feel slightly emotional. After this parting, who knew how long it would be for them to meet again? The Paragon of Pills lived in a different universe, after all. Ning would be living in the endless territories. Alas, he had to go back. More than 60,000 years after he had arrived in the Tri-Leaf Realm, Emperor Gonflame sent a servant to carry a message to him. Emperor Gonflame wishes to meet me? Ning revealed a look of joy. As soon as the Emperor left his estate world, he immediately ordered me to come meet you, fellow Taoist. The extremely muscular azure-garbed Dowlord continued, fellow Taoist, please follow me over right away. Yes, let's go right away. Ning had been waiting impatiently for some time now. He had spent more than 60,000 years for the sake of this lifeblood weapon. Swoosh. Swoosh. Two streaks of light shot through the skies, heading straight towards Emperor Gonflame's palace. Emperor Gonflame's estate was at the margins of the Tri-Leaf realm. However, there were many cultivators here. Emperor Gonflame's treasures were simply too alluring, even though most of the cultivators couldn't afford to actually buy them. Just having the chance to look at them was a chance for them to expand their horizons. Please come this way. The azure-garbed Dowlord led Ning straight into the estate, and they soon arrived in a private courtyard. Master, I've brought Dark North to you, the azure-robed Dowlord said respectfully. You can go. Dark North, come, sit. Emperor Gonflame was seated, a proud smile on his face. Each time he forged some treasures he particularly liked, he would always feel a bit smug. He always did enjoy forging treasures, and it was the genuine affection for his art, combined with his incredible talent as well as the guidance of the Paragon of Pills, which led him to become the #1 artificer of this entire universe. Ning suppressed his excitement and sat down. Look at you. I bet the only thing you care about right now are those swords. Emperor Gonflame started to laugh. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Look. These are your 6 lifeblood weapons. As he spoke, he waved his hand and caused a pitch-black scabbard to appear next to him, with 6 swords folded together inside of it. 1 scabbard, 6 swords. Emperor Gonflame smiled. You can carry all of them at the same time. Lifeblood weapons are unlike other weapons. These are freshly forged, and they don't even have sword Dao quintessences within them. They are completely fresh and blank slates, they don't even have sword spirits yet. Thus, they'll be relying on you to pour your own sword Dao into them to form their quintessences and give birth to their sword spirits. How far they will be able to develop will be completely up to you. Ning stared at the pitch-black scabbard hovering before him and the 6 swords within them. Ning waved his hand. Whoosh! Instantly, the 6 swords all flew out. Every single sword seemed quite ordinary. The blades were very thin but also incredibly sharp. Bind them first. Emperor Gonflame looked at Ning. You do know how to bind lifeblood swords, right? Fill them with my own blood and nourish them with my own spirit, right? Ning asked. He was a sword cultivator, after all. Although acquiring lifeblood weapons was quite difficult, he did know how one should bind one if one was lucky enough to acquire one. Right. Emperor Gonflame nodded. Work hard and take care of those swords. As for the scabbard, you don't need to spend any effort on it. It's nothing more than an ordinary top-grade eternal treasure, with no special properties. I just casually made it into a shape that fits the swords. The scabbard and the 6 swords hovered in front of Ning. Ning stretched out his hand, a wound suddenly appearing within his palm. Blood immediately spurted out. Under Ning's control, the blood flew out in 6 streams and covered all 6 of those swords. The 6 swords were all pitch black in color. Like nursing babies, they absorbed Ning's fresh blood. The blood spread out over them like a spider web as more and more of it was absorbed into the swords. To Ning, blood was nothing more than a manifestation of his divine power. After using up more than half of his divine power, his 6 swords were finally full. Whoosh! Ning sent out strands of his divine will towards those 6 swords. The 6 swords had absorbed much of Ning's blood, which contained both his divine power as well as tiny parts of his true soul. As a result, the swords naturally wouldn't resist Ning's will, allowing it burrow deep within their bodies. Ning's divine will completely surrounded the 6 swords, almost like the embrace of a mother. Slowly, the 6 swords began to change internally in a dramatic fashion, almost like how Pangu had been born from the primordial chaos. The 6 swords were already filled with Ning's blood. Now, under the guidance and nurturing power of Ning's soul and will, they began to gain sentience. In truth, this sentience was akin to that of a living beings. They would be intelligent, grow, and even cultivate independently. This was what the giant bear of Taoist 3-Live star-seizing manner had done. Whoa! Wow! Ah! One voice after another cried out as childlike figures began to appear from the surfaces of the 6 swords. Because of Ning's own soul and true soul having influenced their creation, they were born looking like human children. All of them seemed quite puzzled. As newborns who had just come into existence, they didn't even know how to speak. "Hello, kids." When Ning saw those 6 sword spirits arise, he suddenly sensed a powerful sense of kinship towards them. In the past, whenever he had bound magic treasures, he would be connected to them as well, but those were just ordinary connections. This time, it was a feeling almost akin to when he had first seen his daughter Brightmoon. It was a connection that came from the deepest parts of his true soul, a true connection on the most basic of levels. He felt almost like a father towards them. This was another reason why these weapons were referred to as lifeblood weapons. "Be good now." Ning smiled as he looked at the 6 of them. They all looked like babies, and all of them were completely naked. Ning laughed as he used his divine will to convey some information to them. In the end, they weren't mortal children, they grew and learned quite quickly. As soon as Ning sent them some information, they almost immediately learned how to speak. "Master. Master. Hey, so you are our master?" The 6 young fellows all began to call out simultaneously. Ning couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Although they had quickly mastered the concept of language, it would take time for them to grow more intelligent. Right now, they were too young and too innocent. From this day forth, you will be ranked in accordance with how quickly you woke up. So you'll be number 1, you'll be number 2, you'll be number 3, Ning gave all of them rankings. Ha ha. Emperor Gonflame started to laugh. Dark North, have you started to view them as your own children? Ning was startled. They were just swords, right? But indeed, he had given them a birth order as he might have given actual children. Many major powers will treat their lifeblood weapons as their own children. Emperor Gonflame sighed. It isn't surprising at all. In the future, it'll be up to you to help them grow and become stronger. The relationship between you and your swords will only strengthen and deepen. A tiny number of incredible lifeblood weapons will break through to the universe level, but those universe treasures will still feel tremendous love and affection for their first master. This is why. Nin nodded slowly. The universe sword belonging to the deceased hegemon of the sword refused to accept Ning, precisely because it wanted to choose someone whose personality was more similar to the hegemon's. From this day forth, the 6 of them shall forever be by your side. They shall venture into battle by your side and brave danger with you, Emperor Gonflame said. Treat them well. Understood. Ning looked at his 6 swords. This was the first time he truly felt as though his magic treasures were his family members. The 6 of you, you shall be called the North Bow Swords, Ning said. North Bow. North, because his own Taoist title was Dark North. Bao, because Rainbow Flame Fairy was Yue's Taoist title. His greatest ambition, his purpose behind wanting to become stronger and reach the apex, was in large part because he wanted to bring her back to life. If it hadn't been for her, even though he would still pursue the path of a cultivator, he wouldn't be as frenzied as he currently was. With Northbow swords in hand, he would carve a grand path for himself through the thistles and thorns that filled the path of cultivation. Northbow swords? Then I'll be Boss Northbow. I like that name. I'll be Northbow 3. I'll be Northbow 4. They all called out, one after the other. However, the final sword, Northbow 6, just shook his head and let out a disdainful snort. Ning blinked, then started to laugh. He then sent out his will, causing his sword intent to pour into the 6 swords. Ning's 5 supreme Daos began to link together once more as his sword intents joined together, coiling into the 6 swords and transforming into their quintessence cores. Instantly, the auras of the 6 swords expanded dramatically. Their auras exploded outwards in an awe-inspiring fashion, and the 6 young fellows revealed looks of delight as well. Come in. Ning willed it, instantly causing all 6 swords to fly into the scabbard on his back. Right now, in terms of quality they are already comparable to top-grade eternal weapons, Emperor Gonflame said. However, they will continue to grow and advance towards the universe level. Although it is incredibly difficult for lifeblood treasures to grow to become universe treasures, they'll continue to strengthen as they grow. Thus, they'll need to consume various types of materials and ingredients. It'll be up to you to provide them. Understood. Ning smiled and nodded. Helping raise them is part of my responsibilities. Right. Raise them well. Emperor Gonflame smiled as well. Emperor, I won't thank you because mere words will not suffice. I bid you farewell, Ning said gratefully. Emperor Gonflame nodded. That very day, Ning had Dao Lord Yuhong guide him out of the Tri-Leaf realm. Here is a star map of our universe. Our Tri-Leaf realm has 3 spacetime tunnels that lead to 3 different parts of this universe, Dao Lord Yuhong explained. Ning chose the tunnel that led to an exit closest to the place he had to go. Here's the spacetime tunnel which Master constructed. She is the only one capable of creating spacetime tunnels which traverse virtually the entirety of our universe. Dao Lord Yuhong pointed at the enormous, pitch-black vortex up ahead. All right. Ning turned his head to stare off into the distance, then stepped into the black vortex. At that very moment, a cold, black-garbed figure was standing outside the Paragon's estate. The black-garbed Paragon of Pills stared off into the distance. She was able to see the white-robed youth with the black scabbard on his back, and she watched as he stepped into the spacetime tunnel and departed her Tri-Leaf realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 1, Spacetime Disc. Book 29, Dao Chapter 1, Spacetime Disc. Rumble. A streak of swordlight was flying through the transversal conduit. Ning flew incredibly fast when using the blood drop evasion skill, but the transversal conduit was simply too long. It had taken their group over 3 years to fly from the Brightshore Kingdom to the alternate universe. Still, by now Ning flew twice as fast as he had in the past. Here I am. When Ning saw the light up ahead, he couldn't help but reveal a look of delight as he darted towards it. In the instant that he flew through, Ning could sense Su Yuji. He could also sense his other true body clone. He could also sense the primal twin which was safeguarding the 3 realms. I'm back. Ning laughed. He was home. The Endless Territories. The Badlands Territory. An unremarkable chaos planet. Whoosh. A figure suddenly appeared on the surface of this chaos planet. It was yet another white-robed Ning. I've benefited tremendously from this trip to the alternate universe. I've now perfectly joined 5 Supreme Daos together. Although I can sense that this isn't the true apex of the Tao of the Sword, I trust I'll soon be able to break through to that level. Ning had the feeling for some time now that he was very, very close to the true apex. He had spent over 6 million accelerated years in the Tri-Leaf realm, and during that period of time this feeling had only grown stronger and stronger. It looked as though he hadn't improved at all, but in reality he had been slowly accumulating experience in his sword Tao. When it reached a certain level, it would burst forth. If I wish to become a Tao Lord, I must become one with my clone first. It is time for my clone to head off to Vast Heaven Palace. Ning smiled, then strode forwards. Whoosh! He instantly tore a hole in the space around him. By now, Ning's sword intent alone was completely capable of tearing a spatial tunnel open for him, allowing him to enter a different spatial continuum and move even faster through space. His true body and its clone would reunite at Vast Heaven Palace. The Brightshore Kingdom. The Sword Palace of the 12 Palaces. Within an estate located at the very peak of one of the many awe-inspiring mountains in the Sword Palace. This estate belonged to Ning. Because Ning had yet to return, the gates to the estate remained barred firmly shut. Next to the estate there was a wooden house, with Flame Fairy Su-Yuji having taken up temporary residence here. Ever since she had returned from the alternate universe she had lived here, waiting for Ning. Master. Su-Yuji had been meditating in the lotus position, but she suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a look of joy with them. She could sense that Ning had returned. The lofty peak of a mountain. This was the other end of the transversal conduit. When Ning exited the conduit, he appeared here. Moments later, a snow-robed old man with 6 horns and a white beard suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Hegemon. Ning was in an extremely good mood due to having returned. When he saw the Hegemon suddenly appear, he couldn't help but be badly startled and hurriedly bow. You are back. The white-bearded elder had a smile on his face. It is good that you are back. You were the last one to return from the alternate universe. Ning was stunned. So Greatjoy, Soul Wind, and the others both returned as well. First, return the Arceus medallion to me, the white-bearded elder said. Yes. Ning hurriedly produced the Arceus medallion. It was now of no use to him, but the almighty Hegemon would be able to use it to allow other world-level cultivators to venture through the alternate universe in the future. Greatjoy, Soul Wind, and the others have already narrated what happened in the alternate universe to me. You once saved their lives, which is no small thing. As I said long ago, the better you perform, the heavier I shall reward you. The white-bearded man smiled. And I heard that you even managed to enter the inner reaches of the Genesis lands. It was luck, Ning said. It wasn't luck. Soul Wind, you, and Greatjoy all managed to make it inside. In the future, I imagine that the 3 of you will be every bit the equal of Eastcult and Birchelu, the white-bearded elder said. Ning was secretly surprised. So Greatjoy had made it into the inner reaches as well? This is a spacetime disk I created myself. The white-bearded elder produced a strange disk of mixed white and black colors. Through using this spacetime disk, you can flee through spacetime in a dangerous situation. It contains the power of a secret art which I personally infused into it. However, it can only be used once. After you use it, the energy within will be consumed, making it unusable. As he spoke, he sent the strange disc towards Ning. Ning was rather excited. Before going to the alternate universe, the almighty Hegemon had indeed said that if he provided assistance to Skyfire Brightshore, he would be richly rewarded upon his return. Still, he hadn't expected the reward to be so ample. Given my mastery over the Tao of spacetime, there won't be many who can chase after you once you activate this spacetime disk. The almighty Hegemon was completely confident in his abilities. Still, you have to be careful. Major powers have countless abilities at their disposal, and some are so strong that you won't even have a chance to use the disk. Thus, you still have to be careful. Understood, Ning said respectfully. Given how much Emperor Manasil had doted on his disciple, he had most certainly provided his disciple with life-saving treasures. And yet, his disciple had still died by the hands of Emperor Trisilk. Hegemon, I wish to leave the Brightshore Kingdom for a time, but, Ning said. Per the rules of the Brightshore Kingdom, one was generally permitted to leave only upon becoming a Tao Lord. Permission granted. Just go speak with Woodflower of your Sword Palace. The white-robed elder nodded. Be careful when voyaging through the outside world. You can easily die, given how weak you still are. Enough. You can go now. Acknowledged. Ning bowed respectfully, then used the nearby spacetime tunnel to first travel back to the Imperial Palace, then head to the Sword Palace. The white-bearded old man nodded slightly as he watched Ning leave. These young fellows have all benefited quite a bit, and Dark North has undergone a truly earth-shaking transformation. Now, even I can only barely sense what his destiny will be like. The Brightshore Kingdom's grand strategy lay in the production of elites. The Dao Lords of the Brightshore Kingdom were, on average, much stronger than those of the Dao Alliance. However, they were also much fewer in number. As for Ning, Birchalu, Greatjoy, and the others, they were the elites of the elites, the cream of the crop. The Brightshore Kingdom would naturally protect them carefully. Giving Ning a spacetime disk as a form of thanks was just an excuse. Even if he didn't have this excuse, the hegemon would have come up with another excuse to give this monstrously talented kid a protective treasure. Ning stood there at the front entrance to the Sword Palace, staring at the beautiful, fiery-robed woman who stood at the other side of the entrance. Yuji. Ning smiled. Master. Su Yuji's eyes were brimming with tears. She had actually benefited greatly from her visit to the Genesis lands, and she had improved significantly as well. She was at the point where she could become a Dao Lord whenever she wished. However, she was too worried about Ning. When she returned to the Sword Palace, she simply couldn't calm down, and so she didn't make her breakthrough. Now, at least, she saw Ning once more. Look at yourself. Your master won't die that easily, you know. Ning grinned. I knew you had to believe. Fire Surge and those other bastards said that you, Su Yuji revealed a brilliant smile. Ning's gaze suddenly turned to someone who stood behind Su Yuji. Ah. It seems I've disturbed the two of you. A figure emerged from behind Su Yuji, a smile on his face. Senior apprentice brother Woodflower, Ning immediately called out. The newcomer was indeed Lord Woodflower. Lord Woodflower smiled as he looked at Ning. I just learned from the hegemon that you've returned. Soulwind, Greatjoy, and the others all returned some time ago. You were the only one left. You really gave me a bad scare, but... When Ning hadn't returned with the others, Woodflower really had been worried for quite some time. I'm back now, right? Ning laughed. I imagine this trip was quite fruitful for you, Lord Woodflower said. Not bad. Ning grinned. As far as treasures went, the deceased hegemon had bestowed upon him a pair of Dao seals, a suit of armor, and chaos nectar. The most precious treasures, of course, were those 6 lifeblood swords which Emperor Gonflame had labored over. Still, weapons and treasures, upon being bound, could have their auras restrained, making it so that outsiders couldn't tell how powerful they were. Not even the almighty hegemon had noticed how extraordinary Ning's 6 swords and suit of armor were. As long as you benefited from it. When are you planning to become a Dao Lord? Lord Woodflower asked. Soon. I need to make some further preparations, Ning said. Right. Senior apprentice brother, I'm planning to leave the Brightshore Kingdom on a trip. No problem. Lord Woodflower nodded. If you are going to leave, follow me. We'll go light a heart lamp first. All right. Ning nodded. Heart lamps were lit through one's own true soul. Generally speaking, one would be able to sense right away when its master perished. Once its master perished, the heart lamp would be extinguished as well. But of course, if you entered an alternate universe or some particularly dangerous ruins, it was possible that the connection to the heart lamp would be severed. Still, heart lamps and true soul towers were amongst the best of life-sensing equipment. The connection was almost as perfect as the connection between a true body and a clone. The more casually created items like life tablets had a much smaller area of effectiveness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 2, Star Map. Book 29, Dao Lord, Chapter 2, Star Map. Ning led Su Yuji to follow Lord Woodflower into the Sword Palace. The Sword Palace had quite a few cultivators within it, but of course most were black-armored Dao Lords. Sword Lord Dark North has arrived. It's Sword Lord Dark North. That's Flame Fairy Su Yuji standing next to him. He's been gone for roughly 80,000 years, right? I'm surprised that Lord Woodflower is actually welcoming him back personally. 80,000 years ago, all of the world-level geniuses of the 12 palaces who were acknowledged by the ancient pagodas were ordered to return, then challenged the Tao Lord Cloudworld. After that, Sword Lord Dark North, Prince Greatjoy, Heart Lord Soulwind, and Water Lord Firesurge all suddenly disappeared. I heard that they had all gained an incredible stroke of good fortune. Prince Greatjoy, Heart Lord Soulwind, and the others all returned together tens of thousands of years ago, as did Flame Fairy Suyuji. I thought that Sword Lord Dark North must have died, but the black-armored Tao Lords all chatted amongst themselves, while the ones closer to Ning all called out in very modest manners, Sword Lord Dark North. Virtually all of the black-armored Tao Lords had reached that level through using pseudo-samsara pills. It was all but guaranteed that they would forever remain Tao Lords of the first step. They thus didn't spend much time or effort on cultivation, and instead were filled with curiosity about the latest news and going-ons. When the almighty Hegemon had chosen Ning and the others, they were quickly able to deduce what was really happening. In truth, the Hegemon didn't really care that they knew some of the details, so long as the secret of the alternate universe was kept hidden, that was enough. Come on. Lord Woodflower led Ning towards an ancient pagoda. Suyuji, you can wait outside. Understood. Suyuji obediently stood outside the pagoda, while Ning entered. The interior of the pagoda was simple and unadorned. Deep within it, atop a stone dais, there were a series of heart lamps that were lit. Heart lamps looked quite similar to lotus flowers in shape, and they contained sparks of true soul flames. So long as the master remained alive, these flames would never die. There were 5 levels to the stone dais. There were many heart lamps on the first level, well over 2,000. The second level had far fewer lamps, just 16 in total. The third level only had 82 heart lamps, the fourth level had merely 35 heart lamps, and the fifth level only had 2 heart lamps. This stone dais has 5 levels. The first level is for Tao Lords of the first step, the second is for Tao Lords of the second step, and so on and so forth. The fifth level is reserved for eternal emperors. Lord Woodflower looked at the 2 heart lamps on the 5th level, then let out a sigh. Our Sword Palace has only given birth to a total of 3 eternal emperors. One has perished, while the other 2 are out adventuring. Ning nodded. The Sword Palace only had around 100 real Tao Lords. The reason why there were so many on the first level, with over 2,000 heart lamps present, was because almost all of them were black-armored Tao Lords. Senior apprentice brother, our Sword Palace actually has 35 Tao Lords of the 4th step? Ning asked. The 4th step represented Verge-level Tao Lords. They definitely would be considered incredibly strong major powers. Think about Tao Lord Everstarter, who has been missing for countless chaos cycles. Do you think he is alive, or do you think he is dead? Lord Woodflower looked at Ning. The heart lamp remains lit because it cannot sense him, but whether or not he is actually still alive is hard to say. Ning nodded. For example, if he had died in an alternate universe, there would have been no way to sense it. As for Tao Lords of the 4th step who we are certain are still alive, there are 22 of them, Lord Woodflower said. The others, we simply cannot tell. Tao Lords of the 4th step are all searching for opportunities and fortunes that will assist them in their downmerge. For the sake of their downmerge, they will risk their lives and plunge into some truly deadly regions, and some of them will never return. Ning couldn't help but sigh as well. Tao Lord Soul Sky was another example. For the sake of his downmerge, he had chosen to brave the dangers of the waveshift world. All right. Come, set a heart lamp alight, Lord Woodflower said. The normal rule is that only Tao Lords can leave. However, you are capable of becoming a Tao Lord whenever you choose, and so we won't force things. For now, we'll temporarily keep your heart lamp on the first level. A dark, gloomy lotus-shaped heart lamp hovered before Ning. Ning stretched out a finger, sending out a stream of his soul into the heart lamp. Poof! The wick within the flower petals of the heart lamp instantly lit up. Ning could sense the strong connection which now existed between his true soul and the blazing flames. It almost felt like one of his clones. With but a thought, Ning sent the heart lamp flying to the borders of the first level of the stone dais, then set it down. After you become a Tao Lord, training will speed up significantly at first. It shouldn't take you too long to reach the second step. Reaching the third step will take a bit more time, while reaching the fourth step will be the most difficult of all. Lord Woodflower had a complicated look on his face as he said softly, as for the Tao merge, it'll be up to luck. Countless monstrously powerful Tao Lords had perished. Only a minuscule number became eternal emperors. However, failing in the Tao merge doesn't mean that much. To be able to roam the universe freely for 108,000 chaos cycles is enough. Lord Woodflower laughed. If you stifle yourself and choose a weak Tao, even if you are lucky enough to become an eternal emperor, you'll live in perpetual fear of being killed by one of the powerful Tao Lords. Even if you live forever, that just means you'll be pitiful bug forever. Ning stared at the ancient, dispirited Lord Woodflower. Suddenly, he could sense a terrifying sword intent emanate from the man's body. Ning couldn't help but nod. To mortals, cultivators seem to have unlimited lifespans. Upon becoming a celestial immortal, it was said that your lifespan would be as long as that of the heavens themselves. However, in reality there was still a limit. Even entire chaos worlds and the heavens within them would eventually perish and be born anew. As for world-level cultivators and Tao Lords, they could at most live for 108,000 chaos cycles. They had to succeed in the Tao merge within this allotted time span. If they did not complete their Tao merge, then when the time came they would perish. Thus, even the most powerful of Tao Lords could only live for 108,000 chaos cycles. This was why the Sword Palace had more than 80,000 powerful Tao Lords in its records, but only 100 who were still alive. Only by succeeding in the Tao merge would they gain true eternity. For the most powerful, such as the hegemon, time flowed on in an endless stream, but they remained at the very apex of the universe. The almighty Brightshore hegemon had been alive for far longer than even the 12 palaces. With the heart lamp lit, Ning left the pagoda. Su Yuji was waiting for him outside. There was actually a green-robed creature with hundreds of tentacles that served as hair and a pair of golden eyes. "Greetings, Master." The green-robed creature immediately knelt down and called out with respect when he saw Ning emerge. "And you are?" Ning was puzzled. "This is your servant," Lord Woodflower said. "A servant which the Brightshore Kingdom has prepared for you." "The Brightshore Kingdom is giving me a servant? A world-level servant?" Ning was puzzled. What was the point of giving him a world-level servant? Lord Woodflower said, "Don't underestimate his usefulness. He will be extremely important to you. Normally, only real Tao Lords of the 12 palaces will be given access to servants like him. Those black-armored Tao Lords never will. Every one of them is raised here within the Brightshore Kingdom and possesses both self-cloning abilities as well as incredibly powerful souls. Just one of his clones will accompany you, with another one remaining in the Brightshore Kingdom, but..." "Senior apprentice brother, are you saying?" Ning was starting to understand. "Exactly so. He'll be used to send messages." Lord Woodflower looked at Ning. "If you run into trouble and need to ask for rescue, you can tell him and his clone in the Brightshore Kingdom will be able to immediately report it to us. The Brightshore Kingdom will immediately spread the word to all of the Tao Lords and Eternal Emperors of the Kingdom who are in the Endless Territories. The ones closest to you will head to you as quickly as possible." Lord Woodflower laughed. Ning's eyes lit up. Absolutely incredible. To use a messenger relay of clones to ensure that the Tao Lords and Eternal Emperors of the Brightshore Kingdom were in constant contact was an effective way of maintaining communication. However, given how truly vast the Endless Territories are, generally speaking it would be difficult for an ordinary world god's clone to be able to sense past 1,000 or so territories. Thus, the Brightshore Kingdom has arranged for this one to work with you. "His soul is incredibly powerful," Lord Woodflower said. Ning nodded in understanding. There was a limit to the distance at which a clone would be able to sense the presence of another clone. Elder God and ancestral immortal clones could only sense each other up to 10 territories apart, whereas world-level clones would only function up to 1,000 territories apart. The so-called sensing method was actually a type of soul resonance. Thus, the stronger the soul, the greater the distance at which the connection could be maintained. Take Ning as an example. Although he was merely at the world level, his soul was comparable to a Daelord's. As for these world-level cultivators who had been trained by the Brightshore Kingdom, they all had clones and souls which were far more powerful than that of ordinary world-level cultivators, allowing them to sense at a great distance as well. It is quite rare for world-level cultivators to have clones. Ning sighed with emotion. Ones with such powerful souls are even more rare. The Brightshore Kingdom doesn't have that many Daelords. That's why we can afford to do this, Lord Woodflower said. There's no way the Dao Alliance, for example, could do such a thing. Still, they have methods of their own, but of course, those methods are far slower than ours. Ning nodded. The Brightshore Kingdom was able to transmit information at truly shocking speeds. When you wander through the outside world, the Brightshore Kingdom shall be the strongest shield available to you. Lord Woodflower smiled at Ning. And all of the Daelords of the Brightshore Kingdom have sworn oaths from the day they joined to never engage in battle against each other. Ning chuckled. When he had received the Sword Palace's medallion, he had also sworn a lifeblood oath. No members of any of the 12 palaces could kill each other. The major powers of the Brightshore Kingdom are extremely unified when wandering the outside world. If you encounter other Daelords of the Brightshore Kingdom who are in danger, you should help them as well. Lord Woodflower looked at Ning. Understood. Ning nodded. Right. This is the star map of all territories which are known to the Brightshore Kingdom. Lord Woodflower handed a rolled-up golden star map scroll to Ning. Ning accepted it. Upon opening it, a look of shock instantly filled his face. Amazed, right? The endless territories are truly vast, and some of its danger zones are also truly massive. Many cannot even be fully mapped out. Lord Woodflower let out a sigh. Ning stared, stunned, at the star map. Good heavens! This was far larger than the entire star map of the alternate universe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 3, The Journey. Book 29, Daelord, Chapter 3, The Journey. The territories occupied by cultivators in the endless territories roughly made up around 60 to 70% the size of the alternate universe. However, there were many danger zones. For example, the region marked down as the Star Sea of Worries was considered the most dangerous location in all the endless territories. It had yet to be fully mapped out, but its known area alone already surpassed the entirety of the rest of the endless territories. It was incredibly dangerous, and less than 1 in 10,000 Daelords would survive a trip into it. Generally speaking, only incredibly powerful Daelords would be lucky enough to survive, and even the majority of eternal emperors who entered that place would perish. The Star Sea of Worries, in and of itself, was nearly comparable to the entire alternate universe in size. It was without a doubt the most dangerous place in the endless territories. The endless territories also had some other similar danger zones which were quite terrifying. Chances of entering and surviving were very slim. If we factor in those danger zones, the endless territories is far larger than the alternate universe. Ning was rather stunned as he carefully read through the information the star map contained regarding the endless territories. Is that? Ning's eyes narrowed as he saw an explanation of the 6 major forces within the endless territories. The Dao Alliance was comprised of virtually all cultivators. It was an enormous behemoth that was also far-flung and dispersed. It had the most Daelords and eternal emperors, but it also had so many internecine disputes and took up so much territory that it had always operated under the principle of non-governance. The Brightshore Kingdom was created by the almighty hegemon Brightshore, one of the three mighty hegemons of the Endless Territories. The Aeonians consumed cultivators, using them as food. They were extremely unified and were incredibly powerful after being awakened. The special life forms. They were the hundreds and thousands of strange, unique creatures who had been birthed by the primordial chaos. After hegemon Windrain rose to power and established the Windrain Kingdom, it became a holy land for all special life forms, and countless special life forms congregated there. The ancient cultivators comprised the most mysterious, secretive organization in all the Endless Territories. They were extremely few in number, but each and every one of them possessed incredible power. Their divine abilities and secret arts were powerful beyond measure, and they were led by hegemon Netherlily. The Dark Kingdom was comprised of cultivators who had migrated from outside the Endless Territories, and they ruled over the border territories. Much more complex than the alternate universe, Ning mused to himself. Junior apprentice brother. Lord Woodflower smiled as he looked at Ning. Surprised? I never realized how many danger zones our Endless Territories possess, or that we actually have 6 major forces here, Ning said. There's no need for most world-level cultivators to know such things. The Endless Territories are simply too vast and filled with so many dangers that they would never make it far enough to find out, Lord Woodflower said. You, however, are different. This is all information you'll need to know after you become a Dao Lord. Ning nodded. As for the danger zones, some are almost infinitely large, especially the Star Sea of Worries. Not even the almighty hegemon has been able to fully explore them, Lord Woodflower said. Honestly, the main things you need to keep in mind are those 6 major powers. The Brightshore Kingdom is rather aloof, and we are on fairly good terms with the Dao Alliance, the Aeonians, and the special life forms. We can be considered enemies of the Dark Kingdom, as they are foreigners, after all. But remember, we are mortal foes of the ancient cultivators. Mortal foes? Ning was startled. Right. Lord Woodflower nodded somberly. Thus, you need to be wary of them. But of course, you need to keep an eye out for the other organizations as well. The Dao Alliance, for example. It is so large and filled with so much internal struggles that it wouldn't surprise me if some of their major powers suddenly assaulted you. Same with the Aeonians, you are a cultivator, after all. Aeonians love eating samsara Dao Lord cultivators. Alright. You know everything you need to know. Lord Woodflower looked at Ning. In short, have a safe trip. Alright. Ning nodded heavily. After accepting the servant, Ning led Su Yuji in leaving the Sword Palace. The Brightshore Kingdom was quite similar to the Tri-Leaf Realm, in that it also had 3 spacetime tunnels. These 3 spacetime tunnels lead to 3 different parts of the Endless Territories, allowing our cultivators to waste as little time as possible when traveling. A Black Lord Dao Lord guard who stood outside the tunnel smiled as he explained to Ning. Ning led Su Yuji straight into the spacetime tunnel. In his heart, he couldn't help but muse that the Paragon of Pills and hegemon Brightshore apparently were quite similar in their mastery over spacetime. The Badlands territory and Vast Heaven Palace had originally seemed quite distant from one another, but if you looked at the star map of the Endless Territories you would realize that they actually belonged to the same general neighborhood. Given Ning's strength, a few hundred years would suffice for his clone to go from the Badlands territory to Vast Heaven Palace. We should be able to make it in around 3 or so centuries. Ning's true body would be able to move even faster, the spacetime tunnel would save him quite some time. Swoosh! A flying shuttle was hurtling through the void, with Ning, Su Yuji, and World God Pilsain within it. Master, what sort of a place is Vast Heaven Palace? Pilsain asked curiously. A place I have to go. In fact, I'm technically a member of Vast Heaven Palace as well, Ning said with a smile. Indeed. He had to reach that place before he could fulfill his lifeblood oath and return to the 3 realms. His primal twin had been protecting the 3 realms for quite some time now, but it had to remain physically outside within the primordial chaos just beyond it, unable to actually re-enter. Yuji, Pilsaint, both of you have made tremendous gains. I imagine both of you can become downlords now, Ning said. Yes. Su Yuji nodded. After I received the legacy of Feishan the Exalted, but prior to visiting the Genesis lands, I was already comparable to a Supreme Chaos Immortal. Thanks to the opportunities the Genesis lands gave me, even if I don't use any treasures at all, I am a transcendent Chaos Immortal. Nin nodded. To reach that level only through the usage of eternal weapons wasn't that impressive. If you were able to reach a transcendent level of power without needing to rely on magic treasures, you would probably be able to break through to the Downlord level whenever you wished. Thank you, Master, for that Arceus medallion. Otherwise, I have no idea how long it would take for me to break through. Su Yuji felt rather excited. She had never imagined that she would become a Downlord as well. I have to thank you as well, Master. If it wasn't for you, I can't even imagine how long it would take before my Tao of Alchemy would have reached its current level. Pilsaint was quite excited. Flame Fairy, I can become a Downlord whenever I wish as well. Ning laughed. His two most worthy retainers were both able to become Downlords. This was truly pleasing to him. Right. Have Soul Wind, Greatjoy, and the others made their breakthroughs yet? Ning asked. Ah. I was so happy to see you back that I forgot to tell you, Su Yuji said. Prince Greatjoy broke through to become a Downlord roughly 3,000 years after our return. Just 2 years after that, Waterlord Firesurge became a Downlord as well. Another 12,000 years after that, Soulwind also became a Downlord. Ning was startled. All of them became Downlords? Makes sense. They had reached their bottlenecks long ago. The only reason they held back was because they had made some gains in the Genesis lands. Any further improvements would be incredibly difficult. I'm not surprised they broke through to become Downlords, Ning said. Master, when will you become a Downlord? Su Yuji asked curiously. Right. Pilsaint was curious as well. It won't take too long, Ning said. No matter what, he had to reunite with his clone first. In addition, he could also dimly sense that there was still a slight flaw with his sword Dao. He had the feeling that he was close to breaking through, but just needed one final stimulus. Since the two of you are both ready to become Downlords, how about this? Let's find a quiet, secluded place and have you two break through there, Ning said. Or would you prefer to train for a bit longer and further solidify your foundations? I solidified my foundation long ago. I was just waiting for you to come back, Master. I can break through whenever I wish, there's no need to wait any further. The Flame Fairy smiled. I solidified my foundation back in the Tri-Leaf realm. I've been waiting to make my breakthrough, Pilsaint said. After acquiring the first 6 chapters of the 7 Leaf Pill chapters, he had spent roughly 1,000,000 years in accelerated time training. That was how long it had taken for Ning to acquire thy 6 lifeblood weapons. If that's the case, let's just go over there. Ning willed it, and the flying ship quickly shifted into a different dimensional continuum, then landed on a quiet, desolate chaos planet. This chaos planet had no life on it at all, and its surface was a rocky one. Ning waved his hand, causing an immortal estate to descend upon the surface of this planet. With another thought, Ning activated the various layers of restrictive seals and spells on the estate, causing an aura of enormous yet subdued power to cover the entire planet. Anyone off in the distance would never be able to detect any hint of an aura from this chaos planet. Breaking through to become a Downlord would cause an enormous disturbance. They had to do their best to dampen their auras and prevent themselves from being discovered, which would cause unnecessary trouble. Make your breakthroughs here. I'll stand guard for you, Ning said. Yes, Master. Both Pilsaint and Su Yuji were rather excited and nervous. Although they were confident in their chances, Breaking through to become a Tao Lord was an incredibly important event in the life of any cultivator. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 4, The Brothers of Vast Heaven Palace. Book 29, Tao Lord, Chapter 4, The Brothers of Vast Heaven Palace. Ning stood before the railings of the Immortal estate on this chaos planet, staring off into the starry void. Boom! Suddenly, a roiling aura of power rocketed into the skies, an aura which was powerful, vast, and utterly exalted. This was not an aura which a world-level cultivator could produce. Even for Ning, only the azure flower mist energy in his body could compare to this aura in power. A Daelord's aura. Ning smiled. Pilsaint was the first to break through. Breaking through from the world level to become a Tao Lord required the complete rebuilding of the body, which meant that there was naturally no way to keep one's aura hidden during the process. It would erupt with abandon. But of course, Ning had long ago set wards on this planet to prevent the Tao Lord ripples from spreading out. Rumble. A dense whirlpool of chaos energy began to form in the void above the planet. The enormous vortex of chaos energy centered around the planet, gathering in large amounts of chaos energy and then continuously transmitting it directly into Pilsaint and letting him make use of it. A short while later, yet another Tao Lord aura erupted towards the heavens as the Flame Fairy began to make her breakthrough as well. Soon, yet another vortex of chaos energy began to fill the void outside the world. The enormous chaos vortexes swirled around this chaos planet. As for Ning, he just quietly stood guard in front of the estate. A disruption in the flow of chaos energy alone generally wouldn't attract the attention of major powers, because true gods, true immortals, elder gods, and ancestral immortals would cause similar phenomena when they made their breakthroughs. As a result, fluctuations in the flow of chaos energy was fairly common, and the ripples were also quite weak from a distance. The breakthrough process took more than an entire day. Swoosh! A chubby form suddenly rocketed into the skies, then landed before Ning. It was the chubby face, white-teethed Pilsaint. Pilsaint's aura was now more natural but also more majestic. Just judging from auras alone, one would believe that he was significantly more powerful than Ning. He had already reached the Tao Lord level. Congratulations, Tao Lord Pilsaint. Ning smiled. I must thank you, Master. If it wasn't for you, I truly do not know how long it would have taken for me to become a Tao Lord. Or perhaps I might have never reached this level. Pilsaint was rather moved as well. He was far more talented in alchemy than he was in combat, but to become a true Grandmaster Alchemist was incredibly difficult. This time, thanks to Ning, he had been lucky enough to attract the attention of the Paragon of Pills in the alternate universe and be bestowed with her techniques, allowing him to find his own path. The Paragon of Pills had given him the first 6 chapters, which could guide one directly to becoming an eternal emperor. Not even the Brightshore Kingdom had a comparable alchemical technique. Only after being guided by an eminent master did Pilsaint know what path he should take. Without an eminent master, only a man of utterly dazzling talent, such as Ning, Soulwind, and the others, would be able to rely on his own thoughts and ideas to enter the Tao Lord level. But of course, this would still be much easier if you had many other legacies and techniques to learn from. If you were able to benefit from the wisdom and experience of your predecessors, you would be able to avoid some of their mistakes. If you wished to see far, you had to stand on the shoulders of giants. Swoosh! Moments later, yet another figure flew into the heavens, her form ephemeral and bewitchingly beautiful. Dressed in fiery red robes, it was indeed Suyuji, and her beauty and aura of seduction was only even more intoxicating than before. As someone who trained in the Tao of charm and control, Suyuji's natural grace and charm was becoming increasingly amazing. A single glance from her would be enough to drive most world-level cultivators insane with love, causing them to be willing to sacrifice themselves for her. Master! Suyuji smiled as she looked at Ning, but she felt a bit disappointed when she saw how Ning's eyes still remained very calm and tranquil. she said with a hint of resignation. "I thought I'd be able to affect you a little bit. It seems your ability to resist mesmerization is extraordinarily powerful." "As expected, given that you were able to go through the primessence chains. If you used your secret arts, I might be affected," Ning said with a laugh. "I would never do that to you," Su Yuji said. In truth, Ning wasn't sure if he would be able to withstand her. She was now a Tao Lord, after all. If she used her mesmerization secret arts with her Daolord level energy, she might not be able to take control over him, but it was likely that she would be able to affect him. She wasn't an ordinary Tao Lord, after all. She had trained in the legacy of Faxian the Exalted, a terrifyingly powerful Tao Lord. But of course, even if she was able to affect Ning, Ning would be able to summon his quadrescence lightning and water with a thought, using them to easily extinguish Su Yuji. The main problem was that the difference in power between them remained too vast. The Tao of Charm was not a Tao suited to close combat, it was meant to control and beguile foes. "Now that you are Tao Lords, everything has changed for you," Ning said. "With each step they take, Samsara Tao Lords walk between life and death. You have only taken the first step on your path. In the future, you must be even more careful and meticulous in your cultivation. I won't make any unreasonable requests of you, but I do expect the two of you to at least survive to reach the fourth step." "Right." Pilsaint nodded. "Failing in the Tao merge is one thing, but if I was to fail and die when breaking through to the second, third, or fourth steps, that would be a joke." Su Yuji was quite confident as well. For Samsara Tao Lords, every single step they took was akin to groping for a path through the darkness. Elder gods and ancestral immortals, as well as world-level cultivators, would be able to sense the prime essences of the universe. The prime essence of the Tao of the Sword, for example, would emanate an aura with extremely detailed information regarding the Tao, which would allow cultivators to safely train all the way up to the master class as a world-level cultivator. After that, you would be searching through the darkness. A single misplaced step would result in death. The Tao merge at the end would prove to be the greatest trial. If your Tao held even the slightest of imperfections, there was no way it could gain true eternity. The only result would be you dying and your Tao vanishing. Not even the likes of Su Yuji, Pilsaint, or Ning were confident in being able to succeed in the Tao merge. Their goal was to first do their best to become Tao Lords of the fourth step. If they couldn't even reach that level, they really would become the laughingstocks of the Brightshore Kingdom. As for the Tao merge, they'd worry about that after actually reaching the fourth step. Now that Su Yuji and Pilsaint were Tao Lords, the journey before the trio would be even smoother sailing than before. Tao Lords were naturally a powerful deterrent to any would-be attackers, allowing them to easily travel for nearly 3 centuries in complete peace. Slumber Lake Star was a place with a space-time transfer array. Whoosh! The array suddenly lit up. The array was activated just a short while ago. Why is it being activated again so soon? The elder gods and ancestral immortals who were responsible for overseeing this space-time transfer array were all puzzled and mumbled to each other. A short while later, 3 figures suddenly emerged from the space-time transfer array. The trio consisted of Ning, Pilsaint, and Su Yuji. When the 3 of them appeared and the Tao Lord auras of the latter 2 wafted outwards, the elder gods and ancestral immortals were so terrified that they didn't dare say another word. By now, there was no way Ning would choose to waste time in order to save a bit of travel expenses. They naturally chose to independently activate the arrays each time. We're fairly close to Vast Heaven Palace by now. We should arrive in about half a year, Ning said with a laugh. Congratulations, Master. Su Yuji smiled. You've been waiting far too long for this day. Yes. It has been far too long. Nin nodded slowly. The reason he cared so much about going to Vast Heaven Palace was because he truly missed his mother and father. Swoosh! A flying vessel appeared out of nowhere. Ning and the others entered the vessel, which then speedily departed. They needed to fly for roughly half a month, then go through a natural spatial vortex to reach a more distant location. This was how traveling through the primordial chaos was. In truth, very little of the time was spent going through space-time transfer arrays. The vast majority of the time was spent going through some rather problematic locations. Rumble. There was a chaos planet located within a region of primordial chaos that was fairly close to Slumber Lake Star. A fierce fight was going on upon the surface of the planet, causing quite a significant disturbance. Ning suddenly had a strange feeling. At his level of power, these feelings were generally quite accurate. Stop. Ning immediately brought his flying vessel to a halt and put it away. Master? Pilsaint and Su Yuji were both puzzled. Why had they suddenly come to a halt? Let's take a look up ahead, Ning said. A battle seems to be occurring upon that chaos planet. Pilsaint and Su Yuji were both puzzled. A battle? So what? What was the point of watching? Still, neither would go against Ning's wishes. They immediately followed Ning in flying over. 3 world-level cultivators and a number of elder gods and ancestral immortals were watching this battle from afar. This place was fairly close to Slumber Lake Star, a space-time transfer array, and so quite a few cultivators had come over to watch. Gentlemen, what is happening on that planet? Ning walked over to them. The watching cultivators all turned their heads, puzzled, towards Ning's group. They saw the white-robed youth, then saw the 2 figures behind him. Dao Lords? Greetings, Dao Lords. The 3 world-level cultivators were badly shocked. They hastily bowed. Dao Lords. The elder gods and ancestral immortals were quivering with fear. Ning instructed, tell me about the battle going on upon that chaos planet. For him to feel an affinity for it meant there had to be some sort of a connection to himself. One of the world-level cultivators, an elderly man, immediately said, right away, Senior. He didn't dare act negligently towards this white-robed youth. The youth looked like a world-level cultivator, but the 2 Dao Lords were standing behind him. Clearly, this youth's background was extraordinary. That planet has a total of 6 world-level cultivators who are split up into 2 groups, the old man said. I can tell that there are 2 sides. Ning frowned. He was able to see from 10 billion kilometers away that atop that chaos planet, there was a single world-level cultivator who was being assaulted by 5 others. He was just barely able to hold his own. On one side is the Clear Wind Temple. The 5 of them are working together to kill a common foe, a world-level cultivator of their mortal enemy, Vast Heaven Palace. The old man hurriedly sped up his explanation. Ning's face tightened. Vast Heaven Palace? No wonder he sensed a connection. Ning took a step forward, transforming into a streak of swordlight that tore through space. Through the blood drop evasion skill, he entered a different dimensional continuum as he charged towards that chaos planet at maximum speed. If one of the brothers of Vast Heaven Palace ended up being bullied by others before his very eyes, what a joke that would be. Senior, that's Clear Wind Temple. The old man cried out in alarm. He could sense the killing intent radiating off Ning. Clear Wind Temple was a force every bit the equal of Vast Heaven Palace. For world-level cultivators, such organizations were unfathomably vast and powerful. Master. Su Yuji transformed into a streak of light as well. The nearby cultivators were all dazed when they heard her address him as Master. What was going on? Why would a Dao Lord address a world-level cultivator as Master? So what if they belonged to Clear Wind Temple? Our Master belongs to Vast Heaven Palace. Pilsaint emanated a killing aura as well as he too transformed into a streak of light. The old man and the nearby world-level cultivators, elder gods, and ancestral immortals were all completely stunned. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 5, Dark North of Vast Heaven Palace. Book 29, Downlord, Chapter 5, Dark North of Vast Heaven Palace. By the time Ning emerged from the different dimensional continuum, he had already emerged directly outside that chaos planet. The 5 world-level cultivators of Clearwind Temple who were surrounding and attacking that lone figure on the surface of the chaos planet immediately noticed the intruder. Their leader, a muscular and tall world-level cultivator, immediately barked out, "Clearwind Temple is in pursuit of a thief. Fellow Dioist, leave immediately." Ning let out a cold snort, immediately transforming into a streak of swordlight. He moved at 4 times the speed of light as he charged over at maximum speed. As soon as Ning began to move, the world-level cultivators on the Chaos planet were all shocked. 4 times the speed of light? It must be understood that most world-level cultivators weren't even able to move at twice the speed of light, unless they specialized in certain speed-based secret arts. Downlords of the first step could generally move at double the speed of light, downlords of the second step could move at triple the speed of light, downlords of the third step could move at quadruple the speed of light, and downlords of the fourth step could move at quintuple the speed of light. Of course, this was just the normal speed. If you were skilled in evasive techniques or had a good evasion-type treasure, things would be completely different. Both, however, were extremely rare. How can a world-level cultivator move that fast? He must specialize in a movement art. The 5 world-level cultivators of Clearwind Temple immediately came to this conclusion. "I am Dark North of Vast Heaven Palace." Ning's cold, baleful voice instantly rang out within the air above the Chaos planet, and it struck against the hearts of those 5 world-level cultivators like thunder, causing their faces to turn pale. Vast Heaven Palace? Not good. Is that Brother Dark North? The belabored and surrounded azure-robed figure immediately called out loudly, "Careful, Brother Dark North. The 5 of them are not easy to deal with." He had heard of Dark North before. Downlord Salaski's incarnation in Vast Heaven Palace had told everyone of Dark North, letting them know that they had gained a new brother whose name was Dark North and who was just an elder god. According to what Big Brother Soulsky said, Dark North is just an elder god. But that doesn't seem to be right, the azure-robed man mused to himself. Stop him. He belongs to Vast Heaven Palace? Capture him as well and imprison them both into Blackwind Prison. Attack! The 5 cultivators of Clearwind Temple, upon realizing that Ning was from Vast Heaven Palace, immediately launched their attacks against him as well. 2 of them continued their assaults on the azure-robed figure while the other 3 began to charge towards Ning. Ning flew forwards like a streak of swordlight, not even drawing his black swords. He just gave them a cold look. Boom, dot. It was as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. A terrifying, awesome sword intent suddenly appeared on the surface of the Chaos planet, crystallizing into streaks of swordlight. Countless streaks of swordlight descended upon the world as the 5 world-level cultivators stared upwards in terror. In the face of this boundless rain of sword intent, the 5 were like nothing more than ants. How can he be this strong? Impossible. This sword intent, the 5 world-level cultivators were completely stunned. For the sword intent alone to be this strong, this man could wipe them out as easily as if they were ants. Utterly terrified, the 5 all produced white jade seals in their hands, then crushed them to beg for rescue. They didn't even think about fighting back, all they wanted to do was beg for aid. Whoosh! The endless sword intent crashed upon them like a wave, smothering and drowning all 5 of the world-level cultivators. The sword intent was as soft as cotton, quickly wrapping around all 5 world-level cultivators. Ning then took out a gourd and opened it, allowing its opening to exert a tremendous sucking power. Swoosh! All 5 cultivators were instantly drawn inside. With but a thought, Ning dismissed the sword intent from the skies. As far as Ning was concerned, these 5 world-level cultivators truly were like ants. The difference in power between him and them was simply enormous. Ning, however, didn't wish to be rash. He'd first capture them, then decide later whether or not to kill them. Brother Dark North? The azure-robed man stared blankly at Ning. He was rather dazed right now. Big Brother Soulsky, didn't you say that Brother Dark North was just an elder god? For him to have reached the world level was one thing. How did he become this powerful? He didn't even have to attack, his sword intent alone was enough to capture all 5 of those world-level cultivators. 2 of them were supreme world gods. My name is Eastherd. The azure-robed man suppressed his puzzlement as Ning walked towards him, then said, Brother Dark North, thank you for saving my life. Brother Eastherd, I just so happened to move past this area on my way to Vast Heaven Palace. Ning smiled. What, you've heard of me before? I have. The azure-robed man nodded immediately. Big Brother Soulsky told us about you long ago. He said that you are an elder god who is close to a world god's level of power, and that you'd be making a breakthrough quite soon. But now, it seems that you have not only reached the world level, you are so powerful as to render me speechless. Ning chuckled. Indeed. When he met Downlord Soulsky, he was just an elder god. Has Big Brother Soulsky returned from the Waveshift world yet? Ning immediately asked. Not yet. Eastherd shook his head and sighed. He's still trapped in the Waveshift world, with his incarnation standing guard over Vast Heaven Palace. His incarnation has mentioned you to us before. Ugh, the Waveshift world is an estate world left behind by an eternal emperor. An eternal emperor. Waveshift was no ordinary eternal emperor at that. Ning nodded. The Waveshift world was one of the many danger zones of the Endless Territories. Quite a few Downlords of the 4th step had perished in that place, but a steady stream of them continued to enter it. This was because Emperor Waveshift had left behind certain incredible treasures within that place. Emperor Waveshift was no ordinary emperor, he was incredibly skilled in the art of numerancy, to the point of being acclaimed as the #1 numerancy diviner in all the Endless Territories. Later, he had left to go out adventuring. His estate had become an ownerless item, with generations of Downlords venturing into it to seek out their fortunes. Downlord Badlands was also very skilled in numerancy. He had even erected his own school within the Waveshift Everworld. There were many other major powers who felt certain that he must have received one of Emperor Waveshift's legacies. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 figures flew in from afar. They were Pilsaint and Su Yuji. Although they were both Downlords, they were slower than Ning in both teleporting as well as raw flying speed. 2 Downlords. Eastherd was badly shocked. Master, what happened to those people from Clearwind Temple? Pilsaint asked. Master, you moved too fast. Su Yuji laughed. Ning nodded, then looked at Eastherd. Eastherd, let's leave immediately. This place is very close to Clearwind Temple's territory, it'll be dangerous for us to stay here too long. Eastherd was stunned upon hearing these 2 Downlords address Ning as master. Upon hearing Ning's words, he immediately nodded. Right. Let's hurry up and leave. Let's go. Ning produced his flying vessel, and all 4 of them immediately boarded it. The vessel quickly disappeared into the skies. Aboard the flying vessel, Eastherd stared at Pilsaint and Su Yuji, then looked at Ning. Downlords? Eastherd looked at Ning. Brother Dark North, these 2 Downlords are your retainers? Is that really so surprising? My master can become a Downlord whenever he wishes. Even now, he's still much more powerful than the 2 of us, Pilsaint said. You haven't seen our master's true power yet, Su Yuji said. Eastherd was secretly speechless. But it was true, he really had seen nothing at all. Just now, Ning had merely exerted a bit of his sword intent in order to capture the 5 foes. That couldn't even be considered a real attack. Brother Eastherd. Ning immediately asked, how did you end up in a fight against Clearwind Temple, and on their territory? Clearwind Temple was located extremely close to the territory that battle had just taken place in. Vast Heaven Palace, however, was still another 11 territories away. It'd still take them another half-year to reach it. Half a year wasn't a long period of time, given how long most cultivators lived for, but it wasn't exactly short either. Half a year was enough for you to die countless times in a life-and-death battle. These two mighty sects were 12 territories away from each other. They had their own territories and nursed old grudges against each other. They could be considered mortal enemies. As for this matter, it has to do with one of my disciples. Eastherd shook his head. 20,000 years ago, when I was wandering the outside world, I encountered a young fellow who was incredibly talented and also very kind-hearted. I took him on as my disciple and watched him grow, providing some occasional guidance in secret. Who would have thought that he would end up harvesting a treasure that would attract the attention and pursuit of Clearwind Temple? Of course I had to rescue him. But Clearwind Temple is very close to this place, and many world-level cultivators quickly came to aid their forces. That's why I ended up being surrounded and attacked by 5 of them at once. If it wasn't for you, Brother Darknorth, I probably... Ning slowly nodded. When I captured those 5 from Clearwind Temple, they all shattered jade talismans. Most likely, they were sending out a distress call. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 6, Love Will Find a Way. Book 29, Downlord, Chapter 6, Love Will Find a Way. Right. They had to have been calling for reinforcements. Eastherd's face turned solemn. Our return to Vast Heaven Palace will probably be a difficult one. Difficult? Ning looked at Eastherd. What difficulties are there? Pilsaint asked. The feud between Clearwind Temple and our Vast Heaven Palace is an old one. Both sides have accumulated countless grievances over the course of many years. You could call us mortal enemies, I suppose. They aren't any weaker than us, Eastherd said. Clearwind Temple has 4 Downlords, one of which is a Downlord of the 4th step. 2 are at the 3rd step, while one is a Downlord of the 1st step who only broke through thanks to a pseudo-samsara pill. Just now, when you attacked, those 5 world-level cultivators all shattered their jade medallions to send out distress calls. When Clearwind Temple notices so many of its cultivators sending out distress signals simultaneously, they'll send at least a Downlord of the 3rd step. They might even send out their Downlord of the 4th step, Patriarch Clearwind himself. A Downlord of the 4th step, Pilsaint murmured softly. The nearby Su Yuji looked rather solemn as well. Ning nodded, then smiled. No need to worry. Use generals to deal with soldiers, use earth to defend against floods. He felt quite confident. He had 5 mighty golems by his side. He truly wasn't worried about most Downlords of the 3rd step. In addition, the Brightshore Kingdom's star map was so incredibly detailed that it even included information regarding the Downlords of Clearwind Temple. Clearwind Temple only had a single member who would pose a threat to Ning. That person was the temple's founder, Patriarch Clearwind. He was extremely formidable, on par with Downlord Soulsky. Even amongst Downlords of the 4th step, he was extremely formidable. If we really are so unlucky as to encounter Patriarch Clearwind, I'll have no choice but to use up one of my Dao Seals, Ning mused to himself. If that really does end up happening, I'll just chalk it up to helping Vast Heaven Palace get rid of a mortal enemy. The deceased hegemon's Dao Seals possessed unfathomable power and could easily slay Downlords of the 4th step. Alas, Ning only had 2 such Dao Seals. He wasn't willing to use them unless absolutely necessary. These items couldn't simply be purchased anywhere. The flying vessel continued to advance at high speed. Aboard the vessel, Eastherd said with worry, the Downlords of Clearwind Temple can move much faster than us. It'll take us half a year to reach Vast Heaven Palace, but that'll be more than enough time for them to catch up to us. Ning nodded. He was roughly comparable to ordinary Downlords of the 3rd step in speed, but if they elected to pursue him, they would send Dowlords who were skilled in movement techniques or in the manipulation of space. "Why don't we take a roundabout path?" Ning suggested. "That's a good idea," Pilsaint said immediately. "Vast Heaven Palace isn't that far off anyhow. I'd rather we take a long detour and spend an extra year or two. That way, we can avoid some trouble." "Right." Eastherd revealed a slightly embarrassed look on his face. "There's something else I need to disclose." "Please feel free to say anything," Ning said. Eastherd waved his hand, causing another figure to appear on the armored deck of the flying vessel. It was a very muscular youth whose skin was tinged with red. Flames were brimming in his eyes, while his head was completely bald. He actually looked like a fiend god who had been birthed from flames. "Master." The youth immediately fell to his knees. "This gentleman over here is your uncle, Master, Dark North." Eastherd introduced the nearby Ning. "My respects, Uncle Master." The youth was extremely respectful. Eastherd continued, "This is the young disciple I spoke to you about earlier. His name is Sparrow and he's quite talented. To become an elder god within 20,000 years of cultivation, he is indeed quite talented," Ning praised. "This disciple of mine offended Clearwind Temple because he sought to harvest a certain treasure to rescue his Dao companion," Eastherd said. "Save his Dao companion?" Ning's heart suddenly shook. He once more glanced at the flame-wreathed youth before him, his gaze much softer than before. "Just now, he begged me to send him back to his homeland and let him save his Dao companion." Eastherd looked at Ning rather awkwardly. "But my disciple's homeland is within a territory that's close to Clearwind Temple. It's entirely possible that we'll run into one of their Dowlords." Ning laughed. "Ha, I imagine Clearwind Temple wouldn't expect us to actually dare to double back. And, based on what I understand, none of those four are skilled in numerancy. We've already chosen to take a roundabout path, we might as well first pay a visit to young Sparrow's homeland." "Thank you, Uncle Master Dark North." Sparrow felt tremendously grateful. He actually knew that this request of his was rather excessive. This had started out as a rather minor matter, but things only grew worse and worse, causing the world-level cultivators of both sides to get involved. However, he truly was worried about his Dao companion. He was afraid that if he took too much time, his Dao companion's true soul would disperse. A silver flying shuttle gleamed with light as it hurtled through the emptiness of space. Within this flying shuttle sat a Dowlord who was dressed in handsome silver robes. Behind him stood two world-level cultivators who awaited his commands. The rules of Clearwind Temple were actually quite strict. Dark North of Vast Heaven Palace? The silver-robed Dowlord sat there, murmuring softly to himself. Such audacity. This Dark North actually dared to attack within the territory under our control. He really is courting death, one of the world-level disciples below him said. Don't underestimate him. The silver-robed Dowlord said calmly, based on what I saw when I inverted the flows of spacetime, Dark North was actually able to defeat the 5 of them with just his sword intent alone. He even has 2 Dowlords of the first step as his retainers. He most likely has reached incredible heights in the Dao of the sword. He may have even mastered a supreme Dao. But, no matter what, he's still just a world-level cultivator. When facing me, the only result will be his death. The silver-robed Dowlord was quite confident. He was a Dowlord of the 3rd step. Not even the likes of Birchaloo or Eastcult would be able to match him unless they first broke through to become Dowlords of the 1st step. Given what a high level of enlightenment he has reached, he must have had many strange encounters. The silver-robed Dowlord silently calculated what he should do. I'll capture him first. By then, his treasures will be mine. Swoosh! A flying vessel landed atop an ice-locked, ice-covered region. The cultivators who emerged from the vessel were Ning, Pilsaint, Suyuji, Eastherd, and Elder God Sparrow. This is one of the dangerous areas in my homeland, Sparrow said. This entire region is completely ice-locked, up to a distance of 800 million kilometers. Below it is an essence of utter cold. I sent my Tao companion deep into that essence, relying on its power to seal her away into ice and ensure that the poison in her body slows its spread. Ning swept out his god sense, only to discover that there was indeed a cave hidden extremely deep within the ice. Within lay a woman who was sealed in ice. Go! Hurry up and save your Tao companion, Ning said with a laugh. Dumb kid, why didn't you just ask me to come save your Tao companion? Why did you have to take the risk of harvesting the antidote? Eastherd shook his head. I couldn't find you, Master, Sparrow said in a low voice. Eastherd was speechless. Although he had been occasionally watching his disciple in secret, he had spent the majority of the past 20,000 years in secluded meditation. As his disciple grew increasingly powerful, Eastherd spent less and less time watching over him. When Sparrow's Tao companion had been in danger, Sparrow had wanted to ask his master for assistance. However, he couldn't even locate his master. Hurry up and go, Eastherd barked. Yes. Sparrow didn't dare to say anything else. He immediately used an evasion skill to delve deep into the icy ground. Enough time passed for a kettle of tea to be boiled. Two figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere atop the ice, one tall and muscular, the other slender and petite. The tall one was naturally Sparrow, while the slender one was a green-robed woman. The affection and love between the two was clearly quite deep, and it would only grow stronger after sharing this tribulation together. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Uncle Master. Thank you for saving our lives. Sparrow fell to his knees, as did the green-robed woman next to him. Eastherd accepted the obeisance in a calm manner. He had nearly died this time, after all. Ning smiled and nodded, but he had a complicated look in his eyes. These two Tao companions had been reunited, but how long would it be before him and Yue would be? Su Yuji glanced at Ning, a hint of a blissful smile on her face. Although the person in Master's heart is not me, at least I'm the only one who follows him and am the one by his side from dawn till dusk. It is enough. Because of you, I ended up fighting multiple world-level cultivators of Clearwind Temple. In fact, I'm afraid that even their Tao lords might be getting involved now. Eastherd continued, Sparrow, my disciple, I'm afraid that Clearwind Temple isn't going to just give up on chasing you. They are now chasing after both me and your uncle Master, and they'll probably take revenge upon you as well. But, it's for the best, I suppose. Come with me to Vast Heaven Palace. As for your homeland, take what you can with you. The Vast Heaven territory is quite vast indeed. Understood. Sparrow and his Tao companion both understood. That very day, the two of them teleported away some large continents, mountains, and rivers, then joined Ning and Eastherd in leaving this land and heading forth towards Vast Heaven Palace. In the blink of an eye, more than 4 years went past since Ning's clash against Clearwind Temple. A silver shuttle was halted in midair within the emptiness of space. Master, if we advance any further we'll be in the Vast Heaven territory. Two of the world-level disciples were rather uneasy. Vast Heaven territory. The silver-robed Tao Lord Blesswind, stared off into the distance. Indeed, the territory up ahead was the Vast Heaven territory. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 7, Ji Ning vs. a Tao Lord of the Third Step. Book 29, Tao Lord, Chapter 7, Ji Ning vs. a Tao Lord of the Third Step. Master, what should we do? Should we charge into Vast Heaven territory? The two world-level disciples both looked towards the silver-robed Tao Lord. The silver-robed Tao Lord smiled coldly. I have two ideas. Listen to them and tell me which one you would choose. The first is for us to enter the Vast Heaven territory, then wait for them at the space-time transfer array at the Vast Heaven Everworld. That way, it doesn't matter which territory Eastherd and Dark North travel from, in the end, they still have to go through the array to go to the Vast Heaven Everworld. The Vast Heaven Everworld was Vast Heaven Palace's base. If we just wait for them by that spacetime transfer array, we are guaranteed to catch them, the silver-robed Dowlord said. Vast Heaven Palace is some distance away from the spacetime transfer array. Even if we were to be discovered, we'd be able to flee in time. The faces of the two world-level disciples turned pale. They were essentially going to enter the enemy base? That was suicide. But of course, Dowlord Battlemaster of Vast Heaven Palace is skilled in numerancy. If and when he discovers that we are within the Vast Heaven Everworld, he'll begin to plot against us. His plots are quite terrifying. The silver-robed Dowlord continued, even if we escape, he'd probably catch us. Right. If Dowlord Battlemaster plots against us, we might not be able to escape. Master, entering the Vast Heaven Everworld is too risky. Both of the world-level disciples urged him to reconsider. The second method. The silver-robed Dowlord waved his hand, causing a furled star map to appear by his side in the air. The star map slowly opened up, and the silver-robed Dowlord stared at it. No matter what path they take, they still have to return to the Vast Heaven Everworld. Although there are 4 possible routes back to the Vast Heaven Everworld, there's 2 main nodes which they have to travel past. One node is right here, at the dimensional storms which we went past. The other is over here, through this vortex tunnel. If they wish to return to the Vast Heaven Everworld, they'll either have to go through either the dimensional storms or pass through this vortex, the silver-robed Dowlord said. His 2 disciples both nodded. This was how travel through the vast territories worked. There were many areas you could avoid, but some critical junctures were unavoidable. Your only option was to slowly fly through them or possibly teleport through them. But there are 2 possible places. There's no way we can stop them. The 2 disciples looked at their master. So choose one, the silver-robed Dowlord said. The rest is up to luck. He chuckled. If they are lucky and chose the other route, there's nothing we can do. If they just so happen to choose the place which we are guarding, then we'll be in a position to block their path. Both of these places are fairly far away from Vast Heaven Palace. We'll be in a position of much greater security. The silver-robed Dowlord looked at his 2 disciples. Shall we go to the Vast Heaven Everworld, or shall we go to one of the 2 nodes on the star map? The nodes. Let's choose the nodes. Both of his disciples immediately chose the nodes. Even an idiot would know that if they chose the Vast Heaven Everworld, they would most likely be forced to wait at the spacetime transfer array for quite some time. Given their master's power as a Dowlord of the 3rd step, he'd be able to immediately capture Eastherd and Dark North once they emerged within the formation, then immediately flee. This solution had a high chance of success, true, but it was simply too dangerous to spend that much time at Vast Heaven Palace's base. Then we'll choose, the silver-robed Dowlord gently tapped at a point on the unfurled star map. This place. The 2 disciples immediately looked at where he pointed. Their master's finger was tapping against the vortex tunnel. Ning's group had taken a very roundabout path, making a journey of half a year become a journey of nearly 2 years. Up ahead is the vortex tunnel. Eastherd was standing at the ship's prow, staring at the emptiness of space before them. He pointed at an enormous, pitch-black vortex off in the distance. Once we go through the vortex, we'll be able to reach Vast Heaven Palace in roughly half a month. Almost there. Ning revealed a smile. Vast Heaven Palace. He had waited far too long for this day. On the vessel, Sparrow and his Dao companion had been behaving in a very low-key manner. There were 4 others on this flying vessel, after all. One was Sparrow's master, the second was his uncle master, and the other 2 were Dowlords. Disciple. Eastherd looked at Sparrow as he spoke. There are no generational hierarchies in Vast Heaven Palace. We are all brothers, which is why we are very cautious when accepting new brothers into our fold. Formal members are only given a single talisman of welcome, and mine was given to my first disciple long ago. For now, just stay with me within Vast Heaven Palace. This can be considered a new, tempering experience for you. Yes, Sparrow and his Dao companion immediately said. But of course, the two of you could also beg Brother Darknorth for a chance, Eastherd said with a laugh. Your uncle Master Darknorth is probably going to become a Dao Lord soon. Once he does, he'll be the fourth Palace Lord of Vast Heaven Palace. Our Palace Lords have much more authority than the rest of us. They have the authority to directly welcome new cultivators into our ranks. Sparrow and his Dao companion both immediately looked at Ning. Ning chuckled. Once he became a Palace Lord, he'd have a bit more authority, true, but he still couldn't just randomly accept in new members. They had to be cautious with every new recruit. Otherwise, Vast Heaven Palace might end up like some other organizations which were filled with problems and strife. That would be terrible. Uncle Master Darknorth, Sparrow couldn't help but call out to him. This disciple of mine has a kind disp, Eastherd spoke out as well. I know what type of a person he is. Nin nodded. Sparrow was indeed a person who deeply valued his relationships. He was willing to risk his own life in order to save his Dao companion, something which Ning rather admired. Nin nodded. I'll handle Sparrow's entry into Vast Heaven Palace. Thank you, Uncle Master. Sparrow immediately expressed his gratitude. As for his Dao companion, Eastherd didn't say anything on her behalf. Recruiting people to join Vast Heaven Palace wasn't something to be done casually. In truth, Ning was only willing to help out because he approved of Sparrow's disposition. As for his Dao companion? For now, Ning didn't know what she was like. He naturally wouldn't promise anything rashly. Rumble. The flying vessel flew straight into the howling vortex tunnel. Within the vortex, space flowed like streams of water which the flying vessel advanced through at high speeds. Ning couldn't help but sigh. The vortex tunnel linking the three realms to the Badlands territory was riddled with dimensional cracks and tears that would appear at random. It was an incredibly unstable vortex tunnel. Even world-level cultivators, if they were unlucky, might be trapped within one of the dimensional tiers and be teleported to a completely unknown location. This vortex tunnel, however, was an extremely stable one. The vast territories held both stable and unstable vortexes. Generally speaking, only the stable ones would be used by cultivators. The exit is up ahead. The flying vessel spent 3 days flying through the vortex tunnel. Ning stood at the prow of the vessel, and he was dimly able to see a chaos planet up ahead in the void of space beyond the exit. Whoosh! The flying vessel surged out from the vortex tunnel. But right at this moment, boom! It was like it had rammed into some sort of barrier which crackled with dim light. Not good. Ning was in control of the vessel, and his face instantly turned pale. Freeze! A sonorous voice rang out, instantly filling the entire region and causing space itself to be frozen. A silver flying shuttle flew out from a distant pocket of chaotic space. Ning was able to clearly make out that there was a silver-robed man standing within that silver shuttle. He had a grand, imposing aura and was staring straight at Ning with cold eyes. That's Dao Lord Blesswind of Clearwind Temple. Eastherd was shocked. Dao Lord Blesswind? Pilsaint and Su Yuji's faces tightened a bit as well. The two of them had learned quite a bit about Clearwind Temple on this journey, and they knew Dao Lord Blesswind to be one of the temple's Dao Lords of the third step. At least it isn't Patriarch Clearwind. Ning wasn't worried at all. The only member of Clearwind Temple who could pose a threat to him was Patriarch Clearwind. But of course, if he appeared, Ning would simply have to use up one of his precious Dao seals to wipe the man out. As for this Dao Lord Blesswind? No need to use one of the seals at all. Darknorth of Vast Heaven Palace and Eastherd of Vast Heaven Palace, I believe? A silver-robed man emerged from the distant flying shuttle. He slowly strode through the primordial chaos, his manner grand and imposing. Dark North of vast heaven. You actually have 2 downlords of the first step serving you. Impressive, impressive. But since you've chosen to make an enemy out of Clearwind Temple, I'll have to do what I have to do. I do want to confirm with you, though, are you truly a member of Vast Heaven Palace? According to Clearwind Temple's information, there was no one named Dark North amongst the fairly few formal members of Vast Heaven Palace. Given that Dark North had 2 downlords of the first step serving as his retainers, and given that his sword intent alone was enough to capture 5 powerful world-level cultivators, he definitely was far too strong to be an irrelevant and nameless figure. Logically speaking, if he was an actual member of Vast Heaven Palace, Clearwind Temple would have found out about him long ago. This is our first time meeting each other. It can be said that we were brought together by karma. The white-robed Ning just stood there at the prow of his flying vessel, his black scabbard on his back. I, Dark North, am indeed a member of Vast Heaven Palace. In the future, Clearwind Temple will remember my name well. In the future? I'm afraid you won't have a future. The silver-robed downlord shook his head and sighed. I just randomly chose a place to wait for you. Who would have thought I'd end up actually catching a genius such as yourself? If you have to blame anything, blame your own bad luck. No, no. You are the one with bad luck. Ning smiled, but his smile was as cold as ice. Swish. Ning's flying vessel instantly charged towards the silver-robed downlord at high speeds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 8, Inside Vast Heaven Palace. Book 29, Downlord, Chapter 8, Inside Vast Heaven Palace. Impudence. The silver-robed downlord laughed coldly. You really don't know your own limits. As he spoke, he waved his right hand casually through the void of space. His sleeves instantly began to flutter as a black wind flew out from within it, instantly filling the surrounding area for 1,000,000 kilometers around, then sweeping straight towards Ning's charging vessel. Aboard the vessel, Su Yuji and Pilsaint both had solemn looks on their faces. As for Eastherd, he was panicking. Sparrow and his wife simply watched. Elder gods weren't even qualified to take part in a battle at this level. Ning just let out a cold snort. Rumble, lightning and water suddenly surged out of him. The golden lightning and the jade-green water instantly burst out into the void, and they actually seemed to twine around each other in a complementary manner as they almost instantly transformed into swordlight. Endless amounts of swordlight furiously merged together, coalescing into the yin-yang sword domain. At his current level, Ning's yin-yang sword domain was now more brutal, savage, and terrifying than ever before. A yin-yang sword domain formed from quadrescence lightning and quadrescence water was more than enough to annihilate a downlord of the second step. Although there was a big difference in power between a downlord of the second step and a downlord of the third step, it would still be quite difficult for the latter to slay the former with ease. Downlord Blesswind was skilled in the Tao of Wind, and he was able to easily slay downlords of the second step in close combat. He would not, however, be able to wipe them out from a distance merely by using a few secret arts. In the end, downlord Blesswind was nothing more than a downlord of Clearwind Temple. He simply didn't have any earth-shatteringly powerful secret arts. Ning's sword domain of lightning and water was capable of slaying downlords of the second step, but this Black Tempest was not. When these two surges of power clashed against each other, whoosh! The dominating sword domain of water and lightning forcibly ripped the Black Tempest into shreds, then continued to surge towards downlord Blesswind in a savage manner. What? Downlord Blesswind's face instantly turned pale. Impossible. How could my secret art be defeated by a world-level cultivator's secret art? This was an absolute joke. But the two world-level disciples of downlord Blesswind were completely stupefied. Ning's vessel. Eastherd, Sparrow, and his Tao companion had been extremely nervous. Now, They were just as stupefied as Tao Lord Blesswind's disciples. The secret arts of a Tao Lord of the third step had been broken, just like that? Pilsaint and Su Yuji glanced at Ning, their eyes filled with veneration and awe. This was a Tao Lord of the third step. Their own master had actually won in a competition of secret arts against this figure. It seems you must have had some truly lucky encounters. Your Tao seal was quite powerful, but it won't be able to do anything to me. The silver-robed Tao Lord Blesswind quickly regained his calm. He had immediately decided that Ning must have used a Tao seal, as he still refused to believe that a world-level cultivator could possess a secret art of such unearthly power. And in truth, it made sense. This sword-intent domain of lightning and water was a product of many factors. It was created by Tao Lord All-God, utilized in accordance with the 7 leaf pill chapters of the Paragon of Pills, and controlled by Ning's powerful Azure Flower Mist energy. This was why it has such tremendous might. Then die beneath my blade. Tao Lord Blesswind suddenly produced an enormous long saber in his hands. Whoosh! His silver robes fluttered as he instantly charged through the skies, holding the long saber in a double-handed grip. Although Ning's sword domain furiously assaulted him, Tao Lord Blesswind charged forwards with incredible valor, his divine power flaring outwards and completely resisting the attacks. Clearly, the sword domain wasn't nearly strong enough to deal with Tao Lords of the third step. All it was able to do was have a bit of constrictive power over him. He moved straight through the sword domain, and his icy gaze was filled with a murderous intent. Upon seeing this, Ning couldn't help but sigh. This yin-yang sword domain was already his most powerful attack, on a slightly higher level than even his close combat abilities. Alas, he still wasn't able to do anything to his opponent. In the end, he was still just a world-level cultivator, and his attacks weren't enough against a Tao Lord of the third step. He had no choice but to rely on an outside form of assistance. Die! Tao Lord Blesswind's saber light flashed like the wind, tearing apart everything in its path as he continued to soar towards the vessel. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere in front of the flying vessel. It was a white-haired, icy-eyed man who held an ordinary-looking longsword in his hands. Go capture him, swordsman, Ning said. The white-haired man nodded, his face quite calm. He was the strongest of the 4 golem servants Ning had acquired from Emperor Mirrorsnow's legacy. Ning had chosen to summon him out of an abundance of caution, wishing to have a higher chance of success. A golem? As Tao Lord Blesswind continued his charge, his gaze fell upon the white-haired man's body. He was able to immediately tell that this was a golem, and a flash of avarice appeared in his eyes. Not only did he have that incredibly powerful lightning water Tao seal, he also has a seemingly strong golem. This world god named Dark North truly must have had some special experiences. I'll wager he has quite a few treasures on him. He might even have more than me. Ha ha ha, golem. You should accept me as your master instead. Tao Lord Blesswind's aura expanded even further. He refused to believe he would encounter a golem comparable to a Tao Lord of the fourth step, as those were far too valuable. He wasn't worried about this golem at all. The swordsman charged towards Tao Lord Blesswind as well. Rumble. Space tore apart as Tao Lord Blesswind and the swordsman golem began an utterly earth-shaking battle, even as Ning's sword domain continuously launched attacks against the Tao Lord. The swordsman had the power of a peak Tao Lord of the third step, and he was skilled in both unpredictable attacks and assassination techniques. His technique was completely based off of Emperor Mirrorsnow's Heart Seal sword art. Tao Lord Blesswind was truly quite formidable in close combat. Although he wasn't exactly a genius, he still had the power of a peak Tao Lord of the third step. He might have been weaker than the swordsman in close combat, making the battle rather difficult, but his secret arts allowed him to hold his own. What a powerful golem! How can it be this powerful? I feel as though he's a bit more powerful than even me. Tao Lord Blesswind was stunned to discover that the golem actually had the upper hand. However, he just barely holds an advantage over me. This golem is using up the chaos jewels inside of him. Once his energy is used up, he'll lose. Eh? Ning frowned when he saw this from atop his distant vessel. The swordsman is already the strongest of my 4 golems, but he still can't capture Dowlord Blesswind? It seems I'll have to have the fisherman and the emperor emerge as well. But right at this moment, Suyuji suddenly clenched her teeth. She was standing right next to Ning, and her face instantly turned red as a streak of crimson light flickered in her eyes. An invisible ripple of power instantly surged through the skies and shot towards the distant Dowlord Blesswind. The distant Dowlord Blesswind, who was still engaged in a battle against the swordsman, suddenly moved sluggishly for a brief moment, as though he had been distracted for a moment. Swoosh! The swordsman already held the upper hand. In this moment, his longsword suddenly coiled outwards like a whip, instantly wrapping itself around Dowlord Blesswind's body. Dowlord Blesswind struggled furiously to break free, but that was no easy feat upon already being bound. Come in. The swordsman produced a gourd in his hand, then caused it to emit a powerful attractive force that drew Dowlord Blesswind into it. The swordsman turned his head to glance at Ning, then was drawn back into the estate world within the mirrors, now painting once more. No. Master. The 2 world-level disciples in the silver shuttle were completely stunned. They were also completely surrounded by that sword domain of lightning and water. They knew exactly how powerful this sword domain was, and so they didn't dare to fight back at all, allowing Ning to capture them as well. We won. A look of completely disbelief was on Eastherd's face. That was, Sparrow and his wife were both stunned as well. They felt that this Uncle Master was simply far too powerful. He was a world-level cultivator who not only had 2 Dowlord retainers, he had even been able to capture a Dowlord of the 3rd step. They had never even heard of such power before. Ning chuckled. I had to rely on the power of my golem. I myself wouldn't have been able to defeat a Dowlord of the 3rd step. Golems are part of your total power as well, Eastherd said hurriedly. Ning then glanced at the nearby flame fairy Suyuji. She gave him a very smug wink. Eastherd and the others might not have noticed anything, but Ning was in control of the sword domain that covered this entire region. He was able to sense that ripple of invisible power surge outwards. Quite impressive, Ning congratulated mentally. You were able to shake a Dowlord of the 3rd step. Just now, I used the 9th art of Feitian. I'm confident in my abilities to shake Dowlords of the 2nd step. As for those of the 3rd step, it depends on their mental strength and their heart force. If I encountered someone formidable in this regard, there would be nothing I could do. From the looks of things, this Dowlord Blesswind didn't have a particularly impressive Dowheart, Suyuji sent back. Ning couldn't help but sigh. The legacy of Feitian the Exalted truly was incredible. It allowed the user to actually dominate and control those on the same level of power. Even if the target was on a higher level of power, it would still have an effect on that person. But of course, if you encountered someone with a particularly powerful heart, there would be nothing you could do. Heartlord Soulwind, for instance, would have been far more impressive against such secret arts than Dowlord Blesswind, even when he was merely at the world level. After capturing Dowlord Blesswind, Ning continued to advance. Half a month later, he arrived at the Vast Heaven Everworld. That right there is Vast Heaven Palace. Eastherd pointed at the peaks of a distant mountain range. One could see a cluster of palaces through the many clouds. Vast Heaven Palace? Ning stared at the distant Vast Heaven Palace, his breathing rather irregular. Some tears had appeared in his eyes as well. Ever since he had left the 3 realms, he had been hoping he would be able to make it to Vast Heaven Palace. And now, he had finally made it. His primal twin was finally going to be able to make it back to the 3 realms and search for the souls of his parents within the River of Destiny. Father. Mother. In this moment, Ning's mind was not present here in Vast Heaven Palace. It was completely focused upon his deceased mother and father. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 9, Within Vast Heaven Palace. Book 29, Downlord, Chapter 9, Within Vast Heaven Palace. Whoosh! Ning's group soared through the void as they flew towards Vast Heaven Palace. I've already sent a mental message to the other brothers of Vast Heaven Palace, Easter said. All right. Ning stared towards the direction of the distant palace. As for Pilsaint and Su Yuji, both were quite curious as well. What was it like, this place which their master had been planning to go to for so long? Sparrow and his wife were the most nervous. To them, Vast Heaven Palace was absolutely a sacred place. Is that, as they flew closer and closer, Ning realized that there were quite a few figures congregating around the palace gates of Vast Heaven Palace. 3 of the ones standing at the very front radiated Innate-level auras. Big Brother Soulsky? Ning immediately recognized Downlord Soulsky, who stood at the very front of the group. But the aura seems a bit different. Ah, this must be his avatar. Ning. Downlord Soulsky laughed heartily, his laughter echoing within the skies. Big Brother Soulsky. Ning was filled with delight as he led Pilsaint and Su Yuji to descend towards them. Long time no see. And you've already reached the world level. Downlord Soulsky nodded in a satisfied manner as he looked at Ning, then turned his gaze to Pilsaint and Su Yuji. The two were standing behind Ning, but there was no way he could ignore their presence. The two were already Downlords, after all. Downlord Soulsky said, Yuji, it's only been a short while since we last met. Who would have thought you'd train even faster than Ning? You've already become a Downlord. Downlord Soulsky and Su Yuji were old friends by now. When he had taught Ning, he had also provided Su Yuji with guidance on occasion. It was all thanks to Master's aid that I reached this level, Su Yuji said. And Master has always been stronger than me. Even though I am now a Downlord, I'm still inferior to Master. Brother Dark North truly is formidable, the nearby Eastherd hastily interjected. I didn't have a chance to let you know, since I just returned, but I was beset upon by 5 world-level cultivators of Clearwind Temple. Thankfully, Brother Dark North intervened and helped me out, allowing me to escape that predicament. Just by using his sword intent alone, he was able to easily capture the 5 of them. Clearwind Temple? A white-robed, blue-haired man standing next to Downlord Soulsky suddenly frowned. Battlemaster, we can discuss these minor matters later, Soulsky interrupted. The most important thing for us to do today is to formally welcome Brother Ning into our ranks. Ning felt quite moved. Although he hadn't spent much time alongside Soulsky, the latter truly had treated him in a sincere manner. Ning, it wasn't easy for you to travel all the way here from the Badlands territory. Back then, Su Yuji was an elder god, but now even she has become a Downlord. I imagine you must have experienced many things, Soulsky said. Too true. Ning shook his head, rather wistful. Shortly after I found out that you were trapped in the Waveshift world, I elected to leave the Badlands territory. Logically speaking, I should have reached Vast Heaven Palace a long time ago, but midway through I was suddenly abducted by the almighty hegemon of the Brightshore Kingdom and taken there. Ning didn't hide anything. Given how strong he had become, there was no way to hide such information. Take Lord Dawnstar as an example. Anyone in the Endless Territories who was even slightly well-informed knew who he was. Who could possibly be unaware that he was the Palace Lord of the Saber Palace of the 12 Palaces of Brightshore? The Brightshore Kingdom? Downlord Soulsky was completely shocked. The Brightshore Kingdom was one of the 6 major powers of the Endless Territories, and the almighty Brightshore hegemon was publicly acknowledged as being the leader of the 3 hegemons. For mighty figures such as Verge-level Downlords, the fact that the Brightshore Kingdom would occasionally abduct a few cultivators wasn't exactly a secret. Being abducted by the Brightshore Kingdom can be incredibly dangerous, but, judging from the looks of things, it turned into quite a blessing for you, Ning. Solsky looked at him. Ha ha. It was indeed. I encountered Pilsaint in the Brightshore Kingdom. Ning glanced at the nearby Pilsaint. Pilsaint felt a bit embarrassed. He immediately said, I was probably the first person to fight against Master in the Brightshore Kingdom. Unfortunately, he beat me with ease. To be honest, the Flame Fairy and I only gained our freedom thanks to Master's assistance. While Ning and Solsky were chatting, the other brothers of Vast Heaven Palace were carefully inspecting this new brother of theirs. When they heard the two Tao Lords address him as Master, they were quite stunned. Monsters like this only existed in legends. Who would have thought that they'd encounter one in the flesh? Brother Ning is incredibly talented, but he's never had a good master. Solsky chuckled. In Brightshore Kingdom, you truly would have had the chance to soar into the heavens. Ha ha ha. I've been so busy chatting with you that I forgot to make the introductions. Come. This gentleman here is our Tao Lord Battlemaster, and he is also a Tao Lord of the fourth step. Ning turned to look at the long blue-haired man dressed in white robes. The man had a warm smile on his face and an extraordinary demeanor. Ning immediately bowed and said, Dark North greets you, Big Brother Battlemaster. A Tao Lord of the fourth step had essentially reached the apex of a certain Tao. After that was the eternal Emperor level. Tao Lords of the fourth step were never easy to deal with. I once tried to use numerancy to divine your future, Brother Dark North, only to find that everything was clouded and far beyond my abilities to see. Tao Lord Battlemaster smiled. Now that I see you have two Tao Lord retainers, I understand how truly extraordinary you are. If my calculations are correct, these two Tao Lords should have broken through naturally, rather than relying on pseudo-samsara pills. They broke through on their own? The other brothers of Vast Heaven Palace were all rather speechless. When they had seen two Tao Lords of the first step, they had assumed that both had relied on pseudo-samsara pills. The stronger Ning is, the better. Vast Heaven Palace has gained yet another powerful brother. Solsky introduced the next person. This gentleman next to me is our newly ascended Tao Lord Brightfish. He is now a Tao Lord of the second step. Dark North. Tao Lord Brightfish smiled at him. Ning felt quite startled, but on the surface he responded in a very calm manner, Big Brother Brightfish. Brightfish was absolutely gorgeous. In terms of appearance, he was every bit the equal of Su Yuji. It must be remembered that Su Yuji trained in the techniques of Fei Xin the Exalted, and possessed such great charm that her smiles alone were incredibly alluring. Although Tao Lord Brightfish wasn't that charming, he truly was shockingly handsome, and he also had a willowy, elegant form. And yet, judging from his aura, Ning was certain that he was male, but his face and his body was comparable to that of a peerless beauty, but he was a man? No wonder Ning was so flabbergasted. This is Brightfish's avatar, Solsky said. Brightfish himself is adventuring in the outside world. He's far more talented than both myself and Battlemaster. You praise me too much, Big Brother, Tao Lord Brightfish hurriedly said. Solsky laughed loudly. Not at all. Ning, as for our other brothers, I'll introduce you to them later, over some drinks and conversation. Ning nodded but couldn't help but ask, what about the three Wujiao god beasts? Everyone fell silent. Tao Lord Solsky let out a sigh. Northrest, ugh. Those three Wujiao god beasts caused Northrest's death. Vast Heaven Palace would never let them off for that. Although they fled long ago, Battlemaster was able to use his numerancy to divine their location. The three of them were wiped out by us long ago. And so a question that had plagued Ning for quite some time was answered. Next was the welcoming banquet, where all the brothers of Vast Heaven Palace gathered together. They all drank wine and chatted happily. Vast Heaven Palace had no hierarchies, every single member was a good brother to the others. Even Dao Lords would merely be respectfully addressed as Big Brother due to their power. This was just the type of atmosphere Ning liked, and he could sense that everyone treated him with sincerity. Over the course of the banquet, Ning got to know more than half of the brothers of Vast Heaven Palace, as well as some who were still adventuring in the outside world. After the banquet. Ning, Vast Heaven Palace is quite a large place. We have many residences within it, most of which are empty. This one, that one, and that one, all of them are free for the choosing. Just pick whichever one you like. After the banquet, Soul Sky personally guided Ning off. Then I'll choose this one. Ning made his choice. Right. When do you wish for us to hold the formal welcoming ceremony? Soul Sky looked at Ning. Technically, Ning simply had the talisman of welcome, he hadn't actually joined Vast Heaven Palace. A month from now, Ning said. Right now, the most important task before him was resurrecting his parents. All right. Soul Sky was in no rush. To cultivators, a month truly was nothing. Vast Heaven Palace. Within the Dark North Estate. Pill Saint, Yuji, I need to go into secluded meditation for a period of time. If there's nothing important, do not disturb me, Ning instructed. Yes, Master. Pill Saint and Su Yuji both acknowledged the order. Ning nodded, then entered his meditation chambers. Rumble, the doors to the meditation chambers swung shut. Ning sat down in the lotus position, then closed his eyes. His mind was completely focused on the distant three realms. The primordial chaos outside the three realms. A black-robed Ning was striding through the dimensions. He quickly emerged from his own estate and arrived in the void of the three realms. Whoosh! The black-robed Ning stepped into yet another dimension as he stood there within the three realms, sensing the fluctuations rippling through it. It had been far too long since he had entered the three realms and the area of influence its essences held sway over. For many years now, this had been a forbidden area for him. If he dared to take so much as a single step into it, he would have died and his Tao would have vanished. The three realms. The black-robed Ning swept his gaze across the 3,000 major worlds and the trillions of minor worlds. Even everything within the celestial realm and the netherworld kingdom was contained within his gaze. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 10, The Three Realms. Book 29, Tao Lord, Chapter 10, The Three Realms. The black-robed Ning's gaze was focused upon a river that flowed through the void. This river was the river of destiny. Destiny was omnipresent. All living beings had their own destiny. Even powerful cultivators like Ning or mighty eternal emperors had their own destinies as well. So long as you were alive, you would have a destiny all your own. These countless destinies came together to form an endless sea of destiny, with the destiny of the living beings of the three realms being merely a small rivulet of that endless sea. This void river was all but indetectable to ordinary living creatures, but Ning was able to see countless true souls flowing through that great river. Whoosh! Ning swept the river searchingly with his gaze. Father! Mother! Ning suddenly revealed a look of excitement on his face. He had discovered two true souls which were located right next to each other, rising and falling through the waves of the river together. Ning was very familiar with the auras given off by those two true souls. He would never be able to forget them. Those true souls were the true souls belonging to his father and his mother. Only major powers who had personally seen Yuchi Snow and each one would be able to locate their true souls within the endless flow of true souls in the river of destiny. Freeze! Ning sent out his will. Rumble, an invisible, powerful stream of sword intent that was as gentle as water instantly encompassed the entire river of destiny, causing it to come to a complete halt. Merely seeing the river of destiny was easy, but to draw true souls out from within it and then revive them was incredibly difficult. This was because such an action represented going against the will of the heavens and changing the flows of destiny. It went against the very laws of the three realms themselves. However, Ning was now powerful enough to annihilate the three realms with ease. He was naturally able to easily accomplish a task like this. Still, if Ning's parents had perished in an everworld, there would be no way for Ning to retrieve their true souls from that everworld's river of destiny. This was because the repercussions of breaking an everworld's laws were far greater. Most likely, only eternal emperors and outlandishly strong downlords would be able to resist those repercussions. The river of destiny had been frozen in place. None of the countless mortal denizens in the three realms could sense the laws of the three realms trying to fight back, but the more powerful immortals and fiend gods of the three realms could. The Crescent World. Mount Inner Heart. Two figures were seated opposite of each other, holding a casual conversation regarding the world and the Tao. The river of destiny just came to a halt? The bearded, azure-haired man suddenly let out a surprised call. Most likely, only my disciple Ning is capable of forcing the river of destiny to come to a halt. Opposite the first man was a white-haired, white-bearded old man, Subhuti. These two were currently the two strongest members of the three realms. One was Ning's master, Subhuti, who had been ranked the top master of the Tao of spacetime in all the three realms. Ever since Fushi, Shinnon, Swearen, Daiwa's three purities, Lord Tathagata, Hui, and the others had all sacrificed themselves in the End War, Subhuti had become the #1 expert of the entire New Alliance. But of course, that was excluding Ning, who had long ago reached the world level. The other man was the Lord of all Fiends of the Seamless Gate. He was now their sole leader, Wind Fiend, and he had long ago surpassed the limits of the heavenly Daos in movement speed. Both were at extremely high levels of enlightenment and were far superior to most elder gods and ancestral immortals in this regard. Ever since Ning had reached the world level, he began to transmit many techniques back to the three realms. With those techniques guiding them, they instantly became far more powerful than they had been in the past. At present, they had reached such a high level of insight that they were able to break through to the world level whenever they wished. This was why they often sat together to discuss the Tao with each other. When all of their arrangements and preparations were complete, they would break through to the world level. It really is Ning. Windfiend's divine sense instantly spread out across all the three realms, discovering the black-robed Ning standing in the void of the three realms. He could sense that stately, awe-inspiring aura of majesty radiating out from Ning. Let's go! Subhuti waved a finger, causing a spatial vortex to appear next to them. Whoosh! The two both entered the spatial vortex, then hastened towards Ning. The river of destiny froze? Innate-level, in the eastern lands of the celestial realm. Buddha Maitreya sat above all others. He was now the new Lord Buddha of the Buddhist Sangha. He had always had a very high level of enlightenment, being just slightly inferior to Lord Tathagata himself. Ever since Ning had transmitted many new techniques to the three realms, he had grown much more powerful and was second only to the likes of Subhuti and Windfiend. Fruitflower Mountain. It's my junior apprentice brother. The Monkey King had been munching away at his food when he suddenly froze, then revealed a look of delight. Time to go take a look. Sun Wukong was an incredibly talented figure, and he was now one of the top 10 figures of the three realms. Daiwas Jade Cauldron, Kwafu, Holy Flame, Blood Swan, Umatba, and the other experts of the three realms all sensed the ripples and immediately hastened over there as well. The black-robed Ning stood there amidst the void of the three realms. He could sense space rippling in the area around him as one figure after another began to emerge. His master, Subhuti. His senior apprentice brothers Sun Wukong and Silvermoon. Buddha Maitreya. Buddha Umatba. Jade Cauldron. Blood Swan. They all began to appear, one after another, and Ning nodded in their direction. As for these immortals and fiend gods, they just watched afar, not moving to intervene. Ever since Ning had broken through to the world level, he had continuously transmitted techniques back to them. In truth, Ning was quite amazed. The cultivators of the three realms weren't necessarily all monstrous geniuses, but on the whole they were clearly far more talented than cultivators from other chaos worlds. The three sovereigns of mankind, Taoist three purities, Tathagata, Hui, without any guidance or legacies, they had reached such astonishingly great heights in enlightenment that they were able to battle against elder gods despite merely being at the true god level. This meant they were at a far higher level of enlightenment than most elder gods and ancestral immortals. If they were given good techniques or good teachers, the three sovereigns of mankind, Taoist three purities, Lord Tathagata, Hui, and the others all could have become world-level cultivators. It must be understood that Buddha Jueming originally hadn't been a particularly impressive member of the Buddhist Sangha. His innate talent was far inferior to the likes of Taoist three purities, Tathagata, and the others. It had been very hard for him to even reach the true god level. However, after spending many arduous years in Undermoon Lake as an Empyrean god, he had received the legacy techniques of World God Northrest and had thus been able to reach the Elder God level. This was a testament to how important good techniques and good teachers were. It wasn't just the three realms, even the experts of the seamless chaos world, such as Everwood, Demonheart, Devilhand, and Windfiend were also extremely spectacular figures who were comparable to Taoist three purities and Lord Tathagata. The Pangu chaos world and the seamless chaos world, the cultivators who arose from it are all far more talented and impressive than the cultivators in other chaos worlds. Ning was secretly amazed. There has to be a reason behind it. The endless primordial chaos was filled with mysteries and secrets. No one would ever dare claim that he or she fully understand it. Not even the almighty Hegemon could make that claim, and so Ning didn't spend too much time on this question. I've now perfectly joined 5 supreme Daos together. After I become a Dao Lord, I'll become much more powerful. By then, I should be able to buy some truly precious legacies and techniques, then transmit them to the three realms and strengthen it, Ning mused to himself. The techniques he had previously transmitted were all fairly ordinary. He had also transmitted a few ordinary techniques left behind by Northrest. As for the more valuable legacies, Ning had learned quite a few. He had learned from Emperor Mirrors now, had viewed the 80,000 plus sword arts in the sword pagodas of the Sword Palace, and had acquired the legacy of a deceased Hegemon as well as the 7 leaf pill chapters. However, he had sworn lifeblood oaths to never divulge any of them to others. Even though he was able to teach the first chapter of the 7 leaf pill chapters to others, that chapter only pertained to the Tao of Alchemy. How many cultivators truly focused in this Tao? Too few. If you wished to truly strengthen an organization, you needed all types of techniques and legacies, especially powerful ones. This was no easy task. Prior to today, I've only been able to transmit fairly ordinary techniques back, but the three realms has already strengthened dramatically. Master and Windfiend are about to break through to the world level at any moment, while Maitreya and the others might succeed as well. If I was able to transmit better techniques to them, my homeland might give birth to an entire crop of world-level cultivators. Ning eagerly awaited such a day, the day when the three realms truly skyrocketed in prominence. Ning continued to focus upon the River of Destiny. His gentle sword intent moved with incredible softness, but it contained unbelievable power. The gentle sword intent carefully embraced those 2 true souls within its grip. Rumble. The entire River of Destiny began to roil about in protest as a backlash began. Ning was incredibly careful. He obviously didn't care about the backlash, but he was worried that it might cause collateral damage to his parents' true souls. Even the slightest bit of damage might cause those frail true souls to instantly disintegrate. Poof. Ning's sword intent wrapped those 2 true souls in protective layers as it slowly drew them both from the depths of the River of Destiny. Rumble, the backlash from the River of Destiny grew increasingly powerful. Towards the end, the entire river began to writhe about as it fought to hold on to those 2 true souls. Ning's sword intent, however, continuously protected the true souls with layers of barriers, taking on the full force of the backlash head-on. Whoosh! Finally, the mass of swordlight flew out from within the River of Destiny. The River of Destiny had failed, and so it quickly regained its normal calm and continued to function stably as it had in the past. Success! Subhoodie, Windfiend, Sun Wukong, Jade Cauldron, and the others all revealed looks of delight when they saw this. Dark North, congratulations! Ning, congratulations! They all called out to express their congratulations. Now that the true souls had been drawn out, the next step of restoring their souls and manifesting bodies would be easy. Ning couldn't disguise his own excitement either. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 11, Heart Force, Level 5. Book 29, Downlord, Chapter 11, Heart Force, Level 5. Ning suppressed his excitement, then gently waved a finger and sent 2 streaks of chaos nectar outwards. His primal twin didn't have much chaos nectar, as it had been here defending the 3 realms this entire time. It did, however, have at least a few drops. Since Yuchi Snow and each one's souls and bodies weren't particularly powerful, a single drop of chaos nectar each was more than enough. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 drops of chaos nectar flew towards the 2 different true souls. The 2 drops quickly encompassed the 2 souls, then immediately and naturally began to build a soul around each true soul. Although it was also possible to use the 6 paths of reincarnation to form souls and bodies, those bodies and souls would be of fairly low quality. At most, they would allow the reincarnated individuals to at most be equivalent to natural-born sentient life forms. But if one directly used chaos nectar to rebuild a body and soul, it would result in the creation of a completely perfect body. But the souls were now fully formed. Instantly, the 2 souls rose up to stand there within the emptiness of the void. One soul was of Yuchi Snow, the other was of each one. The 2 had completely regained consciousness, and Ning was using his immortal energy to help them awaken the memories locked within their souls. At his current level of power, Ning was able to help them reawaken their memories with nothing more than a thought, even though Yuchi Snow and each one had actually died 2 lives ago. Ning. Son. The 2 stared at Ning in disbelief. Ning was rather excited. He immediately said, "Father. Mother. Don't worry about me right now. Let your fleshly bodies be remade first. All you need to do is wish for it to happen. The chaos nectar around you has marvelous properties and is capable of forming all things." Flesh and even clothes were beginning to form in the empty area around their souls. There was of course no way Ning would leave them unclad. Gradually, each one and Yuchi Snow were able to see many figures off in the distance. Soon, the 2 had fully materialized. Clad in snowy white furs, the 2 stood there in the emptiness of the void. The thing was, each one and Yuchi Snow actually had an additional set of memories. This set came from the life they had spent as Willow River Chuan and Eastflow Snow. Snow. Each one looked at his wife. Each one. Yuchi Snow stared back at him. They had been together in both the past life and the present life. During her life in Swallow Mountain, Yuchi Snow had died due to illness. Each one had suffered heavy wounds as well. In the end, he felt he had nothing else to live for and so had perished as well. The next life had been an even sadder one. In the end, the curse of the Seamless Gate had captured everyone in their city and used them to refine magic treasures, resulting in their souls being shattered. Ichuan and Yuchi Snow held each other's hands. Ning. Son. They turned their gazes towards Ning. What's going on? Each one was completely puzzled. The area around them was filled with empty space, and they were even able to see figures who radiated auras of incredible power off in the distance. Snow was both excited and puzzled. She had died, as had each one, right? And how was it that they were able to stand there within the emptiness of space as easily as standing on flat land? What was supporting them? But they felt certain that this all had to do with their son. Father, mother. All those bad things have come to an end. Nothing will be able to separate us ever again. Ning's voice was trembling slightly as he spoke. Snow's eyes immediately reddened and she walked straight forwards to embrace Ning. Ning hugged his mother back as well. His mother's embrace, it was as warm as it had been in his memories. Ning suddenly raised his head. His father, Ichuan, had walked over as well, and Ning reached out to include his father in their joint embrace. Their family of three was together again. As for Subhuti, Windfiend, and the other nearby figures, they all sighed as they watched with looks of envy. Many of them had been born from the primordial chaos or from heaven and earth. They had never had parents before. However, they could sense how deep the relationship between Ning and his parents were. As he embraced his father and his mother, the tension which had been within his soul for so many years was able to finally be released. And in this moment, Ning's heart force broke through to the fifth stage and began to rapidly expand in power. The end war of the three realms had resulted in Ning finally understanding the Heartsword realm and using it to slay Old Man Yuan. Logically speaking, he should have been able to step into the fifth stage of heart force at that time. However, he had too many things weighing down his heart, causing him to be stuck at that bottleneck. After leaving the three realms, he had entered the endless territories. He had experienced many things in the Brightshore Kingdom and the alternate universe, eventually linking 5 supreme Daos together in a perfect manner. His mind and his heart had both been strengthened tremendously, but he still remained stuck at that bottleneck. His heart had never been able to see through to the truth of life. Now, after reaching Vast Heaven Palace and rescuing his parents' true souls from the River of Destiny, Ning was finally able to truly relax. As a result, he naturally reached the truth level of heart force. Ning did have another firm desire in the deepest parts of his heart, reviving Yue. However, he knew exactly how difficult that would be. Even the number one expert in the Tao of Seals in the alternate universe, Emperor Manaseal, had been unable to revive his own disciple. Ning had never heard of someone successfully doing such a thing, which was a testament to how difficult it would be. But precisely because it was so difficult, Ning was able to face it fairly calmly. Boom! His heart force massively expanded. The many things he had experienced in recent years caused Ning's heart force to instantly skyrocket and reach the apex of the fifth stage. His heart force and his sea of consciousness joined together, causing certain changes to arise. If his heart force was a bit stronger, the fusion between his heart force and his sea of consciousness would have allowed him to establish a heart world. Only by establishing a heart world would one be truly considered a heart force cultivator, and those were truly, incredibly frightening figures. Heart force cultivators who had reached the verge as Tao Lords would have heart worlds that were as vast as an entire territory. At this point, the descent of their heart world projection alone would be enough to easily crush to death an ordinary verge-level Tao Lord. But using a heart world projection was merely the crudest way of fighting with heart force. True heart force cultivators had certain mysterious secret arts which were truly formidable. Birchelu, Eastcult, and Greatjoy had all mastered and joined multiple supreme Daos together, but Birchelu was a heart force cultivator. In an actual battle, he would have been stronger than both of the others. If Birchelu had managed to fully learn the Heart Sword art and learned how to perfectly mesh his heart force with his close combat abilities, his powers would have skyrocketed even further. Alas, the Heart Sword art was extremely difficult. Ning himself was a sword cultivator who was also skilled in heart force, which was why he had been able to reach a basic level of skill in it, but Birchelu was not. The void above the three realms. Ichuan and Snow both released their son, then smiled as they gazed at him. Ning, son. Tell us what in the world is going on. Your mother and I are both completely confused, Ichuan said. The story is a long one. I trust both of you know about the Seamless Gate, Ning said. The Seamless Gate. Ichuan and Snow both turned very solemn. We've heard of them. The stories say that they are the ones causing chaos throughout the three realms. The two of them had died due to the machination of the Seamless Gate. Right. That had been a true tribulation, and many of our seniors perished during it, Ning said softly. He couldn't help but think back to that grand final battle and those figures who had calmly sacrificed their own lives. But that war ended long ago. The Three Realms is now peaceful once more. I was bound by a lifeblood oath, and so I wasn't able to retrieve your true souls from the River of Destiny until today. Only then could I bring you back to life. River of Souls? True soul? Both Ichwan and Snow were a bit dazed. Neither of them had reached high levels of cultivation in either of their two lives. They had no idea that someone whose soul had been shattered could be brought back to life. Father, Mother. We can discuss these things later in the privacy of our home. Ning smiled, then turned and looked at the nearby figures. He called out, Master. Subhoodie flew over. Ji Ichwan and Yuchi Snow. The two of you certainly gave birth to a wonderful son, Father Subhoodie said with a laugh. Father, Mother, this person here is my master, Patriarch Subhoodie, Ning said. If it hadn't been for Master's guidance, I never would have reached my current heights. Ah ha ha. Ji Ning, your accomplishments were due to you and you alone. I didn't help much, Subhoodie immediately said. Ning continued, and that gentleman over there is the leader of the Seamless Gate, the Lord of all Fiends. The distant wind fiend nodded towards Ning's parents. With a flicker, he appeared next to Patriarch Subhoodie as well. I was racked by guilt when I learned that Ji Ning's parents died due to the actions of my Seamless Gate. Although it was Demonheart who instigated that calamity, I'm ashamed to say that I didn't act to stop him. The leader of the Seamless Gate? Ichwan and Snow were both stunned. The Seamless Gate was the major force behind the chaos that had swept the Three Realms. Supposedly, not even the leaders of the Taoist path or the Buddhist Sangha were able to do anything to them. How was it that their son knew people like this? How powerful had their son become, exactly? When the two of them had first perished, Ning hadn't even gone to the Black-White College. This person is Buddha Maitreya of the Buddhist Sangha. This person is Taoist Jade Cauldron of the Taoist path. Ning began to introduce the nearby immortals and fiend gods to his parents. Ichwan and Snow were growing increasingly confused. Although they hadn't heard of most of these figures, they had heard of a few of them and knew them to be figures whose reputations shook the Three Realms. These are now the most elite immortals and fiend gods of the Three Realms, Ning explained to his parents, then turned and said in a sonorous voice, Friends, I'm going to accompany my parents and leave for a time. In a few days, I'll invite you all to a grand feast that I will hold. You are far too kind, Dark North. This is the first time that Dark North is hosting an immortal banquet. We'll definitely attend. Ning smiled, said a few words to his master Subhoodie, then led his parents away. Father. Mother. Come with me. An aura of incredible sword intent covered the three of them, then hurtled them through the void to the home where Autumn Leaf, Bright Moon, Uncle White, Little Ching, and Blue Cliff Xiaoyu were residing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 12, A Foundation for the Three Realms. Book 29, Tao Lord, Chapter 12, A Foundation for the Three Realms. The Three Realms. The Grand Xiao World. Swallow Mountain. Long ago, Ji Ning had removed the entire Swallow Mountain area from the Grand Xia for the sake of protecting it from the Great War. Now that the calamity had come to an end, Ning had established his own major world, the Dark North World, and had planted the Ji clan into that world. As for Swallow Mountain of the Grand Xia, this was where Ning had grown up, and so he had rebuilt it. Autumn Leaf, Uncle White, Little Chang, and Bright Moon normally lived here. Serpent Wing Lake. Brightheart Island. Whoosh. Ji Ning, Ji Ichwan, and Yuchi Snow all appeared in the air above Serpent Wing Lake. It looks just like it did all those years ago. Ichwan and his wife Snow stood there in the air, staring at the lake. Serpent Wing Lake hasn't changed at all. One thing that did change was that the serpent-wing monster died long ago, Ning joked by their side. Ning, son, what on earth has happened in recent years? Snow looked at her son. I'll tell you later. Mom, Dad, look over there. Your granddaughter is coming. Ning pointed off into the distance. A black-robed maiden was flying towards them from afar, her face covered with joy. Behind her were Autumn Leaf, Uncle White, Little Ching, Blue Cliff Xiaoyu, Mu North Sun, and Immortal Diansai. Young Master. Senior Apprentice Brother. Master. They each called out joyfully towards Ning. As they flew closer, Autumn Leaf and Uncle White were stunned, especially Uncle White. He stared blankly at the two figures standing by Ning's side, and his tears suddenly came cascading downwards. Each one stared back at Uncle White, then revealed a smile. Little White. Big brother. Uncle White stared at each one. The two were like brothers, and they had ventured through life and death by each other's sides many times. They were extremely close to each other. Big sister Snow. Uncle White then looked at Snow. You all. Master. Autumn Leaf was extremely excited as well, and she hurriedly curtsied. Autumn Leaf? Snow smiled and nodded. Ning had 2 attendants by his side when he was young. Spring Grass had died long ago, but Autumn Leaf had been by his side this entire time. As for Ning, he stared at the black-robed maiden and barked, Bright Moon, get over here and pay your respects to your grandmother and grandfather. Bright Moon was rather stunned. She had heard of her grandparents, but had never met them before. Upon hearing Ning's orders, she immediately fell to her knees and said, Bright Moon greets you, grandfather and grandmother. Big brother, big sister Snow, this is Bright Moon. She's the daughter of Ji Ning and Yue, Uncle White immediately said. Our granddaughter? Ichuan and Snow were both overjoyed. When they died, Ning had still been quite young. Who would have thought that they'd suddenly have a grandchild? Rise, rise. Snow immediately lifted her granddaughter up. The more she looked at Bright Moon, the happier she felt. Bright Moon's appearance was similar to that of both Ning and Yue. Although she looked more like Yue, she did have some of Ning's traits as well. What a beautiful girl. I have such a beautiful granddaughter. Your mother must be a beauty as well. Ning, son, where's your wife? Didn't Little White say that your wife's name is Yue? Snow smiled. Everyone suddenly fell silent. Snow and Yuchi didn't know what was going on, but everyone else knew what had happened. Years ago, Yue had been publicly killed during the wars by the black-robed God King. Ning responded with perfect calm, she's gone. Ichu and Snow immediately understood. It seemed as though many things had happened over the years. Grandpa, Grandma, there seems to be many things you aren't aware of. Let me tell you. Bright Moon immediately began to warmly narrate the story to Ichuan and Snow. Shortly after you passed away, but before my father had joined the Black-White College, that's where I'll start the story. Ha ha. The two of you are going to be stunned by this. Seeing this, Ning just stood there and watched with a smile on his face. There was no need to hide any of his past history. Ichuan and Snow listened to their daughter, Bright Moon, narrate Ning's story. Every so often, Uncle White, Little Chang, or Xiaoyu would add in a few words as well. Even Ning's junior apprentice brother, Mu North Sun, would jump in to explain at some parts, as did Ning's master Immortal Diansai. Ichuan and his wife Snow were completely stunned by this story. This wasn't a story, it was an absolute legend. Although they knew that their son was a genius, how could they have imagined that their talented sword-wielding son of Swallow Mountain would become such a dazzling figure? He not only had reached parity with the highest-level immortals and fiend gods of the 3 realms, he had played a decisive role in ending the war. As for his current level of power, it was completely unfathomable. They also learned about Yue's death. Unfortunately, when her soul was destroyed, her true soul was torn apart. There was no way to revive her at present. A few days later, Ning held a Three Realms banquet at Brightheart Island of Swallow Mountain. All of the top-level immortals and fiend gods of the Three Realms came to take part. Of course, many of Ning's old friends came as well, such as the other members of Mount Innerheart, including Crazy G, Sun Mukon, and Reds Now. Even the likes of Northmont Byway and the Sloppy Taoist, who had been their eldest apprentice brother at the Black-White College, had arrived. This was Ning's first time hosting such a sumptuous banquet, and at the end he even expounded upon the Tao, bringing great enlightenment to many of the immortals and fiend gods of the Three Realms. On the other side of the primordial chaos. Vast Heaven Territory. Vast Heaven Palace. In the blink of an eye, more than a month passed after Ning's arrival at Vast Heaven Palace. This was the day of Ning's formal welcoming banquet. Ji Ning. Ji Ning. Tao Lord Soulsky was hollering towards him from far away. Big brother? Ning emerged from his estate, Su Yuji and Pilsaint by his side. Ning smiled. I could hear you screaming at me from far away. I wanted to see you a few days ago, but Pilsaint told me that you were in secluded meditation, Tao Lord Soulsky said with a laugh. My big brother wished to see me? Ning turned to glance at Pilsaint. Pilsaint hurriedly explained, Tao Lord Soulsky said that it was nothing important and told me not to disturb you, but... Tao Lord Soulsky nodded as well. There is no rush, but... Ji Ning, you really did me wrong this time. You captured Tao Lord Blesswing, a Tao Lord of the third step of Clearwind Temple. A Tao Lord of the third step. And you captured him. How could you hide such an incredible feat from me and not tell me? If it hadn't been for Brother Eastherd giving us a detailed narration a while ago, I would have had no idea whatsoever. Ning was startled. He immediately said, all right, that was definitely my fault. To be honest, Ning truly hadn't considered the capture to be a big deal. In his eyes, Clearwind Temple wasn't a threat at all. Even if Patriarch Clearwind himself came, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Vast Heaven Palace itself. If things really did go south, Ning could simply use one of the deceased Hegemon's Tao seals to just kill the man. Ning's complete lack of concern regarding this matter was why he hadn't considered it to be relevant. With his mind completely occupied with reviving his parents, he truly had forgotten to tell Vast Heaven Palace about this matter. It won't be much of a problem. With my avatar here, we won't need to fear Clearwind at all. Tao Lord Soulsky was rather excited. But for you to have captured a Tao Lord of the third step, ha! I feel giddy just imagining the look on Clearwind's face. I've already subdued the Tao Lord. Big brother Soulsky, you are free to deal with him as you see fit, Ning said. You were the one to capture him. How can I be the one to decide? Tao Lord Soulsky immediately said. Don't be so courteous, big brother. If you want to use this situation to squeeze and extort Clearwind Temple, feel entirely free to do so. Tao Lord Soulsky shook his head. You don't understand what type of a man Patriarch Clearwind is. He won't be easy to blackmail. Ah, forget it. There's no way Clearwind will just ignore something like this. We'll wait and see. Nin nodded. Right. Big brother, there's something I need to ask you to help me out with. What is it? Tao Lord Soulsky asked. I want to collect some techniques, secret arts, and divine abilities, Ning said. I need all types of techniques. Tao Lord Soulsky looked at Ning. Are you planning to set up your own school? Ning shook his head. No, it's for the sake of my homeland. My homeland doesn't have any good techniques. I want to procure some good ones for them, Ning said. Vast Heaven Palace has some basic techniques which can be transmitted to others without any issues, Tao Lord Soulsky said, but the more powerful ones, we have our own rules about their disposition. Ning said, we'll do everything in accordance with the rules. I need all types of divine abilities, techniques, and secret arts below the Tao Lord level, and I'll pay as much chaos nectar as the rules require. Even the Tao Alliance was willing to sell its many secret arts and divine abilities, to say nothing of Vast Heaven Palace. Even Tao Lord Algods, Novescence Water, and other such techniques had ended up being sold to the Brightshore Kingdom. Ning only needed techniques that were below the Tao Lord level. More profound techniques were not necessary for now. Vast Heaven Palace didn't really have that many powerful legacies either. Oh, below the Tao Lord level? That'll be easy. Tao Lord Soul Sky nodded. However, over the course of countless years, Vast Heaven Palace has accumulated quite a few techniques. If we were to give you everything we have, it'd cost you 3 million cubes of chaos nectar. I don't want to take advantage of you, the rules are the rules. These techniques were accumulated by countless brothers over the course of countless years. All right. Ning nodded. 3 million it is. Vast Heaven Palace was an ancient school which dominated the nearby territories and had been around for countless chaos cycles. As a result, it had an ample supply of techniques which were below the Tao Lord level. This was why this place was considered a holy land for cultivation to many. Now that Ning had purchased all of its techniques, the Three Realms Foundation had been established. Most of the cultivators in the Three Realms were merely at the Elder God or Ancestral Immortal level, after all. To reach the world level and then become a Tao Lord was far too difficult. In truth, if he couldn't buy what he needed from Vast Heaven Palace, he would have done so from the Tao Alliance. Only, that would be more troublesome and likely more expensive as well. As for legacies which Tao Lords could use? Even Vast Heaven Palace only had a very few such legacies, and they had either been left behind by its Tao Lords or had been acquired by them due to luck. They wouldn't be casually taught to others. They were not casually taught to others. What Ning was planning to do was to create a few legacies of his own and leave them to the Three Realms. For example, his Bright Moon Sword Art was definitely one of the most supreme of legacies. But of course, not just anyone would be permitted to study it. The interested parties would have to go through many layers of trials before they could learn the Sword Tao which Ning had so painstakingly created. Using Vast Heaven Palace's repository, built up over the course of countless years, to serve as the foundation of the Three Realms shall be enough. Ning felt a surge of joy in his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 13, Omega Sword Tao. Book 29, Tao Lord, Chapter 13, Omega Sword Tao. Ha! You were able to agree to 3 million cubes with such ease. Tao Lord Soulsky laughed. As expected for someone capable of capturing a Tao Lord of the third step. Your resources truly are extraordinary? I just had better luck than most, Ning said. Big brother Soulsky, all of our brothers have arrived and are waiting. Are you done chatting? The Tao Lord Brightfish's laughter could be heard from afar. Patience, my brother Brightfish. We'll be there shortly. Tao Lord Soulsky looked at Ning. Come, come. Let us make haste. The welcoming banquet is about to commence. The formal welcoming ceremony took place. After the ceremony ended, Ning was now considered a formal member of Vast Heaven Palace. This caused Tao Lord Soulsky, Tao Lord Battlemaster, and Tao Lord Brightfish to all feel slightly relieved. They could tell that Ning was guaranteed to be an extraordinary Tao Lord. Although he had a talisman of welcome, it was entirely permissible for him to change his mind prior to actually joining Vast Heaven Palace. Now that he had joined, he truly would be a lifelong friend and brother. Rumble. Within the darkness of space. A shrine which was emanating ripples of strange azure power was flying at high speeds. As the energy streams surged and flowed around it, it was able to hurtle through space at astonishing speeds. An old man dressed in handsome black robes stood within the shrine, staring silently into space. His eyes were as calm as the depths of the sea. Beneath him stood 7 respectful world-level cultivators. He managed to capture Bless Wind. This young fellow named Dark North really is quite daring. The black-robed elder said calmly, he's even more daring than Soulsky. One of the world-level disciples said immediately, Patriarch, Dark North must have acquired some special treasures thanks to a stroke of great luck. Dowlord Blesswind said it himself, right? He was beaten by a golem which had the power of an apex Dowlord of the third step, then captured due to a nasty trick they pulled on him. No matter what, this Dark North is merely a world-level cultivator. He won't be able to fight back against you at all, Patriarch. Can't be too complacent, Patriarch Clearwind said calmly. These strokes of great luck can sometimes involve truly earth-shattering treasures. He was a Dowlord of the fourth step. Dowlords of the fourth step were completely different from Dowlords of the third step. To reach the fourth step meant reaching the verge of the Dao merge, which meant that you had reached terrifying heights in a certain Dao. The reason why he was able to feud against Dowlord Soulsky for so long was because he was at a similar level of power. Both Patriarch Clearwind and Dowlord Soulsky were extremely powerful, even amongst other Dowlords of the fourth step. They had both experienced many dangers as well. They naturally were quite skilled in keeping themselves alive and would never underestimate any opponent. When Heartlord Soulwind had shattered the Dao seal, he had been able to easily slay a Dowlord of the third step. But if he had encountered Patriarch Clearwind? Forget about a Dao seal, even if the Palace Lord of the Heart Palace struck out, if he wasn't careful Patriarch Clearwind would probably be able to escape. Soulsky. It's been quite some time since I've sparred with him. Azure light flickered through Patriarch Clearwind's eyes. Vast Heaven Palace had 2 Dowlords of the fourth step, while Clearwind Temple merely had 1. However, these 2 organizations were equivalent in power. This was a testament to how formidable Patriarch Clearwind was. The 3 Realms. Brightheart Island. Within Ning's study. The study was filled with rolls of jade slips. Ning casually picked up a jade slip, then infused the set of sword arts he had developed into the jade slip. For elder gods and ancestral immortals, less abstruse sword arts are more appropriate. Ning's left hand was casually demonstrating one sword art after another. He had perfectly joined together 5 supreme Daos, in terms of creating sword art techniques for elder gods or world gods. Not even the Brightshore hegemon would necessarily be a match for Ning. 3,600 low-level techniques, 108 decent techniques, and 5 high-level sword arts, the Yin-Yang stance, the Soul Heart stance, the Blood Drop stance, the Shadowless stance, and the Heavenbreaker stance. The Cormos technique shall be the perfect junction of these 5 types of sword intent. The sword arts which Ning had created included all types of sword arts, including sword arts that were more suited for women, sword arts that were meant to be used with just one arm, sword arts that suited those who were a bit foolish. All types of sword arts had been created, and the creation process was actually another way for Ning to analyze and better understand the nature of the Tao of the sword. Every so often, he'd raise his head and stare off into the distance. He was able to see to the distant lakeshore, where each one was training in sword arts himself. Next to him watched Yuchi Snow, while their granddaughter Brightmoon continuously called out words of advice and guidance. Brightmoon had indeed reached a much more impressive level of expertise in the Tao of the sword than her grandfather Ichwan, and Ichwan actually enjoyed having his granddaughter teach him. As Ning watched, he couldn't help but grin. His father, his mother, and his daughter Brightmoon. Everything was so wonderful. Ning then turned his attention to his sword arts, putting more sword arts on display then recording them into jade slips. Ning came to a sudden halt. Although his gaze was focused on the distant lakeshore, his heart felt like the rising sun that was appearing above the watery horizon. The Sword Tao. That's all there is to it. The Sword Tao is simply the Sword Tao. Ning started to laugh. Why divide it up into so many different types? Yin-Yang sword intent, Blood Drop sword intent, Shadowless sword intent, Soul Heart sword intent, Heavenbreaker sword intent, what difference does it make? They all belong to the Sword Tao. So that's how it is. The question which has puzzled me for millions of years. As the saying went, one who suddenly understood the Tao in the morning would be content even if he died in the evening. This was the sort of satisfaction Ning was feeling right now. It was excitement. It was a sense of contentment. This question had bedeviled him for millions of years in the Tri-Leaf realm, when he first sensed that his sword Tao had yet to reach the limit. Now, with his parents and his daughter by his side, he suddenly had a moment of epiphany as he collated all these different sword arts. Rumble! A wave of strange power was surging forth, resonating with the innermost depths of Ning's soul. Ning raised his head and stared into the skies. He could trace the sensation back to its origins. He could immediately sense that it was coming from incredibly far off within the primordial chaos. This place was so unfathomably distant that it was many times farther away than the entire size of the endless territories or the alternate universe. This was the place where the true prime essences of this universe lay. That place was the place where the prime essence of the Tao of the Sword, one of the prime essences of this universe, resided. Rumble! One of the prime essences responsible for stabilizing this entire universe, the prime essence of the Tao of the Sword, was resonating with Ning. Boom! Within the three realms. Ning was still within his study, but a terrifying aura of the Tao of the Sword suddenly erupted from his body. He himself was like a terrifying sword, and his every movement and motion contained the aura of the Tao of the Sword. Am I now the master of the Tao of the Sword? Ning could sense that the unfathomably distant prime essence of the Tao of the Sword was resonating in tune with him. In this instant, he finally understood that this was the truly supreme Tao of the Sword, the true apex of the Sword Tao. This ultimate Sword Tao, this Omega Tao of the Sword, it didn't have multiple versions of itself, such as Supreme Taoist did. The Tao of the Sword, in and of itself, was a complete Tao. It could simply transform into many different things, much like how the single Supreme Taiji gave birth to the duality of yin and yang, which gave birth to the trigrams that then gave birth to all things. The 5 perfectly joined Supreme Taoists which Ning had previously developed were like the trigrams. Although the 3 lines of the trigrams were joined together perfectly, they didn't truly represent the ultimate expression of the Tao of the Sword. Only by truly understanding the single source would you be able to truly, completely, and perfectly understand and master the Tao of the Sword. This Omega Sword Tao is the true ultimate Sword Tao. Only now can I be considered a master of the Tao of the Sword. Ning felt as though he had just undergone a complete transformation. Finally, he understood why the difference in power between those who had joined 2 Supreme Taoists, 3 Supreme Taoists, or even 5 Supreme Taoists was fairly small. It didn't really matter how many Supreme Taoists you were able to come up with, because above them was the complete and full Tao of the Sword. All types of sword arts and all of the so-called branches, they were nothing more than parts of this true and complete Sword Tao. Come forth. Ning stepped forwards. Whoosh! He instantly transformed into a streak of light which then completely disappeared as he used the shadowless evasion skill. In an instant, he appeared in the empty space above the 3 realms. The solar star. Ning stood there in space, staring at the enormous and scorchingly hot solar star off in the distance. He looked very ordinary, with his Sword Tao aura completely restrained, but that was what made him so terrifying. He was now fundamentally different from how he had been before. How terrifying. I'm able to tear through space without causing any disturbances at all, and I'm actually able to move 10 times faster than the speed of light. Most Verge-level Tao Lords can only move at 5 times the speed of light. Even Ning was frightened by how strong he had become. Previously, his most powerful attack had been his Quadrescence Thunder and Quadrescence Water, but the power of his Sword Tao now completely eclipsed both of those Quadrescence attacks combined. Now that I have comprehended my Omega Sword Tao, it is time for me to break through to become a Tao Lord. Ning's eyes were filled with blazing eagerness. He had once felt that his chances of reviving Yue were minuscule. Not even Emperor Manasil, an eternal emperor who had reached incredible heights in the Tao of Seals, was able to accomplish such a thing. But in the instant that he discovered and comprehended his Omega Sword Tao, he knew that his chances had just increased dramatically. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 14, Patriarch Clearwind. Book 29, Downlord, Chapter 14, Patriarch Clearwind. Vast Heaven Palace. The Dark North Estate. Whoosh. Ning was holding a tankard of wine, and the wine within it was flowing out from the opening and into his glass. Master, you've been really relaxed lately. A while ago you were training in the sword every day. Why have you stopped? Su Yuji walked towards them from afar. Who says I stopped? Ning asked. So long as my heart holds my sword intent within it, I am still training in swordplay. If my heart is void of sword intent, all the physical training in the world would be useless. To you, it might look like I'm just relaxing and drinking wine, but I'm actually training right now. Sophistry, Su Yuji muttered. Ning chuckled. He really did hold his sword intent within his heart. The awesome sword Tao that filled his heart and his complete control over it made Ning feel intoxicated. At his current level, the world level, Ning had already advanced as far as he could. Now, what he needed to do was to become a Tao Lord. Only then would he be able to advance further in his Omega Sword Tao. The Omega Sword Tao represented that the path which Ning had chosen was truly the most ultimate of paths, but he had just barely began to trod this path. Even so, just starting on this path meant that his insights were already comparable to those of many Tao Lords of the fourth step. In some areas, he actually surpassed them. In truth, the fact that Ning could move 10 times faster than the speed of light was a testament to his skills. He didn't have to rely on lightning-type skills or light-type skills to accomplish this. He was flying at 10 times the speed of light solely through his mastery of the Sword Tao. This proved how profound a level of insight he had truly reached. It will be another 30+ years before my main body's clone reaches this place, Ning mused. I suppose I'll have to just wait. During the next 30+ years, Ning would spend his free time drinking wine and strolling about Vast Heaven Palace. He would also memorize various new techniques and secret arts, so that his primal twin in the 3 realms would also gain access to them. Ning had spent 3 million cubes of chaos nectar to purchase all of Vast Heaven Palace's techniques, divine abilities, and secret arts that were below the Tao Lord level. This was a truly massive amount of techniques, and it would take even Ning an extremely long period of time to memorize it all. Right now, Ning was just spending some of his free time working on memorizing the stockpile. He was planning to become a Tao Lord before truly memorizing them on a large scale. Tao Lords were able to memorize things much more quickly than world-level cultivators were. They were on completely different levels. Ning's face suddenly tightened slightly as he lifted up a cup of wine. What's wrong, master? Su Yuji was puzzled. What a powerful sense of danger, Ning murmured softly. An enemy has come. A powerful sense of danger? An enemy? Su Yuji was very puzzled. She was a Tao Lord, but she sensed nothing at all. Ning rose to his feet. Come. Let's take a look. Is there really an enemy? Su Yuji followed behind Ning, confused. However, after taking just a few steps, she suddenly raised her head to stare towards the skies, stunned. What a terrifyingly strong aura! She couldn't help but give a shocked glance to her master, Ning. Ning was merely at the world level, but he was actually able to discover this newcomer before she, a Tao Lord, did. What she didn't realize was that ever since Ning had mastered his Omega Sword Tao, a natural Sword Tao domain was around him at all times, and he was the master of this domain. So long as they were still within the reach of the ripples generated by the prime essence of the Tao of the sword, Ning would be able to sense things around him with ease. The closer anyone moved towards him, the more powerful those sensations would be. Given Ning's accomplishments in the Sword Tao, his sensory powers were already comparable to those of Tao Lords of the fourth step. Moments later, Pilsaint came charging over as well. Ning, Su Yuji, and Pilsaint quickly made their way to the main hall of Vast Heaven Palace. By now, Downlord Soulsky and Downlord Battlemaster had both arrived. Ning. Dark North. Downlord Soulsky and Downlord Battlemaster both called out to him. Did something just happen? Ning asked as he turned to stare intently towards the skies. Vast Heaven Palace's main hall was the tallest building in the entire palace, and from this location they were able to see the limitless skies above them. Right now, a gray mass was moving towards them from the horizon, blotting out the sun and carrying an aura of such power that simply glancing at it was terrifying. That's Patriarch Clearwind, Downlord Battlemaster said. A few days ago, I calculated through numerancy that he would be coming. However, all we can do is sense his presence. There's nothing else we can do. Downlord Soulsky was quite calm. He snickered coldly. I knew that old bastard wouldn't just let things slide like that. So he really did arrive. Ning had a solemn look on his face as well. Don't worry. At most, he'll just rant and rave from outside. There's no way he would dare enter Vast Heaven Palace. Downlord Soulsky snickered. Although I merely have an avatar here and do not have the full power of my true self, the formations that we've established here over the course of countless years will ensure that I have nothing to fear. Given that Battlemaster is also here to help out, there's no way he would dare enter. The nearby Downlord Battlemaster nodded. In the outside world, I might not be a match for Patriarch Clearwind, but there's nothing to fear here in Vast Heaven Palace. Rumble. That gray mass continued to expand and reach out from the distant horizon. The other brothers of Vast Heaven Palace were beginning to notice it as well, and they all made haste to the main hall. What's going on? What's that? Big Brother Soulsky, who is invading Vast Heaven Palace? All of them were shocked. None of our brothers in Vast Heaven Palace are permitted to leave this place. Wait here for my orders, Downlord Soulsky said calmly, his voice echoing within the ears of every single member of Vast Heaven Palace. Yes. They all assented, knowing that this wasn't the time to be careless in their actions. Soon, a wild gray wind with earth-shaking savagery completely covered the skies above Vast Heaven Palace, blotting out the sun and making it so that there was almost no light left in the world. Vast Heaven Palace became shadowed in darkness, but some of the formations covering it began to activate. Areas of light began to emerge within various parts of Vast Heaven Palace, giving it a rather beautiful glow to it. Old Man Soulsky. A shrine suddenly emerged within the endless gray wind in the skies, and an old man dressed in gaudy black robes stood in front of the main entrance to it. His voice echoed within this entire world. You really are quite bold. You actually dared to permit those young subordinates of yours to abduct Downlord Blesswind of my Clearwind Temple. If you know what's good for you, you shall hand him over along with those 5 world-level cultivators of his. If you do that, I'll just let this matter come to an end. Otherwise, humph. His cold snort echoed throughout the skies. In Vast Heaven Palace. The rest of you should wait here, Downlord Soulsky instructed. Battlemaster, let's go chat with that madman. Agreed. Downlord Battlemaster nodded. Downlord Soulsky and Downlord Battlemaster instantly soared high into the skies. Thanks to the barrier's formations protecting Vast Heaven Palace, someone outside wouldn't be able to see what was going on behind the formations, but those inside Vast Heaven Palace were able to clearly make out what was happening outside. Only when Downlord Soulsky and Downlord Battlemaster flew into the skies were the members of Clearwind Temple able to see them. Clearwind. Downlord Soulsky let out a little snicker. Downlord Blesswind of your temple ended up being defeated by one of my world-level brothers. Neither Battlemaster nor I had anything to do with it. I'm actually quite amazed that you have the gall to come here, after one of your Downlords lost in such a pitiful fashion. He did lose, but that was only because that puny little world-level cultivator relied on rare treasures and golems. Patriarch Clearwind said angrily, Soulsky, hand over Downlord Blesswind and the others or dash. Or what? Downlord Soulsky interrupted him, then said angrily, Downlord Blesswind's life is in the hands of Vast Heaven Palace. I can kill him whenever I want. If you want to kill him, kill him. Patriarch Clearwind said coldly, I'll make sure that Vast Heaven Palace pays the price for it. If he wasn't able to bring Dowlord Blesswind back, then it didn't matter whether Blesswind stayed alive or not. What a nasty, vicious man. Dowlord Soulsky snickered. You know my true body isn't here, which is the only reason why you had the courage to run here and show off. Humph. If you are feeling bold, try entering Vast Heaven Palace. I've already opened up the ceiling formation, you are free to come in whenever you wish. Battlemaster, let's go back and keep drinking our wine. Forget about this madman. Agreed, big brother. Let's go back and have some wine. Battlemaster laughed as well. Swoosh. Both flew back downwards. Dowlord Clearwind had an even uglier look on his face now. Vast Heaven Palace had just completely ignored him, but he truly wouldn't dare to actually barge into Vast Heaven Palace. In the outside world, he would hold an advantage over Dowlord Battlemaster and Dowlord Sulusky's clone. In Vast Heaven Palace, however, he would be completely dominated. Within Vast Heaven Palace. Big Brother Soulsky, are we just going to let him wait there? Ning asked. Forget about that madman. Let all of our brothers just drink here. Come. Let's drink our wine and just wait to see what that madman will do, Dowlord Soulsky said loudly. Everyone present let out shouts of approval. The brothers of Vast Heaven Palace were all quite bold figures, but they also kept a close eye on the outside. They had heard of Patriarch Clearwind's mighty reputation for countless years, after all. Excellent. The skies echoed with Patriarch Clearwind's enraged voice. From this day forth, all of the cultivators of Vast Heaven Palace can just forget about leaving it. I'll kill anyone and everyone who exits it. None of the cultivators of Vast Heaven Palace shall be able to re-enter this place either. I shall execute anyone who tries to enter Vast Heaven Palace. If you refuse to hand over Dowlord Blesswind, I'll stay here and keep everyone trapped within Vast Heaven Palace. 1 chaos cycle, 10 chaos cycles, we'll take it slowly. Let's wait for my true body to return. I want to see if you would dare try and surround Vast Heaven Palace once that happens. Dowlord Sulusky's cold voice rang out in reply as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 15, The Clones Return. Book 29, Dowlord, Chapter 15, The Clones Return. The Vast Heaven Everworld. A fur-clad youth was flying through the skies of this place. He stared at the distant gray storm that was blotting out the sun in the distance. That was the direction of Vast Heaven Palace. I've finally made it, Ning mused to himself. The fur-clad youth was Ning's clone, which had traveled all the way here from the Badlands territory. Now that he knew that Patriarch Clearwind was besieging Vast Heaven Palace, he changed his appearance. Even though Patriarch Clearwind has never seen me, he probably knows what I look like, Ning mused. Swoosh! The fur-clad Ning flew towards Vast Heaven Palace at high speeds. Fellow Daoist! A black-robed figure suddenly appeared in the distant skies, and he used his immortal energy to transmit his voice to Ning from afar. The Dowlords of Clearwind Temple have already surrounded Vast Heaven Palace for 30 years. From the looks of things, they'll probably be here for a very long period of time. You must not travel any further, fellow Daoist. Ugh! I personally witnessed a weak little elder god who was instantly slain once he moved in that direction. Even elder gods are slain? Ning frowned. Anyone who dares to travel there will be slain. Not even animals or birds are permitted to enter that region. The Chaos Immortal shook his head. Be careful, fellow Daoist. After speaking, he flew away. The fur-clad Ning considered this matter, then immediately began to charge downwards. As soon as he touched the ground, he instantly disappeared into thin air. Using the shadowless evasion skill, he began to move towards Vast Heaven Palace at high speeds. For the sake of hiding his true abilities, Ning merely moved stealthily at just 2 times the normal speed of light. Within Vast Heaven Palace, Ning, Downlord Soulsky, and Downlord Battlemaster were standing before their barrier formations, staring off into the distance. "Big brother, that clone of mine is about to arrive," Ning said. "In order to break through to the Downlord level, you have to merge all of your clones together to form a complete body." Downlord Soulsky shook his head inside. "But that madman Patriarch Clearwind has surrounded our palace. It'll be extremely difficult for your clone to make it inside. As I see it, you should just give up that body. You'll still be able to become a Downlord, and your strength will only be minimally impacted." Ning shook his head. That clone was one of the 18 clones that had been created thanks to his Taowu 18 Fiend Gods. His main body was actually created from the merging of 17 of those clones. If it died, his spare clone would be able to recreate the main body by remaking the other 17 clones. If the spare clone died, there was no way his main body would be able to rebuild it. Still, once the spare clone died, the main body would become independent and complete, but it would have an 18th less divine power than its maximum potential. It was true that this wouldn't have a significant impact. "Just wait a bit, big brother," Ning said. "All right." Downlord Soulsky laughed. "I'll eagerly await your display of power, Ning." Ning was flying low, very close to the ground. The sky-blotting tempest of gray wind blanketed all of Vast Heaven Palace, with the shrine having descended upon the peak of a nearby mountain. Patriarch Clearwind's immortal energy filled the entire region, with the area around Vast Heaven Palace under his complete control. Any cultivator who wished to enter or exit Vast Heaven Palace would not be able to escape his detection. Patriarch Clearwind opened his eyes. His gaze pierced through the walls of the shrine as he stared towards a distant region. He let out a cold smile. "Ah, a young world-level cultivator. He thinks to evade my surveillance through using an evasion skill? You may perish." Patriarch Clearwind coldly waved a single finger. Boom, dot. A terrifying amount of natural energy instantly began to manifest, transforming into a blurry gray hand that was 3 million kilometers in size and which clawed downwards towards the cultivator. Whoosh! The swiping motion of that giant gray blurry hand caused the entire area beneath it to be reduced to dust as an enormous gouge was torn into the earth. Swish! Ning, however, continued to skirt across the surface of the ground. His speed had suddenly increased to 4 times the speed of light. Patriarch Clearwind's face tightened. How can a world-level cultivator have such a fast evasion skill? He's comparable to a Downlord of the 3rd step. When he had swiped out at the ground, Ning had suddenly sped up from twice the speed of light to 4 times the speed of light, avoiding his blow. Patriarch Clearwind had a dark look on his face as he once more launched an attack, a second claw. That giant blurry gray hand carried even more power than before, and it also moved even faster as it swept out towards the ground. The earth trembled as mud and dirt was reduced to dust as an even larger gouge appeared within the ground. And yet, Ning's speed skyrocketed yet again. He now was able to move at 6 times the speed of light, and as a result he dodged even this second attack. By now, he was very close to Vast Heaven Palace. Swish! Patriarch Clearwind didn't even have a chance to unleash a 3rd strike. Ning almost instantly charged within the protective perimeter of Vast Heaven Palace. What? Patriarch Clearwind shot to his feet, causing his 7 world-level cultivators under his command to all be shocked. None of them even knew that a world-level cultivator was using an evasion skill. All they knew was that their Patriarch Clearwind had just clawed twice at the ground. He actually escaped, and that final burst of speed brought him to move at 6 times the speed of light? That's faster than many Verge-level Downlords. Patriarch Clearwind had a look of disbelief on his face. How could a world-level cultivator be that fast? What sort of special encounters has he had? If Ning was riding chaos lightning, he would be able to move at 10 times the speed of light. There were actually quite a few similar evasion skills, but they were all extremely difficult to train in. Many Verge-level downlords didn't have access to such evasion skills. Given his speed, could that have been the Dark North fellow which Blesswind spoke of? Patriarch Clearwind mused to himself, but logically speaking, that world god named Dark North should have reached Vast Heaven Palace long ago. Could it be that Vast Heaven Palace has a second world-level cultivator who moves at those speeds? Patriarch Clearwind was truly mystified. Vast Heaven Palace, however, was a hubbub of celebration. Swoosh! The fur-clad Ning charged past the barriers of Vast Heaven Palace. In doing so, he had reached a position of perfect safety. He flew straight towards the white-robed Ning, returning to his usual appearance while doing so. Impressive, impressive. Downlord Soulsky let out an amazed sigh. Patriarch Clearwind struck out twice but still wasn't able to halt your clone. That evasion skill you used at the very end, it let you move at 6 times the limits of the heavenly DAS, right? He was overconfident. He didn't know about my true abilities. Ning chuckled. He had actually been quite relaxed this entire time, and he had only been forced to move at 6 times the speed of light. His current limit was actually 10. However, he only needed to move as fast as was necessary to escape and safely enter Vast Heaven Palace. There was no need for him to let the enemy know everything. If you move that fast, it won't be an easy thing for him to kill you, Downlord Battlemaster said. Ning immediately said, Big Brother Soulsky, Big Brother Battlemaster, now that my clone's arrived I'm going to merge my clone with my main body and break through to become a Downlord. Right. Soulsky and Battlemaster both turned solemn. You must be careful, Soulsky instructed. Breaking through to become a Downlord of the first step might be easy for you, but given how formidable your sword intent is you'll definitely become at least a Downlord of the 4th step. That makes it even more important for you to solidify your foundation. The Dao you develop must be sufficiently solid and stable. Nin nodded. Dao Lords. With each step they took, they trod the line between life and death. It was like building a tall building. Becoming a Dao Lord of the first step was establishing the foundation for that building. Dao Lords of the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th steps were like adding more and more floors to that building. If the foundation wasn't stable, the entire building might collapse. The same was true for Samsara Dao Lords. Each step they took they risked their lives, and quite a few Dao Lords ended up dying upon taking their 3rd step. Not every Dao Lord would be able to reach the 4th step. In order to build a tall tower, the most important thing of all was to have a sturdy base. As for gaining eternity? Not even the slightest error was permissible. Even the smallest of flaws would ensure that you would never be able to gain eternity, but if your foundation was small, you'd only be able to build a small wooden cabin, which was to say you would become an ordinary Downlord. Each step they took would be easier, and it would be easier for them to become eternal emperors. However, they would be weak. If you had an incredibly deep foundation, you would be ready to build a massive palace atop it. Every floor would be quite difficult to construct, and to gain eternity would be even harder. However, if you succeeded you would be unfathomably stronger than your peers. This was true for Birchaloo, Eastcult, Greatjoy, and the others. As for Ning, his foundation was the deepest of them all. Don't worry at all, Big Brother. Ning smiled, then both he and his clone both transformed into streaks of light that flew towards his distant estate as Downlord Battlemaster and Downlord Soulsky both watched from behind. Brother Ji Ning truly has improved by an astonishing amount. Downlord Soulsky sighed. When I first met him, I thought he was quite talented, but I never would have imagined that he would become as powerful as he is today. The evasion skill he used just now was very fast, but it didn't seem to include any of his lightning or water. I have no idea what evasion skill he used, but just by relying on his sword intent he was able to capture 5 world-level cultivators. Dao Lord Battlemaster nodded as well. I tried to use numerancy to divine his future, but I wasn't able to divine anything at all. He's too monstrously talented, even more talented than Bright Fish. Calculating his future is far too difficult. Forget about him, even the Paragon of Pills was only able to use numerancy to get the vaguest of ideas as to how long it would be before they met again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 16, Becoming a Dao Lord. Book 29, Dao Lord, Chapter 16, Becoming a Dao Lord. Vast Heaven Palace. The Dark North Estate. The white-robed Ning and the fur-clad Ning were traveling side by side. Master. Su Yuji and Pilsaint stared in astonishment. My clone has already returned from the Badlands territory. It is now time for me to break through to become a Dao Lord as well, Ning said. Starting right now, do not disturb me unless something very important happens. Understood. Both Su Yuji and Pilsaint immediately acknowledged the order. They were unable to prevent looks of excitement from appearing on their faces. As they saw it, Ning truly was an incredible figure. Once he broke through to become a Dao Lord, his status would truly skyrocket even more. Whoosh! Whoosh! The white-robed Ning and the fur-clad Ning both moved into a private room deep within the estate. Within the secluded room. Rumble! Formations began to activate, causing barriers of light to begin to appear around the entire Dark North estate, preventing any outsiders from looking into it. The white-robed Ning and the fur-clad Ning both sat in the lotus position. Both shut their eyes, then began to use the one true body technique. Whoosh! Both bodies began to emanate an aura of blurry light from their bodies, their jindans, and their souls. They began to draw closer and closer to each other, before finally the fur-clad Ning flew straight into the white-robed Ning's body, causing the light to expand dramatically. The two came from the same source. They were identical in soul, true soul, and body. This was why they were able to rejoin each other and merge into one. Now, all 18 of my clones have been brought together into one. The white-robed Ning opened his eyes, revealing a smile. He still remembered how he had first acquired the Tao 18 Fiend Gods, and used it to create 18 separate clones. Now, he had managed to once more merge all 18 clones into one. A sense of perfection and contentment came from his very true soul, causing him to feel a bit intoxicated. Immortal energy and divine power flooded into the azure flower mist region within his body, and it actually began to transform into more of that mist energy. For 18 of those bodies to come together meant that his divine body had only become more powerful than it had been in the past. His divine power was also slightly purer than before as well, allowing him to endure and hold a bit more of that mist energy. 120 drops. He had accumulated a total of 120 drops of water within the azure flower mist region. This was quite a bit more than the 108 drops he had accumulated previously. Within an estate located in the primordial chaos directly outside the distant three realms. The black-robed Ning was seated there, next to another black-robed Ning. They simultaneously used the one true body technique as well and merged to become one. A short while later, there was only one seated black-robed Ning. His aura, however, was a bit stronger than before. From this day forth, he would only have one true body and one primal twin, with no clones of either. Let it begin. Both the white-robed Ning in Vast Heaven Palace and the black-robed Ning in his Chaos Estate nodded, their eyes filled with resolve. Boom! The true body and the primal twin, though located extremely far away from each other, made their breakthroughs simultaneously. They could even sense a strange resonance between them, and in this moment they both established a Tao that belonged to them and them alone. Samsara Tao Lords walked a path of their own devising, and with each step on their Tao they trod the line between life and death. Each time he made a breakthrough, both his true body and his primal twin would have to make the breakthrough at the same time. Trying to break through with just one would result in being stifled by the other, there was no way for it to succeed. Consider the Tao merge. Even a Tao Lord of the fourth step who had a primal twin would only have one shot at the Tao merge. There was no way to simply allow the true body to fail the Tao merge, then allow the primal twin to use that experience to succeed. The true body and the primal twin would have to face it all together, and with each step they would risk death together. This was how things worked. If you weren't extremely determined, you would never be able to succeed. Rumble. The primordial chaos outside the three realms began to rumble and churn with unearthly power, forming a chaos whirlpool of terrifying power and inconceivable size. The ripples caused by it actually affected even the insides of the three realms. What? What in the world? What are these terrifying ripples? Patriarch Subhoodie, Windfiend, and the other elites of the three realms all flew to the void above the three realms. They stared towards the distant place where the ripples were coming from. They could sense that the normally calm and tranquil primordial chaos was now rumbling and roaring like a dragon in flight, churning with such power that they were all utterly amazed. Vast Heaven Palace. The Dark North Estate was completely calm. Although a Dea Lord's aura was bursting forth from this place, the barriers which Ning had activated earlier made it so that the aura was completely blocked from escaping. As for the energy which he needed to break through from the world level to the Tao Lord level, Ning was able to simply generate it from the chaos jewels which he carried with him. This was a decision he had made ever since he comprehended his Omega Sword Tao. Whoosh! The Jindan chaos region within his body. The Tao tree, which had been 108,000 meters tall, began to draw nourishment from Ning's insights into his Sword Tao. It quickly began to grow, and with a rumbling sound it started to expand. Although it was very slow in growing taller, it was beginning to thicken at an absolutely incredible speed. The Tao tree was growing thicker and thicker, but it was growing taller quite slowly. The deeper a Samsara Dea Lord's foundation is, the thicker his Tao tree will be. Thanks to my Omega Sword Tao, there should be very few Tao Lords of the first step who are a match for me, Ning mused. There was a fixed limit to how tall a Tao tree could be. For example, if a Tao Lord of the fourth step trained for many years and reached the verge, his Tao tree would grow to become 540,000 meters tall. This was true for all verge-level Tao Lords. The thickness, however, was different for each person. As the Tao tree grew thicker and taller, the roots would also extend deeper and deeper into the Jindan chaos region, allowing it to become more and more stable and expand even further in size. The Tao tree continued to grow until it reached a height of 156,000 meters tall, then finally came to a halt. The Jindan chaos region, however, was still furiously expanding. Its aura was expanding as well, and the Jindan core at the very heart of the region was becoming increasingly mysterious and profound. Time to rebuild the divine body. The white-robed Ning sat there in the lotus position. His bones, his flesh, his sinews, they all began to be fundamentally remade and rebuilt, using the Omega Sword Tao as their core. They drew in the chaos energy, using it to remake his divine power itself. His awesome Tao Lord aura burst forth from his room, and the many chaos jewels in Ning's possession were being continuously used up and replenished. In truth, not even a Tao Lord of the fourth step would really use up that many chaos jewel in replenishing his divine power. To Ning, such a small amount of chaos jewels was negligible. A Dea Lord's aura. Master is making his breakthrough. Pilsaint was nervous. Right, but the aura is so powerful, it is far greater than the aura we had when we made our breakthroughs. Su Yuji was quite moved, but a puzzled look appeared in her eyes as she raised her head skywards. Odd. Why isn't there any disturbance in the local primordial chaos? Pilsaint revealed a puzzled look as well. Right. Is Master not using the chaos energy of the outside world? Only when breaking through would you be able to absorb an enormous amount of chaos energy in a very short period of time for free. When you normally broke through to become a Tao Lord, you would make use of that free chaos energy from the outside world. Ning, however, was so filthy rich that he didn't care about that at all, and he had his own reasons for not wishing to draw upon the chaos energy of the outside world. Master probably has other things on his mind, Suyuji suggested. Just 2 hours later, the true body had completed its breakthrough. Given that he had an unlimited supply of chaos jewels, the breakthrough was naturally incredibly fast. As for the primal twin, its breakthrough would take significantly more time, as it was still furiously drawing upon the energy of the primordial chaos outside of the three realms. So this is what it is like to become a Tao Lord? The white-robed Ning sat there, a smile on his face. His aura was noticeably much more powerful than it had been in the past, and it was actually on par with that of Tao Lord Brightfish, a Tao Lord of the second step. Anyone who saw Ning and sensed his aura would judge him to be a Tao Lord of the second step. In truth, this actually wasn't that impressive. All ancient cultivators and members of the Brightshore Imperials were comparable to Tao Lords of the first step when they were actually at the world level. Once they broke through, their divine bodies would be comparable to Tao Lords of the third step, and their auras would be far stronger than Ning's. As for Kilostar, who had trained in the Thousand Bodies Sutra, he would be every bit a match for those ancient cultivators and the Brightshore Imperials. However, there were very, very few ancient cultivators and Brightshore Imperials. As for cultivators who both trained in the Thousand Bodies Sutra and were able to break through to become Tao Lords, they were probably even rarer than Brightshore Imperials. Thus, in the outside world, people usually judged a person's power based on his aura. Ning used his Omega Sword Tao to serve as the basis and core of his divine power, and had combined 18 bodies into one. This was why he had a body comparable to a Tao Lord of the second step after making his breakthrough. In the future, I'll just pretend to be a Tao Lord of the second step. In the end, my Omega Sword Tao is simply too powerful, far more powerful than the Taos of East Cult, Greatjoy, or the others. Based on what I know, not even figures like the almighty Brightshore Hegemon or the Paragon of Pills have encountered world-level cultivators who had as unearthly a Tao as I do. Ning knew that in everyone's eyes, being able to master and then join together multiple supreme Taos meant that you were the most supreme of geniuses. And yet, he was even more powerful than the most supreme of geniuses? If others found out about this, there might be some benefits for him, but it would also bring quite a deal of trouble. It was better to be cautious. On the surface, being just one of those other supreme geniuses was enough. After making his breakthrough, Ning could sense that he had undergone an earth-shaking transformation. He felt certain that thanks to his Omega Sword Tao, even as a Tao Lord of the first step, he would be comparable to the likes of Greatjoy and East Cult once they became Tao Lords of the second step. There were very few Tao Lords of the fourth step who could do anything to him. This made Ning feel a sense of uncontrollable heroism and valor. In the past, any powerful Tao Lord could pose a threat to him. Now, he would pose a threat to them instead. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 17, Leaving Seclusion. Book 29, Tao Lord, Chapter 17, Leaving Seclusion. The secluded room was completely silent. Ning simply sat there, visualizing the insides of his body. His reserves of immortal energy and divine power were as deep as those of a Tao Lord of the second step. Ning's focus, however, was on the azure flower region within his body. The azure flower mist energy. This was what Ning was looking at. The azure flower region was a mist of haze. Droplets of golden water were slowly rolling together as the area emanated an aura of fog and mist. There was a total of 11 of those golden drops. Every single drop contained far more energy than Ning's divine power and immortal energy combined. It actually evolved once again. My azure flower mist energy is far stronger than my own divine power or immortal energy. How could it be this much stronger? This should be the power of a Tao Lord of the fourth step. Ning was truly stunned. The 9 Chaos Seals seemed like a very ordinary technique, but it was actually inconceivably strong. For it to be able to convert the energy of elder gods and ancestral immortals was one thing. Even the conversion of world-level energy, fine. But it was actually able to convert even Daolord-level energy? To this very day, Ning still wasn't able to grasp some of the mysteries behind the conversion process. Who created this technique, this ridiculously powerful technique? The deceased hegemon bestowed numerous techniques, divine abilities, and secret arts upon me as well, but none of them can compare to it. Ning was secretly stunned. Aside from his hegemon-level sword arts, the deceased sword hegemon also had numerous divine abilities and secret arts which he had passed on to Ning, and some of them were even stronger than the Novescent's thunder. And yet, they were all vastly inferior compared to the 9 Chaos Seals. The legends say that the most powerful bodies are those of the Brightshore Imperials, certain top-tier special lifeforms, ancient cultivators, and cultivators who trained in the Thousand Bodies Sutra, Ning mused. But my 9 Chaos Seals allows me to be on par with them. Brightshore Imperials, ancient cultivators, elite special lifeforms, and practitioners of the Thousand Bodies Sutra were all incredibly talented figures. Even at the world level, their bodies were comparable to the bodies of Daolords. Once they broke through to become Daolords of the first step, their bodies would be comparable to those of Daolords of the third step, but most importantly of all, they were able to execute divine abilities and unleash utterly ruinous amounts of force that were probably stronger than even Ning's Azure Flower Mist energy. There was no way for Ning to use his Azure Flower Mist energy to use any divine abilities at all. The problem was there were pitifully few Brightshore Imperials. This was why they needed the 12 palaces to protect them. Ancient cultivators, top-tier special lifeforms, practitioners of the Thousand Bodies Sutra, all of them were pitifully few in number. Daolord Soulsky, Daolord Battlemaster, Daolord Brightfish, Pilsaint, Suyuji, when they were at the first step, they would have auras of Daolords of the first step. Once they took their second step, they would have auras of Daolords of the second step. This was normal. People like Ning, who had an Omega Sword Dao and 18 clones, were incredibly rare even amongst Daolords. Ancient cultivators and Brightshore Imperials who are Daolords of the first step might be able to surpass me in power when they fully unleash all of their abilities, but I'm capable of lasting much longer in combat. In addition, the higher a level you reach, the more important the strength of the Dao you have created is. Nin nodded slowly. For Samsara Daolords, their Dao was their foundation. It mattered most of all. Ning, for example, was in control of an Omega Sword Dao. Even without using any divine abilities or techniques, his sword intent alone would be enough to easily suppress Daolords of the third step. Thanks to this Omega Dao, he would be able to move 10 times the speed of light. His Omega Dao allowed him to enter higher dimensions and move through them at truly astonishing speeds. This was the nature of the Dao. If you simply relied on brute force and strength, the end result would be that you would be trampled. This was why certain incredibly powerful Daolords were able to easily slay Brightshore Imperials, ancient cultivators, and even eternal emperors, even though they were nothing more than ordinary cultivators without any particularly special bodies. The Dao of the Sword. Ning was using his Omega Sword Dao to serve as the template for remaking his divine body. Once his doubt re-stabilized, he was immediately able to vaguely visualize the upcoming path for his Omega Sword Dao. The higher you stood, the farther you would be able to see. Many different sword Daos filled his mind, as did his Heavenbreaker sword intent, his Soulheart sword intent, his Yin-Yang sword intent, his Blood Drop sword intent, and his Shadowless sword intent. Ning was beginning to get some insights and ideas into the mysteries they would hold in the future. No wonder they all say that going from the first step to the second step as a Daolord is the easiest step. Ning revealed a smile. If I was merely in control a single Supreme Dao, I'd probably break through to become a Daolord of the second step in just a few hundred years. It was very quick for Daolords to go from the first step to the second step. Even the absolute slowest of Daolords would at most take a few chaos cycles, and this would already be considered an incredibly long period of time. According to the stories, there were some who would be able to much move faster, breaking through within 1,000 years. However, the later steps would be much more difficult and breaking through would be much slower. However, I need to first make further breakthroughs in my 5 Supreme Daos. Only then will I be able to develop an even more profound Omega Sword Dao. Ning understood that his path would be a more difficult one. Others, however, would have no idea. I'll stay in seclusion for 10 years. 10 years from now I'll say that I broke through to become a Dao Lord of the second step, Ning mused. 10 years. Under temporal acceleration, this would translate into over 1,000 years. Given Ning's level of talent, for him to break through to become a Dao Lord of the second step in roughly 1,000 years wouldn't be that surprising to others. As a Dao Lord of the second step, for him to possess a Dao on the level of his Omega Sword Dao would make sense. If others knew that a Dao Lord of the first step possessed such a terrifyingly powerful Sword Dao, news would quickly spread throughout the endless territories. Ning truly didn't want to see this happen. In the next 10 years, I need to finish mastering the Novescence Thunder and the Novescence Water, as well as the protective divine ability the deceased Hegemon gave me, the Sword Dao Body. Ning came to his decision. Of the various divine abilities and secret arts which the deceased Hegemon had given him, the only one he could use for now was the protective divine ability. This was because Ning had already reached the apex of power in the Golden Idol technique, and his body was comparable to a supreme Dao weapon. That was the highest limit possible for world-level cultivators. Only now, after becoming a Dao Lord, was he able to use the deceased Hegemon's Sword Dao Body. When trained to the apex, it would make his divine body comparable to a supreme eternal treasure. Given his life would be a life surrounded by battle, if he wished to live a long life he had to be able to take a beating. The primordial chaos was filled with all types of dangers, and one's enemies were capable of all sorts of insidious attacks. If your divine body was able to take a beating, your chances of staying alive would improve dramatically. All Dao Lords of the fourth step had extremely powerful and unfathomable techniques. These were terrifying powers gained after your personal Dao had reached an extremely high level. Time continued to flow on, and 12 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Dark North Estate. Although Pilsaint and Su Yuji continued to train with their main bodies, both left incarnations there to await Ning's return. It's been quite some time since Master became a Dao Lord. Why hasn't he come out? Pilsaint was quite puzzled. It's been 12 years. Even Dao Lord Soul Sky has come to ask about this, but all the two of us can do is wait here like fools. 12 years. 12 years is nothing. Your true body is using the temporal acceleration treasure inside the estate to train, right? Suyuji said, even if it takes 1,000 years or 10,000 years, you have no choice but to wait. I know. I'm just mumbling to myself, Pilsaint said hurriedly. Generally speaking, people will quickly emerge from secluded meditation after becoming Dao Lords. Our master has been in seclusion for far too long. True. Su Yuji nodded. It has been quite a while. Suddenly. Boom, dot. An utterly terrifying Sword Dao aura suddenly surged outwards. However, the restrictive spells surrounding the Dark North Estate prevented it from leaving the estate, making it impossible for anyone outside to notice what was going on. This Sword Dao aura was so lofty, exalted, and fierce, both Su Yuji and Pilsaint couldn't help but quiver upon sensing it. Faced with this aura, they couldn't even think about resisting it, the only thing they felt was fear. This Sword Dao, both of them were completely shocked. A period of time went past, but they remained unable to calm down. Rumble, the doors to the room swung open, and a white-robed youth who carried a black sword scabbard on his back emerged from within. Master! Both immediately rose to their feet. Master, you, Su Yuji stared at Ning and the aura around him. It seemed rather different from that of most Dao Lords of the first step. After I became a Dao Lord, I suddenly gained many new insights and so I chose to train for a period of time. Who would have thought that I'd break through and become a Dao Lord of the second step? Ning said. A Dao Lord of the second step? Both Su Yuji and Pilsaint were quite astonished. Ning, however, felt a bit ashamed. Since he chose to hide his true power, he had to hide it from everyone, only then would he be secure. Ning's subconscious had whispered to him repeatedly that pretending to be a downlord of the second step was the best choice, only then would his path of cultivation be a safe one. Master. I've heard many say that advancing from the first step to the second step is quite fast, with some succeeding in just 1,000 years, but I didn't imagine you would be that fast as well. Suyuji said excitedly, Master, you truly are incredible. All right. No need to tell others about this, Ning said. He then raised his head to stare towards the skies. With but a thought, he dispelled the formation spells surrounding the Dark North estate. As soon as he did so, both Downlord Soulsky and Downlord Battlemaster sensed it right away. Ah, Ji Ning. Congratulations on making your breakthrough. A wave of godsense swept towards him, bringing a mental chuckle with it. Oh ho, this aura of yours, have you become a downlord of the second step? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 18, The Power to Roam the Endless Territories. Book 29, Downlord, Chapter 18, The Power to Roam the Endless Territories. Just a short while later, Downlord Soulsky, Battlemaster, and Brightfish all arrived at the Dark North estate. They stared at Ji Ning in astonishment. What's with the looks on your faces? Ning immediately asked. To advance from being a downlord of the first step to a downlord of the second step within 1,000 years, we've only heard of such things in legends. Downlord Soulsky beamed merrily as he looked at Ning. But today, I've witnessed it myself. See that, Brightfish? That's what a true genius is. Downlord Brightfish looked at Ning, then nodded and grunted in assent. Ning raised his head, staring at the dark gray wind which was blotting out the skies above them. Big Brother Soulsky, what are Patriarch Clearwind's strengths and weaknesses? You've been feuding against him for ages, you should know better than anyone else. Please tell me everything you know. His strengths and weaknesses? Downlord Soulsky looked at Ning, puzzled. What are you planning to do? Ning's copy of the Brightshore Kingdom's star map had information regarding the downlords in each territory, and it also had fairly detailed information on Patriarch Clearwind. Based on that information, Ning felt confident that he could give Patriarch Clearwind a run for his money. However, Downlord Soulsky had been battling Patriarch Clearwind for so long that he probably had far more information than the star map did. This was going to be a big battle. He had to prepare for it as best as he could. The nearby Downlord Battlemaster first frowned, then stared towards Ning in shock. You are preparing to give Patriarch Clearwind a fight? What? Brightfish, Soulsky, and even Pilsaint and Suyuji were both shocked as well. Ning gave Downlord Battlemaster a surprised glance, then nodded. Big Brother Battlemaster's numeracy skills truly are formidable. Indeed. I've become much more powerful and wish to test myself against Patriarch Clearwind. But you are just a new downlord of the second step. Downlord Soulsky grew nervous. How could you be so rash as to challenge Clearwind? He's every bit a match for me. Even though Battlemaster is also at the fourth step, he's still a level weaker than Patriarch Clearwind. Do you think you are invincible, now that you have broken through from the world level to become a downlord of the second step? Ji Ning, I don't want to criticize you, but you have to be cautious when roaming the endless territories. If you act this rashly, you will probably die. Downlord Soulsky really was panicking. Had his brother gone mad? Big Brother. Ning didn't try to argue with him. Receive a blow from me. Eh? Downlord Soulsky looked at Ning, then nodded. Very well. Strike with your full power. I want to see how strong you are. Whoosh. Ning suddenly disappeared into thin air. Downlord Soulsky had been quite calm, but now his face turned pale. Swish. 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 Sword shadows formed from finger strikes suddenly appeared everywhere and stabbed towards Tao Lord Soulsky, every single one of them moving with incomprehensible speed. Fast. Too fast. How Tao Lord Soulsky's hands instantly transformed into two streams of water that swirled around each other, completely covering the area around him as they strove to defend against Ning's sword shadows. Despite that, Tao Lord Soulsky was rendered completely off balance and forced to take on the attacks head-on, causing waves and splashes of water to explode around him. This caused the nearby Tao Lord Battlemaster and Tao Lord Brightfish to both feel tremendous shock. Whoosh! Ning's form appeared once more standing off in the distance. How was it, big brother? Ning looked at Tao Lord Soulsky. Well done, my brother. Tao Lord Soulsky revealed a look of delight, his eyes radiating excitement as he stared at Ning. He roared with laughter, well done, my brother. With this stance alone, you have the power to roam the endless territories unimpeded. How could you be this fast? In fact, you seem to be even faster in battle. It is due to the Tao which I comprehended, Ning said. Ning was able to move at 10 times the speed of light. Other Tao Lords who used flying treasures or rode on lightning or light would also be able to move at 10 times the speed of light, but there was a critical difference. For them, that speed could only be obtained when they were fleeing at high speed. The speed at which they could move and dodge in confined spaces in close quarters combat was much slower. Ning, however, had launched more than 60,000 frenzied attacks within this region in that brief moment, and he was actually able to move and dodge at the incredible speed of 10 times the speed of light in battle. This wasn't a speed one could reach thanks to treasures or external resources. It depended on the Tao you had comprehended. Some who trained in the Tao of lightning, the Tao of wind, or the Tao of light would be able to move dozens of times faster than the speed of light once they became Tao Lords of the fourth step. This was what made them so incredibly formidable in battle. But of course, people like them were incredibly rare, less than 1 in 100 Tao Lords of the fourth step would have such skills. But of course, the other Tao Lords might be skilled in other areas. Formidable. Tao Lord Soulsky was extremely impressed. Our big brother is right. By relying on this sword Tao, Dark North, you do indeed have the power to roam the endless territories. Tao Lord Battlemaster nodded in praise as well. Incredible. Tao Lord Brightfish sighed in amazement. Soulsky immediately asked, right, Ning. When you were in the Sword Palace of the Brightshore Kingdom, you should have been given the title of Sword Lord, right? Yes. Ning nodded. My master became a Sword Lord shortly after he entered the Sword Palace. He was one of the top-ranking ones in the 12 palaces, at that. Pilsaint immediately spoke up proudly. Ha! The Brightshore Kingdom is one of the 6 major powers. You've only been training for a short period of time, yet you managed to rank amongst the top world-level cultivators of the Brightshore Kingdom? No wonder you are such a monster despite having just reached the 2nd step. Tao Lord Soulsky nodded. You might be a bit weaker than Patriarch Clearwind, but your speed alone guarantees that he won't be able to take you down. As he spoke, he produced a jade slip and immediately sent it towards Ning. Clearwind and I have battling for ages, and I know the ins and outs of virtually all his techniques. I've recorded them all down within this jade slip. Take a look. Ning accepted it, then immediately began to read through it carefully. Right. This information was indeed more detailed than the information included within the Brightshore Kingdom's star map. Patriarch Clearwind truly was formidable. What do you think? Tao Lord Soulsky looked at Ning. Still want to fight him? Of course I'm going to fight him. Ning nodded. We can't just let him continue to blockade the entrance of our vast heaven palace, right? Good. Tao Lord Soulsky smiled. Now that you are a Tao Lord, you are the 4th Palace Lord of Vast Heaven Palace. This here is one of the central control mechanisms for our barriers and restrictive spells. If you aren't able to overcome your foe, you can retreat within the palace. As he spoke, he handed over a black gold sawtooth disc which was covered in complicated divine runes. This thing was part of the core controls of the entire vast heaven palace. These core controls can only be bound a single time, Doubtlord Soulsky said. After you bind them, they can never be bound by others again. This was for security reasons. If one of the palace lords of Vast Heaven Palace died and their opponent managed to take over and bind the core controls, unacceptable. This place had been the headquarters for Vast Heaven Palace for countless ages, after all. After binding the disc, Ning could sense the many complicated and powerful formations covering all of Vast Heaven Palace. Their power was indeed astonishing. Then I'll head off. Ning glanced at the others, then transformed into a streak of light that flew away. Be careful! Soulsky called out from behind. Doubtlords Brightfish, Battlemaster, Pilsaint, and Su Yuji all watched nervously. Big Brother Battlemaster, Dark North won't be in any danger, will he? Doubtlord Brightfish asked nervously. Overall, he probably isn't a match for Clearwind. But he's a sword cultivator. They are very skilled in battle, Battlemaster paused. He might not be able to beat Clearwind, but he'll definitely be able to keep himself safe. Let him have his fight, Soulsky said with a smile. Will he be able to win? Su Yuji couldn't help but ask this question. It'll be hard. Actually, there's almost no chance of him winning. Soulsky shook his head. The fierce grey tempest continued to blot out the skies and the sun, causing the entire Vast Heaven Palace to be cast in stifling darkness. A streak of light, however, rose up from within Vast Heaven Palace. It flew out of the barrier spells, then came to a halt in midair. It was a white-robed youth who was carrying a black sheath on his back. Clearwind! Ning barked out, his voice echoing and reverberating in the air, causing innumerable sword shadows to appear. The trillions of sword shadows all simultaneously shot out towards the distant shrine. When the sword shadows collided against the blurry grey storm, a series of eruptions could be heard. The blurry grey wind began to splinter and break apart, as did many of the sword shadows. However, more and more of the sword shadows were born as they continued to press the attack. As for the blurry grey wind, it also continued to be remade and surge out as well. The wind was an external manifestation of Patriarch Clearwind's Tao, while Ning's sword shadows were external manifestations of his own Omega Sword Tao. The two Taos began to clash against each other, harder and harder. This entire time, the man dressed in handsome black robes had been seated within the shrine, his eyes closed. He suddenly rose to his feet and then walked to the entrance of the shrine, where he stared downwards at the white-robed figure in midair, ensconced by those countless sword shadows. So you are Dark North? Patriarch Clearwind immediately recognized the man. I am, Ning replied. Patriarch Clearwind said, a Doubtlord of the second step already? Or were you just pretending to be at the world level earlier? Oof. I will admit that your sword Tao is extraordinary, and it's impressive that a weak Doubtlord of the second step like you could have such an incredible sword Tao. If you choose to pitch yourself against me, however, then you truly are overestimating your capabilities, but... Let's cut the crap. Eat my sword. The distant Ning let out a furious bellow. Clang! A northbow sword immediately flew out from the black scabbard on his back. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 19, Battling Patriarch Clearwind. Book 29, Doubtlord, Chapter 19, Battling Patriarch Clearwind. Ensconced by trillions of sword shadows, the mid-air Ning manifested 3 heads and 6 arms, with each of his 6 hands gripping that single northbow sword. Kill! Ning raised his northbow sword up high, the sword's emanating auras of incomparable dominance and power. He then unleashed a single furious chop directly towards his opponent. It was like the northbow sword was cutting an utterly massive yet extremely neat chasm through space. Swordlight immediately filled those chasms, almost instantly chopping directly towards Patriarch Clearwind. The power of this strike suddenly exploded, as though a volcano that had been building towards an eruption suddenly erupted in an instant. Ning was using his Omega Sword Dao, Heavenbreaker. The Omega Sword Dao could be gentle or savage, insidious or dominating. It was all up to his personal decision. Once the many mysteries of the Dao of the Sword were truly merged together, they instantly exploded in power. Ning had chosen to fight head-on with his first strike, which was why he had merely used a single sword. For such a wild, furious strike, a single sword was actually better. The deceased hegemon himself had used that single dark blue greatsword. This was because when the power of 6 arms were completely focused upon a single sword, it would give that sword even more dominating power. Patriarch Clearwind remained as calm and unflappable as the winds. He simply narrowed his eyes and snorted, then produced a seemingly slender yet incredibly sharp longsword in his hands. He didn't understand much regarding the Dao of the sword, but to him using swords or sabers really didn't make much of a difference. The slenderness and incredible sharpness of this sword was just highly suited to his own Dao. Scram! Patriarch Clearwind struck out with the longsword in his hands. If one strictly viewed this from the standpoint of the Dao of the sword, this truly was a rather unsightly stance. But when the longsword in his hand struck out, it instantly began to roar like an endless tempest howling angrily through the lands. The volcanic eruption from the north bow sword clashed against the howling, gale-like slender sword. 2 surges of terrifying, earth-rending power collided together. What? Patriarch Clearwind revealed a shocked look. He had actually been knocked backwards by that attack. An utterly terrifying shockwave spread out in every direction, and space itself rippled as though a black wave had spread across its watery surface. Mountain ranges were instantly reduced to dust, while vast Heaven Palace's barriers managed to withstand this shockwave. As for Patriarch Clearwind's shrine, it was actually sent tumbling through the air, and the 7 world-level cultivators within it were all filled with horror. Master! Patriarch! They all stared nervously towards the outside world. Ning had taken just a single step backwards, while Patriarch Clearwind had been knocked flying. However, the latter quickly found his footing, then turned to stare icily towards Ning. This was the first time he truly viewed Ning as a worthy opponent. What a dominating sword Dao! I never would have imagined that a Dao Lord of the second step would be able to threaten me. Patriarch Clearwind was truly stunned. Although he had delivered just a casual blow, it was still a blow from a Dao Lord of the 4th step. How was it that he had actually lost that exchange? You aren't bad either, Ning snorted coldly. Excellent. Receive another blow from my sword, then. Patriarch Clearwind's body transformed, becoming as blurry as the wind as the slender sword in his hand struck out again, once more bringing that terrifying, enraged stormy howl. As for Ning, he once more valiant and confidently gripped his sword with all 6 hands, moving forward to welcome the blow head-on. Boom! This frontal collision caused a shockwave that was even more terrifying than the previous one, but this time the one knocked backwards was Ning. As expected, he's stronger than me in a frontal clash. Ning's face tightened slightly as he was sent flying backwards, and he was only able to come to a halt just before crashing into the barriers around vast Heaven Palace. However, this strike is roughly on the same technical level as the one that came before it, it was just several times stronger. He probably used some sort of a divine ability. Ning's Azure Flower Mist energy gave him the energy level of a Dao Lord of the 4th step, but he wasn't able to use any divine abilities. Now that his opponent he was at an immediate disadvantage. This was one of the problems of fighting those who were at a higher level than you. Fortunately, Ning was using a lifeblood weapon, otherwise, he would have lost even more disastrously. Ever since he had used his Omega Sword Dao to reform the quintessence cores inside his lifeblood weapons, they had grown significantly more powerful. You actually managed to block. Oof. Patriarch Clearwind's face tightened slightly as he narrowed his eyes, then leapt forwards to charge towards Ning once more. Ha, is this really all you have?" Ning laughed loudly as 5 more swords came flying out from the scabbard on his back, landing in his other 5 hands. 6 hands, 6 swords. All 6 were lifeblood weapons. "Let's fight." Ning stood there in the air, instantly charging to appear in front of Patriarch Clearwind. Die! Patriarch Clearwind chopped out with the slender sword in his hands, his stances sometimes soft but sometimes ferocious. At all times, it embodied the essence of the wind itself, and it possessed truly incredible power. Ning, however, had 6 swords and many different stances available. Some were extremely inscrutable and mysterious, while others seemed to form terrifying black holes that had folded layers of terrifying spatial power. Previously, Ning had to use all 6 swords together to achieve this effect with his soul heart stance, but now that he had his Omega Sword Dao, he was able to infuse all of those mysteries with but a single sword. It looked like a black hole, but it also seemed to contain some of the mysteries of the Shadowless stance, the Heavenbreaker stance, and other stances. It was a battle of 6 swords against 1, and Ning's sword arts truly were frightening. For now, Patriarch Clearwind was unable to do anything to Ning. "You are quite impressive. For you to be able to force me to show my divine abilities, you should feel proud of yourself." Patriarch Clearwind let out a cold snort, then instantly manifested a total of 6 arms as well as 5 slender swords. 6 arms, 6 swords. Once me, he charged straight towards Ning. Not good. Ning's defenses were breached in a single exchange. The enemy's attack was simply too overwhelming. This man was clearly quite a bit stronger than him. It seems I really can't just fight against him head-on. Ning now understand the difference in power between the two of them. Earlier, he used all 6 arms to wield a single sword while using his most physically powerful strike, but he had still been overcome. With this foe now using 6 swords as well, there was no way he could win in a head-on fight. Swoosh! Ning suddenly vanished into thin air. Patriarch Clearwind was momentarily stunned. His white eyebrows shot up in surprise as he swept the area with both his gaze and his godsense, only to discover that someone was circling him at absolutely terrifying speeds. Swordlight shone once more. Clang! Patriarch Clearwind immediately moved to dodge. Moments later, hundreds and thousands of streaks of swordlight began to light up. Ning struck simply far too fast, and his dodging speed was incredibly fast as well, so fast that there was nothing Patriarch Clearwind could do. If your advantage in combat speed and agility reached a point where you were dramatically superior to your opponent, you could attack your opponent freely without your opponent being able to fight back. How can he be this fast? How can he be this fast in actual combat? Patriarch Clearwind was completely stunned. To be able to move at 10 times the speed of light in combat was extremely rare. He never would have imagined meeting someone capable of it who was merely a downlord of the second step. Where the hell did this freak come from? He must be one of those freaks who has mastered and joined together multiple supreme Daos, and his Daos must be as freakishly strong as he himself is. For the first time, Patriarch Clearwind was beginning to view Ning as a true equal, not just as a worthy opponent. Dark North. Surrounded by Ning's attacks, Patriarch Clearwind used his 6 arms to defend in an almost whirlwind-like manner. He called out in a cold and deep voice, "You are indeed a worthy opponent for me. Unfortunately, in the end, you are just a downlord of the second step. Have a taste of my 6 winds secret art." As his voice echoed in the skies. Rumble. Patriarch Clearwind's long, handsome black robes began to flutter as a series of gales sprang up. There were 6 types of wind: azure wind, red wind, blue wind, violet wind, white wind, and black wind. The 6 furious gales immediately began to erupt after appearing, filling the skies as they swept towards Ning. As Patriarch Clearwind saw it, even if he was unable to kill Ning, he'd still be able to shut him down and make it so that he wouldn't be able to move so quickly. Seeing this, Ning came to a halt in midair. Clearwind, parlor tricks like this really won't cut it. Ning's body instantly began to emit streaks of electric light. The lightning was dark gold in color, so dark as to be almost black with just a few flickers of gold within. At the same time, he also unleashed a turgid stream of water that was completely icy white in color. As soon as it appeared, it emanated an aura of coldness that caused even space itself to freeze. Septessence thunder and septessence water. Ning's azure flower mist energy was already comparable to the energy of a downlord of the fourth step, and he also had the 7-leaf pill chapters to study from. It had been fairly easy for him to master the septessence thunder and the septessence water techniques. Go! Ning's gaze turned cold as the dark golden lightning thundered downwards apocalyptically and the infinitely cold stream of water froze all within its path. Even worse, they swirled and coiled about each other, forming an utterly terrifying and enormous vortex world. This was the power of the yin-yang sword domain of Ning's new Omega Sword Dao when used in the form of a lightning water domain. It was at least 10 times stronger than merely using septessence thunder and septessence water normally. The dark lightning water domain seemed to be capable of breaking apart everything within its range. As soon as it clashed against the 6 types of wind, the 6 types of wind emanated terrifying howls of rage as it began to splinter apart. Clearly, it was actually weaker. What? Patriarch Clearwind's face finally turned pale. Within vast heaven palace, Downlord Soulsky, Battlemaster, Brightfish, Pillsaint, and Su Yuji had been watching this entire time. All of them were stunned as well. This battle involved utterly ruinous levels of power, and both sides were using nearly apocalyptic techniques. Patriarch Clearwind had long been a famous figure. Who would have thought that Ning would actually be able to fight him to a standstill? Dark North's lightning water sword domain was actually able to break apart that madman's 6 winds secret art. Downlord Soulsky sighed in amazement. Oh, this is really impressive. I thought that he would definitely be at a disadvantage in this fight, and would have to rely on his speed to keep himself alive. Now, it seems as though the difference in combat power between the two of them isn't that great, and he even has an advantage in terms of secret arts. It won't be easy for that madman to win this fight. He'll probably have to unleash his desperation attacks if he wants to win. He's actually able to find Clearwind to a standstill. Downlord Battlemaster sighed in amazement as well. Master! Su Yuji's eyes were shining with excitement as she watched this fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 20, The Hegemon's Armor. Book 29, Downlord, Chapter 20, The Hegemon's Armor. A terrifying vortex world of lightning and water filled the skies, emanating an aura of absolute annihilation as it swirled around Patriarch Clearwind. How could his secret arts be this strong? He's merely a downlord of the second step. What type of unearthly, shocking legacy did he manage to uncover? Patriarch Clearwind was truly stunned. His divine body began to turn blurry as gusts of wind began to swirl around him, striving to ablate the crushing power of the septessence thunder and septessence water. Kill! Ning transformed into a streak of light as he once more charged towards Patriarch Clearwind. Oof! You think a minor secret art like that is enough to deal with me? Patriarch Clearwind let out an angry roar. Although he was being suppressed by the water lightning domain, the furious winds surrounding him made it so that the lightning and water found it difficult to actually strike against him. Given Patriarch Clearwind's power, most likely only the full Novescence thunder and Novescence water would be enough to injure him. But of course, Ning had never planned on using his sword intent domain alone to injure his foe. What he wanted to do was to use it to suppress and bind his foe, making his foe slower and allowing himself to further maximize his advantage in speed. Die! Ning stood there within the awesome domain of lightning and water, then suddenly vanished without a trace. One streak after another of terrifying swordlight began to appear and attack Patriarch Clearwind. Some of the swordlight possessed terrifying penetrative powers, some were unfathomable and mysterious. Given that Ning already had an absolute advantage in terms of speed, for a time Patriarch Clearwind found himself stifled quite miserably. All he could do was rely on his 6 arms to defend as best as he could. "You young brat!" Patriarch Clearwind's eyes suddenly shone with azure light, and the power of the howling gale surrounding him instantly increased, making it so that the lightning and the water were completely unable to penetrate his defenses. Not good. Dowlord Battlemaster, watching from within the distant Vast Heaven Palace, couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The madman's starting to use his killer attacks. Dowlord Soulsky had a solemn look on his face as well. Brother Ning was able to force this madman into using this attack far sooner than I had expected. Still, Brother Ning is incredibly fast. If he chooses to retreat, there's nothing which Clearwind can do to him. Clearwind can't maintain his berserk state forever, it uses up far too much divine power. Master isn't retreating? Su Yuji was panicking. Dowlord Brightfish and Dowlord Battlemaster began to panic as well. That jade slip I gave him contained detailed information on Clearwind's killer attack. He should have been able to recognize it right away. Dowlord Soulsky was frantic as well. The battle in the heavens between these two mighty figures was absolutely terrifying. His avatar alone would not be able to make it there in time to help out, nor did it have the strength to. Die. Patriarch Clearwind's eyes were ice cold, and all 6 slender swords in his hands simultaneously chopped out in a deceivingly simple stance. Once this strike was unleashed, it seemed as though the world itself was falling apart. The wind howled furiously as countless gales buffeted Ning, completely smashing through the lightning water domain of sword intent, which was incapable of stopping them in the slightest. The difference in power was glaring and overwhelming. It was this killer technique which allowed Patriarch Clearwind to be famous throughout the endless territories. Without it, he was just a fairly strong Dowlord of the 4th step. With it, he was capable of threatening the lives of the vast majority of other Dowlords of the 4th step. The reason why Dowlord Battlemaster did not take part in this battle was precisely because he was worried about being killed by this attack. Ning was entirely capable of retreating from it at high speeds. Battlemaster, however, didn't have Ning's speed. This sort of killer technique was actually a type of forbidden art which used up an absolutely shocking amount of divine power. He isn't fleeing from it? Patriarch Clearwind's eyes grew even colder. Clang! Ning valiantly struck out with all 6 swords in a defensive posture, using the mysteries of the soul heart stance of his Omega Sword Dao to form a domain of absolute darkness around him. Boom! The terrifying winds blew through his defenses as though they were paper, destroying all in their path. They slammed straight into and through the dark domain around Ning, instantly shattering this abyssal domain apart and then smashing directly against the true body of Ning behind the domain. No! Back in Vast Heaven Palace, Su Yuji revealed a look of panic in her eyes. What? Why? Soulsky couldn't believe it. He refused to believe that Ning would act in such a suicidal fashion. He knew how deadly this killer attack was. Why didn't he dodge it? Boom! The terrifying blow landed directly against Ning, but the ancient cuirass of armor Ning was wearing was covered in many layers of countless divine runes. When the concussive power of the blow slammed into the armor, much of it was immediately absorbed and ablated, with some of the power actually being transformed into energy that was then thrust back against the blow, weakening it even further. The actual process would be quite complicated to describe, but by the time the power of the blow made it through this suit of armor, it had less than 1/1000th of its original power. That remaining amount of power was spread evenly throughout Ning's entire body, and it caused him a negligible amount of damage. This suit of hegemon armor truly is extraordinary. Ning was filled with joy. The deceased hegemon of the Tao of the Sword was naturally an expert in close combat. His most important treasure was naturally the dark blue greatsword, but his second most important treasure was that suit of armor. The paragon of pills had poured all of her blood, sweat, and tears in crafting this suit of armor for the man she loved. It had no special properties at all. It must be understood that most powerful armors had various special properties, such as reflecting damage onto attackers or even containing powerful secret arts. The hegemon's armor, however, was very simple. It had only one property, a defense. Virtually all attacks would be reduced to 1,000th of their original power. Perhaps a hegemon's attack would do better, but even then it would only have 100th of its normal power. Thanks to this suit of armor, the sword hegemon's body had been completely undamaged. Ning had chosen to forcibly endure that killing blow precisely because he felt confident in the armor. But of course, even if he didn't have it, he still wouldn't have been afraid, as he had already trained in the hegemon's protective divine ability, the sword Dao body, for over 1,000 years. His body was already comparable to a low-grade eternal weapon. If he wanted to keep training, he'd need to use certain treasures. To go from being a top-grade Dao weapon to being a low-grade eternal weapon seemed like a minor improvement, but there was a qualitative difference between eternal weapons and Dao weapons. For example, Patriarch Clearwind was able to destroy top-grade Dao weapons, but he wasn't able to cause any damage to low-grade eternal weapons. He had the hegemon's armor protecting him on the outside, and a mighty protective divine ability on the inside. How could Patriarch Clearwind possibly injure him? Boom! When the attack landed against him, he couldn't help but be knocked flying back. It was only thanks to the power of his lightning water domain of sword intent that he was able to stabilize himself and come to a halt. Pretty strong. Ning revealed a smile and a praising nod. Why you? Patriarch Clearwind's smirk suddenly froze as he stared at Ning in disbelief. How are you? Even if Dark North didn't die, he should have at least been heavily injured. Your killer technique's not strong enough. You don't have nearly the power you would need if you want to kill me. Ning shook his head. Even without the hegemon's armor, his divine body's toughness vastly surpassed that of most Dao Lords of the fourth step. Ning had already paid a steep price to fully master the Golden Idol technique, making his body comparable to top-grade Dao weapons. To learn another divine ability that could further upgrade his body and make it comparable to an eternal weapon, even a low-grade one, was quite difficult. The cost of such an ability would be staggering high, making it so that not even the vast majority of Dao Lords of the fourth step would be able to learn any such technique. Upon mastering the sword Dao body, your body would become comparable to a supreme eternal weapon. This was the hegemon's own divine ability, after all. The only reason he had been so selfless as to give it to others was because he was dead. Someone still alive like Emperor Mirrors now or the almighty Brightshore hegemon would always keep a few trump cards hidden for their own private usage when transmitting legacies to others. I'm impressed. Patriarch Clearwind suddenly waved his hand, causing the distant shrine to suddenly fly towards him. He then flew straight into the shrine. Ning was startled. The battle was over, just like that? Still, there was nothing Ning could do. He could leave if he wanted, but since Patriarch Clearwind was actually stronger than him, Clearwind was similarly able to leave as he pleased. What, you are planning to leave? The midair Ning asked. Not just yet. I think it's time for us to have a good chat, Patriarch Clearwind said from within his shrine. He had been thoroughly intimidated by Ning's absolutely overwhelming speed. If he stayed hidden with his shrine and relied on its formations, there would be nothing Ning could do to him. Soul Sky. Battle Master. Patriarch Clearwind called out loudly, his voice echoing within the skies. We can have a chat now. The furious gray storm had long ago vanished. Ning dispelled his lightning water domain of sword intent as well, and the skies became calm and sunny once more. Ha, you madman. So you are finally willing to talk? Two streaks of light flew out from Vast Heaven Palace. They were Dao Lord Soul Sky and Dao Lord Battlemaster. Dao Lord Soul Sky snickered, didn't you say you were going to besiege Vast Heaven Palace for 1 or 10 chaos cycles? Why do you want to talk now? What makes you think I want to talk to you? You really are overestimating your own importance. That was all my fault, Patriarch Clearwind said. Solsky, my friend, please don't take offense. Dowlord Salaski's eyes bulged out, and Dowlord Battlemaster was stunned as well. Even Ning was dazed. The man was voluntarily admitting fault? He was even addressing Solsky as my friend? Ah ha ha. It's rare for you to bow your head to anyone, you madman. But the two of us have been tussling for so long, for you to suddenly address me as my friend sends chills up my spine. Dowlord Solsky glanced mockingly at Patriarch Clearwind. You can't kill my brother Ning, but he can't do anything to you either. Are you lowering your head in order to ransom back that Dowlord of the third step of yours? Ransoming him back is part of it, Patriarch Clearwind said from within his shrine. More importantly, I wish for our two sides to reconcile. Let us wipe away all our old grievances with a single handshake and never be enemies again. If you wish to attach any conditions, my friend, you can just go ahead and name them. Patriarch Clearwind knew exactly what he was doing. He didn't fear Battlemaster. He didn't fear Solsky. He did, however, fear this Dark North fellow. Dark North was already incredibly powerful as a Dowlord of the second step. There was nothing Clearwind could do to him. Once Dark North reached the third step or the fourth step, given the feud between the two sides, that would probably be the way when Clearwind Temple would be wiped out. The best decision was for him to immediately resolve this feud, no matter what price had to be paid. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11. Book 29, Chapter 21, Avatar. Book 29, Dowlord, Chapter 21, Avatar. Name any conditions we want? Solsky and Battlemaster exchanged a glance, mirth in their eyes. The old madman's finally bowed his head. We've been fighting for tens of thousands of chaos cycles. Now, he's finally bowed his head. Solsky couldn't help but sigh. He had been tussling with Clearwind for many years now, and both were famous, respected figures who were unwilling to concede to the other. Since they were enemies, Vast Heaven Palace and Clearwind Temple naturally became mortal enemies as well, and the struggle had gone on for tens of thousands of chaos cycles. To bow the head represented the loss of face as well as the loss of many treasures. It is all because of Dark North. Battlemaster glanced at the nearby Ning. Solsky, my friend, to tell you the truth, do you think I would ever lower my head to you? The distant Patriarch Clearwind, still within his shrine, shook his head. Absolutely impossible. However, your Vast Heaven Palace has gained yet another fine brother. Although I'm not worried about this Dark North at present, he's still just a Dowlord of the second step. Soon, he'll surpass me, and your Vast Heaven Palace shall become famous throughout the endless territories alongside him. Solsky and Battlemaster both laughed. In the future, Vast Heaven Palace would be guarded by a truly unearthly Dowlord, one who would most likely be able to kill even eternal emperors. It was obvious that Ning had that type of potential. However, Clearwind, Solsky, and Battlemaster had no idea that Ning was actually even more terrifying than they thought him to be. In truth, Ning was nothing more than a Dowlord of the first step. You praise me too much, Ning said. Not at all. I'm just telling the truth, Patriarch Clearwind said, then looked towards Solsky. Go ahead, Solsky. Tell me what you want. Clearwind, if you want to resolve the enmities between us, I don't mind, Solsky said. But I do have 3 conditions. The negotiations between Vast Heaven Palace and Clearwind Temple went on for over half a day. Dowlord Salaski's initial requests had been truly excessive. Even if Patriarch Clearwind had sold off all his possessions, it still wouldn't be enough. This was how haggling worked. One side asked for a sky-high price, the other side would counter with a dirt-low offer. In the end, Patriarch Clearwind paid reparations of 20 million cubes worth of treasure. The feud between the two was thus brought to an end, and the Dowlords of both sides swore lifeblood oaths not to cause trouble for each other again. So long as the Tao Lords did not fight, the squabbles between their world-level cultivators, elder gods, and ancestral immortals were nothing more than minor matters. But of course, Ning also squeezed all of Tao Lord Blesswind's treasures out of him, extorting almost every last drop of chaos nectar from the man. In the end, the poor fellow had to swear a lifeblood oath swearing that he really had less than a cube of chaos nectar's worth of treasure left. Only then did Ning allow Tao Lord Blesswind and the other captives to be sent back. Within Vast Heaven Palace, Ning, Soulsky, Battlemaster, and Brightfish had all gathered together. They were drinking immortal wine and were chatting together. Ha! Just 20 million cubes. Tao Lord Soulsky shook his head. I was planning to at least hit him for 50 million. I know he has an extremely valuable life-saving treasure. The treasure alone is worth 50 million. I blame Battlemaster. You kept on telling me to back off. Otherwise, there's no way I would have let him off the hook that easily. You were being too hard on him. Tao Lord Battlemaster sipped some wine from the cup in his hands. He's just wary of Dark North's future potential, but in truth there's nothing we can do to him right now. If you pushed him too far, he could just begin to evacuate Clearwind Temple and make it impossible for us to find him, and he might scheme in secret against us to take revenge. That would be nothing but trouble. To him, that life-saving treasure is more important than Clearwind Temple itself. Tao Lord Battlemaster sighed. He only acquired it after experiencing countless dangers over the course of many years. You want him to hand it over? He'd rather you wipe out Clearwind Temple. Soulsky coughed a few times. Powerful cultivators would usually expend their wealth on creating secret arts or powerful magic treasures. It was very rare for them to actually trade those things away to others. For example, the treasures which Tao Lord Soulsky and Tao Lord Clearwind had, all combined, were definitely worth over 100 million cubes each. The problem was that the actual amount of liquid wealth they had was much less, as some of those treasures they needed for combat. Ning's 6 lifeblood weapons, his hegemon armor, and his hegemon Dao seals, they too would not be traded to others. It was all thanks to Ning. Soulsky looked at Ning. Ning, take the 20 million. As he spoke, he sent a storage treasure flying towards Ning. No way. Ning was badly shocked. How could he accept all this? You are just a Tao Lord of the second step. You'll need more treasures in the future. Just take it, Tao Lord Soulsky urged, but Ning steadfastly refused. The nearby Battlemaster said, Brother Dark North, you are a brand new Tao Lord. You'll need to spend money to create an avatar for yourself. A perfect avatar will cost roughly 10 million cubes, all by itself. You'll need to spend money in other areas as well. Just take it. Ning could tell that saying no was not an option. He said, then I'll take half for now. If you keep pressing me, I won't take anything. Ha ha. Fine. Soulsky shook his head. We won't press you, alright? Brother Brightfish, you are also a Tao Lord of the second step. Take 5 million. Battlemaster, the rest is yours. Big brother? Battlemaster immediately protested. This isn't necessary, big brother. You can't do this, Tao Lord Brightfish immediately said. My true body is in the waveshift world. Once I gain what I need from it, I will immediately begin my Tao merge. Tao Lord Soulsky shook his head. It doesn't matter if I succeed or if I fail in my Tao merge, either way, more treasure will be useless to me. Ning, Battlemaster, and Brightfish all felt their hearts grow heavy. Soulsky had lived far longer than the rest of them. He was preparing for his Tao merge, and everyone knew that this virtually spelled a death sentence. Far too few were able to succeed in this process. Come. Have some more wine. Now that Vast Heaven Palace has Dark North as a member, I can face my Tao merge with much more confidence. Tao Lord Soulsky laughed loudly. And today, my old enemy finally bowed his head before me. What an absolutely wonderful feeling! This feels better than gaining any amount of treasures. For now, Ning elected to remain within his Dark North estate and quietly train inside it. Ning had earned a total of 13 million cubes worth of treasure from Patriarch Clearwind and Dowlord Blesswind. 10 million would be used to purchase suitable materials for the creation of a perfect avatar for himself. Within an estate world. Whoosh. This was a world of icy darkness, a world where a freezing wind howled through the skies. The icy wind filling the estate world came from a black cave, and deep within the cave there was an ice-locked figure. Next to that figure sat a white-robed youth in the lotus position. The white-robed figure's entire body was emanating an unearthly level of power that was being poured into the ice-locked figure. Time slowly flowed on. Crack! 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 The layers of ice around the figure began to crack apart. Boom! The ice shattered, allowing the formerly icebound figure to fly out. His body was completely nude, and he emanated an aura of endless ice and cold. His appearance was identical to Ning's. Moments later, a layer of golden clothing appeared on his body. The golden-robed Ning and the white-robed Ning glanced at each other. My avatar has finally taken form. It now has 1/10 of my full power. The rest will be a matter of time. The white-robed Ning nodded slightly, then smiled. Fellow Daoist avatar, I'll have to trouble you to stay in Vast Heaven Palace for now. I'll naturally follow your requests, true body. This was the golden-robed Ning's response. In truth, the two shared the same memories and thoughts. This was nothing more than a bit of an amusing diversion for Ning. His avatar contained the same Dao as he himself used. However, it didn't have the Azure Flower seal. Ning had tested out his avatar. It could use most divine abilities and secret arts, but it was unable to train in the 9 Chaos Seals no matter what. When my avatar uses the Hegemon's divine ability, it is capable of incredible power as well. The only problem is, it can't sustain it for too long. Ning shook his head. Well, since my avatar has been formed, it is time for me to leave Vast Heaven Palace. Ning went to meet with Dowlord Solsky in private. Leaving Vast Heaven Palace? When are you planning to go? Dowlord Solsky wasn't surprised. No point in wasting time. I'll leave tomorrow. Ning smiled. Dowlord Solsky nodded. You are going to be going through a period of explosive growth. This is indeed the best time for you to go out adventuring. But when you are adventuring, you must be cautious, especially of Dowlords of the 4th step. Don't underestimate any Dowlord of the 4th step. One of them might have an ability or Dao that perfectly counters yours. Understood. Ning nodded. The only reason why he had gone out to fight Patriarch Clearwind was because he had a clear understanding of the man's powers. In the outside world, he would have to be far more cautious. There were Dowlords who could move even faster than 10 times the speed of light, after all. Big brother, there is one thing I wish to trouble you about, Ning said. We're brothers. No need to stand on ceremony. Just tell me what you need, Dowlord Solsky said. I wish to go to a sacred city of the Dao Alliance, Ning said. The Dao Alliance was the strongest of the 6 major powers in the Endless Territories. 99% of the territories were controlled by the Dao Alliance. Its only weakness was that it was not tightly governed and was a very loose organization, with many of the ancient, reclusive powers within it being figures with strange dispositions. If the Dao Alliance was truly unified and stood together, there was no way the other 5 organizations could possibly compete against it. The Dao Alliance was absolutely unfathomable. Treasures, divine abilities, secret arts, the Dao Alliance was supreme in every area. Over the courses of countless years, many figures like Emperor Heartsword and Dowlord Allgod had left behind their legacies to the Dao Alliance. Makes sense. We are Palace Lords of Vast Heaven Palace, which means we are members of the Dao Alliance. Dowlord Solsky nodded. You really should go to the Tao Alliance to check things out, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 22, Trailblazing. Book 29, Tao Lord, Chapter 22, Trailblazing. The Tao Alliance covers too much territory. It has a total of 8 sacred cities and is led by the Tao Alliance's Palace of Immortals, Tao Lord Solsky said. Tao Lords normally head to the nearest sacred city. This makes travel much simpler. Ning nodded. The distance between each of the cities was incredibly far, and the journey would be filled with many dangers. To physically travel all the way from one sacred city to another one across so many territories was simply too taxing. The closest sacred city to us, given that you fly a bit faster than me, you should be able to make it there in around 1,000 years, Tao Lord Solsky said. I've already reported the addition of a new Tao Lord within Vast Heaven Palace to the Tao Alliance. Once you reach the sacred city, first go and retrieve a Tao Alliance medallion. Otherwise, there will be many places within the sacred city which you cannot enter. Understood. Ning nodded. The Tao Alliance did have enemies, such as the Dark Kingdom. There were many places within the Tao Alliance which outsiders simply were forbidden from entering. You can enter all 8 of the sacred cities. The Tao Alliance's Palace of Immortals, however, is our true core. No one is permitted to enter unless they are invited by the palace itself. Only then can they enter, Tao Lord Solsky said. Generally speaking, fairly powerful Tao Lords of the 4th step stand a good chance at receiving an invitation. Given how formidable you are, Ning, you should be able to get an invitation in the future as well. Ning nodded. The headquarters of the 6 major forces were all mysterious, inscrutable places. The Palace of Immortals was the most mysterious and the most powerful of the 6. Supposedly, it held the secrets behind the reason why the Tao Alliance had been able to maintain supremacy for so long without falling. However, very few knew the truth behind those secrets. There's one more thing I need to warn you about. Tao Lord Solsky suddenly seemed to remember something. He immediately warned solemnly, the Tao Alliance is simply enormous, and so it is quite chaotic as well. It holds many different organizations within it, and the 8 sacred cities are all led by different organizations. Every single sacred city has certain ancient, powerful freaks ruling them from the shadows. No matter what, you must not let yourself get dragged into the internal battles of the Tao Alliance. My guess is, once your true power is revealed, they'll definitely try to recruit someone as talented as you into their fold. The 8 sacred cities all belong to different organizations? Ning was amazed. So there are at least 8 different competing branches? 9 main ones, actually. There are also many smaller organizations as well. To put it succinctly, the Tao Alliance is incredibly chaotic, Tao Lord Solsky said. Supposedly, this involves some of the deepest secrets of the Palace of Immortals. Tao Lords of the 4th step like me and Battlemaster would never dare to get involved in these matters. Only those old freaks and some truly unearthly Tao Lords would dare to get involved. Even if you do wish to get involved, you should only do so after becoming a Tao Lord of the 4th step yourself. Otherwise, you'll end up dying without even realizing what is happening. The civil wars that erupt within the Tao Alliance are more vicious than anywhere else. Ning was speechless. The reason why the civil wars within the Tao Alliance were so frenzied was actually because the other 5 major forces in the endless territories were too weak. They might occasionally take a few provocative actions against the Tao Alliance, but they would never dare to launch any large-scale wars. Whoosh! A vessel was soaring through the space of the primordial chaos. Atop the flying vessel were Su Yuji, Tao Lord Pilsaint, and the white-robed Ning. They had already departed from Vast Heaven Palace and had embarked upon an even greater journey. Master, this doesn't seem to be the way to the sacred city, is it? Pilsaint was puzzled. We're going to take a detour first. We're going to my homeland first. Ning smiled. It isn't too far away. We'll go to the sacred city of the Tao Alliance after that. Your homeland? Su Yuji was curious. Where is it? You'll know when you get there. Ning chuckled. However, you aren't allowed to tell others as to where my homeland is located. Understood, Su Yuji and Pilsaint both said. Ning nodded. It would take 1,000 years to get to the nearest sacred city. By comparison, heading back to the Three Realms, given his current speed, would only take a century. Master and Windfiend are planning to leave the Three Realms after making their breakthroughs. They wish to go explore the endless territories and gain a better understanding of the greater world outside. Ning frowned. The spatial tunnel leading from the Badlands territory to my homeland isn't very stable, and there are many dimensional tiers within it. If they aren't lucky, they might end up being sucked into one of the tiers and be teleported to who knows where. It has been so many years, but I've heard no news of Mother Nuwa at all. I'm afraid that she must have been trapped within one of those tiers and was teleported away. This was Ning's hypothesis. That unstable vortex passageway was extremely dangerous. Given Ning's level of power, he could use his sword intent to suppress and stabilize the vortex, but how could Subhuti and the others possibly be strong enough to do the same? It seems I'll have to engage in a bit of trailblazing. I'll have to establish a safe and secure route from the Badlands territory to the Three Realms, Ning mused. The many safe routes on the star maps of the endless territories had all been discovered by countless generations of exploring cultivators. My primal twin is in the Three Realms, while I am outside of it. I can sense its rough location, Ning mused to himself. If I continue to go forwards, I'll reach it sooner or later, and the path I cleared would be safe for future travelers. Since I'm as strong as a Tao Lord of the Fourth Step and have the Hegemon's armor on me, a bit of trailblazing shouldn't be too difficult. 100 years later, they reached the borders of the Badlands territory. Forward ho! The flying vessel ventured deep into the unknown, unexplored parts of the endless primordial chaos. Trailblazing was quite a dangerous decision, as you might encounter certain dangerous locations along the way. Ning only dared to do this because of how powerful he had become. Ning sat there in the lotus position on the deck of his vessel. He could sense some of the dangers that were located within a certain distance from him. He was the master of the Omega Sword Tao, which was why he could in fact be titled as the master of the Tao of the Sword. The prime essence of the Tao of the Sword filled every inch of the universe, and it served as Ning's eyes. The stronger Ning's soul became and the higher level his insights into the Tao of the Sword reached, the greater distance he would be able to see using the Tao of the Sword. After much nurturing from the Azure Flower Mist energy, Ning's soul was now comparable to that of most Tao Lords of the Fourth Step. Ning raised his head to stare off into the distance. There is some danger roughly 60 trillion kilometers away from us. Most Tao Lords who enter that place will perish. A star map was located across Ning's legs. Ning put down a marking on that star map. He was marking down the various chaos stars and dangerous areas he encountered and saw on this journey. That way, those who used this map wouldn't worry about getting lost. To travel from the Badlands territory to the Three Realms was quite a long journey. The trailblazing ended up taking more than 300 years, but along the way Ning was able to sense only one place of incredible danger. The other areas, a bit of vigilance would suffice. But of course, that was only true for someone like Ning. For world-level cultivators, those places were all death traps. We're almost there. We are about to reach the Three Realms. Ning could sense that his primal twin was fairly close now, and he revealed a smile. We should make it there in just a few more decades. Establishing a safe passageway out would benefit the members of the Three Realms for countless years to come. So long as this passageway was kept secret, outsiders would have no idea how to enter and exit the Three Realms securely. Not even Tao Lords of the Fourth Step would have a way to locate the Three Realms with ease. Ning was only able to accomplish it thanks to his primal twin serving as a guidepost for him. He was able to sense where his primal twin was at all times, thus ensuring that he wouldn't get lost. Master, in the past 300 years we've discovered quite a few dangerous areas. Su-Yuji couldn't help but raise this issue. The area around your homeland is a bit too dangerous, isn't it? It is rather dangerous, yes. Ning nodded. He too felt that the density of dangerous areas around the three realms was abnormally high. The universe is vast and mysterious. All things are possible. Ning smiled. Moments later, his face suddenly turned pale as a strange look appeared on his face. Eh? Ning turned to stare in a certain direction. Master? Su-Yuji and Pilsaint both noticed that something was off with Ning. Ning just stared intently off into the distance, and the outlines of the azure flower seal actually appeared on his forehead. The azure flower seal was currently resonating with a distant location. Even the azure flower region with his body was resonating. Something actually caused a resonance with the azure flower seal. Ning was both shocked and nervous. He had encountered quite a few fortuitous benefactors, such as the Paragon of Pills and the almighty Brightshore Hegemon. Both of them were Hegemon-level figures. He had also received the legacy of the deceased Hegemon of the Tao of the Sword. By now, Ning was a very experienced man, but the 9 chaos seals, its azure flower region, and the azure flower mist energy it generated all remained completely outside of Ning's level of understanding. In addition, it had been Dao's 3 purities who discovered the 9 chaos seals floating outside the 3 realms. This entire time, Ning had felt certain that the primordial chaos around the 3 realms had to contain many secrets within them. And yet, all these years he had never been able to discover them. But now, while he was trailblazing a path to the 3 realms, he had encountered something which resonated with his azure flower seal. Let's head over there and take a look, Ning said. Swoosh! The flying vessel began to fly towards the direction where the resonance was coming from. What is it, Master? Su-Yuji couldn't help but ask. From this moment forwards, the two of you need to obey every single word that I say. Ning had a solemn look on his face. The closer they moved towards that location, the stronger the resonance with his azure flower seal became. After flying for a few dozen days, the primordial chaos in the surrounding area completely vanished, revealing a patch of pure, pristine space. There was no energy at all in this region of space. In fact, even the power of the universal prime essence of the Tao of the Sword had been suppressed and rendered unable to enter this region. And it wasn't just the Tao of the Sword, none of the other universal prime essences were able to enter this place at all. Is that? Ning stared at the vast patch of empty space before him. It was completely pure and pristine, and at its very end he was able to see some golden mist. Upon seeing that golden mist, Ning had a sudden feeling of incredible danger. Yuji, Pilsaint, the two of you must wait here. Do not move any closer, Ning barked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 23, Deluxe Hellgold. Book 29, Downlord, Chapter 23, Deluxe Hellgold. Master. Pilsaint and Su-Yuji both started to grow nervous. The area up ahead contained a region of pure space, with nothing within it whatsoever, not even the prime essences of the universe held sway there. And yet, when they stared at that region of pure space, the two of them felt their very souls shiver in fear. They had the feeling that if they barged into that place, it was virtually guaranteed that they would die. Master, I can sense that this is no ordinary place. Don't enter rashly, Su-Yuji said immediately. Master, you should first come up with a method to test it out. Only then should you enter it, Pilsaint agreed. Ning stared towards the front, a solemn look on his face. He was supremely confident in his abilities to handle even the likes of Patriarch Clearwind. Although the empty field of pure space in front of him seemed rather special, he was certain it posed negligible danger to him. But that region of golden mist, his subconscious was screaming of danger. Ning knew that the depths of the golden mist had to hold something that was terrifyingly dangerous. This region of space is quite extraordinary. All techniques and spells have been kept at bay by it. Even the prime essences of the universe avoid this place, Ning said. I can't scan it with my god sense either, nor can I scan it with my Tao of the Sword at all. There are no other options. Then don't go in. Su Yuji argued. Right, master. Forget it. Don't go in. Pilsaint said the same thing. The endless primordial chaos was filled with dangerous places. If you knew it was dangerous, why did you have to go inside? But Ning only shook his head. The 9 chaos seals remained the most inconceivably powerful technique he had ever encountered. Now that his azure flower seal was resonating so strongly with this location, it was obvious that there was something calling to him from the depths of the golden mist. Ning had already placed his lifeblood Tao seal by the side of his avatar in Vast Heaven Palace. Even if he died, he would be able to use the Tao seal to come back to life. Taking on a bit of risk for the chance to learn some of the secrets of the azure flower seal was worth it. Just wait for me here, Ning barked. Acknowledged. Pilsaint and Su Yuji had no choice but to accept his order. But be careful. Su Yuji added. Nin nodded gently. Moments later, a vortex world formed by dark gold lightning and icy white water appeared around in the area around him. Swoosh! Ning stepped into the region of pure space, and everything around him for 10,000 kilometers became drawn into that lightning snow vortex. Whoosh! 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 As soon as he entered that region, a stream of invisible energy instantly swept towards Ning. This surge of invisible energy was flowing through the empty region at all times. It seemed almost ephemeral as it passed straight through the lightning water vortex world, then brushed against Ning's body. It was able to just barely make it through Ning's hegemon armor, but it was dramatically weakened in the process. It then brushed against Ning's soul itself, but Ning's soul remained very stable. It was as though a gentle breeze had blown across it. A direct soul attack? Ning was quite wary of this. He immediately turned his head to look backwards, willing his lightning water vortex world to stretch out and encompass Su Yuji and Pilsaint within it. No matter what, do not enter this region of empty space. It contains a pervasive force that will directly assault your soul. Ordinary Tao Lords of the first step would not be able to endure this type of assault. Ning's voice echoed in the area around Su Yuji and Pilsaint. After issuing the warning, Ning continued to fly through the region of empty space, moving at just 2 times the speed of light. For him, this was fairly slow. As for Pilsaint and Su Yuji, they watched Ning leave with worried gazes as Ning moved towards that region of golden mist. A short while later, Ning reached the region of golden mist. This mist completely covered this side of the empty region, and Ning could sense that the thing which was resonating with his azure flower seal was on the other side of the mist. What is this mist? Ning reached out with his hand and formed a stream of swordlight. The stream of swordlight stretched out to become 30,000 meters long. It delved straight into the golden mist in front of Ning, slicing through it without encountering any impediments at all. The mist doesn't seem to be dangerous or offensive, in and of itself, Ning mused. The sense of danger should be emanating from deeper within the golden mist. Ning then reached out with his right hand, making it expand to become more than 30 meters long before plunging it into the golden mist. Ning was right to be so cautious. The strong sense of danger coming from his subconscious as well as the marvelous properties of the 9 chaos seals ensured that Ning would not dare to be negligent in dealing with this matter. As Ning saw it, anyone capable of creating the 9 chaos seals had to be at least as strong as the likes of the almighty Brightshore Hegemon or the Paragon of Pills. There really does seem to be no danger here. This is nothing more than a metallic form of energy. Ning was unable to use his god sense to scan the place. His only option was to use these fairly crude ways to test everything out. Whoosh! Ning flew into the golden mist. With the golden mist completely surrounding him, even Ning was only able to see out to a distance of roughly 10 million kilometers. He carefully advanced at the speed of light, 10 million kilometers might seem like a long distance, but if Ning moved at his full speed of 10 times the speed of light, he'd pass that distance in the blink of an eye. It'd be too risky. Ning swept the region before him with his gaze. Within this region of 10 million kilometers, he saw a strange beast that looked like a giant golden pangolin. Its entire body was covered in armor plates, and it was gracefully flying through the air. Each time it glided through the air, it moved at 3 times the speed of light. Ning couldn't sense this creature posing much of a threat to him. Still, best to avoid it. No reason to cause any unnecessary trouble at a time like this. With but a thought, Ning suddenly vanished entirely. Ning had just used the shadowless evasion skill, becoming one with the golden mist and completely invisible to the naked eye. Given how distant that carapaced creature was, it naturally wouldn't be able to discover Ning. Ning spent 16 full hours flying through the golden mist, and the resonance with his azure flower seal only grew stronger. However, he remained within the golden mist region. What's with all the beasts? Ning swept the area before him with his gaze, only to discover 23 golden beasts congregating together roughly 10 million kilometers away from him. Some were large, some were small, but all of them caused Ning to feel a hint of danger. The sense of danger isn't that strong. I should probably be able to deal with them, but the ones I encountered earlier were all by themselves. Why are 23 of them here? The strangest environments always gave birth to the strangest and most unique lifeforms or animals. Waterwalker, Birchaloo, and others like them who were born with sufficient amounts of intelligence could train in the Tao like any cultivator. These beasts before Ning, however, were fairly dumb and more like bug beasts. There was no way for them to cultivate at all. Still, the universe had given them their own path to growth and evolution. Although it was guaranteed that there was no way this path could let them gain eternity, it still provided them with tremendous combat power. Why are they all gathered here? Is this their home? Ning felt quite curious, and so he used his shadowless evasion skill to move closer to them. When he reached a distance of 2 million kilometers, he was able to see them quite clearly. The beasts were all scattered in a circular fashion around a golden pearl that was slowly spinning in place. The 23 carapace beasts were all swallowing in the energy being emanated by that golden pearl. The beasts were dumb, but they knew that absorbing the energy being given off by this pearl would help them grow stronger. Is that? Ning frowned, then stared in astonishment. Deluxe Hellgold? That's Deluxe Hellgold. Supposedly, it can be used to serve as the energy core for a golem of the 4th step. Damn, my luck is good. I actually ran into a pearl of Deluxe Hellgold. Golems with the power of Tao Lords of the 4th step were incredibly few in number, primarily because the materials needed to build cores for them were difficult to forge, with all the materials being incredibly rare. Deluxe Hellgold was one of the things that could be used to forge such a core. In other words, if you had a pearl of Deluxe Hellgold, you would have the majority of the ingredients needed to construct a golem Daelord of the 4th step. There were also a number of other materials that could be used to build an energy core, but all of them were just as incredibly rare. When Deluxe Hellgold was used to forge magic treasures, the magic treasure in question could change freely. It could even switch from being a suit of armor to a sharp sword, and it would have the power of a top-grade eternal treasure in any form. But of course, using such a precious material to forge a magic treasure was a very wasteful act. Generally speaking, people would save it for creating golems. The golem itself would be as tough as a top-grade eternal treasure, one which could change and transform at will. It would be the perfect meat shield, and eternal emperors would use them to keep themselves alive. Once I get enough materials, I'll invite a true Grandmaster Artificer to work on one for me, Ning mused. Many organizations have permanent buy orders for Deluxe Hellgold, with the price set at 30 to 40 million cubes of Chaos Nectar. There were many major powers who would go out of their way to buy this material, but, well, the sellers weren't fools either. Everyone knew how rare this material was. Generally speaking, sellers would only be willing to trade it for similarly rare treasures. Everyone had chaos nectar, who cared about that? Not everyone, however, would necessarily have high-quality treasures. Some unique ones simply couldn't be found anywhere else. If Ning was to acquire this deluxe Hellgold, he'd be able to trade it for some treasures which were truly useful towards him. These were treasures that people generally wouldn't be willing to exchange for chaos nectar, not unless Ning was willing to pay 2 or 3 times more than the market price. I still haven't discovered the source of the resonance with my azure flower seal, but I found a pearl of deluxe Hellgold. Ning was rather excited. The only problem is that it is surrounded by those 23 beasts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 24, Rooted Down. Book 29, Downlord, Chapter 24, Rooted Down. Ning stared at the 23 beasts off in the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. Kill. Ning didn't hesitate at all. He immediately began to quietly approach those beasts. Any major power would have made the same decision as he was right now, because only a fool would give up the chance to acquire a treasure like deluxe Hellgold without even giving it a shot. It must be understood that even the deceased sword hegemon had only left Ning with 50 million cubes of chaos nectar, which wasn't that much more than the deluxe Hellgold was worth. This pearl of deluxe Hellgold was far more valuable than even the eternal blood had been. Whoosh! Ning used the shadowless evasion skill as he continued to stealthily advance. 1 million kilometers. 500,000 kilometers. 300,000 kilometers. The physically largest member of the carapace beasts that were absorbing energy from the Hellgold suddenly turned its head to stare in Ning's direction, a look of rage appearing within its deep eyes. Moments later, it let out a furious roar. Ray-er! Its roar was ear-piercing and rent the skies, causing countless streaks of heaven-destroying energy to sweep straight towards Ning. Looks like I've been discovered. Attack! Ning's speed increased dramatically as he sped up to move at 10 times the speed of light, and streaks of dark gold lightning and icy white water erupted from his body. An awesome vortex world of water and lightning instantly appeared in front of him, encompassing all of the strange beasts within it. Boom! 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 It sounded like stones cracking apart. Explosions appeared on the bodies of 11 of the smaller beasts as the carapace-like bodies burst open. Moments later, they disappeared as their bodies were transformed into dust. Nearly half of the 23 beasts had died from Ning's first strike. Kill the invader! The largest beast let out a frenzied howl as the other carapace beasts all charged furiously towards Ning as well. Clang! 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 Ning immediately activated 3 heads, 6 arms. He wielded his 6 northbow swords in his hands as he blocked multiple strikes from the swarming beasts. While blocking their attacks, Ning was able to sense several streams of strange, penetrating power be transmitted into his body. The power dug through the hegemon armor and invaded deeper into his body, making him feel rather numb. What a strange attack! Even with the hegemon armor protecting me, I still feel a bit numb. If I was an ordinary downlord of the 4th step, I probably would actually end up dying here. Ning relaxed slightly. Different beasts which lived in different environments would have different attacks. Some were born with terrifying illusory powers, while others were born with tremendous skill in formations. Still others were able to move so fast, they could attack at the speed of 100 times the speed of light. If Ning encountered a beast whose powers perfectly countered his, he would be in serious trouble. However, although the carapace beasts before him had very strange attacks, Ning feared creatures like them the least. He had a suit of hegemon armor and a body equivalent to a low-grade eternal weapon. To harm him through direct attacks was incredibly difficult. Kill! Ning's sword arts were arcane and profound, far above the level of these carapace beasts. Slash! Sword light flashed, piercing through the head of one of the carapace beasts. Moments later, its head exploded as the internal organs inside of it were reduced to dust. Slash! 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 Ning's sword was incredibly sharp, and the blood drop stance of his Omega Sword Dao contained tremendous penetrative power. The carapace beasts were able to endure Ning's lightning water vortex world, but they weren't able to withstand Ning's sword. Soon, just 3 of the beasts were left in the air. These were the 3 largest beasts, and they had the toughest carapaces as well, so tough that not even Ning's sword was able to pierce through them. Growling. Invader. Detestable invader. The 3 strongest carapace beasts were completely enraged by the deaths of their fellows. They attacked even more ferociously than before, and each time Ning clashed against them he could sense that penetrative power seep into his body. Ning suddenly put away 5 of his swords, leaving just 1 behind. His 6 hands all gripped that single sword as he raised it high into the air, then delivered a ferocious chop with it. The speed of this blow seemed both as slow as a falling leaf and as fast as a flash of lightning. An endless amount of power quickly began to accumulate, making it seem like a volcano that was about to explode. Boom! Ning's sword seemed to strike out in a head-on blow, but it actually fluttered out in an unpredictable arc that skirted past the claws of the carapace beasts, then smashed one of them on its head. Ning was taking advantage of the fact that these beasts had low levels of comprehension and technique. If he was fighting against Dao Lords of the 4th step like Patriarch Clearwind, the latter would be able to block even a maximum speed attack from Ning. A low, rumbling explosion rang out and the carapace beast's body trembled. Although its internal organs were very tough, in the end they couldn't compare to those of a cultivator who had trained in a protective divine ability. For cultivators, the strength and endurance of every part of their body was identical. As for these carapace beasts, they had incredibly tough shells but somewhat more fragile internal organs. Under Ning's most powerful sword strike, the creature's organs were reduced to smithereens, and it died on the spot. Its body turned soft as it fell backwards, then simply hovered there in the air, its body twitching every so often as blood flowed out of its nostrils. Next. It was as though Ning was riding on a sharp sword. With a swoosh, he moved at 10 times the speed of light and appeared next to another one of the carapace beasts, and the beast bellowed in rage and fear as he approached. Boom! Yet another explosion rang out. The beast had tried to fight back, but so what? It was still struck on the head, and it too fell backwards as all signs of life disappeared from its corpse. And that leaves you. Ning turned his gaze towards the largest carapace beast, the one who had been the first to discover Ning. Invader, you shall die for invading our racial lands. The carapace beast let out a low growl. Its armored carapace was clearly thicker than those of the others, and it was noticeably stronger as well. Boom! Ning struck out with a furious chop, his 6 arms clenched around that single sword as he once more delivered a hammering blow to the skull of the beast. An explosion rang out, and even the space around them began to splinter. The carapace beast was knocked backwards by the force of the stunning blow, but it then raised its head calmly to give Ning a murderous glare. What? Ning's face tightened. For it to possess unearthly defenses was one thing, but how was it that even a head-on kinetic strike was unable to kill it? Whoosh! The carapace beast once more charged forwards, its tail sweeping straight towards Ning. As for Ning, he once more wielded all 6 northbow swords as he moved at his absolute maximum speed while using his lightning water vortex world to constrain his foe. Slash! Clang! Boom! Ear-piercing screeches, low growls, light pants. All sorts of sounds erupted as the space around them was repeatedly torn apart and regenerated as Ning engaged the largest carapace beast in a furious battle. Whoosh! 2 streaks of swordlight shot out almost like a pair of flexible ropes, quickly wrapping themselves around that carapace beast with multiple layers of shackles. No! No! The carapace beast had been completely bound. It immediately struggled to break free, only to no avail. Even I would laugh at myself if you were able to break free from this. Ning revealed a smile. It seems using softer methods is more appropriate for dealing with crazed beasts like this. Ning had indeed used a pair of Northbow swords to tie up this beast. The Northbow swords had been forged for Ning by Emperor Gonflame himself, and they were lifeblood weapons that were well suited towards all aspects of the Tao of the sword. They could be ferocious, could be insidious, could be unpredictable, and they could be both hard and soft in their fighting styles. They could be hard and striking like a heavy sword, or they could be soft and striking like a whip. This was the nature of the Northbow swords. Get in here. Ning produced a gourd, then unplugged the stopper. Whoosh! Instantly, the roaring and struggling carapace beast was drawn flying into the gourd. Moments later, 2 steraks of swordlight flew out from the gourd and into the scabbard on Ning's back. Ning then waved his hand again as he collected the corpses of the other carapace beasts as well. Clearly, their shells could be used as manufacturing components. That's finally done. Ning let out a sigh of relief. It might have looked like a quick victory, but Ning had already used all the tools he had available to win this fight. The Deluxe Hellgold. Ning turned his gaze towards that pearl of Deluxe Hellgold. This was what he really wanted. Ning stepped forward, reaching out with his right hand and clasping that pearl, then gave it a tug. Clack, clack, clack. Countless strands of golden energy in the area around it began to tremble. It was as though invisible ropes were connected to the Deluxe Hellgold, preventing its removal. What's going on? Ning stared, then gave it another tug. Once again, the Deluxe Hellgold seemed to be rooted down and immovable. The golden mist for 10 million kilometers around him once more began to shudder. Only when Ning stopped tugging did the golden mist go back to normal. It seems the golden mist is connected to the Deluxe Hellgold. Now that Ning understood the connection, he tugged at it one final time with all his force. Boom! A massive explosion could be heard as the pearl of Deluxe Hellgold was torn away and entered Ning's grasp. Ning immediately stored it away into his estate world. Rumble! The endless amounts of golden mist instantly began to roil about as they furiously flooded towards a certain direction, becoming sparser and sparser until it completely disappeared. Soon, the area around Ning became completely pristine, with not a hint of golden mist remaining. Ning stared at his surroundings in amazement. The golden mist had vanished up to a distance of 10 billion kilometers around him. Only outside the 10 billion kilometer range could more of the golden mist be seen. Ning immediately turned to look towards the direction of the resonance with the azure flower seal. Tens of billions of kilometers away, within that golden mist, Ning was able to vaguely make out an enormous silhouette of something that looked like an estate. An estate? Ning's eyes lit up. The surrounding area for 10 billion kilometers was now completely clear of golden mist. Quite a few carapaced creatures stared at their surroundings in astonishment. Just a few seconds ago, they had been surrounded by golden mist. Why had it all completely vanished? Soon, their gazes turned towards the distant white-robed youth. Groar! An invader! Kill! There were thousands of those carapace beasts within this region of 10 billion kilometers, and they all glared at Ning as they let out furious roars and charged straight towards him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 25, Azure Flower Estate. Book 29, Downlord, Chapter 25, Azure Flower Estate. Ning was badly shocked. There were actually thousands of carapace beasts within 10 billion kilometers of him? And several dozen were comparable in size to the leader he had fought a short while ago. Kill! One particular carapace beast whose entire body was enormous and pitch black let out a furious roar, its head upraised and its glaring eyes filled with murder. Boom! 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 The roars generated shockwaves that were visible to the naked eye that smashed through everything before them, reducing everything 100 million meters ahead of the creature to be reduced into dust. When Ning looked at the pitch-black carapace beast, a sense of tremendous danger arose within his heart. The sense of danger was far stronger than the feeling Patriarch Clearwind had given him a short while ago. He realized that if he actually engaged this creature in combat, he would probably lose his life here. Time to leave right away. Ning immediately used the shadowless evasion skill and disappeared without a trace. The thousands of carapace beasts were all stunned. Due to the strange force permeating this area, even the prime essences of the universe were held at bay here, and Ning was unable to use his god sense to scan the place at all. This meant that the carapace beasts were similarly unable to scan Ning. Even the beast closest to Ning's location was tens of millions of kilometers away from him. There was simply no way to lock onto Ning's precise location from such a great distance. Swoosh! Ning continued to stealthily flee at 10 times the speed of light using the shadowless evasion skill. He secretly celebrated, "Thank goodness there's no way to scan this empty area. Otherwise, there's no way I would have been able to escape." Grarair. After being unable to locate Ning, the pitch-black carapace beast lifted its head and let out a furious howl that completely shattered space in the area around it. Even carapace beasts which were located close to it all retreated from it in fear. Ning began to use his evasion skill to flee towards the direction where the azure flower resonance was emanating from. Whoosh! He once more flew into a region of golden mist. Through it, he could vaguely make out the silhouette of that towering estate up ahead. Is that an estate? Ning continued to fly forwards. Things looked deceptively close. He was clearly able to make out that estate from far away, but he spent 10 hours flying towards it. During that period of time, he encountered 2 more pearls of deluxe hellgold. Alas, each of those 2 pearls had over 10,000 carapace beasts surrounding it, as well as a pitch-black carapace beast. Just staring at the thousands of carapace beasts surrounding the pearl of deluxe hellgold, Ning felt a sense of tremendous danger. He could sense that as soon as he attacked, he would be almost instantly swarmed and killed by the carapace beasts. The 10,000 plus carapace beasts had divine runes glowing above their shells. The runes were humming in unison, and the power emanating them caused even Ning's heart to quail. Clearly, these beasts had a way to join together into a formation. A joint attack from more than 10,000 carapace beasts would probably surpass even one of the most powerful of Dao Lords. Previously, Ning had been able to slay those 23 carapace beasts because there simply weren't enough of them around. They weren't able to join together into a formation that would threaten him. It seems that my decision to take away one of those pearls of deluxe hellgold has put the other carapace beasts on high alert, Ning mused. Still, to be able to acquire 1 pearl is already quite lucky. Ning became more cautious as well. What in the world is this place? Even the energy of the prime essences of the universe is forced to avoid this empty region, and the golden mist region holds treasures like deluxe hellgold within it. I've found 3 pearls, but there has to be far more than that. And those carapace beasts. The strongest ones are definitely on par with Dao Lords of the 4th step. As for the ones with the pitch-black shells, they can crush the vast majority of Dao Lords. If all of them gather together, I suspect that even eternal emperors would find it hard to gain victory against them. Ning was feeling rather nervous. He hadn't even entered the estate yet, but the outside perimeter was already filled with terrors. What, then, would the estate itself hold? Whoosh! Roughly 10 hours after acquiring the deluxe hellgold, Ning finally reached the towering estate. The estate itself was emanating an endless aura of golden mist. What's this? Ning stared at the utterly enormous estate in front of him, and its walls were like mountain ranges. The powerful ripples emanating from the walls ensured that Ning didn't even think about trying to scale over them. The main gates are over there. Ning immediately flew towards the gates of the estate. A short while later, Ning reached the main gates. Directly above the main gates there was an image of an azure flower that was slowly swiveling in midair. It radiated a sacred, natural aura which seemed to whisper that even if the universe itself changed or if time itself ended, this flower would remain here forever. What in the— Ning raised his head to stare at the image of an azure flower. He trembled, a look of shock in his eyes. That azure flower? Only after he had managed to combine all of the 9 chaos seals had he been able to manifest the azure flower seal, then gain an azure flower region in his body. The azure flower seal located absolutely identical to the azure flower image hovering above the gates taught his estate. It seems as though there has to be some sort of connection between my 9 chaos seals and this estate, Ning mused to himself. I wonder how Taoist 3 purities ran into those seals in the past. Given the level of power he was at, there's no way he could have traveled from the 3 realms to this place. This place was quite a distance away from the 3 realms, and back then Ning obviously hadn't blazed a trail out from the 3 realms. In addition, even weaker Tao Lords would perish within the empty region and within the golden mist. The gates. Ning turned his gaze from the azure flower to the estate gates. The towering estate gates were covered with carvings that looked like tree roots. The carvings looked chaotic and complicated, but when Ning's gazed towards them he could sense an invisible power surge out from the diagrams and sweep around Ning's heart. Whoosh! Ning continued to stand in front of the estate gates, but he closed his eyes. The deepest pains within his heart were once more dragged out from where he had hidden them. I wouldn't dare beg that you send my senior apprentice sister back to my side, God King. All I hope is that she can live a simple, peaceful life. If you can do this, I will be endlessly grateful. Ning fell to his knees before the God King. You are the one who personally consigned her to endless torment within the infinity hells. It was you. You personally. The God King's furious roars reverberated with Ning's mind. Didn't you say that she's already dead, and that you killed her? Then, let her truly die. The towering figure of the Rahuning raised its head towards the heaven, his wild laughter echoing through the 3 realms battlefield. It was my fault. I was the one who consigned you to the infinity hells. I was the one who caused your soul to be destroyed. The most agonizing, wrenching memories in his heart were all pulled out and magnified, and the sense of self-recrimination which Ning felt was amplified 10,000 times over. Ning was completely absorbed in his pain and self-blame. He stood there in front of the estate, his entire body trembling. In this moment, his hegemon armor, his lifeblood weapons, and his protective Tao seals weren't able to help him out at all. Both his soul and his true soul were trembling. The same wasn't true for just him, even the black-robed primal twin Ning was shaking back in the 3 realms. As for his avatar in vast heaven palace, it was also in the same dazed state. It was as though they had fallen into an endless abyss and were sinking deeper and deeper into it. Go ahead and die. Once you die, you'll be together with her once more. This was what that invisible surge of energy was whispering to him. Ning's soul and true soul were shaking so hard, they were about to splinter apart. If they really did shatter, his true body, his primal twin, and his avatar would all fall simultaneously. Not even his lifeblood Tao seal would be able to save him. This was a technique available to the truly major powers who stood at the apex of all life. I've already made my choice. Even if I had to choose again, I would choose the same thing. That was a war. A war which would determine the destiny of all the living creatures of the 3 realms. The war has concluded. Both my father and my mother have returned. I, Ning, shall use all the years of my life and all the power that is available to me to find my wife and bring her back. For her sake, I would willingly sacrifice all that I have. Nothing and no one will bar my path. Still standing in front of the gates, Ning opened his eyes. His eyes shone with a terrifyingly sharp light that reflected the innermost depths of his heart. Nothing and no one would ever be able to stop him on his path, and he would continue on it until death itself came for him. Boom! 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 Ning's heart force was surging and growing increasingly powerful as it intersected more and more with his sea of consciousness. Once he experienced a few more things within this universe and accumulated a bit more power, he would be able to break through to the 6th stage of heart force. Thank you, mighty creator of the Azure Flower Estate. The white-robed Ning stared at the gates in front of him. Thank you for helping me to once more reaffirm my own Tao heart. This is my Tao, and this is my heart. I will continue on this path until the day I die. Ning walked forwards. Boom, dot. The strange tree root carvings atop the gates seemed to be able to sense Ning's terrifyingly strong Tao heart, a Tao heart which no one could alter or shake. Only someone with a heart like this would have a chance of truly reaching the apex, would have a chance of standing above all other living beings. The most terrifying of major powers would also need terrifyingly strong Tao hearts. The gates to the estate automatically swung open with a rumbling sound. The Azure Flower Estate, which had lain silent for countless years, had been opened once more. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 26, Emperors, dot. Book 29, Tao Lord, Chapter 26, Emperors? The gates swung open. Ning stood outside the gates, staring inwards. He was able to see that the insides of the towering estate stretched out at least 10 billion kilometers, and an awesome, terrifying aura instantly swept out towards him from inside. The aura of power circulated in accordance with a formation and gathered at 3 particular spots, where 3 trees were located. Is this? Ning's face turned pale when he looked at them. 3 trees. The first tree was in a corner, and its trunk was twisted like a coiling dragon. The entire tree, including its leaves, glowed with a faint blue light. It had 3 fruits hanging off its branches, and the fruits were snow-white in color and fist-sized. The fruits were surrounded by surges of flowing blue energy. The second tree was the largest tree and had the most foliage. It was like an enormous canopy of flowers that covered an area of tens of millions of kilometers, and as soon as Ning saw it, Ning realized that this tree only had 2 fruits on it. Both fruits were completely blood red, and they looked as though blood would flow out of them if anyone touched them. The third tree was the smallest one, so small it could simply be described as a sapling. It was roughly just 3 meters tall, and it looked semi-translucent and as cold as ice. Every single leaf was like a work of art, while the sparse branches held 9 fruit that glowed with light. Each fruit was like a miniature sun that glowed dazzlingly. Is that one of the 8 sacred blood fruits, the sky jewel blood fruit? When Ning's gaze fell upon the 2 blood-red fruits located on the second, and largest, tree, he couldn't help but feel stunned. This was insane. Insane. The 8 sacred blood fruits, most likely, people like Tao Lord Soulsky had never even heard of them. Ning only knew of them because of the 7 leaf pill chapters. The 7 leaf pill chapters had contained a great deal of information regarding rare ingredients, including the 8 sacred blood fruits. Every single one of the 8 was incomparably rare, and a single sacred blood fruit tree would drive eternal emperors wild with lust and could incite warfare amongst hegemons. Sky jewel blood fruit, that means this is a sacred blood fruit tree? Ning stared at the awesomely large tree before him, then turned to look at the other 2. The first tree was the one with a twisted trunk that looked like a coiling dragon, while the other tree was the sapling. However, Ning had the feeling that the aura of power emanating from these 2 trees was every bit the equal of the central sacred blood fruit tree. I only recognize the sky jewel blood fruit. Ning shook his head. I don't recognize the other 2 at all. The only reason he even recognized the former was because of the 7 leaf pill chapters. Odor-wise, he wouldn't recognize any of them at all. I wonder, can I take them away? Ning could feel his heart rate speed up. Won't know until I find out. Ning walked over, quickly arriving at the large tree at the very center. Ning reached out with his right hand, which expanded to become so large that it blotted out the skies itself. His hand was now 1,000,000 kilometers in size, and it reached out and grabbed the tree by the main trunk, seeking to uproot it. Ning's movements were very slow. If any danger appeared, he would have ample time to react. Boom! Suddenly, a surge of power emanated from the surface of that tree, knocking Ning's hand aside. Seems I can't take it with me after all. Ning actually laughed. This was as he had predicted. These 3 trees had clearly been planted here by the major power who had set up the Azure Flower Estate, after all. How could that major power have allowed others to so easily rob him of his trees? I wonder if I can harvest the fruit or not. Ning then reached out to one of the fruits. He was able to easily harvest a completely blood-red fruit. Pop! The fruit fell into his hands. So one sacred blood fruit has fallen into my grasp, just like that? Ning was rather amazed. He had just wanted to give it a try, he hadn't expected to actually succeed. What about another one? Ning reached out to try and harvest the other blood fruit, but this time a wave of power swept out from the sacred blood fruit tree's trunk, preventing Ning from succeeding. So stingy. Still, one is enough. Thank you, Senior. The sacred bloodfruit tree was currently sending surges of power to the location where the first bloodfruit had been harvested, and the power was slowly taking the form of a bloody ball of mist. Clearly, the tree was beginning to give birth to a new fruit. A single sacred bloodfruit tree could at most give birth to 2 fruits at once. Now that Ning had harvested one, it could give birth to a second one, but of course that would take quite some time. The value of a single fruit was naturally much lower than that of the actual tree, which would be capable of giving birth to sacred bloodfruit over and over. Despite that, it was still a rare reassure worth over 20 million cubes of chaos nectar. Treasure like this could be pined for but never planned on. What about the other 2 trees? Ning headed over to try his luck with harvesting once again. Uprooting the trees? Impossible. He couldn't break as much as a single twig on the trees. These 3 ancient, mysterious trees seemed to possess sentience. They would only permit Ning to harvest a single fruit each. After that, they wouldn't even let Ning draw near them. These 3 fruits. Ning waved his hand, causing 3 fruits to appear and float in the air in front of him. The first was the completely blood-red sky jewel bloodfruit, the second was a snow-white fruit that was covered by swirls of blue energy, and the third was the fruit that shone like a miniature sun. The major power who built the Azure Flower Estate was quite dangerous. I won a fortune as soon as I entered this place. Ning put away the fruit and continued his explorations. Soon, he saw an utterly beautiful arch bridge, below which was a wide stream of flowing water. The water was clear and pristine, but radiated an aura of iciness which caused a layer of white steam to appear above it. Ning walked onto the arch bridge. He immediately saw that on the other end, atop the distant grasslands, a pair of old men were seated facing each other, a chessboard and some chess pieces before them. There are other cultivators here? Ning was stunned. However, the 2 old men were dressed in exactly the same clothes, both wore grayish-black robes, and they both turned their heads to stare towards Ning's bridge. Seniors. Ning immediately bowed towards them. The 2 elders had restrained their auras, making it so that Ning couldn't secretly investigate them, but when Ning looked at them he felt a sense of incredible danger from them. He knew that if they were to fight, he would probably be at danger of losing his life. An outsider has actually arrived in the estate. One of the 2 gray-robed elders chuckled as he looked at Ing through his 2 silver eyes. It's been quite some time since I've seen an outsider. Humph. As for the other gray-robed elder, he had a pair of blood-red eyes. Ning was looking right at him as he stared at Ning, and when their gazes intersected, Ning suddenly felt as though he was seeing an endless sea of murder and blood. Ning's heart shivered when he saw that unfathomable amount of hatred and slaughter. Thankfully, Ning's heart force was quite strong and just a step away from 6th stage heart force, and so he was able to safeguard his own heart. A mere Lord of the 2nd step? The blood-eyed elder laughed coldly as he swept out with his sleeves. Boom! His sleeves suddenly stretched out through the skies, seeming able to sweep away all things and moving so fast that Ning was unable to dodge it before it reached him and struck at him. What's going on? Ning had no time to spare. His body immediately blurred as he manifested 3 heads, 6 arms, and all 6 of his arms gripped a northbow sword. His swordlight flashed, then transformed into an enormous black hole. The sky-blotting sleeve lashed down upon Ning's swordlight, and Ning's swordlight began to crack as the black hole tottered. Boom! Ning could sense a terrifyingly strong concussive force be applied to his entire body, a force so strong as to completely stun Ning. He flew backwards uncontrollably, flying millions of kilometers past the arch bridge before slamming into the ground with a loud booming sound. He actually rolled over a few times on the ground before slowly beginning to regain consciousness. When Ning came to his senses, he was terrified by the implications of what had just happened. Even though I had the hegemon armor protecting me, I was knocked completely senseless for a few moments. Thankfully, my divine body is comparable to a low-grade eternal weapon. Otherwise, I probably would have died even through the hegemon armor. Ning couldn't help but celebrate his survival. The hegemon armor had once again weakened the attack to 1,000th of its full power, but that old man had been far more powerful than Patriarch Clearwind when the latter had used his forbidden secret arts. Ning's guess was that this had been the attack of someone on the Eternal Emperor level. Ordinary Dao Lords of the fourth step would probably be instantly slain by it. Ning himself was only able to survive because of both the hegemon armor and the fact that his body was incredibly tough as well. Despite that, he had been instantly stunned and dazed by that attack. Moments ago, the blood-eyed elder had been smirking. Now, however, he revealed a look of astonishment. He didn't die? How? How could a Dao Lord of the second step withstand my killing strike? Kid, get over here. Let me get a good look at you, the blood-eyed elder spoke out. Stay away. The silver-eyed old man immediately said. No matter what, don't step onto that bridge. The area beyond the bridge is forbidden to me and this old man. If you move past it, he'll definitely attack you again. Big brother. The blood-eyed elder said angrily, whose side are you on? Second brother, he's just a young Dao Lord of the second step. He can help relieve our boredom for a time. Why must you move to kill him? The silver-eyed elder was irritated as well. We are eternal emperors, after all. For you to ignore your own status and try to kill a Dao Lord of the second step, have you not noticed that you are going crazy? Emperors? We aren't even cultivators any longer. Emperors? Ahaha, the blood-eyed elder laughed wildly. He laughed like a madman, and his laughter was filled with endless hatred and pain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 27, Withdrawal. Book 29, Dao Lord, Chapter 27, Withdrawal. The silver-eyed elder's body trembled when he heard this, and a hint of sorrow appeared in his eyes as he let out a sigh. We still have a chance at gaining our freedom. In addition, the person who caused us to fall to such a state was the master of this estate. It had nothing to do with this young Dao Lord of the second step. Why must you get him involved? The master of the estate? Yes, he's the one who caused all this, the blood-eyed elder howled, and I know that he's the one we should hate, but what can I possibly do to him? We stand no chance against him whatsoever. He captured us as easily as capturing ants, then transformed us into our current state. I want to take revenge, but I have no chance of succeeding whatsoever. He said that he would give us our freedom once he returned, but how long has it been? He left more than 30 million chaos cycles ago. He'll probably never be back. On the other side of the arch bridge, Ning was speechless when he heard the conversation between the two. 30 million chaos cycles? That was an incredibly long period of time. Even Samsara Dao Lords were only able to live for 108,000 chaos cycles. Eternal Emperors truly were special, capable of living nearly forever. And, based on the conversation between those two, it seemed as though they had been effortlessly captured by the master of the estate. As they had put it, he had been able to capture them as easily as capturing ants. As expected of someone who created the 9 chaos seals, Ning mused. He really is unfathomably powerful and inscrutable. If he was able to so easily capture eternal emperors, he probably is at least at the hegemon level of power. Is it possible that there's an even higher level which he was at? Kill. 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 I've fallen so hard, why should I show pity for any others? To be able to discover this estate is indeed a tremendous blessing, but I'm going to make sure all of those lucky downlords end up as dead downlord. The blood-eyed elder's eyes were blazing with that bloody light as his murderous aura surged towards the skies. That kid had better never step foot on the bridge again. Otherwise, I'll definitely slaughter him. His gaze was focused on the distant Ning, and he didn't disguise his murderous intent at all. Ugh. What's the point? The silver-eyed elder sighed when he saw this. As for the blood-eyed elder, he simply snorted. Leave, kid. Given that you were able to stay alive when my second brother delivered a killing blow towards you, you probably are one of the most freakishly talented downlords of your generation. The silver-eyed elder instructed, my second brother wishes to stop you, but given your talent you might be able to defeat him once you become a downlord of the 4th step. However, this estate is filled with layers of danger and is much more dangerous than my second brother. I strongly recommend for you to return only after you become an eternal emperor yourself. Ning stared at the two from the other side of the bridge. Both his azure flower seal and his azure flower region were shaking from the powerful resonance. Clearly, the thing which was calling to them was emanating from deep within this estate. But given that 2 eternal emperors were guarding the bridge, and that one was filled with the desire to kill him, the difference in power is too great. If I tried to force my way through, he'd probably bind and capture me. Although Ning deeply desired to enter the depths of the azure flower estate, the difference in power was quite apparent. Go, the silver-eyed elder said. Kid, even the outside perimeter held 3 sacred trees. There are even more treasures inside the estate. Don't you want to go in? Ah, I'm sure you must. The blood-eyed elder stared at Ning intently. Ning hesitated for a moment, then turned and left. He soon departed from the main gates of the azure flower estate. The blood-eyed elder and the silver-eyed elder both watched as Ning disappeared off into the distance. The kid is pretty decisive, the silver-eyed elder praised. And what good is that? The master of this estate left behind many fortunes, but he also left behind many dangers. The 2 of us were nothing more than ants to him, and it was so easy for him to capture us and put us here to serve as his guards. Some of the other eternal emperors he caught were much more powerful than us, but all of them were assigned to the deeper parts of the estate. The blood-eyed elder smirked. The silver-eyed elder nodded. When he thought about what had happened all those chaos cycles ago, he couldn't help but once again shiver in fear. They had been the 2 weakest eternal emperors which the master of the estate had caught. But that kid was quite talented as well. If he can become an eternal emperor, he might just be able to defeat all of the servants which the master of the estate left behind, the silver-eyed elder said. Keep dreaming. Do you know how hard it will be for a freak like him to gain eternity? Hell, if he succeeds he'll probably become a hegemon. The blood-eyed elder shook his head. Outside the azure flower estate, Ning emerged from the estate feeling both excited as well as impatient. He really wanted to delve deeper into the estate and find the true source of that resonance with his azure flower seal. Alas, he couldn't even handle the 2 eternal emperors at the outside perimeter. I wish to save you, but that path will be a difficult one. This estate, however, might just prove to be one of the major fortunes which I will need to succeed. Ning turned to stare at the azure flower image once more. This place was indeed a source of tremendous fortune. Ning's subconscious was whispering to him that if he succeeded in traversing this place, he would undergo a truly earth-shaking transformation. This place might enable him to ask the most ancient of powers to come and bring you way back to life. Can't be impatient. Time spent sharpening the axe will be earned back with interest when you go out to chop the wood. I'll return once I become a Downlord of the fourth step, Ning mused. He didn't have any confidence in being able to become an eternal emperor. This didn't have anything to do with a weak Dowheart, rather, it was because far too many freakishly talented Dowlords had failed in this final step. Ning knew exactly how difficult it was, and it would be even harder for him because his path was that of the Omega Sword Dao. Most likely, it would be far more difficult than the paths which Birchelu, Soulwind, and the others were going to walk. For peerless geniuses like them, becoming an eternal emperor was incredibly difficult. If they succeeded, they would become hegemons. Ning was in control of an Omega Sword Dao. How difficult would his path to eternity be? Still, he was fairly certain in his ability to become a Downlord of the fourth step. By then, challenging the Azure Flower estate would be much simpler. At least, Ning stared at the Azure Flower image floating in front of the gates. Here, at least, I can see a hope of saving her. The next time I come here, I'll definitely make it into the depths of the estate. Ning left, but when he left his heart was filled with hope. The void of the primordial chaos. A flying vessel was advancing through the chaos once more, with Ning seated in the lotus position atop the deck of the vessel, attuning himself to the surrounding area while recording down the various danger zones on the star map in his hands. Su Yuji was seated next to Ning and was pouring his wine for him, a lovely smile on her face. Although trailblazing was somewhat dangerous, it really wasn't that concerning for someone on Ning's level. That trip to the Azure Flower estate had been far more dangerous. When Ning had returned from the estate, Su Yuji had asked about what he had found. Ning's response was this: "I nearly died in there." Su Yuji and the others still felt twinges of fear when they thought back to that answer. Now that Ning was back by her side once more, she felt at peace. "Master, that place was far too dangerous. In the future, you should avoid places that are excessively dangerous," Su Yuji said. "Don't worry. I probably won't go back for a long time," Ning said. "You shouldn't go at all," Su Yuji said hurriedly. "Next time, I'll be confident in my abilities to survive. For now, I'm not good enough." Ning shook his head. In the Endless Territories, he was definitely one of the major powers now. He had even been able to survive a killing blow from an eternal emperor, after all. If word of this spread, his reputation would definitely increase dramatically. However, Ning's goals were much higher than merely this. Not even the most freakishly strong of Downlords would be able to revive an extinguished true soul, after all. Time flowed on, and more than 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. Still seated in the lotus position within the flying vessel, Ning suddenly put down his star map and rose to his feet with a laugh. "What is it, Master?" Pilsaint and Su Yuji were both confused. "The trailblazing is complete. We've arrived." Ning smiled. "I'm familiar with this region. We have now blazed a trail from the Badlands territory to my homeland." With his primal twin serving as his goal, Ning was able to spend 300 years to reach the three realms without getting lost. The primordial chaos outside the three realms. Ning's Chaos Estate. A white-robed Ning led the peerless beauty Su Yuji and Downlord Pilsaint into his Chaos Estate, where a black-robed Ning was awaiting them. This, Su Yuji and Pilsaint both had looks of astonishment on their faces. Before coming, they had both sworn oaths never to divulge anything regarding Ning's homeland to anyone else. The trailblazing, the region of empty space, the three realms, they were not permitted to discuss anything they saw. However, they were still stunned by what was before them. "What's wrong, Pilsaint, Yuji? Don't you recognize me?" The black-robed Ning laughed. "A primal twin?" Su Yuji and Pilsaint couldn't help but blurt out these two words. There were very few Downlords who had primal twins. The white-robed Ning waved his hand, causing a painting to fly out and towards the black-robed Ning. This painting contained an estate world inside of it, and it was filled with the countless secret arts, divine abilities, cultivation techniques, and other techniques which Ning had acquired from vast Heaven Palace. It also contained the various treasures he had obtained from Lord Blesswind and the other enemies he had faced, along with Chaos Nectar, Chaos Jewels, and more. There was at least 10 million cubes worth of Chaos Nectar and Chaos Jewels here. Ning estimated that this should be enough to establish a solid foundation for the three realms. It is time for the three realms to truly rise to prominence. Ning nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 28, Three Realms Archives. Book 29, Lord, Chapter 28, Three Realms Archives. The World of the Grand Xia. Swallow Mountain. Bright Heart Lake. Ji Ichuan and Yuchi Snow were being accompanied by their granddaughter, Ji Brightmoon. They had started to journey through the three realms, with even Uncle White traveling alongside them as well. As a result, Bright Heart Lake was now a bit quieter than it usually was. Whoosh! The black-robed Ji Ning suddenly descended from the skies. Young master! Autumn Leaf immediately ran over when she sensed his presence. Elder sister Autumn Leaf. The black-robed Ning smiled merrily as he called out to her. Where are little Qing and Xiaoyu? The two of them went out to have some fun as well. I have no idea where they went, Autumn Leaf said. All of them have gone out. Why don't you join them, elder sister? Ning continued, don't stay at Bright Heart Island all the time. Someone has to stay on the island. Who knows when you might end up paying a visit? Autumn Leaf smiled. See? You ended up paying a visit today. Ning chuckled. There were some words that didn't need to be said. Autumn Leaf had taken care of him ever since he was small, and the two were even closer than actual siblings. Come with me, elder sister. As Ning spoke, he began to walk towards the inner depths of Bright Heart Island. Autumn Leaf followed from behind, and they quickly arrived at one of the inner mountains on the island. Ning stood there halfway up the mountain, then gestured with his hand. Whoosh! A seemingly ordinary immortal estate suddenly descended upon the mountain. Ning stared at the gates to the immortal estate. Moments later, three words suddenly appeared directly above the gates, Three Realms Archives. What's this? Autumn Leaf was a bit puzzled by what she was seeing. From this day forth, this shall be the most important place in all the three realms, Ning said. This place is filled with countless techniques, divine abilities, and secret arts. All of them are quite formidable, and those who are weak will find it difficult to understand them. Come forth. Ning waved his hand. Instantly, a muscular golem wielding a shield suddenly appeared. This was Moksha, the golem comparable to a Lord of the third step which Ning had captured when he was in the sacred immortal realm. Master. The golem immediately called out with respect. After breaking through to become a Lord, Ji Ning had defeated and tamed even the four golems which Emperor Mirrors now had bestowed unto him. This completely convinced Moksha of Ji Ning's power. Your appearance will scare everyone on my island. Change into the appearance of an ordinary cultivator, Ning ordered with a laugh. Yes. Moksha's body instantly blurred as he transformed into a bald, gray-robed man. Ning nodded. From this day forth, you shall guard the Three Realms Archives. No one is permitted to enter this place unless I have given them permission. This woman here is my elder sister, Autumn Leaf. She is permitted to enter the archives and study all of the techniques within it whenever she wishes. Young master, you can't just do whatever you want. This will be an important place for all the three realms, Autumn Leaf said hastily. I am the creator of the Three Realms Archives. So what if I decide to let you view everything in it right now? Just don't teach its contents to others, Ning said. Right now, there is no specific system or rules for studying in the Three Realms Archives. Later, I'll chat with my master and set down a few rules. When there are no rules, there's no such thing as rule breaking. Later on, though, all of you including Bright Moon and my parents will have to abide by the rules. I understand that much. Autumn Leaf nodded. Even Ning's closest family members would have to follow some basic rules. However, they would definitely be given the most latitude, with virtually all of the techniques available for them to study. The only true rule was that they couldn't teach these techniques to others without a good reason. This was how things worked in any organization within the endless territories. Once your secret techniques were taught to others, it was very possible that unforeseeable and uncontrollable developments would occur. This is a sacred place for studying the Tao. After Patriarch Subhoodie flipped through several of the techniques, he ended up being consumed by them for several days before he regained his normal clarity of mind. The first thing he did was let out an excited sigh. Vast Heaven Palace built up this collection over the course of countless years. Even in the endless territories, a repository like this would be considered a sacred place for cultivators. Ning smiled. There are enough techniques here for someone to train all the way to the Samsara Downlord level without pausing. The Three Realms is just a single chaos world, after all, and I suspect only a few will end up reaching the world level. In the end, very few of us shall end up as Samsara Downlords. I trust that those who do will venture into the endless territories and seek out their own fortunes there. Right. Subhoodie's face was covered with joy. The Three Realms' future is absolutely unimaginable. Ha ha. My disciple, you have established a foundation for the Three Realms. I once thought that after Mother Nuwa left, she would eventually return to us and help us. Who would have thought that you got it done before she did? Ning said, I wasn't able to find any trace of Mother Nuwa in the Endless Territories, and the Badlands Territory and the surrounding territories haven't seen any powerful female cultivators similar to her appear. My guess is that when she left the Three Realms through that vortex passageway, she was suddenly trapped into a spatial breach that teleported her to a foreign location. Mother Nuwa, despite having no guidance and no good techniques, had been able to develop her own technique and force her way into becoming a world goddess. She was definitely every bit as talented as Ning. Once she reached the greater world outside the Three Realms, just a few simple pointers would result in her powers skyrocketing. Logically speaking, she should have become a Samsara Downlord long ago. And yet, Ning had found no trace of her whatsoever. Subhoodie had a worried look on his face as well. Everything is up to destiny. Ugh. For elder gods and ancestral immortals, passage through the vortex tunnel will result in almost certain death. Even world gods will be trapped within spatial tiers if they aren't lucky. We can't just let our cultivators be trapped here in the Three Realms forever, can we? Do not worry, Master. I spent a few years and used my ability to sense my primal twin's location to blaze a trail from the Badlands territory to the Three Realms. Ning smiled as he took out a star map. Please take a look, Master. From the Badlands territory to the Three Realms? Subhoodie revealed a look of surprised joy, hurriedly taking the map from Ning's hands. He was so excited by what he saw, even his white beard began to flutter as he began to roar with laughter. Disciple, with this route through space the cultivators of our Three Realms shall be able to enter the endless territories. Windfiend and I were worrying about this matter just a short while ago. The two of us were planning to explore the endless territories after we break through to the world level, but we were worrying about that vortex. Oh, right. Subhoodie immediately said, this star map is extremely important. Every single person who views it must swear a lifeblood oath to never divulge the existence of the trail you have blazed to others. I absolutely agree, Ning said. It's entirely possible that I might make powerful enemies as I wander through the endless territories. Once the Three Realms are revealed, they might suffer reprisals from certain crazed enemies of mine. There were some Downlords who were borderline insane, especially the ones who had failed their downmerge. They would engage in slaughter on such a scale that they might wipe out all of the living things in multiple territories. This wasn't unheard of. By comparison, wiping out Ning's homeland in order to take revenge on him was nothing. Subhuti nodded solemnly. Ning and Subhuti discussed this matter, then set down the rules for allowing the three realms to be able to continue to propagate stably in the future. Subhuti and Windfiend both spent 100 years reading through the three realms' archives, and they benefited greatly from it. Finally, they were going to break through to the world level. They could have broken through long ago, but the techniques, divine abilities, and secret arts inside the three realms' archives were simply too alluring, which is why they delayed for a period of time. First had come Pangu, Nuwa, and Ning. Now, both Subhuti and Windfiend took the next step and reached the world level. Just a few decades after reaching the world level, they decided to leave the three realms together via the route through the primordial chaos which Ning had created to the Badlands territory. Master. Windfiend. Many of the immortals and fiend gods of the three realms had come to bid them farewell. As for the black-robed Ning, he said, the endless territories are filled with endless dangers. World-level cultivators are not yet at a level where they can go wherever they want. I recommend you stay in the territories around the Badlands territory for now and temper yourselves first. Don't worry. I heard that the Badlands territory has nearly 100,000 chaos worlds as well as many ruins left behind by Dowlords. That'll be more than enough for us to roam through, Subhuti laughed. One of us is a master of spacetime, the other is a master of space. We two old farts might not be particularly talented in other areas, but if we work together we should be able to keep ourselves alive. Windfiend laughed as well. The two were both very relaxed. The reason why they had nearly fought to the death in the three realms was primarily because Old Man Yuan and Lord Demonheart had been causing trouble in secret. Windfiend had wanted to go out exploring long ago, and Subhuti was also filled with this same desire. Long ago, back when Ning had been very weak, the two had already reached the apex of power. One was the number one spacetime master of the three realms, the other was the fastest person in the three realms. By now, they had reached even higher levels. If they joined forces, there really were very few world-level cultivators capable of killing them. Have a safe journey. Be careful, Subhuti. Master. The immortals and fiend gods all bade them farewell, then watched as they began their journey into the outside world. Time flowed on. A flying vessel was soaring through the primordial chaos, with Ning's true body at the helm. After blazing a path to the three realms and handing the archives over to his primal twin, he had left and led Suyuji and Pilsaint to the next part of their journey. By now, they had spent over 1,000 years on this trip to the nearby sacred city of the Tao Alliance. Right. We should arrive in a bit over 200 years. Ning sat on the deck of his flying vessel, staring forwards into the endless void before them. Master. Suyuji suddenly appeared out of nowhere. HM? No longer training? Ning looked at her. I can sense that I am about to break through and become a Dowlord of the second step. A hint of excitement was on Suyuji's face. Although I wasn't as impressive as you, I was still pretty fast, right? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 29, The Sacred City of Skywood. Book 29, Dowlord, Chapter 29, The Sacred City of Skywood. Ning blinked, then laughed. Not bad. I'll find a place to let you break through in peace. Right. Suyuji nodded quite joyfully. As for Ning, he felt rather speechless. Oh, Yuji, you are breaking through to become a Dowlord of the second step, but your master is still just a Dowlord of the first step. A short while later, the flying vessel reached a fairly nearby chaos planet, then descended upon it. Ning waved his hand, setting up a simple restrictive formation around the planet. Ning was now on a completely different level of power compared to the past. he would now be extremely powerful even compared to other Tao Lords, and to encounter a worthy opponent in this region of the primordial chaos was fairly unlikely. What? Yuji is about to make her breakthrough? Pilsaint had a look of astonishment on his face. Right. Ning nodded. So you have to work hard as well, Pilsaint nodded repeatedly. I need to refine more pills in order to improve my Daofo alchemy, but to gain insights from repeated, actual alchemy attempts will require quite some time. Still, since both you and Yuji have made breakthroughs already, I really do need to pick up the pace. Samsara Tao Lords, with each step we take, we walk the line between life and death. Do not be rash or push too hard to make a breakthrough. Speed isn't the most important thing. Ning said a few words, then fell silent. Ugh. Judging from the situation, he would probably be slower than both of his subordinates. Whoosh. Ning waved his hand, causing an enormous boulder to fly off of a distant mountain of the Chaos Planet. The boulder landed in front of Ning, who simply looked at it. Crack! The boulder was sheared flat. Ning then sat down in the lotus position atop the boulder, beginning to meditate. In the past 1,000 years, I've only been able to improve my blood drop sword intent slightly. Ning chuckled self-deprecatingly. It seems I really am going to be slower than both Yuji and Pilsaint. He had to improve in all 5 of his original Supreme Daos and then recombine them once more into a new Omega Sword Dao. This was how his Omega Dao would improve. Ning's eyelids slowly swung shut, but streaks of swordlight could be seen flickering through the cracks of his lidded eyes. Tiny spatial tears repeatedly appeared and disappeared within a few meters of him as well. Clearly, Ning was visualizing and training in sword arts. A long while later. Boom! A wind arose in the skies above the Chaos Planet, and an awesome vortex of chaos energy began to form and be absorbed by Su Yuji in large quantities. Clearly, her breakthrough had begun. Pilsaint watched intently, but Ning simply considered to meditate in the lotus position, continuing to visualize his sword arts. This breakthrough took more than 3 days before everything became calm once more. Master! Su Yuji put away her immortal estate and walked over. Ha, you really are different now that you've reached the second step. You've actually become even more beautiful. The nearby Pilsaint whooped in delight. He truly had the heart of a child, and becoming a Tao Lord hadn't changed him one bit. It was actually because of his pure, guileless heart that he had been able to become a Tao Lord. The 7-leaf pill chapters had assisted him, but at the core was his own Tao heart. Su Yuji glanced at Pilsaint, and the latter was instantly enraptured. Pilsaint, address me as Big Sister. Su Yuji continued to stare sweetly at Pilsaint. Big Sister, Big Sis. The spellbound Pilsaint suddenly came back to his senses, then pointed at Su Yuji and stammered, Hey. Su Yuji said smugly, Pilsaint, it seems your Tao heart isn't strong enough yet. Oh man. I am doomed. I was enraptured almost instantly. I am going to be in so much trouble in the future. A miserable look was on Pilsaint's face. It isn't that Pilsaint has a weak Tao heart, it's that he's still just a Tao Lord of the first step. Ning arose from his boulder, then stepped down. Pilsaint's path is the Tao of alchemy, which means he will indeed be a bit weaker in combat. You, on the other hand, have the legacy of Facian the Exalted. It would be laughable if you couldn't expel a Tao Lord of the first step despite having reached the second step. But Yuji, you really shouldn't do that to Pilsaint too often. I know. I was just excited because I broke through. Su Yuji nodded repeatedly, then looked towards Ning with some excitement. Master, why don't you give my charm skills a try? Ning revealed a smile. Go ahead and try. Su Yuji immediately said, then Master, you must. Halfway through her words, she immediately used her secret arts. She had already been beautiful enough to cause the downfall of kingdoms. Now, her smile made her eyes look like the most enchanting things in the universe. Her gaze was unfathomably deep, making it so that Ning couldn't help but be drawn to them. Even if he wasn't, those beautiful eyes seemed to be imprinted onto his mind, stirring and beguiling his inner heart. Ning's gaze slowly grew more and more distant. "Master," Suyuji said softly, "come here and take Yuji into your arms." "Yeah," Ning mumbled softly, and Suyuji revealed a look of excitement. "Yeah, no thanks." Ning stared at her. "Is this what you were trying to accomplish by trying to charming your master?" Ning's soul was comparable to that of a Downlord of the fourth step, and his heart force made him superior to many. He was at the cusp of breaking through to the sixth stage of heart force. Just a few slight improvements would result in him becoming a true heart force cultivator. How could a newly ascended Downlord of the second step like Suyuji possibly shake his will? However, Ning could sense how truly formidable these secret arts of Feitian the Exalted were. Most likely, once Suyuji became a Downlord of the third step, she would be able to have a slight effect on Ning for a very brief period of time. If she reached the fourth step, Suyuji as a Downlord of the fourth step would be truly frightening. And yet, this path held both strengths and weaknesses, with the weaknesses being quite obvious. If she encountered a heart force cultivator, she would be in serious trouble. "I could sense that I wasn't able to beguile you, so I just wanted to joke around with you a bit, Master," Suyuji explained hurriedly. She then mumbled to herself, "Can't I even make a joke? Alright. Time to head out." "We're pretty close to the sacred city," Ning said with a laugh. "Joking around now is fine, but don't cause any trouble once we enter the sacred city. That is one of the 8 sacred cities of the Tao Alliance, after all." "Understood. Don't worry, Master." Ning once more began to advance with Pilsaint and Suyuji in tow. They traveled for another 200 plus years, then finally reached the fabled city of Skywood, one of the 8 sacred cities. "So that's Skywood." Ning stared off into the distance. Although Skywood was described as a city, it didn't have any walls. It was actually a collection of staggeringly large edifices which hovered together above the clouds. It was filled with towering palaces, ancient estates, and strange buildings. Every single building glowed with the light of restrictive spells, causing it to radiate with a plethora of colors. Most dazzling of all were the completely jade-green city gates, which were 3 million meters tall. Quite a few figures could be seen soaring through the clouds and into the gates, with some figures flitting into the various palaces and estates. One of the 8 sacred cities. Pilsaint was rather excited. It reigns over or directly influences tens of thousands of nearby territories. "I hear that an enormous number of Downlords are here." "Normally, Skywood City sees over 10,000 Downlords at any given point in time," Ning said. "In terms of raw numbers of Downlords? The ancient cultivators, the Brightshore Kingdom, the Ionian race, the aberrant special life forms, no one could compete with the Tao Alliance in this area. Any of the 8 sacred cities of the Tao Alliance held more Downlords than any of the other organizations held in their main headquarters. The Brightshore Kingdom's 12 palaces had thousands of Downlords, excluding the black-armored ones, but most of them were outside adventuring, and so only a few hundred powerful Downlords were actually within the borders of the Brightshore Kingdom at any point in time. Skywood City, however, held more than 10,000 cultivators who were training in seclusion, and this represented just a tiny fraction of Skywood's total area of influence. If all of the Downlords of the tens of thousands of nearby territories were gathered together, there would probably be far more of them. The vast majority of Downlords were wandering the outside world or in their own sects, after all. Only a small amount were within Skywood City. Skywood City is controlled by one of the 9 great sects of the Tao Alliance, the Skywood sect, Ning said. This place is operated in accordance with the laws of the Skywood sect. The 8 sacred cities are all quite interesting. Pilsaint laughed. 8 sacred cities which are under the control of 9 different organizations. The Tao Alliance really is rather chaotic. "Master, I hear that the governor of Skywood City is also the sect leader of the Skywood sect, the legendary Emperor Skywood, right?" Suyuji asked curiously. Eternal Emperor Skywood was extremely famous, and she had heard of him long ago in the Brightshore Kingdom. Ning chuckled and nodded. On the surface, the Tao Alliance had a total of 8 mighty emperors who were the governors of these 8 sacred cities. However, even the likes of the Brightshore Kingdom and the Aeonians had multiple eternal emperors, despite being far smaller organizations. Could the exalted Tao Alliance truly have just 8 eternal emperors? Who would possibly believe such a thing? However, the 8 governors of the sacred cities had lived for countless chaos cycles and had reigned over their respective sacred cities. Without question, they were incredibly strong even amongst eternal emperors. Not even the most powerful of eternal emperors were able to shake the positions of the 8 governors. Not only were the governors themselves powerful and given great authority within the Tao Alliance, they were also secretly supported by many reclusive old experts. This was why they were referred to as being the 9 major organizations which reigned over the Tao Alliance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 30, Ning's Goal. Book 29, Tao Lord, Chapter 30, Ning's Goal. The gates of the sacred city were towering and dazzling to behold. Ning's group of 3 flew straight towards the gates. In truth, Skywood City had no walls at all, and so there was no real reason to go through the gates. However, this was the first time Ning's group had ever come to a sacred city, and they needed to procure a Tao Alliance talisman. Otherwise, they wouldn't be considered true members of the Tao Alliance and would be forbidden entry into many places within the sacred cities. Fellow Taoists. There was an unprepossessing little pavilion right outside the doors, and a black-robed woman immediately walked out of it with a smile on her face. This is our first trip to the sacred city. We would like to pick up a Tao Alliance talisman, Ning said. The black-robed woman before him had a very weak aura. Most likely, she had relied on a pseudo-samsara pill in order to break through to become a Tao Lord of the first step. Tao Lords like her would generally be given fairly menial tasks within the larger organizations and sections. Oh, a Tao Alliance talisman? Please follow me. The black-robed woman guided Ning into the pavilion. Within were a number of white-robed men and women, as well as a few alien outsiders. Judging from their auras, they were at most at the world level. Where have the 3 of you come from, and what school do you belong to? Are you already registered with the Tao Alliance? The black-robed woman asked. I am Dark North of Vast Heaven Palace, Ning said while producing his Vast Heaven Palace medallion. The black-robed nodded, then waved her hand and produced a little book. She flipped through the book, quickly verifying some information about Tao Lord Dark North of Vast Heaven Palace. Fellow Taoist Dark North of Vast Heaven Palace, here is your Tao Alliance talisman. The black-robed woman produced a black talisman and handed it over to Ning, with the talisman having the word Tao atop it. It was covered in divine runes that seemed quite mysterious and which ensured the talisman could only be bound once. Ning waved his hand, binding it to him. Are these 2 registered with us already as well? The black-robed woman asked. Ning shook his head and replied, they are not. These 2 are my retainers. Retainers? The black-robed woman and the nearby world-level cultivators all glanced at Ning with surprise. He had 2 Tao Lords as retainers? It seemed as though this ordinary-looking Tao Lord Dark North was actually quite an extraordinary figure. They naturally knew nothing of Ning's battle against Patriarch Clearwind, as neither Vast Heaven Palace nor Clearwind Temple had publicized that battle. As a result, very few knew about it. If you aren't already registered with the Tao Alliance, things will be slightly more complicated, the black-robed woman said. Please follow me. We need to take some steps to ensure that no spies are able to make their way into the Tao Alliance. I understand. Su Yuji smiled. She and Pilsaint both obediently followed after the black-robed woman. They knew coming here what the rules would be. Ning's history was very clean, and Vast Heaven Palace had already vouched for him. As a result, he was easily able to acquire a Dao Alliance talisman and be acknowledged as a formal member of the Dao Alliance. As for unknown figures without any backers, they would need to be investigated and swear certain lifeblood oaths to prove their innocence before they would be given a Dao Alliance talisman. A short while later, a white-robed elder led Ning's group of 3 away from the city gates. The 4 flew through the clouds, and the white-robed man smiled at them. "Seniors, this is your first trip to a sacred city, so I will explain a bit regarding the rules here. There are restrictive wards and barriers surrounding all of the palaces and estates inside the sacred city, and you are forbidden from violence within them. If you engage in violence, you shall perish and your Dao shall vanish." Ning and the others simply listened. These were iron rules which no one could breach. This was one of the 8 sacred cities of the Dao Alliance. After all, no one could violate these rules, unless they had the power to challenge the entire Dao Alliance and live to tell the tale. Once you leave the protective wards around those various palaces and estates, no one will get involved no matter how violent the battle becomes. The white-robed elder chuckled. "For example, the 4 of us are in Madeira right now. This airspace is not covered by the barriers or wards of any estate, and so we could theoretically be attacked at any moment." "How chaotic," Pilsaint sighed. "It is a bit chaotic. Wherever there are cultivators, there will always be chaos," the white-robed elder said. "Also, please remember this, seniors. In Skywood City, the disciples of the Skywood sect are not to be trifled with, not even the true gods or elder gods. If you kill a member of the Skywood sect, then you will also be put to death and your Dao shall vanish." Suyuji asked, "How can we tell if someone belongs to the Skywood sect?" "That's very easy." The white-robed elder smiled. Members of the Skywood sect are all dressed in unique robes that emanate the unique aura of the Skywood tree. If for some reason they aren't wearing their robes and they end up being killed, their killers won't be blamed. Ning and the others nodded. The Skywood tree was the sacred tree that stood guard over the entire Skywood sect. It served as the foundation for the entire sect. Ning and the others were now able to notice that there was indeed a unique, ancient, and eternal aura radiating from the robes of the Skywood sect disciples they had met thus far. It was immediately recognizable. Let me tell you a bit more about the important places within Skywood City. Those 100,000 plus estates hovering in the air over there all for cultivators to dwell in. They belong to our Skywood sect, and the 3 of you can spend a bit of chaos nectar if you wish to temporarily take up residence in one of them. It'll be fine even if you want to stay for 100 chaos cycles, all you need to do is pay a bit of rent in the form of chaos nectar. No one will ever dare to disturb you." The white-robed elder pointed off into the distance, where there was a group of ancient palaces that radiated mighty auras. "That region over there is where our Skywood sect is located, and the Eternal Emperor resides there as well. No matter what, you must not trespass there." The white-robed elder introduced one place after another to the group. "We'll go over there." Ning pointed at a distant hall that was constructed within the clouds. "The spell world?" The white-robed elder was startled. "Yes, we shall go to the spell world first," Ning said. The spell world contained countless techniques within it. Every single one of the 8 sacred cities of the Dao Alliance contained a spell world within it, and cultivators of the Dao Alliance were permitted to learn many precious techniques and divine abilities within those spell worlds for a fee. There were even techniques belonging to eternal emperors, and supposedly, hegemons as well. However, the more rare a technique was, the greater a price one would need to pay to learn it. Nothing in this world was free. The spell world contains countless techniques. You can choose from them as you please. A guardian golem was standing in front of the hall, and it said in a calm voice, "Come speak to me after you have chosen." This guardian golem was left here by the Dao Alliance. "It is incredibly powerful," the white-robed elder said immediately. In the end, golems were more loyal than anyone or anything else. If they were assigned to guard a place, they would never allow even the slightest of slip-ups. Pilsaint, Yuji, the 2 of you should go inside and take a look as well. See if there's anything you need. I'm going to enter now. Ning immediately strode in after finishing his words. Sure, let's take a look inside. Let's see what this place has to offer. Both Su Yuji and Pilsaint followed Ning inside. When Ning stepped into the hall, he felt space twisting around him as though he was entering a different world. This was a world with canyons, with rivers, with towering mountains, and with waterfalls. Jade scrolls were lying on boulders, floating in the air above deserts, hanging from tree branches, and scattered throughout the world in a casual fashion. This was a world created by an ancient power of the Tao Alliance, and it was quite mysterious and profound. Not this one. Nor this one. Nope, not this one either. Ning stood there at the top of a mountain, stretching out his god sense as he began to scan through the various jade slips. Every single jade slip contained some basic information regarding the techniques which were available as well as the price one needed to pay. Ordinary techniques could be purchased by using a bit of chaos nectar, but truly core techniques were much more difficult to procure. Here it is. Ning suddenly revealed a look of delight. Swoosh! Ning's body flickered as he instantly flew from the mountain peak to a prairie that was tens of thousands of kilometers away. There was a thatched cottage on this prairies, and there were 9 jade slips that had been casually tossed inside that cottage. These 9 scrolls were the Novessence Water, Novessence Fire, Novessence Wood, Novessence Earth, Novessence Metal, Novessence Wind, Novessence Thunder, Novessence Light, and Novessence Void. That's what I need. As a new Tao Lord, these are the secret arts which fit me perfectly. Nin nodded slowly. Although he had gained the secret arts left behind by the deceased sword He Gemin, it was far too hard for him to make any headway into them. Even if he put all of his efforts into training in them, for now it would be very hard for him to reach a high level of power in them. The 9 secret arts created by Tao Lord All God, however, were a perfect fit for Ning. He had the Azure Flower Mist energy and the 7 Leaf Pill chapters. This made it so that Ning was able to easily train in the various Novessence techniques. He had already been able to reach the level of Septessence Thunder, and the only thing holding him back was him not having the other types of Tao Lightning he needed. If I can master the full Novessence Thunder, I should be able to slay most Verge-level Tao Lords with it. If I can merge all 9 secret arts together, even the likes of Patriarch Clearwind would probably die. Even if he survived, he would be very heavily wounded. Ning knew that training in the 9 Novessence arts was the best choice for him right now, which was why he had spent 1,000 years hastening to Skywood City. Tao Lord Algod's 9 secret arts were only purchasable within the Tao Alliance. The Brightshore Kingdom had only been able to purchase the 5 weaker secret arts, with the Novessence Thunder, Novessence Wind, Novessence Light, and the most powerful, Novessence Void, techniques all missing. Ning glanced at the various techniques, feeling a sense of joy in his heart. These were the 9 secret arts which Tao Lord All God had painstakingly created, and when they were used together they were capable of truly unearthly levels of power. I'm going to buy them all. Ning waved his hand, collecting all 9 jade slips. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 31, Killer Technique, The 9 Novessence Arts. Book 29, Tao Lord, Chapter 31, Killer Technique, The 9 Novessence Arts. Of the 9 Novessence Arts, Ning had already acquired the Novessence Thunder and the Novessence Water. There was no need to purchase them. He only needed to buy the other 7. The Novessence Void required 5 million cubes. The Novessence Wind and the Novessence Light each cost 1.5 million cubes. The Novessence Fire, Novessence Earth, and the others were all fairly cheap, and the price was the same as it had been in the Brightshore Kingdom, 1 million cubes. In total, the cost was 12 million cubes. Let's see if there are any other techniques that are a good fit for me. Ning continued his search. The 9 Novessence arts of Tao Lord All God weren't weak, but they weren't overpoweringly strong either. This was because, even trained to the absolute apex, the techniques were not able to kill an ordinary Eternal Emperor. At most, they would be able to suppress him. The secret arts which the hegemon had given Ning, however, were able to slay eternal emperors. The problem was that it was too hard to train in them. Ning picked up those 7 scrolls, then spent another 3 days wandering through the spell world. This truly broadened his horizons and let him understand how many formidable techniques there truly were. It really was true that the Brightshore Kingdom could not come close to comparing to the Tao Alliance in terms of number of techniques. The countless generations of Tao Alliance experts had left behind plenty of techniques that were far more powerful than the 9 novescence arts. Still, for the present Ning, the 9 novescence arts were indeed still the most appropriate art for him to train in, and they would allow him to unleash the maximum level of power possible. Why didn't you spend more time inside? When Ning exited the spell world, he saw Su Yuji and Pilsaint waiting for him at the entrance. There really weren't many techniques or spells that we need. 2 or 3 days was plenty, Pilsaint said. The 2 of us already have our own techniques which we haven't finished training in, Su Yuji said. Pilsaint was focused in alchemy, and the first 6 chapters of the 7 leaf pill chapters truly was more than enough for him to train in for a long period of time. The same was true for Su Yuji. Master, have you finished choosing your techniques? Su Yuji asked curiously. I have. Ning walked to the guardian golem, then waved his hand and produced those 7 jade scrolls. The golem turns its flaming gaze towards those jade slips, then said calmly, these 7 secret arts will cost a total of 12 million cubes of chaos nectar. That much? Su Yuji and Pilsaint were both speechless. Take it. Ning produced a jade bottle. The guardian golem accepted it, examined it, then nodded as it waved a finger towards the 7 jade slips. Instantly, layers of light appeared on the surface of the 7 jade slips. The restrictive spells over them had been temporarily removed. Ning immediately sent his god sense into the jade slips. He first swore a lifeblood oath not to teach them to anyone else, then begged to memorize all 7 of them. I've finished memorizing them. Ning returned the 7 jade slips back to the golem. Good. The golem accepted the slips, then waved its hand and caused the restrictive spells to reappear. The golem then gave them a toss, returning them into the spell world. Let's go. Ning was in quite high spirits. The world-level white-robed elder belonging to the Skywood sect had been waiting for them this entire time, and he now continued to lead the way. How many places which sell magic treasures does Skywood City have? Ning asked. The best one is naturally the Plumsor Hall belonging to our Skywood sect, the white-robed elder said hurriedly. Engaging in the trade of magic treasures could result in significant profits. Dowlords would often risk their lives for a few million cubes, but the auction halls of the 8 sacred cities earned ridiculous profits every day with comparatively little risk. But of course, in the 8 sacred cities ordinary organizations weren't even qualified to enter this lucrative trade. My question was how many, Ning repeated. The white-robed elder said resignedly, 3 in total. The first one is the Plumsor Hall of our Skywood sect. The other 2 places are the Blackwater Pavilion and the Universal Treasures Hall. However, this place is Skywood City. As a result, our Plumsor Hall has far more treasures than the other 2 places. Then let's go to the Plumsor Hall, Ning said with a chuckle. Now that he had the secret arts, he needed to buy the treasures necessary to train in them. He was still lacking in Tao Lightning and Tao Water, for example. Plumsor Hall of our Skywood sect is over there. The white-robed elder pointed towards the extremely beautiful, 9-storied tower which rose up into the clouds. An aura of light rose up 30,000 meters above the tower, and it was protected by layers of protective spells. The Plumsor Hall was the place where the Skywood sect stored its countless treasures. It naturally was tightly protected. Plumsor Hall often holds treasure auctions. There will be another one roughly a month from now, the white-robed elder said. You can go take a look when the time comes. No need for the treasure auction. Ning flew straight towards Plumsor Hall. Places like Waveshift City of the Badlands territory rarely held treasure auctions, but this was Skywood City, one of the 8 sacred cities of the Tao Alliance. Plumesore Hall, Blackwater Pavilion, and the Universal Treasures Hall would hold one every so often. After Ning flew past the protective barriers, he could sense a flood of treasure auras sweep towards him like a tidal wave. There really is a mountain of treasures here. Ning took a glance past the main gates of Plumesore Hall. He saw an utterly amazing number of magic treasures inside the hall, far more than 10 times as much as any of the 12 palaces of the Brightshore Kingdom. In terms of raw quality, the Dao Alliance had far more of everything than anyone else, be it cultivators, treasures, or techniques. Pill Saint, Yuji. Now that you have broken through to become Dao Lords, you'll need good treasures so that you can unleash your full potential, Ning said. Go buy whatever you need, but keep it under 5 million cubes. 5 million cubes? Pill Saint and Su Yuji were both rather shocked. Don't be shy. Pill Saint, you are an alchemist. You not only need a good alchemy cauldron, you also need many valuable ingredients. Otherwise, how can you improve? Ning continued, Yuji, you are now fairly powerful, but if you have suitable treasures you can become even more powerful. The two had sworn to follow him onto death itself. They would be his eternal retainers. There was no way Ning could be too stingy with him, now that he had sufficient resources. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed a lot of resources in order to train in the 9 novescence arts, he probably would have been even more generous with them. Go on in. Ning immediately entered the Plumesore Hall. The conversation between the three had been a silent mental discussion as they didn't wish for the white-robed elder to overhear it. Seniors, I'm going to leave now. If there's anything you need, you can seek out the attendants within the Plumesore Hall, the white-robed elder said loudly. His main mission had been to send these three to the Plumesore Hall and ensure that they made a good amount of money off the three. The Plumesore Hall contained everything within it. Beautiful women were as common as the clouds, and although they weren't as beautiful as Su Yuji, they were still dazzlingly and beguiling. Magic treasures and unique items were everywhere, the cheapest being a few hundred cubes and the most expensive ones being priceless. Senior, what do you wish to purchase? The Plumesore Hall has accumulated countless treasures over endless chaos cycles. We have everything here. A female attendant was standing next to Ning. She had some red fur on her face, but that just made her look even more bewitching. This is the list of treasures which I need. Ning produced a jade slip, then handed it over. Let me know what the price will be. The dazzling female attendant smiled as she accepted the jade slip, then sent her godsense into it. When she did, her face turned pale. She couldn't help but raise her head to look at Ning. What an impressive fellow! He was apparently a Dao Lord of the second step, but he wished to purchase this many valuable treasures? All combined, this had to be tens of millions of cubes. I'll go make some inquiries. Please wait for a while, Senior, the attendant said in a soft voice. She then departed to go make the report to her superiors. As for Ning, he spent some time casually strolling through the Plumesore Hall and admiring its many treasures. His list had included all of the precious treasures needed for training in all 9 novescence arts. And of course, he already had 7 types of Dao Lightning and Dao Water. The main issue was that the ones Ning had were the cheaper ones. In the Brightshore Kingdom, the most expensive type of Dao Lightning, the Feltworld Lightning, needed 1.9 million cubes of Chaos Nectar. The 2 types of Dao Lightning and Dao Water which Ning needed were the most expensive ones. As for the other 7 novescence arts, he needed everything. Fellow Daoist. A silver-robed Dao Lord walked over. When he saw Ning, he sent a mental message to him. You really need a large number of magic treasures. However, Plumesore Hall can provide everything you need. Ning nodded. These items existed in the Brightshore Kingdom as well. Ning wasn't surprised that the Skywood sect, the ruler of one of the 8 sacred cities, was also able to procure them. How much Chaos Nectar will it cost? Ning asked. Some of the Chaos Fire and Chaos Wind, we can just give to you as gifts. The others, though, in total, it'll cost roughly 38 million cubes of Chaos Nectar. The silver-robed Dowlord looked at Ning. He was actually quite curious, would a Dowlord of the second step really be able to produce that much? It must be understood that even when Vast Heaven Palace extorted Patriarch Clearwind for his treasures, it had only been able to gain roughly 20 million cubes. That's too expensive. Ning shook his head. I could purchase these things in the Brightshore Kingdom for less than that. The Brightshore Kingdom? The silver-robed Dowlord was startled. He immediately said, then how about 36 million cubes? This is a very low price. I think you know, fellow Taoist, what the rough price for these things are. Ning was secretly speechless. If he had purchased these items in the Brightshore Kingdom, the price would have indeed been around 36 million cubes. I'll go pay a visit to the Blackwater Pavilion and the Universal Treasure Hall first. I have to find the best price, of course, Ning said. The silver-robed Dowlord's face twitched slightly. After haggling for a period of time, they ended up settling on the price of 34 million cubes. There was some competition amongst the three markets. After all, it was indeed possible to lower the price substantially. All your treasures are ready. Fellow Taoist, you can simply pay me in Chaos Nectar. The silver-robed Dowlord looked at Ning. Do you accept payment in precious minerals? Ning suddenly asked. Minerals? The silver-robed Dowlord was startled. Ning nodded. Right. Minerals. For example, dark space flamestone. Ning didn't really want to do this, but all of his Chaos Nectar and Chaos Jewels combined was not enough to reach the price of 34 million cubes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 32, What the Hell? Book 29, Dowlord, Chapter 32, What the Hell? Although the deceased sword Hegemon had left him 50 million cubes, he had left 10 million of them back in the Three Realms. The Three Realms would need that money for its development. As for the money he had gained from Patriarch Clearwind, that was reserved for the creation of his avatar. The total amount of Chaos Nectar and Chaos Jewels Ning had totaled roughly 30 million cubes or so, and he had already promised up to 5 million for Su Yuji and Pilsaint for them to purchase what they needed. Thus, Ning was lacking quite a bit. He'd have to throw in his Dark Space Flamestone ore. Dark Space Flamestone ore? Of course Plumsor Hall would be willing to purchase it. Follow me. A different Dowlord is designated as the purchaser for special items and valuable treasures, the silver-robed Dowlord. All right. Ning followed behind the silver-robed Dowlord and began to move deeper into Plumsor Hall. They traveled through a wide passageway, and a short while later a thin, gray-robed man emerged from another part of the passageway. He glanced sideways at the two of them, then walked past them. When the gray-robed man exited Plumsor Hall, a hint of avarice appeared in his eyes. That Dowlord of the second step was actually being invited into the important parts of Plumsor Hall? The gray-robed man pondered to himself, that place is used for selling valuable treasures that are worth more than 10 million cubes. He had been to Plumsor Hall on multiple occasions, and so he was quickly able to deduce what was happening. I never would have imagined that a puny little Dowlord of the second step would have more than 10 million cubes worth of treasure. The skinny gray-robed man narrowed his eyes, both greed and violence filling his thoughts. I've followed Master for countless years and gone into many dangerous locations, but I only have a few million cubes worth of treasure. If I can kill him, all of his treasures will be mine. But the problem is, if he has that much treasure, he definitely must have experienced extraordinary events. Should I attack him or not? The gray-robed man pondered for a while, then made up his mind. The path of cultivation is a dangerous path by nature. I am a Dowlord of the third step, while he's merely a Dowlord of the second step. How strong could he possibly be? I'll attack him. If I win, his treasures will be mine. If I lose, I should still be able to escape. After having pondered for a while, the gray-robed man decided to give it a try. As he saw it, even if this Tao Lord of the second step was a freakishly talented genius, he should be able to retreat unscathed. The grey-robed man immediately flew towards a nearby cloud-shrouded palace, preparing to keep watch from there. He didn't plan on asking anyone else for assistance. Asking someone weaker to help out was pointless, while someone stronger than him would probably demand the lion's share of the loot. He certainly didn't wish to let that happen. This was the nature of cultivation. Some cultivators focused on the Tao, tempering themselves through dangerous experiences. Others, however, preferred to plunder the possessions of their fellows. This was the fastest way of accumulating treasures, after all. But this path was a very dangerous path, because you never knew what secret killing techniques or trump cards your target might be holding. There are trade-offs in all things. Plundering offered great rewards, and so there were still many Tao Lords willing to engage in such activities. A single successful kill might result in astonishing rewards, after all. There were a few who were able to keep true to their own hearts and not engage in murder or robbery, with Ning being one of them. If other Tao Lords didn't cause him problems, he wouldn't antagonize them either. Ning had no idea that he had just become a target. He was happily selling off his stockpile of dark space flamestone for the princely sum of 9.2 million cubes of chaos nectar, and he then purchased a number of things for Pilsaint and Su Yuji. Now that I have this heart spiral, I am much stronger than I was before. Su Yuji happily held the white shell-shaped treasure in her hands, then looked at Ning. Thank you, master. Wee hee hee. Pilsaint was celebrating his new treasures as well. As for Ning, he felt both happy and resigned. The heart spiral was extremely powerful, and it was a perfect fit someone who walked the path of charm like Su Yuji. However, it had cost him 5.8 million cubes of chaos nectar. Su Yuji had lingered over the heart spiral for quite some time, wanting to buy it but knowing that it cost more than the 5 million cube limit. In the end, after Ning had finished buying the materials he needed for his 9 novescence arts, he saw her staring at the heart spiral and agreed to buy it for her. As for Pilsaint, he had purchased a good furnace and various alchemical materials, which cost a total of around 2 million cubes. Ugh! I only have a few 100,000 left. Ning couldn't help but sigh to himself. It really did seem as though he never had enough money on him. For example, he really wanted to study the full copy of Emperor Heartsword's Heartsword technique, but it was far too expensive. The cost of that technique was many times higher than the 9 novescence arts. There was no way he could afford it. In addition, Ning had already acquired the first 10 stances of the Heartsword stance long ago. The truly valuable aspect of Heartsword lay in teaching its wielders the mysteries of how to truly merge one's heart force with one's sword arts. The first 10 stances would already be plenty for Ning to research, especially given that Ning still wasn't a full heart force cultivator yet. There was no rush. In the future, as he continued to grow more powerful in his path of cultivation, he would definitely need to perfectly merge his heart force techniques with his Tao of the sword. Only then would he grow more powerful. Sooner or later, he would have to acquire the full Heartsword manual. Time to leave, Ning said with a smile. Right. Su Yuji held the heart spiral in her hands very happily. Where are we going, master? Pilsaint asked. First, let's go rent out an estate within the Skywood sect, Ning said. Skywood City had more than 100,000 estates for rent that were made available to local cultivators. All one needed to do was spend a bit of chaos nectar for them. This really didn't amount to much. The several 100,000 cubes of chaos nectar which Ning had on hand was enough for him to stay here for more than 10 chaos cycles. All Ning really wanted to do was to just reside within the estates, giving him a safe place to master all 9 novescence arts. He now had his techniques and his treasures. It was time to master the 9 novescence arts. He came out. The skinny, grey-robed man was staring intently at Plumsor Hall from his distant palace perch. Ning's group of 3 had just flown out of Plumsor Hall, smiles on their faces. They were chatting as they flew through the clouds. Ning was in an excellent mood. because he had come here precisely for the sake of those 9 novescence arts. Although he had all but depleted his store of chaos nectar, he had done everything he wanted to do. Ning suddenly frowned. A thin, grey-robed Dowlord was flying straight towards him. It was normal to encounter Dowlords in Skywood City, a sacred city of the Dao Alliance, but what caused Ning to go on his guard was the fact that this Dowlord was the one he had encountered earlier in Plumsor Palace. Although he was immediately put on high alert, on the surface he continued to smile as he leads Su Yuji and Pilsaint forwards. Boom! A black mist suddenly spread outwards, so thick that one couldn't see through it with the naked eye. It instantly covered an area of tens of thousands of kilometers around them, and as an invisible surge of power swept across Ning. As for Ning, as soon as he saw the black mist coming, he immediately drew Su Yuji and Pilsaint into his estate treasure. The surge of invisible power struck directly at Ning's soul. If Ning really was just an ordinary Dowlord of the second step, he would have fallen prey to this trick, but unfortunately, the grey-robed Daolord's opponent was Ning. A soul-shaking technique? It doesn't even match up to Yuji's. Although Ning didn't really worry about the attack too much, he was still prepared to unleash his full power in his counter. When a lion hunted a rabbit, it would still strike with full force. Die! The grey-robed man manifested a total of 6 arms, each wielding a curved scimitar. The light of his scimitars howled through the air as he chopped towards Ning with them. The area around Ning began to crack and shatter as saber light appeared everywhere. First a secret art to shake my heart, then close combat to ensure my death. What a nasty fellow! Ning waved his right hand, causing a northbow sword to appear. Break! Ning stabbed out with his sword. His strike seemed ordinary in every respect. And yet, although the grey-robed man had clearly been the first to strike, Ning's sword had stabbed through his forehead before his saber light had even gotten close to Ning. Fast. Indescribably fast. This was the blood drop stance of Ning's Omega Sword Dao. Of Ning's 5 Supreme Daos, the only one which had made further breakthroughs thus far was his blood drop sword intent, and so his blood drop stance of his Omega Sword Dao was currently his most powerful strike. He was now a bit more powerful than he had been when he fought Patriarch Clearwind, and the power of this strike was close to Patriarch Clearwind's killer attack. How can? A look of horror and shock appeared in the grey-robed man's eyes. How could it be that his 6 scimitars weren't even able to touch or block this person's sword? How could his opponent be this fast? Bang! The blood drop stance's full, penetrating power stabbed deep into the grey-robed man's body, instantly reducing it into dust. The man died on the spot. It must be remembered that Patriarch Clearwind's killer attack was able to kill weaker Dowlords of the 4th step. This attack of Ning's wasn't much weaker. I never would have imagined that I'd be attacked as soon as I left Plumsor Hall. Ning waved his hand, collecting the treasures which the grey-robed man had left behind. Not even cultivators are immune to the allure of treasures. Boom! Suddenly, a surge of terrifying black mist shot out of one of the 100,000+ estates off in the distance. Ning turned to look, only to see a pair of eyes emerge from the mist and stare towards him with a murderous look. Seal! An invisible ripple of power spread out from afar. Although this attack came from a great distance, the region which Ning was in was almost instantly locked. Ning's subconscious immediately began warning him that a terrifying threat was approaching, and the level of the threat was every bit the equal of the one posed by the Eternal Emperors Ning had encountered in the Azure Flower Estate. Ning's heart began to tremble. He knew that the situation was dire, and could vaguely sense that the Dowlord of the 3rd step he had just slain had to have had some sort of connection to a truly major power. What the hell is going on? Ning had been in a wonderful mood just a few moments ago, but now his face immediately turned pale. Hide! Ning was out of options. He immediately transformed into a streak of light, moving 10 times faster than the limits of the heavenly dash as he charged right back into the nearby Plumsor Hall. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 33, Downlord Kongsan. Book 29, Downlord, Chapter 33, Downlord Kongsan. Plumsor Hall was very close, and so Ning was able to almost instantly fly back inside it. Per the rules of the Dao Alliance, it was absolutely forbidden to engage in acts of violence inside the restrictive spells protecting the various palaces and estates within the 8 sacred cities. Anyone who violated this rule would be slain and their Dao destroyed. This fellow is pretty strong, but he probably wouldn't dare to violate the rules of the entire Dao Alliance. Ning relaxed slightly after hiding himself within the Plumsor Hall. Even figures like Palace Lord Dawnstar or historical legends like Dao Lord Allgod hadn't dared to challenge the Dao Alliance. The Dao Alliance's roots were immeasurably deep, and it was the greatest organization of the entire endless territories. Challenge the Dao Alliance? The 3 hegemons might have the power to do so, but even they wouldn't actually carry it out. What an enormous disturbance! What is going on? The customers and servants inside Plumsor Hall all stared outside. Although the battle between Ning and the grey-robed man had concluded quite quickly, it had caused quite a disturbance as well. As for Ning, he had no time to waste on the gazes of others. His attention was focused on what was happening outside. Whoosh! Far away, a ball of black mist suddenly appeared at the margins of the frozen space. Moments later, that black mist solidified into a human figure. This was a man dressed in long, beautiful black robes. He had fiery red hair and fiery red eyes that were filled with an evil, murderous intent. He was currently staring at Ning, hidden away within Plumsor Hall. Ning was staring right back at this man. Their gazes collided in midair. Quite bold. No wonder you dared to kill the disciple of myself, Kongsan. Dao Lord Kongsan stood there calmly in empty space, emanating an aura of transcendent dominance. This was an aura that came from overwhelming self-confidence, which was in turn born from a person having reached an extremely high-level cultivation that allowed him to roam the endless territories without meeting any superiors. Kongsan? When Ning heard this name, his heart turned cold. His star map had some records regarding some of the more famous Dao Lords of the endless territories. Although the records he had on Kongsan weren't very detailed, he still had a rough idea as to how strong this person was. Dao Lord Kongsan. Ning remained within the protective embrace of the Plumsor Hall's barriers as he said in a loud voice, I imagine, given your power, you know what happened just now. Your disciple suddenly ambushed me with the intention of killing me. I didn't cause any trouble for him. Since he struck to kill, I cannot be blamed for killing him instead. I only struck out with a single sword. He ambushed you and wanted to kill you. He failed and you killed him instead. This is all very normal. The distant Dao Lord Kongsan stared at Ning calmly, but Ning couldn't help but feel a cold feeling in his heart. He was still, however, my disciple. Since you killed my disciple, I am going to kill you. If you have the necessary patience, you should stay in Plumsor Hall for the rest of your life. As soon as you leave it, I'll kill you. His voice was very calm, but the murderous intent within it was quite clear and heavy. There was nothing to negotiate. Poof. Ning narrowed his eyes, then turned and left. The cultivators and servants within Plumsor Hall all watched curiously as they listened to Ning and Dao Lord Kongsan's conversation. This white-robed Dao Lord is screwed. He actually pissed off Dao Lord Kongsan. Given Dao Lord Kongsan's temper, he's going to kill this kid no matter what. Poor bastard. Did he really think he could get away with killing Kongsan's disciple? But the white-robed Dao Lord is also quite formidable. He's clearly just a Dao Lord of the second step, but he was able to kill Dao Lord Kongsan's disciple with ease. That disciple had visited Plumsor Hall on many occasions, often serving as his master's errand boy. He was still, however, a Dao Lord of the third step. I never would have thought that he'd be killed in the blink of an eye. He didn't even have the chance to beg his master to come save him. These cultivators and servants all chatted amongst themselves, with the servants of Plumsor Hall being especially casual in their words. They might be weak, but they belonged to the Skywood sect. There was an ironclad rule in Skywood City: disciples of the Skywood sect were not to be touched. Not even eternal emperors would dare to violate this rule within the confines of Skywood City. This type of rule was a joint one shared throughout the 8 sacred cities. Whoosh! Ning entered the hall once more. The cultivators and servants turned their gazes towards Ning, and they naturally stopped chattering about him. Ning had a solemn look on his face, and his forehead was furrowed as he frowned. Clearly, he was quite troubled. To have been targeted by Lord Kongsan was indeed quite troublesome. Still, Ning wasn't really afraid of him. The deceased hegemon had given him 2 Dao seals, after all, which contained the power of a full-force strike from the hegemon. If push came to shove, he would just use one of them up. However, Ning knew exactly how valuable those 2 Dao seals were. They were priceless treasures. The sword hegemon had only been willing to pay the price necessary to make them once he realized that he was definitely going to die. These 2 Dao seals would be protective, life-saving talismans for Ning for a long time to come. Ning wouldn't use them unless he truly had to. Senior. The female attendant who had received Ning earlier walked over to him once more. Right. I heard that in a month from now, Plumsor Hall will be holding a treasure auction? Ning suddenly asked with a laugh. The nearby guests and attendants were all secretly amazed. This Dao Lord of the second step was still able to laugh at a time like this? The female attendant immediately replied, "Yes, Senior. A month from now, Plumsor Cloud will indeed hold a treasure auction. Quite a few treasures will be up for sale this time, and the reserve prices will be much lower than in the outside world. You might find something which is both cheap and useful." The low reserve prices of the treasure auctions was a main reason why they were so attractive to cultivators. "I'm being targeted by Lord Kongsan, so I can't leave for now. I have nothing better to do, so I figured I'd go check this treasure auction of yours out," Ning laughed. "Give me a private room. I'll wait a month for that treasure auction to begin." "Done." The female attendant nodded repeatedly. "Please follow me." There were some very cheap seats for each treasure auction, but there were also private, secluded rooms. If you wished to purchase some extremely valuable treasures while keeping your identity private, you would generally use one of those private rooms. No one would disturb you so long as you remained inside. This was one of the rules which Plumsor Hall had established long ago. The attendants and guests once more began to speculate as they watched Ning leave with the female attendant. The white-robed Dao Lord looks pretty calm. Agreed. He knows that Lord Kongsan is outside waiting for him, but he's still able to relax and take part in the treasure auction. In my opinion, he's probably going to stay inside this hall for a very long period of time. Ning couldn't be bothered to respond to the gossip going on around him. Soon, he and the attendant both reached a private room. Dao Lords lived for extremely long periods of time. For them to arrive a few months early for a treasure auction was quite commonplace. "Senior, while you are in this private room, no one will disturb you unless you summon them first. Not even the members of Plumsor Hall itself will disturb you, to say nothing of Lord Kongsan," the female attendant said. "I have faith in the Skywood sect." Nin nodded. "Now, there's something I need you to do for me." "Please tell me what you need, Senior," the female attendant said. Nin nodded slowly. "I need an intelligence report regarding Lord Kongsan's abilities, the more detailed the better. It needs information on all his techniques and secret arts, as well as information on his previous opponents. I need as much information as your Skywood sect can provide." The female attendant couldn't help but feel shocked, but she nodded. "As detailed as possible? The price will be quite high. ITLL probably cost around 100,000 cubes of chaos nectar, but 100,000 is fine." Nin nodded. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more expensive intelligence reports about them would be. The Brightshore Kingdom's star map held information on virtually all the downlords of the Endless Territories, but that information was fairly cursory in nature. To procure much more detailed individual intelligence reports was extremely difficult. "Give me a moment," the female attendant said respectfully, then retreated. Within the private room, Ning was originally there by himself, but moments later Pilsaint and Su Yuji appeared by his side. "Master, what happened?" Su Yuji immediately asked. "Why did you put the two of us into the estate world?" Pilsaint was puzzled as well. "We encountered a bit of trouble." Ning narrated what had just happened to them. Su Yuji and Pilsaint's faces instantly turned pale. Su Yuji said worriedly, "From what you are saying, it sounds as though this Tao Lord Kongsan is extremely powerful. What should we do?" No need to worry too much. We have all the food and drink we want here. Why worry about him?" Ning picked up a nearby canteen of wine and poured himself a cup, then began to sip it in a relaxed manner as he glanced sideways at Pilsaint and Su Yuji. "Don't just stand there like idiots. Sit down and have a cup with me." Su Yuji and Pilsaint were both feeling rather nervous, but they still sat down. After a short period of time drinking together, the sound of the door being knocked rang out. "Come in," Ning said. The female attendant was outside. She handed a JDE slip to Ning, then said respectfully, "Senior, all the information we have regarding Tao Lord Kongsan is here." Skywood sect not only engaged in the treasure trade, it also engaged in the intelligence trade. Ning put down his wine cup, then picked up the jade slip and began to read it carefully. As he read through the information, he tossed a storage treasure to the outsider woman. "You can leave now." The attendant looked through the storage treasure, then left obediently. "If there's anything that you need, just summon me whenever you wish, Senior." Ning nodded, and she shut the door behind her. "Kongsan." Ning picked up the jade slip once more, studying all of the information regarding Tao Lord Kongsan which was within that jade slip. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 29, Chapter 34, Secret Arts Mastered. Book 29, Tao Lord, Chapter 34, Secret Arts Mastered. Ning began to frown as he stared at the jade slip. What a formidable figure! He was so strong that he was most likely ranked amongst the second tier of Verge-level downlords. Based on what Ning knew, the first tier Verge-level downlords included the likes of Palace Lord Dawnstar, Downlord Allgod, and other similar figures. Palace Lord Dawnstar had once slain an eternal emperor with 3 chops of his saber, while Downlord Allgod had sent Emperor Malobo fleeing in terror. It must be remembered that Emperor Malobo was not only an eternal emperor, he was also an awakened member of the Ionian race who was still alive today. Ordinary eternal emperors simply couldn't compare to him in power, and yet, in the face of Downlord Allgod, he was only able to flee. In a true duel, Downlord Allgod was a bit inferior to Palace Lord Dawnstar in ferocity of attacks, but he was actually superior in tenacity and endurance. The Tao of the Sword and the Tao of the Saber were offensive Taos, after all. Tao Lord Kongsan is a bit weaker than Palace Lord Dawnstar, but not even Palace Lord Dawnstar would be able to slay him. Ning frowned. He's skilled in the Tao of Darkness and can transform into darkness itself. He's virtually unkillable. His ability to transform into darkness means that he has incredible control over space. When fleeing, he's able to move at 36 times the speed of light. The darkness, by nature, is inscrutable and mysterious. This Tao can be used to affect the soul, but it's particularly dangerous in close combat. He's an untamable, unruly figure with no clan and no sections. He is also an extremely selfish person, and at least 16 Tao Lords of the 4th step have died to him. He's currently living in an estate within Skywood City. The more Ning read, the bigger his headache became. Tao Lords who were skilled in combat weren't terrifying. Dao Lords who were skilled in staying alive were. Kong San was one such person. His ability to dissolve into darkness made him virtually unkillable, and he was incredibly fast and skilled in spatial teleportation. He could flee whenever he wished, but was also dangerous in close combat. He had no obvious weaknesses. Master? Su Yuji called out softly. Master, is Kong-san a tough nut to crack? Pilsaint asked. Ning put away the jade slip, then nodded. A very tough nut indeed. He's one of the toughest Dao Lords to deal with. Not even Palace Lord Dawnstar would be able to kill him. He's that powerful? Both Su Yuji and Pilsaint were shocked. Palace Lord Dawnstar was the most powerful Dao Lord of the Brightshore Kingdom. No, he's just very skilled in staying alive. His attacks are nowhere near Palace Lord Dawnstar's level. Ning had already come to a decision on what to do. Pilsaint, Yuji, I need to train for a while. Help stand guard over me, and don't let anyone in Plumsor Hall disturb me. Understood, Pilsaint and Su Yuji both said in unison. Ning then waved his hand, causing a stooped, thatched cottage to appear next to him. Ning's body flickered as he flew into the thatched cottage. This was actually a small temporal acceleration estate world, and by using up a bit of immortal energy Ning would be able to maintain a rate of 100 times the normal flow of time. Within the thatched cottage, Ning was seated here in the lotus position. With a wave of the hand, he caused a series of black gourds to appear. Each black gourd contained Dao Lightning, Dao Fire, and other similar materials that he needed to train in the 9 Novescence arts. Pop! Pop! The stoppers popped out of 2 of the gourds. Instantly, 2 streaks of Dao Lightning flew out towards Ning. One was a streak of gray lightning that was filled with endless destructive power, while the other was a streak of white lightning that seemed to emanate an endless aura of hope. These 2 streaks of Dao Lightning instantly surged into Ning's body and were easily absorbed into their respective lightning bases. I now have all 9 lightning bases I need. Time to give it a try. If my prediction is correct, I should stand a good chance of mastering the full Novescence Thunder. Ning immediately began to try it out. Crack! Bang! Boom! Dot! It was a scene of utter chaos. Bang! Boom! Crack! Explosions rang out unabated. However, Ning was able to remain very calm. Everything was under his control. The alchemical techniques he had learned from the 7 Leaf Pill chapters were extremely profound. Lightning was by nature an unruly type of energy, and he was dealing with 9 different types of it. The hardest part was perfectly joining the Octessence Thunder together with the Felworld Lightning. The Octessence Lightning was already incredibly hard to control and was capable of easily wiping out Dao Lords of the 3rd step. As for the Felworld Lightning, it was easily the most berserk of the 9 types of Dao Lightning. You couldn't force things when trying to control them, you had to find and follow the flow, then slowly nudge them together, making it so that although they seemed to remain as wild and unruly as ever, they were acting in accordance with the will of an incredibly sly hunter and were drawn into one trap after another. Ning spent a full 2 months guiding and nudging the Octessence Thunder and the Felworld Lightning, and during this period of time he could not slack of in the slightest. Boom! In the end, a sudden explosion blasted out as the Novescence Thunder was formed. This was a streak of beautiful black lightning, and its black surface was covered with tiny silk strands that were like a layer of fur. The Novescence Thunder was like a living creature, like a dragon that happily swam through Ning's Jindan Chaos region with ease. Ning let out a sigh of relief. He opened his eyes, then stretched out his right hand. Whoosh! A stream of soft black divine lightning appeared within the palm of his hands. It looked like a streak of gentle and reserved black lightning, but it actually held an incomprehensible amount of power inside. This streak of lightning is able to slay Dao Lords of the 4th step by itself? Ning couldn't help but sigh. Dao Lords of the 4th step generally possessed incredible divine bodies and were garbed in Dao armor, but the Novescence Thunder was capable of slaying them. Of course, it could only slay ordinary Tao Lords of the fourth step, but that did not detract from how terrifying it was. The Novescence water is easier to master than the Novescence thunder. Time to train in it. Ning gave himself 1 day of rest, then continued in his training. This time, he focused on mastering the Novescence water technique. It had taken him 2 months to master the Novescence thunder, but only half a month to master the Novescence water. He took over a month to master the Novescence fire, as Ning wasn't nearly as talented in fire as he was in thunder and water. The Novescence earth took more than 2 months, while the Novescence metal took more than 3 months. Ning mastered one secret art after another, spending the most time on the Novescence light technique, as he knew very little regarding the Tao of light. This took him nearly 2 years before he was able to master it. The Novescence void, the most powerful and thus the, theoretically, most difficult of the Novescence arts, Ning was actually able to master in just 8 months. I've actually mastered all 9 of the secret arts? After finishing the Novescence void, Ning himself felt a bit amazed at what he had accomplished. He would have been satisfied if he had been able to master the Novescence water, which was fairly weak and which he was quite familiar with. He never would have imagined that after a bit of effort, he would master all 9 of the Novescence arts. Tao Lord All-God had used these arts to roam the endless territories. They really were a killer combination. And he, Ning, had actually mastered them? Thank goodness I had the Azure Flower Mist energy, the Omega Sword Tao, and most importantly of all the 7 Leaf Pill chapters. Ning quickly understood why he had been able to master this technique. Tao Lord All-God had originally claimed that one would have to first become a Tao Lord of the fourth step, then become extremely skilled in alchemy, lightning, light, water, etc. before one would be able to master this technique. As for Ning, he had the Azure Flower Mist energy, making him comparable to a Tao Lord of the fourth step in terms of immortal energy. As far as alchemical techniques went, Ning had spent millions of years by the side of the paragon of pills. He hadn't advanced too much in sword arts during that period of time, and almost all of his spare time had been spent on the 7 Leaf Pill chapters, and the alchemical techniques included within its most profound 7th chapter. His alchemical technique was superior to even Tao Lord All-God's. As for the Tao, he wasn't exactly skilled in the Tao of metal, the Tao of wind, the Tao of wood, and many of the other Taos. However, the 5th stance of the Bright Moon sword art, the shadowless sword intent, required him to be able to merge himself into all of his surroundings. Thus, when he had been in the inner reaches of the Genesis lands of the alternate universe, Ning had personally visited all of the corpses of the many deceased eternal emperors and had meditated on the auras of their Taos. He was very familiar with the auras of all types of Taos, and he had learned how to merge himself into them. This was part of the reason why his shadowless sword intent allowed him to merge into all things. Thus, although Ning wasn't skilled in the Tao of metal or the Tao of wood, he was at least familiar with them. This familiarity with them, their strengths, their weaknesses, it was all a prerequisite for Ning to be able to merge into them and disappear within them. This was exactly what the 9 Novescence arts required, for the user to be very familiar with the various elemental properties. One had to follow their flow and go with the grain in mixing them together like alchemical ingredients in a pill. On this day, within a nondescript private room inside the Plumsor Hall of Skywood City, one of the 8 sacred cities of the Tao Alliance, Ning silently and soundlessly mastered all 9 of the Novescence arts, arts which would cause countless Tao Lords to blanch with fear. This was rather unexpected. Still, since I've mastered all 9 of the secret arts, Ning pondered for a moment. I might not need to waste the Hegemon's Tao seal after all. Right now, those 9 mighty Novescence arts are my greatest trump card. I need to find a way to make them unleash the maximum amount of power possible, Ning pondered. The Hegemon's 2 Tao seal were trump cards that could only be used 1 time each, while the 9 Novescence arts were his own arts that could be used as many times as he chose. He naturally had to enhance them as much as he could. If he just used them for their raw power, they would still be quite strong, yes, but this wasn't their full potential. If he could use those 9 Novescence arts as 9 swords and then use his Omega Sword Tao Xinjiang sword domain, the power of the novescence arts would be vastly greater. My Amjia sword Dao's blood drop sword intent has made a breakthrough, but the Yin Yang sword intent has not. I hope I will be to make some breakthroughs soon. That way, my 9 novescence arts will be able to unleash even greater power. Dao Lord All God was a grandmaster in the art of formations, which was why he was able to use those 9 secret arts to form a terrifying formation to attack his foes. This was what allowed him to crush Emperor Molobo. Clearly, Ning wished to upgrade the power of his 9 novescence arts as best he could. However, I've just finished mastering these 9 arts. I need to rest a bit first. Whoosh! Ning's body flickered and emerged from the thatched cottage. He waved his hand, putting it away. Master! Master! Pilsaint and Su Yuji were seated outside the private room, and they immediately turned to stare towards Ning. What is it? Ning laughed. The treasure auction has already begun. It's gone on for several days, Pilsaint said, then added worriedly, Master, how do you plan to deal with Dao Lord Kongsan? No need to worry. Ning walked out of the private room, then stared downwards through a window. At this very moment, a loud and exciting treasure auction was occurring below them. Ning sat down relaxedly, then picked up a nearby cup of wine. He sipped at it as he watched the treasure auction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 35, An Exchange of Goods. Book 29, Dao Lord, Chapter 35, An Exchange of Goods. The treasure auction was in progress. In order to attract more Dao Lords, each treasure auction would have a few incredibly rare and valuable items that normally would never be sold and would only be traded for similarly valuable items. During the treasure auctions, however, they could be purchased for chaos nectar. Only, the price would be incredibly high. Ning couldn't help but laugh as he watched. In the end, there's a limit to how useful magic treasures can be. There were some unearthly treasures which would allow a Dao Lord of the first step to contend against a Dao Lord of the fourth step, but treasures could only help up to a certain point. Treasures that could unleash the power of a Dao Lord of the fourth step were generally worth more than 10 million cubes of chaos nectar, and as their power increased their cost would skyrocket. Ning noticed one insanely powerful and insanely expensive treasure known as the Kingdom Blade. This was a formation, and anyone who had this formation could spread it across 100 million kilometers with a single thought. Within the formation, countless streaks of saber light would appear, and these attacks were so powerful that ordinary Dao Lords of the fourth step would be instantly slain by them. Even Dao Lords who weren't killed would still be heavily constrained. Ning estimated that this formation was definitely on par with his own Novescence Thunder attack. The bidding for this formation started at the reserve price of 80 million cubes of chaos nectar, and in the end it was sold for 120 million cubes. Treasures like this are all external sources of strength. The nearby Pilsaint nodded sagely. Artificing and alchemy all have their limits as well. Earlier, I saw a treasure in Plumsor Hall which could unleash the power of an eternal emperor, but treasures like that would never appear in a treasure auction. Without question, they can only be traded for. Ning nodded. Treasures could generally be used multiple times, whereas Dao seals would be consumed after a single use as all they did was unleash the power which had originally been sealed into them. As a result, Dao seals were much easier to make than magic treasures. The Sword Hegemon's Dao seals and the almighty Brightshore Hegemon's spacetime disc were all single-use items. A few days later, yet another incredible treasure appeared within this treasure auction. Generally speaking, each treasure auction would have 10 or so treasures like this. Fellow Taoists. The ancient elder standing before the dais called out in a loud voice, "This treasure is an important item which was personally forged by Emperor Milcloth." The many Dao Lords seated below were all stirred. Even Ning's eyes lit up as he stared downwards from his private room. Emperor Milcloth was one of the top 3 artificers of the entire Endless Territories. Whoosh! A palm-sized black flying vessel suddenly appeared in the air above the elder's hands. Although the flying vessel was small, it naturally emanated an aura of such terrifying keenness that anyone who saw it knew it had to be incredibly fast. This is a flying vessel which is perfectly suited for soaring at high speeds. The Emperor forged it just a short while ago, and has yet to even choose a name for it. The person who purchases it shall have the right to name it. The elder smiled, but the Dowlords didn't really care about this. What a treasure's name was didn't matter, what really mattered was the amount of power it could unleash. This magic treasure can move 100 times the speed of light, the elder said softly, but his quiet words drove the many Dowlords below him into a state of frenzy. The reserve price is 60 million cubes. 60 million cubes. A deep voice instantly rang out from one of the private rooms up above. 65 million cubes. One of the Dowlords seated in the corner of the main hall below, a golden-robed man, calmly made his offer. 68 million cubes. This was one of the 8 sacred cities, after all. It had many Dowlords within it. Evasion-type treasures were extremely valuable to begin with vessels that could move at 10 times the speed of light generally costing more than 10 million cubes. Ones which could move at 100 times the speed of light could generally only be traded for. Although there were technically a number of master artificers in the endless territories who were capable of creating evasion-type treasures that could move at 100 times the speed of light, the actual creation process was extremely difficult. Powerful Dowlords were extremely interested in treasures like this, as there were very few who could move at 100 times the speed of light. In fact, there weren't even many eternal emperors who could move at that speed. Ning suddenly rose to his feet within his private room. Master? Pilsaint and Yuji both looked towards Ning, but Ning walked towards to the window, then pushed it open. Outside was that female attendant, who had been awaiting his summons this entire time. Senior. Although she had been waiting here for months, she immediately addressed him with respect. I wish to use a treasure to trade for that flying vessel which is currently being auctioned off, Ning said. The female attendant was startled. That was one of the top 10 treasures of this treasure auction. She immediately said, I've already sent your request forwards. A Dowlord will arrive shortly. Whoosh. Just as she finished saying this, a figure suddenly materialized directly in front of Ning. It was the silver-robed Dowlord who Ning had interacted with just a few months ago. Fellow Daoist, you truly do business on a grand scale. The silver-robed Dowlord smiled, quite amazed by the white-robed youth in front of him. The man looked like a Dowlord of the second step, but he was able to kill Dowlords of the third step as easily as crushing an ant. He had already brought 40 million cubes worth of business to Plumsor Hall. Now, he was planning to acquire that flying vessel? Come inside and chat, Ning said. Wait outside, the silver-robed Dowlord instructed the female attendant, then followed Ning into the private room and shut the door. Within the private room, the silver-robed Dowlord walked to the windows as well. He glanced downwards, then said merrily, that flying vessel can move at 100 times the limits of the heavenly dais. That's the maximum speed any flying vessel can obtain, and they are generally only exchanged for goods of similar value, never sold. When they do appear during our treasure auctions, the price has already reached 70 million cubes, but I wager it'll at least hit 90 million cubes. Plumsor Hall will never engage in a losing business transaction, no matter what. Nin nodded. He also felt certain that the final price would be at least 90 million cubes. I know that Plumsor Hall has more than a single flying vessel that can move that fast, Ning said. I wish to trade for one. Trade? The silver-robed Daolord's eyes lit up. He delighted in engaging in this type of trade. Flying vessels of this quality were generally only traded for similarly valuable treasures, as only the most valuable of items could possess such amazing properties. Ordinary treasures won't cut it, the silver-robed Dowlord reminded softly. Take a look for yourself, Ning said, then waved his hand, causing a golden pearl with a flowing surface to appear within it. Deluxe Hellgold? The silver-robed Daelord's eyes lit up. This was a core for creating a golem equivalent to a Daelord of the fourth step. Items like this could only be hoped for, not hunted down. But a single pearl won't be enough. The silver-robed Daelord shook his head. Ning waved his hand again. This time, a small, light green jade bottle appeared within it. A single blood-red fruit that looked like an actual drop of blood flew out from the jade bottle and hung there in the air. Is that? The silver-robed Daelord's face began to turn pale as he stared at the item. A sacred blood fruit? A sky jewel blood fruit? This thing was even rarer than the deluxe Hellgold, because sacred blood fruit trees were generally controlled by the ancient, truly supreme powers of the endless territories. Even hegemons would fight over such trees. Thus, the sacred blood fruit which came from these trees would generally fall into the hands of hegemon-level individuals. Although every single major organization was willing to spend roughly 20 million cubes to purchase a single sacred blood fruit, those ancient powers who owned them cared little for chaos nectar and would generally only exchange them for other valuable treasures. These two treasures combined are still a bit lacking. The silver-robed Daelord looked closely at Ning. A pearl of deluxe Hellgold and a sky jewel blood fruit, if sold on the treasure auction, should have a reserve price of at least 60 million cubes of chaos nectar, Ning said. Tell me, what do you think the final price would be? The silver-robed Daelord was startled by the question. Although flying vessels that can move at 100 times the speed of light are rare, there are a number that are available for sale, Ning said. If you aren't happy with my offer, I'll go take it somewhere else. Why, you are seriously such a... The silver-robed Daelord laughed helplessly. The deluxe Hellgold and the sky jewel bloodfruit were indeed quite intriguing, but a flying vessel that could move at 100 times the speed of light was also extremely valuable. The two really were worth roughly the same. Fine. Plumsor Hall is willing to enter this deal with you. The silver-robed Daelord nodded, then glanced downwards. By now, the bidding war had already reached a price of 90 million cubes, but the bids were clearly slowing down. 95 million cubes, the silver-robed Daelord called out. 95.5 million cubes, a different Daelord gritted his teeth and called out. 98 million cubes. The silver-robed Daelord wasn't interested in wasting time, he immediately raised the price once more. Ning, Suyuji, and Pilsaint were all a bit surprised. The silver-robed Daelord glanced at the three of them, then chuckled. Making bids on our own treasures is actually quite common. If the real bids on the best treasures aren't high enough, we'll just buy some of them ourselves. Ning and the others couldn't help but let out startled laughs. It seemed as though Plumsor Hall really did refuse to lose money on any of these treasure trades. In truth, to the massively powerful organizations within the Dao Alliance like the Skywood sect, Chaos Nectar wasn't really all that valuable. Deluxe Hellgold, Sacred Bloodfruit, and other similarly rare cosmic treasures were much more worthy of collection. Deluxe Hellgold wasn't that alluring, it was the Sky Jewel Bloodfruit which caused this silver-robed Daelord to agree to this trade, because the Skywood sect just so happened to need it to go with a number of other valuable ingredients for pill refining. In the end, the flying vessel was won at the price of 98 million cubes. The deluxe Hellgold and the Sky Jewel Bloodfruit was given to the silver-robed Daelord, while the flying vessel entered Ning's hands. If you have other rare items, feel free to bring them to Plumsor Hall. The silver-robed Daelord smiled. We have many precious treasures, including even Dao seals which mighty eternal emperors poured all of their effort into. Those can all be traded for. Not a bad idea. Ning smiled, then picked up the flying vessel and nodded mentally to himself. Just using the 9 Novescence arts against Daelord Kongsan probably wouldn't be enough, as the man was capable of transforming his body into darkness and making it virtually indestructible. But now that Ning had this flying vessel, he would definitely be guaranteed of being able to escape whenever he chose. Although the deluxe Hellgold and the Sky Jewel Bloodfruit were important, one was an artificing ingredient while the other was an alchemical ingredient. Ning neither understood artificing nor specialized in alchemy. Use Skyjewel Bloodfruit in alchemy? Not even Downlord All-God would necessarily be qualified to engage in alchemy on such a level. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 36, Into Battle. Book 29, Downlord, Chapter 36, Into Battle. Skywood City. The fiery-haired, fiery-eyed, black-robed Downlord Kongsan was seated in the lotus position within the protective formations of Plumsor Hall, his eyes closed as he waited quietly. He had been waiting before the doors for more than 2 years already. So long as Ning dared to emerge, he would immediately sense it. Is Downlord Kongsan going to just wait there? What else can he do? That white-robed Downlord has been hiding inside Plumsor Hall this entire time, refusing to come out. No matter how strong Downlord Kongsan is, he wouldn't dare to challenge the Dao Alliance. The attendants inside the hall were all gossiping amongst each other. If the white-robed Downlord stays inside Plumsor Hall for an entire chaos cycle, will Downlord Kongsan wait here for an entire chaos cycle? But hard to say. However, the white-robed Downlord seems to be just a Downlord of the second step. This is a critical period of time for him as a cultivator. There's no way he's going to just hide in there forever, right? It might slow down his cultivation, but at least he'll stay alive if he continues to hide in there. If he leaves, he's dead. They all continuously whispered amongst each other about this. These attendants were all world-level figures, and they were quite interested in the grudges which elite Downlords held against each other. Whenever such elite Downlords battled against each other, news of it would quickly spread far and wide. The stories of how Downlord All-God hunted Emperor Malobo were passed down for countless generations. Although the affair between Ning and Downlord Kongsan wouldn't be talked about for nearly that long, it would still be the talk of the town for a brief period of time. On one side was a monstrously strong Downlord, Downlord Kongsan. On the other side was a mere Downlord of the second step who was so talented he had easily slain a Downlord of the third step. His true power was most likely that of a Verge-level Downlord as well. Both were at a high level of power, which naturally made for a good story. Is that? Am I seeing things? The attendants of Plumsor Hall all stared in astonishment at the white-robed figure who had just emerged from the inner hallways, carrying a black sword scabbard on his back. That face, those clothes, that aura, it was the person they were talking about, the mysterious white-robed Downlord. He actually came out? He actually dared to come out? Is he suicidal? There's no way he's coming out to die. He has to have something up his sleeve. These attendants all watched curiously, alongside a good number of guests. Most of the guests were Downlords, and a few were even Downlords of the fourth step. However, none of them dared to get involved in a matter like this. Downlord Kongsan had been waiting here for more than 2 years already. This alone testified as to how badly he wished to kill the white-robed Downlord. Ning glanced at the attendants and Downlords, chuckled, then flew towards the entrance of Plumsor Hall. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw the black-robed Downlord Kongsan seated in the lotus position by the doorway. Downlord Kongsan, you certainly are quite a patient man, Ning said. Downlord Kongsan opened his eyes. The sharpness of his fiery eyes would cause ordinary Downlords to feel a sense of oppression in their hearts. He cracked his lips into a cold, strange smile. I thought you would hide inside for a few chaos cycles, kid. I didn't expect you to come out so soon. If I stayed inside for several chaos cycles, would you really have waited here the entire time? Ning was surprised. I'm a very patient man, Downlord Kongsan said calmly. To me, time doesn't really matter. When my life is about to end, I shall go and prepare for my downmerge. You sound as though you really have nothing interesting in your life. Ning shook his head. Wait here for several chaos cycles? How long had Ning been cultivating for? Downlord Kongsan might be patient enough to wait that long, but Ning himself definitely was not. The attendants and guests within Plumsor Hall all watched curiously as the two figures outside chatted with each other. One was dressed in beautiful black robes, the other was dressed in white clothes. One had a dominating and rather evil aura, while the other looked unassuming and reserved but was clearly a freakishly talented Dowlord who had simply hidden away his sharpness. The white-robed Dowlord doesn't look scared at all. Their words are tit for tat against each other, The customers all listened quietly, and many of them couldn't help but feel admiration for the weaker white-robed Dowlord. Nothing interesting in my life? You don't understand. Waiting is a way to temper one's Dowheart, and as such is a form of cultivation. Dowlord Konsan wasn't the slightest bit irritated, and his eyes remained as cold as ice. What, are you going to stay within the protective barriers this entire time? Both of them were inside the barriers of Plumsor Hall, and combat was forbidden here. I'm not as bored as you. I wouldn't waste time coming out here just to tease you a bit. Ning shook his head. I'm going to be leaving now. Follow me if you can. Swoosh. Ning transformed into a streak of light, instantly flying outside the protective barrier. Poof. Dowlord Konsan's aura expanded dramatically as he instantly disappeared into a cloud of black mist which surged out of the barrier formation and swept towards Ning. Ning, in midair, glanced backwards at the mist. The mist was a roiling mass of darkness that was rolling straight towards him. Just looking at the mist alone caused Ning to feel a powerful sense of danger. It isn't the right time to fight you just yet, Ning mused to himself. With a wave of his hand, Ning caused a black flying vessel to appear next to him. This vessel was shaped like the tip of a sword, and it emanated an aura of incredible keenness. Whoosh! Ning entered the vessel. Let's go! Now that Ning was in control of the flying vessel, it suddenly exploded with speed and went from 0 to 100 times the speed of light. What? A human face immediately appeared within the roiling black mist behind Ning, and it stared straight at the vessel. He actually has a flying vessel that can move at 100 times the speed of light? 100 times faster than the limits of the heavenly Daos. What did speed like this mean? Even Dao Lightning only moved at this speed. This was a level of speed which Samsara Dowlords generally were unable to aspire to. There were many freakishly talented Dowlords who weren't even close to being this fast, even when they reached the verge. Konsan himself, for example, could only move at 36 times the speed of light. Palace Lord Dawnstar had reached incredible heights in the Tao of the Saber, but if he merely relied on his Tao to travel even he would only be able to move at 50 times the speed of light. Even those who were skilled in speed-oriented Taos such as the Tao of Lightning, the Tao of Wind, or the Tao of Light were rarely able to reach 100 times the speed of light. To exceed that level of speed? You had to reach an absolutely unimaginable level of insight into a speed if you wished to do so. For flying treasures, vessels like the one which Ning had purchased represented the apex of speed possible for treasures. Flying treasures could at most move at 100 times the speed of light. If you wanted to go faster than that, you'd have to focus on your own training in cultivation. The vast majority of eternal emperors weren't able to move that fast. 100 times the speed of light? Dowlord Konsan was truly stunned, but moments later his murderous intent began to boil once more. Excellent! It seems this kid has many treasures on him, far more than most Dowlords of the fourth step. It must be remembered that Dowlord Konsan had 16 verified kills of Dowlords of the fourth step. He loved to kill others and seize their treasures. No wonder he dared to come out. Unfortunately, he's still too young. Dowlord Konsan smirked. Activate. Ning was controlling his flying vessel to advance at high speed. He flew out of Skywood City in the blink of an eye, but suddenly, activate. A cold voice echoed for countless kilometers around him. Rumble, the formation bases which had been hidden throughout this area suddenly showed themselves, emanating pillars of light that towered to the heavens. An enormous amount of power began to gather, and this area quickly became a completely sealed region that was separated from the outside world. What? Ning's face paled. Ah, the black mist once more reformed into the black-robed Tao Lord Kongsan. He said with a cold laugh, "Kid, did you really think you were a match for me? I knew that you would only leave once you were fully prepared, but did you really think that you were the only one who could make preparations? I've already set up 4 rings of formations in the area outside of Skywood City. No matter which way you fled, you'd still end up inside one of them. Space has been completely locked within this formation. No matter how fast you are, you won't be able to escape. The only path still open to you is the path to hell." Ning stood there within his flying vessel. He stared at the distant Tao Lord Kongsan, then let out a chuckle. "Tao Lord Kongsan, I didn't expect that you would surreptitiously set up 4 sealing formations while keeping watch on the gate, but I had thought that you would arrange for attendants of Plumsor Hall to keep an eye on me, which was why I stayed at the gates." Tao Lord Kongsan shook his head. "While keeping them distracted, I ordered my eldest disciple to quietly set up these formations. Now, it seems, the subterfuge was unnecessary. I overestimated you. You certainly went to a great deal of trouble." Ning shook his head. "I'm impressed at how calm you are, given your situation." Tao Lord Kongsan laughed coldly. "Prepare to die." Boom! He shot through the air at high speeds, his robes fluttering with an aura of dark mist that made him move incredibly fast, but no matter how fast he still couldn't move as quickly as Ning did. Swoosh! The black vessel easily and quickly pulled away from him, and Ning's voice rang out once more. "Tao Lord Kongsan, even though we are both inside this formation, you won't be able to catch up to me or do anything to me. Is that so?" Tao Lord Kongsan suddenly barked, "Disciple, come out." Whoosh! A figure suddenly emerged on the other end of the sealing formation, passing through it and appearing within the sealed region. This was a female green-robed alien outsider, and the area around her was flooded with green mist that caused space itself to hiss and crackle. "Disciple, stand guard on the other side while I chase him down from this side. We'll catch him and kill him." Tao Lord Kongsan said these words aloud, not worried that Ning might overhear them. "Yes, master." The green-robed woman immediately assented to his orders. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Book 29, Chapter 37, Captured. Book 29, Tao Lord, Chapter 37, Captured. "Trapping me between the two of you?" Ning glanced at the two sides. No matter which way he flew, either Tao Lord Kongsan or his eldest disciple would be able to move closer to him. His free space would slowly lessen no matter what. "Oh, my dear Tao Lord Kongsan, your eldest disciple is quite formidable, and if I hadn't mastered the 9 novescence arts I wouldn't be able to do anything to her, but now?" A cold light flashed through Ning's eyes. Whoosh! The green mist twisting around the green-robed woman began to spread out as a number of long ropes began to reach out in every direction, with her at the very center. Every single rope-type magic treasure was able to stretch out 100 million kilometers, and she was charging straight towards Ning. Clearly, she wanted to use these ropes to further lower Ning's area of free mobility. As for Tao Lord Kongsan, he transformed into that endless black mist that billowed straight towards Ning. "Tao Lord Kongsan, do you really think your eldest disciple will be able to capture me?" Ning's voice rang out. "Even if she can't, she can at least tie you down," Tao Lord Kongsan replied coldly. "There's nowhere for you to run. No matter where you go, you will die, but." The green-robed woman was quite strong, fairly close to Patriarch Clearwind in power when he wasn't using his killer attack. As Tao Lord Kongsan saw it, no matter how freakishly talented this Tao Lord of the second step was, even if she failed in capturing him she would still be able to slow him down. "Is that so?" Ning smiled coldly. Swoosh! His black vessel began to flee at high speeds, and perhaps by accident it moved closer and closer towards the green-robed woman. Dao Lord Kongsan wasn't surprised in the slightest. In the end, Ning had to choose a direction, and Kongsan's eldest disciple was naturally a bit weaker than Kongsan himself. It made sense for Ning to move in her direction. Disciple, kill him if you can. If you can't, slow him down. Once I arrive, I'll crush him to death, Dao Lord Kongsan sent mentally. I definitely won't disappoint you, Master, the green-robed woman replied. The green-robed woman was moving closer and closer to Ning. Whoosh! 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 Her magic ropes stretched out through the skies like giant pythons which coiled and lashed out against Ning. Ah ha ha! Ning stood there at the prow of his black vessel, his two hands gripped around a single sword. He struck out, sending a dazzling streak of swordlight out 10 million kilometers and striking against one of the ropes. Dao Lord Kongsan was skilled in close combat, and for now Ning wasn't confident in fighting him up close. But this eldest disciple? She was the perfect match for Ning. In the end, his close combat skills had the greatest latent potential for further development. His 9 novescence arts were more powerful, true, but they had already reached the level of complete mastery. In the future, he would only be able to strengthen it by making it fit into his sword arts, but there was a limit to how much stronger they would grow. This kid, Dao Lord Kongsan couldn't help but feel shocked by what he was seeing from AFR. What incredible sword arts! Ning and the green-robed woman had moved closer and closer to each other, and the two had entered close combat. The green-robed woman actually reduced the range of each rope to be merely 1 million kilometers, causing them to grow noticeably more powerful. When the ropes were too long, they would naturally become harder to control and thus would be weakened. Ning brought out all 6 of his swords, fighting to his heart's content and actually holding the upper hand. He's actually slightly more powerful than my disciple? Dao Lord Kongsan's face tightened slightly as he picked up the pace. Keep him tied down, disciple. Don't worry, master. The kid has extremely profound sword arts, but he's on par with me at most. The green-robed woman didn't want to admit defeat in the face of a Dao Lord of the second step. Time slowly trickled on. The green-robed woman's techniques were softer and more insidious, and a battle on this level gave Ning a few deeper-level insights into his own Dao of the sword. Life and death battles, especially ones against different types of opponents, were of great benefit to him training in the Dao of the sword. Ning glanced backwards, only to see that the fast-moving black mist was about to reach him. A pity. Ning turned to look back at the green-robed woman, then laughed. I wanted to tussle with you for a bit longer, but your master has arrived. A pity indeed. The green-robed woman spoke out as well. You are a freakishly talented Dao Lord who should have been able to rise to the heavens and stun the endless territories, but today, you shall die and your Dao shall vanish. Ning shook his head. Suddenly, boom! 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 One surge of incredible power after another began to blast out from the area around Ning, each contained unbelievable amounts of force. Generally speaking, Dao Lords of the 4th step would immediately die if touched by a single one of these streaks of power, and there were 9 of them roaming around in the skies. Moments later, they swiftly began to twine around each other, transforming into 2 dazzling streaks of swordlight. The novescence fire, novescence water, and rest of the 5 elements techniques all joined together under the leadership of the novescence water. Water supported all things without complaint, and was able to tolerate everything. The novescence thunder, novescence wind, novescence light, and novescence void were led by the novescence void. The novescence void technique was the most powerful of the 9 novescence arts, and it was actually capable of commanding all 8 of the other arts. For it to merely command 3 was simplicity itself. The 2 groups transformed into 2 enormous streaks of swordlight, which then gave birth to the yin-yang sword domain of Ning's Omega Sword Dao. What the hell is that? Dao Lord Kongsan was still trying to catch up, but his face instantly tightened when he saw this. He could tell that this was a technique of incredible power, but for a brief moment he wasn't able to recognize it. The endless territories held far too many secret arts, and in the past he had never battled against experts who had mastered the 9 novescence arts. But, the green-robed woman's face turned completely ashen as she called out, "Master, save me." "He won't make it." Ning glanced at the green-robed woman. Whoosh! The 2 enormous streaks of swordlight formed into an awesome, enormous vortex that instantly encompassed and surrounded the green-robed woman. She frantically tried to use her ropes to defend against them, but the power of the 9 novescence arts when applied through the yin-yang sword domain of Ning's Omega Sword Dao was simply too powerful. There was no way she could possibly endure such an attack, and her magic treasures were knocked flying away like duckweed in a raging river. As for the green-robed woman, she frantically tried to use other spells or magic treasures to buy herself some time, but alas, they were all knocked flying away. In the blink of an eye, the enormous whirlpool had ground its way to her body. No! The green-robed woman let out a resentful howl. She truly couldn't accept this outcome. Her master was an extremely selfish and vicious man, but for the sake of growing and improving herself she had still chosen to become apprenticed to him. Now, she was a Dao Lord of the 4th step. She was planning on helping her race survive and flourish. She couldn't die. She couldn't die. Boom! She had tried everything she had, but there was nothing she could do in the face of this overwhelming disparity in power. Her skills were stronger than those of ordinary Dao Lords of the 4th step, but there was no way she could possibly endure Ning's killer strike. Her body was instantly disintegrated, and as she died a hint of agony and despair flashed through her eyes. Moments later, she was stunned, because part of her body was actually left undamaged. Although the terrifying vortex of sword intent surrounded her, it no longer pressed the attack. If it did, she would be totally destroyed. Hurry up and get in here. Otherwise, I'll take your life. Ning tossed out a gourd which instantly flew to the green-robed woman's side and sent out a surge of overwhelming strong sucking power towards her. What remained of the green-robed woman's body didn't dare to resist, and it allowed Ning to suck her into the gourd. If Ning was going to capture her, at least she wouldn't die right away. Ning waved his hand, causing the gourd to return to him. He then turned to look at the attacking Dao Lord Kongsan. "Dao Lord Kongsan, your eldest disciple is now in my hands," Ning said. Damn! Dao Lord Kongsan had an ugly look on his face. "Withdraw immediately and I'll spare her life," Ning barked. Withdraw? The baleful look in Dao Lord Kongsan's eyes only grew stronger. "No one can threaten me. She's just one disciple. Today, I shall take your life no matter what." Seeing this, Ning just shook his head. What a madman! The information which the Skywood sect had given him was quite accurate. Dao Lord Kongsan was an exceedingly selfish man who didn't really care about his disciples, only himself. The reason he had chosen to kill Ning was not because he cared about his disciple or felt sorry for him, but because he felt as though his personal dignity had been affronted by his disciple's death. If that's the case, let's fight. A fierce light flashed through Ning's eyes. Kill! Rumble! Those 9 novescence arts once more formed into those 2 enormous streaks of swordlight, and they illuminated each other as they intertwined and lashed out through the skies towards the distant Dao Lord Kongsan. Attacks on this level are useless against me. Dao Lord Kongsan was filled with a desire to kill, and he revealed his true form as the black mist roiled around him. He stretched out with his right hand, producing an enormous, pitch-black scimitar within it. Slash! The enormous scimitar swept out, carrying a hint of black light on its edge. Space itself parted in a natural way in front of that edge, but not a single iota of his power leaked out. It was like space was nothing more than butter, with his knife cutting neatly through it. The scimitar chopped out towards those 9 rampaging novescence arts as the 2 began their mid-air clash. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 38, A Furious Fight. Book 29, Dao Lord, Chapter 38, A Furious Fight. What a terrifying scimitar! Ning could sense that the flows of his 9 novescence arts were being parted as though they had been split in half. But my secret arts were formless to begin with. If you cut a stream of water with a knife, the water would continue to flow. Ning's 9 novescence arts of lightning, wind, fire, void, and everything else were all types of formless energy that could assume whatever shape he chose. In the face of that terrifying scimitar, the rampaging flood of the novescence arts was instantly split in half. Despite that, the power of the secret arts didn't lessen at all, and 2 dragon-like streams of swordlight continued onwards towards Lord Kongsan. Not good. Lord Kongsan's face paled, and the black mist around him instantly became far denser and thicker than before. Boom! 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 The swordlight formed by the novescence arts were able to transform into many forms. They instantly transformed into 18 different streams of swordlight, each of which was violent beyond care. Filled with the sword intent of the Omega Sword Dao's blood drop stance, they forcibly pierced through the black mist. In truth, Ning's 9 novescence arts were far stronger than Lord Kongsan's darkness-based secret arts, and so penetrating them was very simple. Heavenbreaker. As soon as those 18 streams of swordlight pierced through the black mist, they suddenly transformed. They became like 18 whips of flowing water that furiously lashed out, striking Lord Kongsan on his body. Ever since Ning had come up with his Omega Sword Dao, he had been able to perfectly join together all different types of sword arts and sword daos. This was why his attacks could seem incredibly soft and yet unleash a dominating display of sword intent. Boom! 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 These 18 streaks of swordlight contained both the crisscrossing power of the yin-yang stance as well as the ferocity of the Heavenbreaker stance. Lord Kongsan was forced to instantly transform his body into darkness itself. The swordlight roamed through the darkness unimpeded, causing his form to shudder a few times, but he was able to easily endure the strike. What formidable secret arts! Your sword intent roams everywhere, letting no opening go untouched. Lord Kongsan's face suddenly appeared from that pool of darkness, and he had a cold smile on his face as he spoke. It does indeed leave no opening untouched, the distant Ning said. My secret arts are formless like water, of course they flow over and into everything. But precisely because of that, they aren't particularly powerful when I use them to display these sword arts. You could use a stream of water to stab or to whip someone, but there was no way it would ever hit as hard as an actual weapon meant for those purposes. Weapons were both tougher and sharper. Omega Sword Dao, Yin-Yang. Ning's gaze turned cold. Rumble, instantly, the energy of the 9 novescence arts began to crush and grind down upon everything within 100 million kilometers. Yin and Yang crisscrossed with each other, grinding away at each other and everything between them. Even though Lord Kongsan had transformed into darkness incarnate, he could still sense how terrifying this yin-yang sword domain was, and it was suppressing and restraining him from every possible angle. Damn! Lord Kongsan felt as though he had been trapped in quicksand. Ning's secret arts were simply too strong, and they were omnipresent. There was no way Lord Kongsan could completely block them. Or at least, there was no way he could use his secret arts or magic treasures to block them. I had thought that by using my 9 novescence arts, I would be able to cause him serious injury even though I probably wouldn't be able to kill him. Lord Kongsan truly does have a virtually indestructible body. There's no way to injure him at all. Ning couldn't help but sigh. He had already unleashed his most powerful attacks, but all he was able to do was to suppress this foe. In the end, Ning simply was at too low a level. His Omega Sword Dao might be formidable, but he was still just a Dao Lord of the first step. Dao Lord All-God was a grandmaster of formations and had reached a much higher level than Ning was currently at. When he used those 9 same arts alongside his formations, his power was much greater than Ning's was. While Ning was sighing to himself, he had no idea just how stunned and furious Lord Kongsan was. Lord Kongsan was a venerable Verge-level Lord who had roamed the endless territories for many years, but today, he was actually being beaten down by a Lord of the second step? Gra! The endless darkness suddenly released a low, furious growl. Instantly, the darkness quickly began to solidify into a black silhouette that had a noticeably more powerful aura than before, and which was wielding an enormous scimitar. Kid, you should feel proud that you've forced me to use my supreme attack. Now die. The blurry black silhouette instantly charged towards Ning as he furiously chopped towards Ning with that enormous scimitar. This chop caused space-time to freeze. It was filled with a towering killing intent that struck out from incredibly far away, slamming directly through Ning's body as it struck against his soul. Ning was still standing at the prow of his distant black vessel, but he could still clearly sense a soul attack of immense power striking at him. Humph! Within Ning's sea of consciousness, his soul let out a furious snort. The murderous intent slammed towards Ning's soul like a wave, but Ning's soul was completely unmoved. It was comparable to the soul of a downlord of the fourth step, after all, and his heart force was at the point where he could break through to the sixth stage of heart force at any moment. Once he did, he would be a true heart force cultivator. Less than 1% of downlords were heart force cultivators, and so this enormous advantage in terms of heart force made Ning's mental and soul defenses incredibly strong. In addition, Ning had already read an intelligence report stating that downlord Kongsan had a soul attack, but the attack was only able to confuse and disrupt. It wasn't all that powerful. In the end, downlord Kongsan was most skilled in close combat. The distant downlord Kongsan looked at Ning both angrily and expectantly. Downlord Kongsan, did you really think you would be able to shake my soul with an attack on this level? Ning laughed coldly. Downlord Kongsan was shocked. It was true that soul attacks weren't his forte, but the soul attack wasn't a weak one either. Downlord Kongsan felt certain that this mere downlord of the second step had to have a fairly weak soul, even if he did have a fairly high level of insight into the Tao. Logically speaking, the soul should have been an enormous weak point. Even downlords of the fourth step would have been confused and impacted by his soul attack. You aren't bad at all, kid. But if you are really so tough, stop running and fight me in close combat. Downlord Kongsan bellowed angrily as he flew towards Ning. Ha, I'm just a downlord of the second step. You want me to fight you in close combat? Do you have any sense of shame? If I broke through to become a downlord of the third step, I'd be more than happy to fight you in close combat. Riding his black vessel, Ning was able to easily pull away from downlord Kongsan once more. He also continued to use his 9 novescence arts to either slow down or attack downlord Kongsan repeatedly. Downlord Kongsan was getting angrier and angrier as this fight continued. Ning continued to flee, and he continued to chase. Ning had it quite easy in this battle, as he continued to attack while fleeing thanks to his overwhelming advantage in speed. If this continues, I really won't be able to do anything to this kid at all. Downlord Kongsan shook his head. If memory serves, the secret arts this kid is using should be the 9 novescence arts of the legendary downlord All-God. The reason why I hadn't recognized the technique earlier was because he had never personally battled it before, but he had read the description of the techniques within the spell world. After having battled against Ning for so long, he had some insights into what it was that he was up against. I really wonder how a downlord of the second step like him was able to master such terrifying secret arts, downlord Kongsan mused. I heard that in order to master those 9 novescence arts, you not only need to have certain insights into the likes of lightning, wind, and fire, you also have to be a grandmaster alchemist. If your alchemy skills are even the slightest bit deficient, you will never be able to master the 9 novescence arts. Is this downlord of the second step a grandmaster alchemist? Even Kongsan was secretly speechless. If he is, there's no way he could have learned alchemy by himself. He either won an incredibly powerful legacy or has an incredibly powerful teacher behind him. After having battled for so long, downlord Kongsan was starting to grow wary of Ning. This person definitely wouldn't be as easy to deal with as the other downlords of the fourth step he had slain. Screw it. I'll capture him alive first. If he really does have a powerful figure behind him, oomph. I'm a core member of the Tao Alliance. Very few people are qualified to threaten me. When the time comes, I'll chat with him a bit. I can force the kid to swear a few lifeblood oaths, then let him go. Tao Lord Kong-san mused to himself, but if he doesn't have any powerful figures behind him, I can do whatever I want to him. Whoosh! Tao Lord Kong-san sent his will outside the Grand Ceiling Formation and towards one of the 100,000 estates located at the margins of Skywood City. Aside from Kong-san, there were a few other incredibly powerful and ancient Tao Lords who lived in seclusion in those estates. Big Brother Shaka. Tao Lord Kong-san instantly sent mentally, I'm embarrassed to say this, but it seems I'll need to ask you to help me out and capture the kid. Within the estate. A handsome man with long golden hair and a golden suit of armor was seated in the lotus position inside a courtyard, staring at the heavens. He looked like an ordinary cultivator, but in truth he was a terrifyingly strong aberrant. Amongst the ancient figures who lived in seclusion in Skywood City, he was reputedly the fastest of them all. The Tao Alliance was an extremely welcoming and open organization, allowing members of the Brightshore Kingdom, the aberrants, and even the ancient cultivators to live within their cities. Only their mortal enemies, the Eonians, were refused entry by the Tao Alliance. And of course, the Dark Kingdom. Kong-san, he seems to just be a Tao Lord of the second step. You really can't catch him yourself? A gleam of purple light flashed through Tao Lord Shaka's eyes. I really cannot. This kid has way too many tricks up his sleeve, which is why I've come to ask you for help, Big Brother Shaka. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 39, Summoning Friends. Book 29, Tao Lord, Chapter 39, Summoning Friends. Describe all of his abilities to me in detail, Tao Lord Shaka said. He wouldn't agree to a request like this lightly. He had to first see what sort of abilities this Tao Lord of the second step possessed. I'll narrate to them to you. Since Tao Lord Kong-san was asking this man to help out, it wasn't appropriate for him to hold anything back. He gave a quick explanation, then continued, Don't worry, Big Brother Shaka. I also have the feeling that he probably has a significant background, given how talented he is. To be safe, we should first capture him and then see if anyone comes to save him. If an emperor comes for him, we'll ransom him for a pretty price. If no one comes from him, we'll just kill him. Tao Lord Shaka nodded. All right. Neither of the two were the cowardly, trouble-fearing type. Kong-san was a core member of the Tao Alliance, while Tao Lord Shaka was a high-level member of the aberrants. The kid might have powerful backers, but so did they. The only reason they were planning to capture Ning first was to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. I'll agree to help you here, Tao Lord Shaka said. Thank you, Big Brother Shaka. Tao Lord Kong-san was delighted. Swoosh! Tao Lord Shaka instantly transformed into a streak of light that disappeared into the skies as it hastened towards the Grand Ceiling Formation. Within the Ceiling Formation, Tao Lord Shaka continued to chase after the fleeing Ji Ning as the two continuously exchanged attacks against each other. He can't do anything to me. Ning was extremely clear-headed despite the battle's progression. Tao Lord Kong-san himself knows this quite well. He won't just let things drag out like this, he must be coming up with a plan. But it won't matter what he has up his sleeve, I won't let him do as he wishes. Ning immediately sent a mental message, send word to the Brightshore Kingdom right away that I am in a Grand Ceiling Formation outside Skywood City and am being pursued and attacked by Tao Lord Kong-san. I would like to ask the fellow Taoists of the Brightshore Kingdom to help out. The duration of this request is a single day. Yes, Master. The alien world-level retainer who had with Ning this entire time immediately acknowledged the order. This retainer had another clone in the Brightshore Kingdom, and so was able to make the report almost immediately. Moments later, the Brightshore Kingdom sent word to every single Tao Lord and Emperor within its ranks. In truth, in recent years Ning had received quite a few distress calls as well, but they were all too far away from him. This time, for example, Ning himself had said that the duration of his request was a single day. If others couldn't make it here within a single day, there was no point to them even coming. If they were too far away, they would only find at the end of their long journey that the matter had come to an end long ago. But asking for the Brightshore Kingdom to help out is just a precaution, Ning mused. In the end, it doesn't have that many Dao Lords. The number of Dao Lords it has who can deal with Kongsan are even fewer. Although this is one of the 8 sacred cities and there should be quite a few members of the Brightshore Kingdom here, it's hard to say if there are any who can match Kongsan. I suppose I'll have to wait and see. If there's nothing I can do, I'll use up the Hegemon's Dao Seal, Ning mused. You always had to have a backup plan. The Dao of the sword was an offensive Dao, and so the sword Hegemon's Dao Seal possessed terrifying offensive power. Even eternal emperors would deeply desire an item of such incredible value. However, the path of cultivation was a long one, and this affair with Dao Lord Kongsan might be nothing more than a minor bump in this long road. Ning wasn't willing to use up his Dao Seal unless absolutely necessary. But of course, if it was absolutely necessary, then he would simply use it. Once he used it up, he would win all of the treasures which Dao Lord Kongsan possessed. However, in Ning's eyes not even all of the combined treasures Dao Lord Kongsan possessed were as important as his Hegemon's Dao Seal. A short while later. Ha ha ha. Dao Lord Kongsan suddenly began to laugh. Let's see how much longer you can keep fleeing, kid. Ning's face tightened. Dao Lord Kongsan suddenly pointed off into the distance. Instantly, a golden figure flew through the distant barrier, followed by the barrier once more being sealed shut. The golden figure was that of a handsome, golden-haired man dressed in golden armor. He glanced at Ning curiously, then slowly shook his head and said, Kid, it's quite rare and impressive for a Dao Lord of the second step to be as strong as you are. What a true pity. Please help me, big brother Shaka, in capturing him, Dao Lord Kongsan said. Shaka? Ning's face turned pale. Dao Lord Shaka of the Aberrants? Dao Lord Shaka was an incredibly famous Dao Lord of the Aberrants, and that fame came from his incredible speed. He was one of those figures who could go more than 100 times faster than the speed of light. In speed alone, he was superior to the vast majority of eternal emperors. And, as an aberrant, he was incredibly fast and powerful in close combat as well. It seems I'll have to use the Hegemon's Dao Seal after all. A sharp light flashed through Ning's eyes. Kid, I recommend you give up, Dao Lord Shaka said calmly. He had absolute faith in his overwhelming speed. Kongsan! Stay your hand! A cold shout rang out from afar, going through the barrier and reverberating within the world inside it. The people outside the formation were unable to see what was going on inside, but those inside it were able to see and hear what was happening outside with perfect clarity. Dao Lord Kongsan and Dao Lord Shaka both looked outside, as did Ning. 2 figures had appeared outside the formation. One was a skinny, white-haired, middle-aged man. The other was a muscular man with a giant great axe on his back who had a single horn in the middle of his head. Kongsan, stay your hand. Release Dark North. The skinny, white-haired man said coldly. Dao Lord Solman? Dao Lord Skyaxe? Dao Lord Kongsan's face tightened. Palace Lord Solman? Within the formation, Ning revealed a look of delight as well. Lord Solman was the Vice Palace Lord of the Heartforce Palace. Other Dao Lords of the 4th step might be strong or weak, but every single one who was also a Heartforce power possessed terrifying power. Dao Lord Solman, as the Vice Palace Lord of the Heartforce Palace of the Brightshore Kingdom, was also an incredibly powerful figure whose name alone was enough to terrify countless cultivators. Heartforce cultivator Dao Lords simply possessed far too many strange ways to kill people. Sometimes, a single glance from them was enough to slay. As for Dao Lord Skyaxe, he wasn't a member of the Brightshore Kingdom, he was probably just accompanying Dao Lord Solman and so came over as well. However, Downlord Skyaxe was one of the most freakishly powerful of Downlords who had most likely devised and joined together multiple different Supreme Das. He was ranked as the number 5 Downlord of this era in the Endless Territories. Dark North? The kid over here? Downlord Konsan laughed coldly. Release him, Downlord Solman barked. Solman, if I release him just because you told me to, I would have no face left, Downlord Shaka said coldly. Downlord Solman, Downlord Skyaxe, next to me is Big Brother Shaka, Downlord Konsan said. Solman and Skyaxe were outside the formation and so weren't able to see anything inside of it at all. Although there was a ranking of power in the Endless Territories, ranks didn't count for everything. For example, an incredibly powerful Daelord's abilities might be perfectly countered by a lower-ranked Daelord's abilities. Palace Lord Dawnstar might be in trouble if he encountered an ancient, incredibly powerful Eternal Emperor, but someone like Downlord Shaka would be able to escape thanks to his incredible speed. Everyone had their own strengths and weaknesses. Those who stood at the very top ranks amongst Downlords all had their own pride and rarely submitted to others. If Kong Sen encountered Solman and Skyaxe by himself, he was strong enough to stay alive, but he'd still feel trepidation. Now that Downlord Shaka, a Downlord even more powerful than himself, was by his side, he felt much more confidence. Solman, Skyaxe, the two of you don't have the right or the power to demand me to release this kid, Downlord Shaka said. Attack! Downlord Solman was instantly enraged. Break this formation apart. Boom! The nearby Downlord Skyaxe was enraged as well. He immediately attacked, and when he did the world itself seemed to tremble, and even Skywood City itself seemed to turn dim. Endless yellow illusions filled the vast area surrounding Skywood City. Moments later, a terrifying great axe struck out from within the yellow illusions and chopped downwards towards the Grand Ceiling formation. In terms of using raw power to break apart formations, Downlord Solman clearly wasn't as strong as Downlord Skyaxe. What's going on? What's with this terrifying aura? Quite a few cultivators within Skywood City were surprised by the commotion. Boom! The Grand Ceiling formation shook a few times and a few ripples appeared on the surface of the barrier, but it managed to endure the blow. Ha ha ha! Downlord Skyaxe, if I was forced to fight you in combat I would have no choice but to turn tail and flee. It would be a joke, however, if you could overwhelm me even through these formations I've set down. Downlord Kongsan's voice echoed from within the formation. Damn! Downlord Skyaxe was infuriated. They won't be able to help you. Downlord Kongsan turned his head to stare at Ning, still aboard his black vessel. If you aren't willing to just surrender, then we'll be forced to simply capture you alive. Let's see what Solman and Skyaxe can do about it. Last time we met in the Terror Star Sea, he caused me to lose face. Does he really think I'll just give way to him this time? Downlord Shaka snickered, then transformed into a streak of light that instantly moved more than 100 times the speed of light. Aboard the black vessel, Ning let out a long sigh. It seems I'll have to use the Hegemon's Dao Seal after all. Murder flickered in Ning's eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 40, Hegemon's Dao Seal. Book 29, Downlord, Chapter 40, Hegemon's Dao Seal. Outside the Grand Ceiling formation. Solman and Skyaxe were both furious but helpless. Within the Grand Ceiling formation, Downlord Kongsan was smirking from afar. It looked as though things had been settled. Downlord Shaka had transformed into a dazzling, breathtakingly eye-catching streak of golden light as he charged towards Ning. He truly was moving extremely fast, but Ning was able to see him moving with perfect clarity. There was a sensation of time itself being distorted, which caused Ning to feel rather uncomfortable. Ning continued to calmly fly forwards on his black vessel, and a dark blue crystalline leaf suddenly appeared in his hand. Crack! A seemingly simple action, the crushing of a leaf, but the terrifying, overwhelming amount of power hidden within that leaf-shaped Dao seal was finally unleashed. The deceased sword hegemon had paid an enormous price to create this terrifying Dao seal before his death, and the power within it was truly inconceivable. What terrifying power! So this is the might of a hegemon. When Ning crushed the seal, he instantly sensed a surge of unfathomable power flood through him and come under his control. He was the guide, the conduit for this power. He had the right to tell it where to strike, and that was where it would strike. He could also allow the power to voluntarily disperse. Go, then. Kill them. Ning turned his gaze to Dao Lord Shaka, soaring towards him like a streak of golden light, as well as the distant Dao Lord Kongsan. Boom! An awesome display of power burst forth. It was like the darkness before the dawn was suddenly split by the first rays of the sun which cast its radiance over the land. The streak of sunlight shone down upon the hearts of both Dao Lord Shaka and Dao Lord Kongsan. No! Looks of utter horror appeared on the faces of both of them. As soon as that overwhelming burst of force first revealed its true, terrifying luster, both of their hearts were filled with the utmost terror. They wouldn't feel such terror even in the face of death itself, but the overwhelming power of a hegemon caused them to feel a sense of uncontrollable terror. This was something which came from the very depths of their souls. Outside the formation, the faces of Dao Lord Solman and Dao Lord Skyaxe both changed as well. Although they weren't able to see what was happening inside the formation, a sensation of complete and utter terror filled their hearts. Retreat! Retreat immediately! This was the only thought which entered their minds, get as far away from this place as possible, but they could sense that something terrifying was about to happen within the formation. Perhaps the terrifying power within it wasn't aimed directly at them, but they still couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. Whoosh! Whoosh! Both retreated immediately. Within Skywood City, most of the cultivators were too distant from the Grand Sealing formation, and so when Ning shattered the hegemon's Dao seal they didn't sense much when its power was unleashed. The two most powerful figures inside the city, however, able to sense it clearly. I just sensed an enormous burst of power. Emperor Skywood turned his head, staring towards the distant Grand Sealing formation. Yes. The power is tremendous. The old man with tousled blue hair facing him nodded solemnly as well. I can sense that it is strong enough to threaten the two of us. Skywood, this is your territory. How could there be such a strong burst of power here? It must have been generated from one of those strange treasures that was brought back from the Terror Star Sea. That, or it had to be a single-use Dao seal or another similar type of treasure which was personally created by a hegemon. Emperor Skywood nodded as well, then chuckled. It's been a long time since I've sensed anything that could threaten me. Let's go take a look. Kill! Ning guided that terrifying surge of sword Dao power forward. Boom! The enormous, terrifying illusion of a greatsword suddenly appeared in the area around Ning. As soon as the greatsword appeared, both space and time were completely squeezed and compressed. Dao Lord Shaka and Dao Lord Kongsan were both so terrified that they went numb. This was a level of power which they were completely unprepared to handle. Damn, damn, damn. Damn that Kongsan. How could he have offended a freak like this? Dao Lord Shaka's heart was filled with shock, rage, and resentment. What sort of incredible fortune did this freak stumble upon? How could he have such a monstrously powerful treasure? Not even the protective treasure which the hegemon bestowed upon me might not be able to resist this terrifying sword. A translucent bottle suddenly appeared out of nowhere within the palm of Dao Lord Shaka's hand. Within the bottle was a crystalline speck of sand. Dao Lord Shaka felt such sorrow that it was as though blood was dripping out of his heart. This was an ancient relic he had acquired after countless years of braving dangerous territories, and was the most powerful protective treasure he had ever acquired. He hadn't expected that he would have to use it up because of his decision to help Dao Lord Kongsan. Crack! The bottle was shattered, and the sand within it instantly emitted a softy, blurry glow that covered Lord Shaka. Whoosh! The light-covered form of Lord Shaka instantly disappeared without a trace, as though he had never even been here. And no. How could I, Konsan, die in a place like this? Impossible. Lord Konsan instantly produced two strange treasures in his hands. He immediately shattered them without even pausing. These two different treasures, when shattered, produced two different surges of power. The first surge of power sought to influence the local spacetime and change the trajectory of the impending giant sword illusion. Alas, the surge of power instantly disappeared, because it was powerless against the sword. As for the second surge of power, it was applied to Lord Konsan himself. It transformed into an enormous globe of water that covered his body. Boom! The enormous sword came slashing down. Space and time both came to a halt as all things were sheared away by its power. It chopped down upon the giant globe of water, which was instantly shattered by this overwhelmingly dominating sword. As for Lord Konsan, he had already transformed into darkness incarnate within that water globe. But in the face of that terrifying sword illusion, he melted away like snow in summer. His body of darkness incarnate was completely unable to help him. When the sword light chopped down, the region of darkness dissipated into nothingness. Lord Konsan had perished. Whoosh! The enormous illusion of a greatsword continued forwards to chop through the grand ceiling formation, easily piercing through it and continuing to charge forwards. It then flew into the skies, out of this everworld, and into the distant primordial chaos. Dissipate! Ning willed it, and that terrifying illusion of a greatsword quickly dissipated. Its power spread out into trillions of tiny streams that swept out in every direction, causing the primordial chaos itself to tremble. Lord Konsan. Ning's body flickered as he instantly moved as though by teleportation through the void to appear at the place where Lord Konsan died. Ning glanced at the treasures that lay there in midair, then shook his head. I didn't imagine that this sword would shatter even Lord Konsan's storage treasures. A few of the items inside remain, though. Ning waved his hand, gathering all of the remaining treasures of Lord Konsan. Lord Konsan actually had several storage estate treasures. Some of the weaker ones had been crushed, as had many of the treasures stored within them. However, his top-grade eternal estate treasures were scarred but still whole. After putting away Lord Konsan's treasures, Ning turned to glance off into the distance. Earlier, he had seen Lord Shaka flee. Fleeing wasn't that impressive, actually. For example, Ning himself had that space-time disk which the almighty Hegemon had given him. If he had been faced with a similar attack, he might have been able to flee as well. But of course, Ning wouldn't dare say that he was completely certain in his chances, and he wouldn't be so foolish as to actually test it out. Dark North. Two distant figures flew towards him from afar. Ning turned to look at them. It was Lord Solman and Lord Skyax. They had fled in terror moments ago, but now they had flown back. Senior Apprentice Brother Solman. Ning hurriedly flew over and said courteously, "Thank you and Lord Skyax so much for coming here to rescue me." The Lords of Brightshore Kingdom all referred to each other as equals of the same generation. Even when Ning was merely at the world level, he still addressed Palace Lord Woodflower as Senior Apprentice Brother Woodflower. We didn't really save you, you saved yourself. Lord Solman glanced at the white-robed youth with quite a bit of curiosity. This was his first time meeting Ning. In the past, he had only heard stories of Ning from Soulwind. Dark North, you sent a request to the Brightshore Kingdom to ask the other Lords to help out because you didn't wish to use up that precious treasure, I assume? That treasure was absolutely extraordinary. The nearby Lord Skyax sighed in praise as well. It truly was powerful. Anyone who wants to rely on their own powers to survive such an attack would absolutely have to have the most supreme of protective divine abilities. Nin nodded. That attack wasn't necessarily omnipotent. For example, Lord Shaka had been able to escape. Certain divine abilities that could make the body comparable to top-grade eternal treasures might also allow for survival. However, such techniques were incredibly rare and valuable, and to actually reach such a level was extremely difficult. Ning had a hegemon's legacy, but had still only been able to train his body to the low-grade eternal treasure level. I really didn't want to use it up, but I had no choice, Ning said. Come. I've heard about you from Solwyn long ago, and it seems you truly are an incredible figure. Come have some wine at my estate, Lord Solman said with a laugh. Perhaps other powers from the Brightshore Kingdom will come here as well. Ning hesitated a bit. I should. He had notified the Brightshore Kingdom for anyone within a day's travel of Skywood City to come help him fight against Lord Kongsan. Some of them might be on their way even now. If they arrived only to be unable to locate Ning, that would be inappropriate of Ning. Simple. Lord Solman chuckled. Just send another message through the Brightshore Kingdom. Just say that anyone who can reach Skywood City within a day should come visit Lord Solman's residence. Ha, I was foolish not to think of this. Ning immediately sent another message to the Brightshore Kingdom. Come. Lord Solman urged. Absolutely. Ning nodded. And so Ning, Lord Solman, and Lord Skyax transformed into streaks of light and flew towards Skywood City. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 41, Dao Alliance, Palace of Immortals. Book 29, Dao Lord, Chapter 41, Dao Alliance, Palace of Immortals. A mysterious place far, far away. This was a secret realm which was atop a towering tree which was countless kilometers tall. Near this giant tree, there was a lake that was overflowing with spiritual energy, and next to the lake sat a grim-looking man dressed in black imperial robes and who wore a crown on his head. The man was seated in the lotus position. This was Prince Greatjoy, and with every single breath he took he seemed to draw the spiritual energy of the lake into his body. Prince Greatjoy couldn't help but reveal a smile when he heard the news his servant brought him. It seems as though Dark North has dealt with his problems. How impressive. He was able to hold off Lord Kongsan long enough to buy time for senior apprentice brother Solman to save him. I am now a Lord of the second step. I have gone through many dangerous places and profited from them, but I wouldn't be able to survive Lord Kongsan if I fought him head-on. Still, this treasure of mine should allow me to escape through my control of spacetime. Prince Greatjoy quite smugly produced a fist-sized seed. This seed was quite strange, and it seemed to throw the surrounding field of spacetime into a state of flux. All the suffering and trouble I went through in this place was worth it, now that I've found this. The real problem for me is how to get out. Prince Greatjoy was rather irritated by this. This is such an enormous place, but there are no other living creatures here save for myself. The darkness of outer space. An enormous beast was roaring furiously within the void, and opposite it stood Waterlord Firesurge. Firesurge was battling the creature in close combat, using vicious, accurate, and cruel strikes. His two hands would occasionally transform into streams of water that were filled with overwhelming amounts of power. Crunch! The beast was already so heavily wounded that it could no longer fight back. Waterlord Firesurge managed to grip it by the throat using his enormous, watery right hand. Do you submit or not? If you do not submit, you will die. Waterlord Firesurge's eyes were filled with a sinister, murderous look. I'm willing to submit. The beast hesitated for a moment, then finally lowered its head. Only then did Waterlord Firesurge produce a silver collar which was covered with divine runes. He casually waved his hand, causing the silver collar to fly out and encircle the beast's neck. Moments later, it vanished entirely. As for the beast, it immediately became far more obedient. Waterlord Firesurge frowned. It seems Dark North has grown much more powerful. He was actually able to buy himself enough time while being hunted by Dowlord Konsan for Dowlord Solman to save him? It seems that the difference between Dark North myself is still significant. No. I have to be the strongest one. Greatjoy, Soulwind, Dark North. I will surpass them all. Whoosh. Waterlord Firesurge waved his hand, collecting the beast. His body then flickered as he disappeared into the void. Within an ordinary mortal city in an ordinary mortal world. There were a number of roving patrols within this city, as well as a number of small-time merchants and commoners. There were quite a few beggars as well. A bald, thin, red-robed youth was walking through the streets of this city. "Hey kid." The youth suddenly walked towards a child beggar, then said in a soft voice, "I can sense the endless rage, hatred, and resentment festering in your heart. I'll give you a special opportunity. Seize it, and you will have a chance to become the ruler of this kingdom, the most powerful figure here. But of course, it's also possible that you will descend into the deepest hells, never to recover. Are you willing to give it a try?" The child beggar was speechless. He glanced sideways at the other beggars and even the passerbys, but no one was looking at him. It was as though no one had even heard the treasonous words the red-robed youth had said to him. "Me? The ruler of this kingdom?" The child beggar's voice was clear and crisp, but it was also quavering. "Right." The red-robed youth nodded. "I'm willing." The child beggar gritted his teeth, then knelt down and kowtowed. "Then go." The red-robed youth waved his hand, causing a streak of light to fly into the beggar's body. Moments later, the red-robed youth disappeared. Where'd he go? The child beggar frantically scanned his surroundings, but was completely unable to locate that youth. "My body." The child beggar could suddenly sense that his body was filled with an overwhelming, shocking amount of strength. He lowered his head and used his finger to poke at the rock beneath his feet, and his finger pierced straight through it. He couldn't help but feel wildly overjoyed. Moments later, his head started to hurt slightly as an enormous amount of information began to flood into it. This was a cultivation technique. Far away, in the skies, the red-robed youth, Dowlord Soulwind, was staring downwards and watching all this happen. He nodded slightly. "I've already left behind 30,000 seeds within this chaos world. Now, let's see how this world develops." Some cultivators needed to go out adventuring through dangerous places. However, other cultivators did not have to. Dowlord Soulwind's path was that of a Heartforce cultivator, and his path was a different one entirely. For another example, Dowlord Badlands' path was the Tao of Numerancy. Even as a Dowlord of the third step, he was already one of the top 3 divination experts in all the Endless territories. Once he took one more step and became a Dowlord of the 4th step, he'd undergo a fundamental change. Most likely, he would be ranked number 1 in divination in all the Endless territories. His close combat abilities might not be overly impressive, but he would be ranked as one of the most difficult foes to deal with in the entire universe. If you wanted to kill him, he would be able to sense it well in advance and have more than enough time to flee and hide. If he wanted to kill you, he would be able to set the most intricate of plots against you, calculating everything with precision. This was why the Tao of Numerancy was so terrifying. However, Dowlord Badlands' path was clearly an extremely difficult one to travel. Otherwise, how could he have reached such incredible heights in Numerancy despite merely being at the 3rd step? As a result, reaching the 4th step would be extremely difficult as well. Oh. It seems Brother Dark North has managed to survive the dangerous situation he was in. Impressive. Dowlord Soulwind nodded slightly. Big Brother Soulman is already at the verge. Compared to him, I'm still lacking as a Heartforce cultivator. The 2 messages Ning sent out to the Brightshore Kingdom caused quite a few of its Dowlords and Emperors to become aware of his troubles. Lord Woodflower and the others let out sighs of relief when they heard the good news. They also realized that word of how Dao Lord Dark North of the Sword Palace was able to survive Dao Lord Kongsan's assault would surely spread. Soon, he would most assuredly stand at the very peak of power in the endless territories. He would become one of the most freakishly strong Dao Lords in existence. Skywood City. The empty space outside and above the city. Two figures appeared within the empty void. It was Emperor Skywood and the blue-haired elder. What a powerful remnant sword intent. Emperor Skywood said softly, "This is definitely a hegemon's sword intent." A hegemon's sword intent? But none of the three hegemons of the endless territories are skilled in the Tao of the sword. The blue-haired elder was instantly puzzled. Could it have come from the Terror Star Sea? Yes. It most likely was generated from one of the curios that can be found in the Terror Star Sea. Emperor Skywood nodded. Let me take a closer look. Whoosh. The surrounding field of spacetime quickly began to flow in reverse, but as it did, some sort of invisible, terrifying power seemed to disrupt the process, causing the technique to dissipate. I'm not able to reverse it. Emperor Skywood frowned when he saw this. That surge of sword intent was simply too strong. It completely disrupted the local fabric of spacetime. There's no way for me to see what happened in the past here. Then take a look at what happened right afterwards, the blue-haired elder laughed. All I can see is what happened after that burst of power. Emperor Skywood nodded. The sword hegemon's Dao seal was simply too powerful, disrupting even a temporal inversion spell to scry what had happened here. Everything that had ever happened here since the sword hegemon's Dao seal was used had been rendered completely unscryable. Only someone incredibly talented in the Tao of spacetime, such as the Brightshore hegemon, might be able to reverse spacetime here. Instantly, scenes from earlier began to replay, revealing a shattered formation and a white-robed youth waving his hand, taking away Dao Lord Kongsan's treasures. Those are Kongsan's treasures. He was the only one who left anything behind? Emperor Skywood murmured softly, it seems Kongsan was the only one to die to that strike, but... The scene of the white-robed youth chatting with Dao Lord Solman and Dao Lord Skyaxe played next. It seems that hegemon's Dao seal was used by that kid. Emperor Skywood pointed at Ning's form. Yes. Judging from what they are saying, the kid should be a member of the Brightshore Kingdom. The blue-haired elder nodded. Emperor Skywood shook his head and laughed. The hegemon of the Brightshore Kingdom often abducts world-level cultivators from other areas, and he has a good eye for talent. He really can pick out quite a few exceptionally talented fellows. This young fellow named Dark North is a member of our Dao Alliance, but he still ended up being abducted by the hegemon. The Brightshore hegemon knows his boundaries. He doesn't really abduct all that many, and he only goes after world-level cultivators, the blue-haired elder said. Come over here. Emperor Skywood suddenly turned his head to stare off into the distance. Whoosh! Space and time twisted, followed by a gray-robed elder appearing. The elder said respectfully, Greetings, Sect Lord. You are responsible for overseeing this Everworld. Do you know what happened earlier? Emperor Skywood asked. This was the territory of the Skywood sect, and so everything here was under their supervision. Sect Lord, the white-robed youth was Dao Lord Dark North of Vast Heaven Palace, the gray-robed elder said respectfully. He purchased 7 of the 9 mighty novescence arts of Dao Lord All-God, then went to Plumsor Hall and purchased many treasures that those 9 novescence arts need. Finally, he used 2 treasures, Deluxe Hellgold and Skyjewel Bloodfruit, to trade for a flying vessel that can move 100 times the speed of light. It seems this young fellow has quite a few treasures. Emperor Skywood chuckled as he praised Ning. He actually found Skyjewel Bloodfruit? Ha, the blue-haired elder nodded as well. The gray-robed elder continued, outside Plumsor Hall, he was ambushed by the disciple of Dao Lord Kongsan. He was able to slay that disciple, a Dao Lord of the 3rd step, with a wave of his hand. As a result, he ended up being chased and assaulted by Dao Lord Kongsan, who failed in his pursuit and so asked Dao Lord Shaka for assistance. A short while later, Dowlord Solman and Dowlord Skyax arrived as well, but they weren't able to breach the Grand Ceiling formation. As for what happened afterwards inside the formation, there was no way for me to tell. I imagine Dowlord Darknorth must have used some sort of special killer technique that slew both Dowlord Shaka and Dowlord Kongsan. Kongsan died, but Shaka probably did not, Emperor Skywood said. They only saw the scene picking up Dowlord Kongsan's treasures, not Dowlord Shaka's. The kid is quite impressive, and he seems to have had some incredible luck. Emperor Skywood instructed, make the arrangements for Dowlord Darknorth to be given a Palace of Immortals medallion. He's qualified to enter it. Understood, the gray-robed elder said respectfully. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 29, Chapter 42, Emperor Blueblaze. Book 29, Dowlord, Chapter 42, Emperor Blueblaze. The gray-robed elder departed. You actually chose to proactively hand out a Palace of Immortals medallion. It seems you have taken a liking to the kid? The blue-haired elder said. He's just a Dowlord of the second step. Once he becomes a Dowlord of the fourth step, he'll be of some use to me. Only then would he truly be worth recruiting and befriending. Emperor Skywood glanced at the blue-haired elder, then sighed. Blueblaze, my old friend, you are my true helper, my right hand. We've experienced life and death battle on numerous occasions. Once again, I want to urge you to reconsider. Don't go any further into the Terror Star Sea. The region you've delved into is already quite terrifying. If the two of us go any deeper into unknown territories, we can die at any moment. No, the blue-haired elder let out a sigh. Aberrants like us are different from members of the Dao Alliance like you. Your Dao Alliance has an incredibly deep and solid foundation. All 5 of the other organizations combined still couldn't match you in this regard. That's why you can relax. We aberrants, however, have to fight for every scrap we can get. The hegemon is the cornerstone and the pillar of our race and kingdom. There's no way he can go out adventuring. As for those other Dowlords, most of them are far too weak. That's why I was chosen to lead this squad deep into the Terror Star Sea. This is the best option available to us. In addition, I've had enough of this eternal, endless life. If I'm lucky, I might find something within the Terror Star Sea that will allow me to become much more powerful. Ha ha. By then, Skywood, you won't be a match for me. Emperor Skywood was filled with mixed emotions. Compared to them, Dowlords lived extremely short lives. Although they were able to dazzle others for a period of time, in the end they would still perish. Very few were able to become eternal emperors, and those who were able to become eternal emperors who were his equal and who he could view as friends were even fewer. Although Emperor Blueblaze belonged to a different organization, they truly did treat each other as bosom friends. Blueblaze, your protective abilities are indeed quite powerful, Emperor Skywood said softly, but you still can't be too rash. If things look bad, you should flee right away. As for those Dowlords under your command, if they die, they die. There's no need to concern yourself too much about them. Even if they don't die while adventuring, virtually all of them will be dead 108,000 chaos cycles from now. Ha ha. I came here to bid you farewell, old friend. I've said everything I need to say. It's time for me to leave. Once I come back from the Terror Star Sea, I'll find you and drink with you again. When Emperor Blueblaze saw that look on Emperor Skywood's face, he couldn't help but laugh. Ha! Don't worry. I won't die that easily. While laughing, Emperor Blueblaze transformed into a single blue streak of fire that disappeared into the horizon. Emperor Skywood stood there in midair. He was silent for a long moment. I want to help you, but I cannot decide for the Dao Alliance. Emperor Skywood shook his head, then flew towards HIW own estate. Within one of the many estates within Skywood City. Some of the ancient eternal emperors living here had their own worries, but the Tao Lords were focused on the here and now. They did as they pleased with very few long-term concerns. By comparison, you, a Tao Lord of the second step, slew Konsan. Not even I would be able to kill him. Dark North, I feel confident that when you become a Tao Lord of the fourth step, you'll be every bit my match. Come, let us drink. Tao Lord Skyaxe was bare-chested, and his chest was covered with fur. He picked up an enormous black vessel of wine, and Ning did the same. Ning explained, I relied on my treasures to win. Big brother Skyaxe, you are ranked in the top 5 in the endless territories. It won't be easy for me to catch up to you. Top 5 my ass. I'm simply number 5. Skyaxe laughed loudly. The Tao Lords continued to chat rather casually with each other. For the most part, Ning just listened and responded as Skyaxe and Solman spoke. They had experienced far more than he did and had visited many places. Just listening to them, Ning's horizons were broadened. He repeatedly let out amazed sighs. Although he had visited the Arceus region of the alternate universe, it seemed as though some of the dangerous regions in the endless territories were even more mysterious. The more you experience, the more you will understand. Solman sighed. However, although adventuring is a good thing, you still run the risk of losing your life. For example, 3 of us headed out on our latest journey, but only 2 returned. My old friend Eastroad lost his life. Ugh. Tao Lord Eastroad died? Ning was surprised. Yes. He died just 1,000 years ago. Solman nodded. There was nothing the 2 of us could do. We were fleeing for our lives as well, we simply didn't have the ability to help him out. Skyaxe slowly shook his head. Eastroad was just a bit slower than us, and so he was surrounded and killed there. Moments later, Skyaxe let out a hearty laugh. But so what? Even if we don't die while adventuring, almost all of us will die after failing our Tao merge. While adventuring through the outside world, we've visited many ancient sites in search for good fortune that might help us further perfect our Taos, so that our chances during our Tao merge will be better. And I have to say, the adventuring life really is stirring. Those memories are a joy to think back to, but the 2 of us were in the process of disposing of the treasures we acquired on this trip. Solman looked at Ning. After we finish, we plan to visit Eastroad's homeland and help him take care of it. We didn't expect to run into you just as we were preparing to leave, Junior Apprentice Brother Dark North. If you sent out your message just a short while later, we probably would have already left. That means the 2 of us were destined to meet with Brother Dark North, Skyaxe laughed. Senior Apprentice Brother Solman. Ning immediately said, Are you still planning to go to Tao Lord Eastroad's homeland? We are. Tao Lord Solman nodded. When we were in that deadly trap, we each told the others what our greatest regrets and hopes were. We agreed that the survivor would ensure that the wishes of the deceased were carried out. The one thing Eastroad was worried about prior to dying was what would happen to his homeland. Ning nodded. Senior Apprentice Brother Solman, I'm just journeying through the outside world, with no plans to go to any particularly dangerous areas for now. Leave it to me to take care of Tao Lord Eastroad's homeland. I'll make the arrangements for it. Solman and Skyaxe had helped him out. Although they hadn't been able to breach the formation and rescue him, for them to hurry over and try was already an act of kindness. Ning naturally wanted to help them out and repay them. As for Tao Lord Eastroad's homeland, the Eastroad territory, Ning knew about it. You? Tao Lord Solman and Tao Lord Skyaxe exchanged a glance. If you were an ordinary Tao Lord, I probably wouldn't feel comfortable about it. Tao Lord Solman laughed. We're planning to send some of the treasures we acquired during our last expedition to his homeland, after all. Given that you killed Kong San and acquired virtually all his treasures, I feel confident that you probably wouldn't pilfer any of the treasures we're planning to gift Eastroad's homeland. Ning let out a resigned chuckle. Since you've made the offer, I'll accept it. Thank you for helping out, Tao Lord Solman said. Don't worry about it at all. Ning smiled. I'll have to trouble you to deliver these treasures. As to what you plan to do with them once you bring them to Eastrode's homeland, that'll be up to you to decide. Tao Lord Solman handed over a storage bracelet, which Ning accepted. A short while later, an emissary from the Skywood sect has arrived. Tao Lord Solman turned his head to glance towards the outside region, only to see a grey-robed elder walk towards them. The grey-robed elder looked towards Ning, then said, Per the sect lord's orders, I've come to deliver this Palace of Immortals medallion to Tao Lord Dark North. As he spoke, he sent a medallion flying towards Ning. What's this? Ning reached out to accept it. The medallion was pitch black and cold. It was covered with many complex runes, but it had only a single word atop it, soldier. The grey-robed elder immediately turned and left. As for Ning, he was quite startled. This was rather abrupt. Congratulations, junior apprentice brother Dark North. This is a medallion of the Tao Alliance's Palace of Immortals, but of course, it is only the most basic soldier medallion. Tao Lord Solman chuckled. Once you become a Tao Lord of the 4th step, you'll earn a commander medallion. By then, you'll be allowed to pay a visit to the Palace of Immortals. It might be of benefit to you. Oh? A commander medallion? Ning was curious. The Palace of Immortals is quite a special place. The lowest-ranking members all have soldier medallions, but almost all of them are formidable Tao Lords of the 4th step. The most talented and powerful of Tao Lords will have a chance to earn a commander medallion. Tao Lord Solman explained, the Palace of Immortals is a very mysterious place, but for now, you are nothing more than a pawn. There's no point in you visiting it. Only once you gain a commander medallion would it be worth it. Ning nodded. All places were the same. The higher your status was, the more would be made available to you. Generally speaking, these medallions are only issued by the Palace of Immortals. It sounds as though the sect lord of the Skywood sect, Emperor Skywood, personally gave you this one. He's one of the highest-ranking members of the Tao Alliance and has the authority to do this. It seems as though he's noticed you. This is a good thing for you, but it could also be a bad thing. Tao Lord Solman chuckled. While you are still weak, you should avoid the internal squabbles of the Tao Alliance. I understand. Ning nodded. Ning had come to Skywood City for the sake of the 9 Novescence arts. He had only spent another 2 years here due to Tao Lord Konsan and all the other accompanying issues. Now that everything had concluded, he departed after spending another 2 days at Tao Lord Solman's place. He left Skywood City, heading towards the East Road territory. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 30, Chapter 1, Border Territory East Road. Book 30, Ancient Cultivator, Chapter 1, Border Territory East Road. A black flying vessel was soaring rapidly through the endless territories. Using spacetime transfer arrays might allow you to skip 99% of the journey, but there were still some areas you had no choice but to slowly fly through. The distance would be comparatively short, but you would still need to fly for decades or even centuries. Aboard the black flying vessel, Ning, Pilsaint, Su Yuji were sipping wine and relaxing here. Tao Lord East Road died? He was such an incredible Tao Lord, and yet he died, just like that. Pilsaint shook his head and sighed. It is probable that after another 108,000 chaos cycles, every single Tao Lord of our generation in the endless territories will be dead. If even 2 or 3 can survive, I would be amazed, Su Yuji said. To live past 108,000 required you to become an eternal emperor, but generally speaking only the weakest, most unremarkable Tao Lords of the 4th step would have a shot at it. They had very weak DAS, and so they had the best chance at the Tao merge. However, after becoming eternal emperors, they would become the punching bags of the endless territories. Downlords of great power would furiously chase after them, hoping to kill them in order to make a name for themselves. Thus, all of the weaker eternal emperors would soon die. Only the slightly stronger ones or the ones who had special protective abilities would be able to remain alive. 108,000 chaos cycles is a very, very long period of time. Ha ha! Ordinary mortals are only able to live 100 years, while many plants and crops only survive for one harvest. Ning chuckled. I've been training for far less than even a single chaos cycle. In fact, I'm not even close to 0.01% of a chaos cycle yet. If I can be a dazzling figure for 108,000 chaos cycles, I'll be satisfied. But of course, if I can succeed in my Tao merge and gain eternity, that would be even better. Ha, Master, if you succeeded and became an eternal emperor, you would probably become a hegemon, Pilsaint said. He would definitely be a hegemon. Su Yuji's eyes were shining. I'm excited just imagining him as a hegemon. Alright. Don't get too crazy now. Ning shook his head. Most likely, more than a few of the most talented cultivators all dreamed of becoming hegemons, but that really was nothing more than a dream. How many would actually be able to succeed? Ning suddenly nodded slowly. Time to deal with that Downlord of the fourth step. Within Ning's estate world, there was a grassy area here with a green-robed alien woman seated within it. She had long, graceful green hair and a pair of silken blue eyes which were filled with worry. Master actually died. How could this have happened? Although Downlord Kongsan had died quite a few days ago, the green-robed woman still felt stunned. She had her own direct connection to Kongsan, and so as soon as he died she immediately knew. Master had incredible powers aimed at keeping himself alive. Normal eternal emperors would be able to do nothing to him. The green-robed woman was rather restless and nervous. Then what should I do? Will that white-robed Downlord kill me? No. I can't just die like this. The green-robed woman's heart was filled with fear. Previously, she had been happy to be captured rather than killed, as that meant the enemy might negotiate with Downlord Kongsan and ransom her. But now that Kongsan was dead, there was no one who would come to save her. Her destiny was completely within Ning's hands. Whoosh! A white-robed figure suddenly manifested off in the distance. The green-robed woman couldn't help but turn her head to look at him, only to see him walk towards her. He said calmly, "From that look on your face, I imagine you already know that Downlord Kongsan is dead. You now have two options. 1. I kill you. 2. You submit to me and follow me." The green-robed woman's heart unclenched. Her greatest fear was that Ning would kill her without even bothering to speak with her. She hurriedly rose to her feet, then respectfully knelt down in front of Ning. "Naya is willing to submit and forever serve you, Master. All of Naya's magic treasures are yours to take. Your magic treasures remain your own." Ning wouldn't go so far as to take the possessions of this new retainer. He smiled. "From this day forth, you shall be my third Downlord retainer. Also, my Taoist moniker is Dark North. It'd be rather embarrassing if you didn't even know the name of the person you were serving." "Understood," Downlord Naya said respectfully. In her heart, she repeated the name Dark North over and over. From this day forth, Downlord Naya became Ning's retainer as well. Downlord Naya swore a lifeblood oath and was then summoned out of the estate world by Ning to the black flying vessel. "The three of you should get acquainted with each other." Ning smiled as he pointed at the green-robed woman. "She is Downlord Naya, formerly the eldest disciple of Kongsan. From this day forth, she shall be one of my retainers as well. A Downlord of the fourth step. A retainer?" Both Pilsaint and Su Yuji were rather excited, and they began to engage Downlord Naya in a casual conversation. Downlord Naya was a taciturn person, but she wasn't a bad person by nature. Ning had purchased the most detailed intelligence report the Skywood sect had regarding Tao Lord Kongsan, and so he had naturally learned some information regarding his disciples as well. Kongsan's eldest disciple, Tao Lord Naya, had been introduced in detail. She had loyally followed and served Kongsan, not causing any trouble or going out of her way to commit sinful deeds. She was a very obedient and loyal subordinate. It seems as though she is not a villain by nature. I suppose I can accept it. This was the reason why Ning had been willing to take her own as a retainer. If she was a very vile person, Ning probably would have slain her without a second glance. And so, Ning led Suyuji, Pilsaint, and Naya on their journey. They first visited the Bright Shore Kingdom, making use of its space-time tunnels to travel to a very remote part of the Endless Territories which was closer to the East Road territory. This was an extremely long journey. Fortunately, Ning had a vessel which flew at 100 times the speed of light, and had also saved a great deal of travel time by using the Bright Shore Kingdom's space-time tunnels. And so, after 500 or so years they finally reached the distant East Road territory. The East Road territory. This puts us at the outermost borderlands of the Endless Territories. The black flying vessel flew out of a chaos star and into the primordial chaos. Ning and the others were aboard the vessel, and they stared at the vast territory before them. This was the East Road territory. Master. Tao Lord Naya said respectfully, the East Road territory, as one of the outermost border territories, is a place of great danger. There are also sinister forces hidden here. When Tao Lord East Road was alive, his fame and reputation sufficed to stun and overawe the entire territory, ensuring that those sinister forces wouldn't dare to cause any trouble. But now that he is dead, I'm afraid his homeland will never be so stable again. This is the reason why his greatest concern was for what would happen to his homeland after he died, Ning said. The borderlands of the Endless Territories, Ning glanced off into the distance. Outside the borderlands is the Great Dark, right? Right. The Great Dark. Tao Lord Naya nodded. An endless sea of darkness, darkness without end. Pilsaint let out a sigh as well, and Suyuji had a complex look on her face. The Endless Territories was the region where countless cultivators, aberrants, Ionians, and others all lived. But what was outside of it? Aside from some incredibly dangerous places like the Terror Star Sea, outside the Endless Territories lay the endless darkness of the Great Dark. There were no chaos stars there, nor chaos worlds, nor light, nor space-time transfer arrays. There was nothing more than silent, deathly still darkness. Darkness without end. How long did the darkness stretch? No one knew, because it was simply too vast. Tao Lords would not dare to traverse it, but eternal emperors, who had endless longevity, would. Emperor Mirrors Now, Emperor Waveshift, and other mighty figures were all filled with curiosity about the Great Dark, and so they had entered it and began a drifting journey through it. They had unlimited lifespans, which was why they dared do such a thing, but despite that, they had still yet to return. More than one Tao Lord has given it a try, Ning said softly. Those Tao Lords sent their avatars to explore the Great Dark, but to the day they died their avatars were still mired in the endless darkness. How terrifying, Pilsaint murmured. It's not that terrifying. In the end, the Great Dark is just a dead region, Tao Lord Naya said. By contrast, the Terror Star Sea is truly frightening. The Terror Star Sea is similarly endless, but it is filled with countless dangers and unlimited possibilities. Not even the three hegemons dare to barge into it rashly. The Terror Star Sea is the #1 death trap that we know of. Ning smiled. But enough of that. When we're all tired of living, we can go pay the Terror Star Sea a little visit. For now, let's stay away from places we aren't supposed to visit. Come. Our mission this time is to help Tao Lord East Road pacify his homeland. Pacifying this territory would not be an easy feat. This was a borderlands territory, which meant that the Tao Alliance's influence here was virtually negligible. Some of the surrounding territories being controlled by the Aberrants, the Ionians, and even some other sinister forces. Some even suspected that outside invaders, such as the Dark Kingdom, were present. In short, the borderlands were amongst the most chaotic places in all the endless territories. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 30, Chapter 2, Danger Lurking Everywhere. Book 30, Ancient Cultivator, Chapter 2, Danger Lurking Everywhere. The East Road Territory. The East Road Everworld. A black flying vessel was soaring through the air above the East Road Everworld. The territories controlled by the Tao Alliance will generally have space-time transfer arrays within the Everworlds. Pilsaint stood at the prow of the ship, staring at the vast Everworld before him. He sighed, but the East Road Everworld doesn't have a single one. We had to fly for years to get to this place. Ning chuckled. It was true that all ordinary Everworlds had space-time transfer arrays. The Badlands Everworld, the Vast Heaven Everworld, they all had one. But the East Road Everworld did not. It had taken them 3 years of hard flying after entering the East Road territory before they reached this Everworld. Let's go to East Road City first, Ning said. Swoosh. The flying vessel tore through space, blinking through it as it advanced rapidly. A short while later, the most bustling city within the entire East Road Everworld, East Road City, appeared within their field of vision. This was an extremely large city with many cultivators in it. Restrain your auras, the three of you, Ning instructed. Especially you, Naya. You are a Tao Lord of the fourth step, your aura is going to scare these ordinary cultivators silly. Yes, Master, Tao Lord, Naya said respectfully. As a Tao Lord of the fourth step, her aura was as vast and boundless as the heavens themselves. With each step Tao Lords took, they trod the line between life and death. With each breakthrough, their auras would undergo fundamental transformations. Tao Lords of the first step and second step were fairly weak, and so even if their auras emanated outwards they would at most cause world-level cultivators to feel a sense of pressure. But a Tao Lord of the fourth step would cause them to absolutely quiver in fear. Whoosh! The flying vessel soared downwards. A short while later Ning put it away, leading Naya, Pilsaint, and Su Yuji towards the gates of the city. There were 12 world-level cultivators at the gates who were standing in 2 groups to each side, watching the cultivators enter East Road City. They seemed very cautious. Ning was a bit surprised. It might be because this is a Borderlands territory, which is why their cities are so strictly guarded, Su Yuji sent mentally. Ning and the others chatted casually as they entered the city gates. When the 12 world-level cultivators noticed Ning's group of 4, their leader's face tightened. The leader gestured to a subordinate and said, "Report immediately that 4 suspicious Tao Lords have appeared in East Road City." Understood. This subordinate had a clone and so was able to immediately report this to the main sect. Ning began to frown as he walked through East Road City. Something is wrong. Ning could sense that the mood in this city was off. Many of the cultivators were clearly speaking privately to each other through mental messages. Although Ning couldn't tell what they were saying, he was able to tell that they were doing this. Ning swept the area with his gaze, only to see several distant elder gods and ancestral immortals who seemed to be sending stealthy mental messages to each other. Ning immediately sent out his god sense, covering them with it. Although he was now a Tao Lord with powerful god sense, if he tried to use it to scan world-level cultivators they would probably notice something was off. Once they did, they would definitely stop talking. The East Road sect is finished. Right. The mighty East Road sect is about to be annihilated, just like that. What a shame. I heard from Master that the founding patriarch of the East Road sect, Tao Lord East Road, is already dead. He was someone who stunned and awed the surrounding territories and ruled over the East Road territory for countless years, but he died, just like that. Logically speaking, the East Road sect should have hidden the news that Tao Lord East Road had died. How could word have spread so quickly? Who knows? There has to be some sort of plot behind it. However, the news of him being dead is probably true. Otherwise, the East Road sect wouldn't act in such a craven fashion. This was what the elder gods and ancestral immortals were quietly whispering to each other. When Ning heard this, his face tightened. What? The information had already leaked out? Factoring in the time they had taken to travel to his place, Lord East Road had died roughly 2,000 years ago. To cultivators, 2,000 years was an extremely short period of time. Logically speaking, there was no way the East Road sect would have so foolishly spread word of this. They would have done their best to hide it for as long as they could, but now, even elder gods and ancestral immortals knew of it. It seemed as though word had spread long ago. The two of you. Ning suddenly intercepted two nearby world-level cultivators. With but a thought, he completely sealed off the surrounding area while covering them with a flicker of his murderous sword intent. However, none of the nearby cultivators were able to even see this happening. Senior. The two world-level cultivators were so frightened, their legs went soft. One could imagine how terrifying Ning's sword intent was. Their hearts quivered just having that sword-like flicker around them. Master? Suyuji, Pilsaint, and Naya were all rather puzzled. You'll know shortly, Ning said, then cast his gaze towards the two world-level cultivators before him. Tell me, what has happened recently in the East Road territory? Senior, did you just arrive here? The shorter cultivator said hurriedly, something major truly has happened. Roughly 1,000 or 2,000 years ago, it was suddenly reported that Lord East Road, who ruled over the East Road territory for countless years, has already perished. Who made the report? Ning asked. 1,000 or 2,000 years ago. So roughly 800 years after his death, the word had been leaked already. I don't know the answer to that, the short cultivator said. You don't know? Ning frowned, sending a strand of his baleful intent towards the two. The nearby tall and skinny cultivator hurriedly said, maybe the Nine Dust sect. Right. The shorter cultivator hurriedly agreed, it is very likely that this information was leaked by the Nine Dust sect. The Nine Dust sect has been applying a great deal of pressure in recent years. It seems as though they intend to take over the East Road territory. The Nine Dust sect? Ning was startled. Lord East Road had established the East Road sect and then unified this territory, but the surrounding area was still quite chaotic. There were a number of powerful organizations here, with Hythe most dominating one being the Nine Dust sect. The Nine Dust sect already had 9 Lords when it was first established. By now, its sect lord and 3 of its vice sect lords were all Lords of the 4th step. However, Lord East Road himself was so overwhelming powerful that the Nine Dust sect was unwilling to offend him, even though they didn't fear him. The Nine Dust sect has been causing a great deal of trouble during the past 1,000 years, and the East Road sect actually lost one of its Lords during this period of time. It now only has a single Lord left, the short cultivator said. Another Lord of the East Road sect died? Ning's face tightened. Which one? The East Road sect originally had 3 Lords, Lord East Road, Lord Overgold, and Lord Thunderheat. Lord Overgold and Lord Thunderheat were Lords of the 3rd step, with Overgold being a bit stronger. It was Lord Overgold who died, the shorter cultivator said. I heard that he died while adventuring, but for him to die just a few centuries after word spread of Lord East Road's death, how could there be such a coincidence? It is very likely that the Nine Dust sect sent out major powers to kill him outside. So that means the East Road sect only has 1 Lord left? Pilsaint was rather flabbergasted, while Ning, Suyuji, and Naya were all rather surprised as well. This had originally been a fairly simple mission, because Lord Overgold was quite strong, with the formation around their headquarters helping them and some treasures Ning's group was bringing, he should have been able to keep himself alive. Now it seemed the situation was much worse than they had imagined. The two of you can leave now, Ning said. He didn't really care if these 2 world-level cultivators told others of this conversation. All right, they stuttered. Ning, Suyuji, Pilsaint, and Naya were all rather irritated and frustrated now. This is going to be a bit more tricky than we expected. Ning frowned. Word of Dowlord Eastrode's death spread less than 8 centuries after he died. There's no way the Eastrode sect itself would have been so foolish as to leak this information. An enemy must have done it, after they acquired this information through numerancy divination or other intelligence-gathering methods. A short while later, Overgold died while adventuring as well. It might have been an actual coincidence, but it's also possible that he was murdered. If he was murdered, then the real goal was to further weaken the Eastrode sect. Right. Pilsaint, Suyuji, and Naya all felt irritated as well. Let's gather some more information first. Ning continued to advance through Eastrode City, and the more he investigated the more he learned. The Nine Dust sect really was about to take over the Eastrode territory, and the Eastrode sect really did only have Dowlord Thunderheat protecting it. Half a day later. For now, go into my estate world. Otherwise, if multiple Dowlords pay a visit, with one being a Dowlord of the 4th step, the Eastrode sect will probably be frightened. They are no doubt quite nervous right now, Ning said to Suyuji and the others. Yes, Master. Suyuji and the other two acknowledged the order. After they entered the estate world, Ning flew by himself through the air towards the Eastrode sect. Just a short while later, the skies around him turned dark as multiple layers of formations around the Eastrode sect were activated in a dazzling, awesome display of multicolored light. Ning soon flew to the main gates of the Eastrode sect, where he was forced to come to a halt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 30, Chapter 3, Within the Eastrode Sect. Book 30, Ancient Cultivator, Chapter 3, Within the Eastrode Sect. Please stop, Dowlord. The Eastrode sect's gate-guarding disciple hurriedly called out to Ning. Ning smiled as he came to a halt, then said, "Hurry up and send word that I come bearing the last will of Dowlord Eastrode. I would like to ask Dowlord Thunderheat to come meet with me." You come bearing the will of the old patriarch? The gate-guarding disciple was shocked. Could it be that the old patriarch really had prepared something for them? But why hadn't he said anything to them before he died? Perhaps it was because he had died so suddenly that his avatar didn't even have a chance to tell them about it. He immediately said, "Wait here for a brief moment, Dowlord. I'll send word right now." Within the Eastrode sect, Dowlord Thunderheat had a violet complexion and curly whiskers, making him look like quite a barbarous figure. In reality, he was a very steady and experienced figure who had been running most affairs in the Eastrode sect for countless years now, while Dowlord Eastrode and Dowlord Overgold were out adventuring. Who would have imagined that both of them would end up perishing, one after the other? Ugh. Whenever Dowlord Thunderheat thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Master, the Eastrode sect was built up over the course of countless years. We can't just abandon our foundation like this. 2 yellow-robed disciples were next to Dowlord Thunderheat, and the white-haired one was the one who just spoke. Anyone who wishes to destroy the Eastrode sect will pay a heavy price for it. The other disciple, a pudgy man who was similarly filled with a baleful look in his eyes, agreed. Dowlord Thunderheat shook his head. The patriarch was an incredibly, freakishly powerful Dowlord. Over the course of countless years, he established an incredibly deep and solid foundation for our Eastrode sect, but, if we want to protect it, in the end we'll have to rely on our own power. The Nine Dust sect is just worried about some desperation attacks that we might unleash, which is why they've only been threatening us while not actually attacking us. But as more time passes, in the end, sooner or later we will be annihilated. Master, the 2 disciples felt both rage and grief. The 2 of you are merely at the world level. You don't understand how terrifying the Nine Dust sect is. Dowlord Thunderheat sighed. Especially Dowlord Nine Dust himself. He was close to being on par with even the old patriarch himself. The 2 disciples ground their teeth, unwilling to accept this. The exalted Eastroad sect had been dazzling and glorious for so many years. Everyone in the surrounding territories had always feared and respected them, with even the mighty Nine Dust sect going out of its way to avoid causing them trouble. But now, with their great sheltering tree gone, the Eastroad sect was about to tumble. Uncle Master. Suddenly, a disciple came running towards them. He came to a halt outside the door, then said with breathless excitement, "Uncle Master, an unfamiliar Dowlord has arrived. He said he came bearing the will of the old patriarch and wishes to meet with you." What? Dowlord Thunderheat suddenly rose to his feet while looks of excitement appeared on the faces of his two yellow-robed disciples. He came bearing the will of the old patriarch? Dowlord Thunderheat felt excitement as well. The existence of their sect, and in fact their entire clan, had been due to Dowlord Eastroad. The reason why Thunderheat and Overgold had been able to become Samsara Dowlords was partially because of Dowlord Eastroad's guidance. As a result, Dowlord Eastroad's status in the sect was extremely high. The white-haired disciple next to him said with delight, "Master, the old patriarch must have made arrangements before he died. Don't be impatient. Let me go out and take a look first." Dowlord Thunderheat felt eager as well. His body flickered as he immediately flew out of the door. Outside the main gates of the Eastroad sect, Dowlord Thunderheat immediately saw the white-robed youth bearing that black scabbard on his back who was standing outside the main gates. The white-robed youth's aura was indeed that of a Daelord's. Eh? Dowlord Thunderheat frowned. The white-robed youth's aura seemed to be even weaker than Thunderheat's own aura. He was probably a Dowlord of the second step. Dowlord. Dowlord Thunderheat stepped forwards and spoke out to Ning. As for Ning, he saw a figure suddenly appear within the barrier formations surrounding the sect. It was an extremely muscular man. "Are you Dowlord Thunderheat?" Ning asked. "I am. Dare I ask who you are, fellow Taoist?" Dowlord Thunderheat said. "I am Dark North." Ning smiled. "Can we chat inside? Shall you invite me in?" "Oh, all right. Please come in." Dowlord Thunderheat's mind was in a state of chaos right now, which was why he had forgotten even the basic courtesies of welcoming guests. He hurriedly led Ning into the Eastroad sect. Within a courtyard inside the Eastroad sect, a female attendant delivered a flagon of immortal wine. Dowlord Thunderheat sat to one side, with two yellow-robed attendants standing next to him. Ning sat to the other side. Ning was quite relaxed as he drank the wine. He let out a praiseful sigh, then said, "What a wonderful flavor. Fellow Daoist Dark North." Dowlord Thunderheat couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you say you came bearing our old patriarch's will?" "Yes." Ning nodded. "With regards to this matter, I have to mention my senior apprentice brother Dowlord Solman." Dowlord Solman? Dowlord Thunderheat was startled upon hearing this. He had naturally heard the patriarch speak of Solman. Solman and the patriarch had definitely been good friends, and Solman had perhaps been only on par with the patriarch in power, but as a heart-force cultivator he had far more bizarre and inscrutable techniques. In the Endless Territories, Solman definitely had a higher status than Eastroad had. Ning nodded. Dowlord Eastroad was on an adventure with my senior apprentice brother Dowlord Solman, as well as Dowlord Skyaxe. They ended up in a dire situation. Skyaxe and Solman managed to survive, but Dowlord Eastroad was just a bit unlucky and ended up losing his life. Ah! Dowlord Thunderheat revealed a look of pain and sorrow, and the two yellow-robed disciples by his side quivered, their hearts filled with pain, sorrow, and regret. Why was it that the other two had survived while their patriarch had died? All three of them knew that it was possible they would perish, and so they all left behind wills for the survivors to carry out, Ning explained. Before Dowlord Eastroad died, his greatest and only concern was for his homeland. After the other two survived and escaped, they asked me to help deliver some treasures to the Eastroad sect. Take a look and see if they will be of assistance to you. Ning tossed out a storage bracelet, one which Downlord Solman had used to store various magic treasures. Swoosh! The bracelet flew before Downlord Thunderheat, who accepted it rather excitedly. He quickly bound it, then began to scan the items within as the two yellow-robed disciples behind him waited impatiently. Just a short while later, Downlord Thunderheat put away the bracelet with a rather mixed expression on his face. This bracelet had also contained a talisman from Downlord East Road, one which all three Downlords had left behind with each other. And? Ning asked. Seniors Solman and Skyaxe left behind quite a few treasures. Downlord Thunderheat sighed. They even included two Dao seals of incredible power, both of them created one, and I can tell they poured many resources and energy into each. There are also a number of formations and other things. In a normal situation, they would be enough for us to protect the East Road sect, but our enemy is now the Nine Dust sect. Master, is it still not enough? The two yellow-robed disciples behind him grew nervous. The Nine Dust sect lord is close to Solman and Skyaxe in power. Even if they came in person, they would at most be able to defeat the sect lord but probably be unable to kill him. Downlord Thunderheat continued, just two Dao seals. They might be enough to kill ordinary Downlords of the fourth step, but they absolutely wouldn't be of any use against the Nine Dust sect lord. Ning nodded. The Nine Dust sect lord was most likely on Kong-san's level of power. He was slightly weaker than Skyaxe and Solman, but would be able to stay alive if attacked by them. Fellow Daoist Thunderheat, is the Nine Dust sect truly preparing to move against the East Road sect? Yes. Downlord Thunderheat let out a hate-filled growl. Brother Overgold was killed by the Nine Dust sect. What? Ning's face tightened. Brother Overgold's avatar personally told me this just before he died. Downlord Thunderheat said with hatred, unfortunately, when he was attacked he was very, very far away from the East Road sect. There was no way for us to save him. But of course, I wouldn't have been able to do so regardless. Ning had a solemn look on his face. So it was indeed the Nine Dust sect which had killed Downlord Overgold? Everything was now quite clear. My clansmen have been evacuated quite some time ago, to ensure that our line won't be completely extinguished. Downlord Thunderheat said softly, as for us, no matter what, we've sworn to defend this place to the death. This is our home, the place where we have lived for countless years. We'll rely on the formations protecting the formation as well as the treasures the old patriarch left behind. In the end, we'll ensure that the Nine Dust sect will lose a few teeth as they devour our clan. We're going to fight to the death, the two yellow-robed disciples said furiously. Cultivators sought their own daos, their own paths. Once they chose to fight to the death, they would be truly fearless. Gentlemen, Ning spoke out. I've already promised senior apprentice brother Solman and the others that I will ensure the safety and security of your homeland. Downlord Thunderheat and the others stared at Ning, startled. Since I've promised it, I'll carry my promise out. Ning said calmly, there's no need for you to worry about the Nine Dust sect. I'll handle everything, You'll handle everything? Downlord Thunderheat and the others stared at this Downlord of the second step in astonishment. Ning waved his hand. Whoosh! Three figures suddenly appeared by his side, each with the aura of a Downlord. They were Pilsaint, Suyuji, and Downlord Naya. Downlord Naya's aura was particularly overwhelming. Master, Downlord Naya, Suyuji, and Pilsaint said respectfully. Downlord Thunderheat and his two disciples stared at them in astonishment. A Downlord of the fourth step was respectfully calling a Downlord of the second step master? Ning glanced at Downlord Thunderheat. Fellow Daoist Thunderheat, I didn't realize how grim the situation was. However, since I've promised senior apprentice brother Solman to handle this, I will. If the Nine Dust sect dares to attack, I'll kill as many as they come. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 30, Chapter 4, The Void Pathway. Book 30, Ancient Cultivator, Chapter 4, The Void Pathway. Lord Thunderheat and his two yellow-robed disciples were all rather stunned. These words were a bit too dominating. Kill as many as they come? Fellow Taoist Darknorth, Lord Thunderheat felt both eagerness and nervousness. Are you saying that this Lady Lord will be able to resist the Nine Dust sect? As he spoke, he glanced at Lord Naya. Her name is Naya, Ning said. When Lord Thunderheat heard her name, he felt a cold feeling crawl past his heart. This was a name he had never heard before. Although he rarely went out adventuring, he knew almost all of the truly famous figures. This meant Lord Naya wasn't all that famous. Greetings, Lord Naya. May I ask, if you are supported by the formations which protect my East Road sect, will you be able to defeat the Nine Dust sect lord? Lord Thunderheat asked. Even with the formations helping me, I would probably be defeated and slain by him in a single strike, Lord Naya said. Ah. Lord Thunderheat was flabbergasted. Lord Naya was telling the truth. The Nine Dust sect lord was on the same level as Lord Kongsan. Naya couldn't even withstand a single strike from Ning, who in turn didn't dare to fight Lord Kongsan in close combat. There was an enormous and obvious difference in power between ordinary Lords of the fourth step and the truly freakishly powerful ones. The Nine Dust sect lord was one of the latter. Senior Darknorth, didn't you just say that you would kill as many as come? The white-haired disciple couldn't help but ask this question. I did say just that. Ning nodded. But I meant, I would kill them personally. Personally? Lord Thunderheat and the others all stared at Ning. It isn't that I look down upon you, fellow Taoist, but if my judgment is correct, you should be a Lord of the second step, Lord Thunderheat said. Yes. A Lord of the second step. Ning nodded. A Lord of the second step, fight against the Nine Dust sect lord? Lord Thunderheat couldn't help but shake his head. Lords trot a line between life and death with each step, and the difference in power between each step was very apparent. Someone at the second step challenged someone who was at the fourth step. The Nine Dust sect lord himself was a freakishly powerful Lord, even amongst his peers at the fourth step. Ning, defeat him? The prospects were remote. But Lord Naya said coldly, my master defeated me in a single blow. Lord Thunderheat and his two disciples were badly shocked by this. In the outside world, I probably wouldn't be a match for the Nine Dust sect lord. But if I was in the East Road sect's base? I trust that Lord East Road personally established the formations protecting this place, and that they possess extraordinary power. With it reinforcing me, I won't fear him at all. Ning chuckled. Yes. The old patriarch personally established all of the formations around the East Road sect, and they truly are incredible. Lord Thunderheat felt both excited and ashamed. Please pardon me, fellow Taoist. I previously didn't dare imagine that you would be as powerful as this. Generally speaking, even the most freakishly talented of Lords of the second step wouldn't be at this level of power. I only am due to certain special secret arts, Ning said casually. Secret arts are part of your power as well. Lord Thunderheat was extremely excited. Hope. He finally saw hope. He certainly didn't believe that Ning was nothing more than issuing empty boasts. No one who was capable of making a Lord of the fourth step would be so foolish, because the consequences would arrive alongside the Nine Dust sect lord, and the consequences would be fatal. Thus, it seemed likely that this Darknorth fellow really was capable of handling things. A short while later, Lord Thunderheat prepared a sumptuous banquet for Ning and the others. After the banquet concluded, Lord Thunderheat personally escorted Ning away. Fellow Taoist, Lord Thunderheat said softly, if you were to break through to the third step, would your chances of defeating the Nine Dust sect lord improve? A Lord of the third step? Ning chuckled as he glanced at Lord Thunderheat. If I can reach the third step, my chances will greatly improve. In that situation, even without the assistance of the East Road Sex formations, I still wouldn't need to fear him. In fact, I might even be able to kill him. Ning wasn't just bragging. If he truly did break through from the first step and become a Tao Lord of the second step, given the power of his Omega Sword Tao, he really would become on par with the likes of Tao Lord Kongsan and the Nine Dust Sect Lord. In addition, his Omega Sword Tao was flawlessly perfect in every aspect, making it absolutely perfect for actual combat. So long as the opponent did not flee and chose to continue the fight, the end result would definitely be the opponent getting the worst of it. But of course, no one would be so foolish as to stand there and get beaten down like that. Clever Tao Lords like Kongsan would retreat as soon as the situation turned south for them. The reason why he hadn't been able to flee was because the Hegemon's Tao Seal was simply too powerful, causing even space-time to be bound and suppressed. Tao Lord Kongsan had used 2 life-saving treasures in a row without being able to escape. It wasn't that his fleeing abilities were weak, it was simply that the Tao Seal was far too powerful. It would have been easy for him to flee from most Tao Lords he battled. Then how long would it take you to break through to become a Tao Lord of the third step, fellow Taoist? Thunderheat asked. I'm not too far off, Ning said. To go from the first step to the second step was quite quick, and to go from the second step to the third step didn't take that long either. Reaching the fourth step, however, was a very long process. As for succeeding in the Tao merge and gaining eternity, chances were slim, no matter how much time you took. All right. Tao Lord Thunderheat clenched his teeth. Fellow Taoist Dark North, the East Road sect has a sect-guarding treasure which the old patriarch brought back from the Terror Star Sea. Ning's eyes lit up. Something from the Terror Star Sea? Technically speaking, I shouldn't divulge its existence to outsiders. However, I am now the sole master of the East Road sect, which is now facing an existential crisis. I'm going to ignore those rules. Tao Lord Thunderheat looked at Ning. This supreme treasure is known as the Void Pathway, and it is extremely beneficial to cultivators. Perhaps, fellow Taoist, you will be able to seize this opportunity to break through to become a Tao Lord of the third step. Tao Lord Thunderheat was simply too worried. He hoped the Dark North would be able to grow even more powerful, as this matter would have an impact on the life and death of the East Road sect. Void Pathway? Ning couldn't help but begin to feel curious. Follow me, Tao Lord Thunderheat said solemnly. Tao Lord Thunderheat led the way, while Ning followed from behind. Thunderheat dispelled one formation after another as he guided Ning to a seemingly ordinary courtyard. Do you see that? Tao Lord Thunderheat pointed at a decorative sculpture of a mountain located in the corner of the courtyard. The mountain even had some vines and trees growing from it. What about it? Ning was puzzled. There was nothing unusual about that artificial mountain. In fact, he couldn't sense any formations from it at all. Tao Lord Thunderheat stepped forward, then waved his hand. The vines instantly were reduced to dust, revealing what was hidden beneath them. This mountain actually had a sculpted stone door on it. Is that a doorway? Ning was puzzled. Yes. A door. A door that you can open, Tao Lord Thunderheat said. Tao Lord Dark North, please follow me. Tao Lord Thunderheat walked towards one of the sculpted stone doors, then pressed his hand upon it. Instantly, the doorway split open with a rumbling sound, revealing a deep, dark tunnel beneath it. The entrance to this tunnel ebbed and flowed with spatial ripples. Ning was surprised. Prior to the stone door opening, this had seemed like nothing more than a very ordinary sculpture of a mountain. He hadn't sensed anything special or magical about it at all, but it now had a dimensional hallway within it. Come in. Tao Lord Thunderheat turned to look at Ning, then stepped inside. Ning followed him without hesitation. Whoosh! Space twisted and flowed around Ning as a dazzling, glowing golden region appeared before him. What's this? Ning and Tao Lord Thunderheat were standing within a long walkway. The floor was black, and the walkway itself was hanging in empty space, with nothing but the void on each side of the walkway. This is the void pathway. Everything around this golden region is just empty space, the only thing here is this void pathway hanging in space. Lord Thunderheat pointed towards the front. This walkway was an extremely long one, stretching off at least 10 million kilometers. In front of the walkway stood a number of armored soldiers and guards. Ning's visual prowess allowed him to clearly see to the very end of the walkway, where there was a royal golden throne. There are a total of 30,000 soldiers here, Lord Thunderheat said. Once you begin advancing through the void pathway, you will be impeded by these soldiers. The deeper you go, the more terrifyingly powerful the soldiers will be. Oh? Ning revealed a smile. This seemed quite similar to the Brightshore Kingdom's Lord Cloudworld. These soldiers have very unique combat DAS. Very, very unique. Lord Thunderheat looked at Ning. You'll see for yourself when you fight them. The weakest of them are comparable to Lords of the second step, which is why only the Lords of the Eastroad sect are permitted to enter it. Did Lord Eastroad manage to reach the throne? Ning asked. The old patriarch tried twice. He failed the first time. He later gained certain insights, then went all out in a second attempt and managed to succeed. The two final soldiers are all comparable to him in power, Lord Thunderheat said. Ning was stunned. This was much more impressive than the Lord Cloudworld. Anyone who had reached the threshold of power for a Lord of the fourth step would be able to battle their way to the very end of the Lord Cloudworld, but it seemed as though this place required the trial taker to be comparable to Lord Eastroad in power. Lord Eastroad was already comparable to the weaker Eternal Emperors. How was it that these guards were as powerful as this? Unfortunately, there's no way to bring out even one of these 30,000 soldiers. In fact, there's no way to control them at all. Lord Thunderheat sighed. If there was, why would we worry about the Nine Dust sect? Ning nodded, his gaze focused on the golden throne at the end of the walkway. What happens once you reach the throne? Anything good? A legacy, Lord Thunderheat said. The old patriarch didn't tell me in detail, and so I imagine that the so-called legacy wouldn't be all that interesting to freakishly strong Lords like yourself. Ning chuckled. He had the legacy of the Sword Hegemon and the 7-leaf pill chapters of the Paragon of Pills. There really weren't many legacies that would interest him. However, when those 30,000 soldiers fight against you, you'll benefit from the insights into the Dao you will gain. Lord Thunderheat sighed. Even the old patriarch benefited from his first attempt, resulting in him becoming much more powerful, but if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Book 30, Chapter 5, 10,000 Years of Cultivation. Book 30, Ancient Cultivator, Chapter 5, 10,000 Years of Cultivation. Ning nodded, then suddenly asked, Fellow Taoist Thunderheat, might I ask if my retainers can enter as well? Lord Thunderheat let out a pained laugh. Fellow Taoist Dark North, the Void Pathway is the most important treasure of the entire Eastroad sect. You have vowed to save our entire sect, and the debt we owe you is endless. Your retainers and your closest friends can all make the attempt as well, but I ask that you not divulge anything about it at all. Ning was briefly startled, then nodded. I swear on my very life itself that aside from my retainers, I will not speak of the Void Pathway to anyone else. His voice echoed within the void and within his very own soul. This was a lifeblood oath. That wasn't necessary. The Eastroad sect trusts you fully, fellow Taoist Dark North, Lord Thunderheat said hurriedly. In reality, however, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He did want Ning to swear a lifeblood oath, but he was also begging Ning to prevent his entire sect from being wiped out, which was why he had never proactively mentioned any oaths. It was only proper, Ning said casually. He could tell what the man was thinking. Still, he really wasn't all that concerned about this opportunity. The cultivators of the three realms had their own opportunities to exploit. Those three retainers of mine will never spread this information either. I'll have them swear oaths as well, Ning said. Dowlord Thunderheat chuckled. Then I won't bother you any further. Whenever you wish to leave, fellow Taoist, you only need to turn back and you'll be able to depart. Understood. Ning nodded, and Dowlord Thunderheat departed. Ning chuckled and shook his head. The fewer treasures one had, the more one would value them. Ning had acquired all of Dowlord Kongsan's treasures, and had the sword Hegemon's Dao seal. Although this void pathway was a unique treasure, it wasn't enough to make Ning feel the slightest bit greedy. Ning also knew that the more powerful he became, the more treasures he would have in the future. In the future, this void pathway would be even less meaningful than it was right now. But let me take a look and see what's so special about this thing. Ning stepped forwards, moving tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant. Rumble! An enormous globe of golden light suddenly appeared high in the void above the golden region. The globe of light unleashed two streaks of golden light which shot into the bodies of the two armored warriors directly in front of Ning. Golden light immediately began to shine out of the armored soldier's eyes. Boom! Boom! The two armored soldiers hoisted their weapons as they transformed into streaks of light, charging towards Ning. Die! One of them stabbed out with a long spear, sending it piercing through the skies. Kill! The other armored soldier lashed out with a long whip which moved like a long, agile serpent. These two armored soldiers worked in concert, one charging forward valiantly while the other moved with crafty agility. They moved in perfect harmony, as though they were part of a greater whole. Ning revealed a smile. Interesting. No wonder Thunderheat said that these soldiers fight in a very unique manner. They actually employ a battle formation Dao, and are able to work together wonderfully. Boom! With but a thought, Ning caused his sword intent to manifest. His sword intent swept out in an overwhelming wave, smashing against the two soldiers and sweeping them off their feet, then sending them flying. The difference in power was simply far too greater. These two soldiers were just barely comparable to ordinary Dao Lords of the second step. Boom! 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 Ning blew through the soldiers like rotting wood, continuing to advance through the pathway. Only after defeating 18,000 soldiers did he finally begin to slow down. What a strange feeling. Ning was surrounded and being attacked by 8 soldiers. These 8 soldiers used different weapons and different attack styles. Hard, soft, insidious, straightforwards, every single soldier was extremely dedicated to one type of combat style. And yet, they were able to work together through their battle formation. Ning felt as though he was fighting a major power who was a mastery of many different types of weapons. This was quite a taxing fight. The Tao of Wind? The Tao of Lightning? The Tao of Water? Ning was growing increasingly excited by this battle. As for the globe of light, it continued to hang there in the void. Each time Ning defeated a soldier, it would shoot out even more golden light and activate even more powerful soldiers. That light globe should serve as the core of the entire void pathway. Ning lifted his head up to glance at the light globe. All of the soldiers were unliving and inanimate things, but once the light shone down upon them they were given incredible amounts of power. The items that can be found in the Terror Star Sea truly are marvelous. Ning was feeling increasingly curious about the Terror Star Sea, but it was simply too dangerous a place. Not even the 3 mighty hegemons dared to go too deep into that place. It was so terrifying that even they stood a chance of dying if they went too far in. Time flew on. 10,000 years went past in the blink of an eye. To cultivators, 10,000 years was actually a very short period of time. The entire East Road sect remained in a state of disarray in fear of the Nine Dust sect's arrival. During the past 10,000 years, Pilsaint had focused intently on training in the Tao of Alchemy. As a result, he had finally broken through to become a Tao Lord of the second step. With the first 6 chapters of the 7 Leaf Pill chapters serving to guide him, he knew exactly how to progress in his Tao and so made incredibly rapid improvements.